Chapter 401 The Death of Wang Xiu. The Arrival of the Queen. Master! Master? A few days later. Sakura Shogunate. Near Mizusawa County. In the Nameless Valley. Li Guanqi looked a little confused when he approached this colorful valley full of soul flowers. Because logically speaking, Wang Xiu should have come out as soon as he entered this valley. But where is the person now? I didn't feel the other person's breath at all. Master? Division! The word stopped abruptly. Li Guanqi stood in the middle of a sea of colorful flowers. His pupils shrinking suddenly. Deep in the sea of flowers. Next to the huge stone with the seventh order wind and thunder sword. There was a rough stone tablet with only 4 large characters engraved on it. Wang Xiu's tomb. How is it possible? Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically. He crossed 100 meters in an instant and rushed directly to the tombstone. He knelt down on one knee and carefully checked the signs around the tombstone. Judging from the traces of digging the soil and writing on the tombstone. It took about 3 months for the tombstone to be erected. In other words, the master died 2 months after he left the Nameless Valley? Who erected the monument for him? Boom! Suddenly, the sky seemed to be torn open by some existence. And a space crack filled with twisted and colorful brilliance appeared. Li Guanqi turned around quickly and looked up. His eyes full of disbelief. I saw an expressionless woman in a gold dress slowly walking out of the space crack. She wore an extremely luxurious gilt dress, had long golden hair that seemed to be brighter than the sun, and equally bright golden eyes. Her flawless face exuded an indescribable coldness, and her deep facial features with European characteristics highlighted her aloof and superior temperament. 9 Palace Level Demon Hunter Knight Projection. Li Guanqi looked at her. His expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. 9 Palaces. Demon Hunter Knight. Tulip's different-blooded humans are called demon hunters or demon hunting knights. But projection? Isn't it the real body? The cracks in space above the sky slowly closed. The noble-looking woman in the gold skirt lowered her eyes and turned her attention to Li Guanqi. See Her Majesty the Queen. Li Guanqi faced the woman in the gold skirt, bowed his head and bowed, clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it on his left chest. You recognize me? The beautiful queen wearing a gilt dress stepped out step by step, like stepping on invisible stairs, and came to the sea of colorful flowers. She stood in front of Wang Xiu's tombstone, looking down at the inscription with an expressionless face. The honor of Her Majesty the Queen spreads throughout the mountains and rivers of the world. Li Guanqi lowered his head and said, This is not a lie. The Queen of the Tulip Empire is of course a popular figure. When various travel notes mention the Tulip Empire, they will include a beautiful portrait of her, which can add color to the entire article. This woman is Isabel, the contemporary queen of the Tulip Empire. That is, the 9 Palace Queen who was rejected by Wang Xiu, but still gave birth to a son for Wang Xiu. And this also explains why the other party did not come in person, but came as a projection in a special way. After all, as the Queen of the Tulip Empire, she has a special status and cannot physically enter the borders of another country. But this also made Li Guanqi breathe a sigh of relief, because this queen is coming as a projection, and the projection cannot carry a spiritual instrument. In this case, it is absolutely impossible to see that he has magic skills. There is absolutely no way to hide your martial arts cultivation. After all, he appeared in this valley and called Wang Xiu master. It was obvious that he was Wang Xiu's disciple, and it is impossible for Wang Xiu to accept a pure magician as his apprentice. So you are Li Guanqi, his apprentice? Then, has he ever mentioned me to you? Queen Tulip looked down at Wang Xiu's tombstone. Her red lips opened slightly, and her voice was cold. Although she is the master of the Western Empire, she speaks fluent Oriental at this time. Li Guanqi hesitated a little, but finally said bravely, I think I shouldn't lie like this in front of you. So, Master never talks about your affairs, and if I mention it occasionally, he will get it. Ignore it, or make it clear that you don't want to discuss it. Son of a bitch. Isabel raised her head, closed her eyes, and murmured softly. The bright sunshine shone on her extremely fair face, and her wing-like eyelashes were clearly defined, adding even more color to this most beautiful woman's blonde hair. Li Guanqi lowered his head and did not dare to look. Even if the real person of this stunning queen is more beautiful than the portrait, even the adjective, beautiful than a 30,000-meter sea of flowers, seems inadequate to describe her. But this woman is no gentle tulip. The top expert at the 9 Palace level can be called a poisonous rose with sharp thorns that can sting a person to death. Li Guanqi is not his master Wang Xiu. How dare he gasp in front of this woman? Her Majesty the Queen. After a while, Li Guanqi still couldn't help the worry and anxiety in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the Tulip Queen carefully. Excuse me. What is the situation with this tombstone? My master. I erected the tombstone. Isabel, the beautiful blonde queen, turned her head slightly and looked at the sky in the distance. Her golden eyes looked a little erratic. He died? 2 months ago. How did you come? Nameless Valley. Deep in the sea of flowers. The burly old man in gray singlet frowned slightly, turned around and looked at the queen in the golden skirt 100 meters away. How would I know you were going to die if I didn't come? Isabel looked at the man who had once fascinated her so much and fell in love with her with complicated eyes. Why are you so stupid? Why did it take so long? If you had sent me the message right away from the beginning, you wouldn't have had to. Damn it. But you have delayed it for so long, and the foundation of your soul has been damaged irreversibly. Why? I'm not a free-spirited pretty boy. Wang Xiu waved his hand in displeasure, turned around, and turned his back to the beautiful queen. Gangun, I only have so many years left to live, so don't disturb my purity. Isabel pursed her lips, biting her red lips slightly, and there were tears faintly appearing in her beautiful golden eyes that fascinated countless men. She didn't say anything in the end. She just raised her hand to wipe the tears from her eyes, then turned and left, walking to the outskirts of the valley. The Tulip Queen walked out of the valley, then took out a folded piece of paper from her space necklace and threw it into the haystack next to her. Wang Xiu. She looked at the burly old man in the valley and said bitterly, You want to see Takeda Kosei, don't you? Wang Xiu, who had his back turned to her, heard this and immediately turned around and looked at her solemnly. What does it have to do with her? Isabel, don't do such a thing to make me look down on you. Who do you think I am? Isabel suddenly looked angry. Wang Xiu remained silent. Ah! Isabel laughed angrily, with red eyes, and pointed to the folded paper in the haystack beside her. As soon as you leave this soul-rich valley, your soul will be completely shattered. Then let me ask you, if the current whereabouts of Takeda Kosei are written on this piece of paper, will you go or not? Brush? Before she finished speaking, Wang Xiu burst out and rushed out of the Soul Valley without any hesitation. He came to the haystack and bent down to pick up the paper. You? When Isabel saw this, her delicate body suddenly trembled, and she looked at the burly old man in disbelief. You risked your life for her? Wang Xiu did not answer this question. He just opened the envelope, looked at the address on it, turned to look at Isabel, and said eagerly, Is this true? Takeda Kosei is really here? Son of a bitch! Snapped. But Isabel could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. After giving Wang Xiu a slap in the face, she turned around and left, taking one step forward and escaping into the space crack. So he left the valley to find Takeda Kosei? Li Guanqi looked at the Tulip Queen in front of him with great astonishment. Isabel's face was expressionless, but the cold air radiating from her body almost made Li Guanqi feel goosebumps and his scalp numb. It's better to shut up now. Li Guanqi lowered his head. His eyes were watching his nose, and his nose was watching his heart. His mind was filled with thoughts about Wang Xiu's actions. This valley is the place where a powerful soul disperses, so it has a strong cohesion effect on broken souls. Because of this, Wang Xiu can survive for several years by staying here. But once Wang Xiu chooses to leave the valley, his broken soul will explode completely, and it will become more violent. Even returning to the valley will not help, and he will live for only 3 days at most. So, when Wang Xiu chose to step out of the valley and pick up the paper dropped by Isabel, he was equivalent to making a choice. Abandon years of survival in the valley, living the last 3 days in freedom. And the reason why he did this was just because Isabel dropped a piece of paper with Takeda Kosei's address outside the valley, in order to have a chance to see Takeda Kosei before his death. Wang Xiu was willing to live for only 3 days. Wang Xiu once told Li Guanqi that Takeda Kosei traveled to various Western countries, and his whereabouts were erratic, and his whereabouts were impossible to find. However, this is for Wang Xiu himself and Li Guanqi. For Her Royal Highness the Queen of the Tulip Empire, a major country in the world, finding a 7-star warrior of different blood is by no means impossible. If Isabel goes all out, it can even be said to be relatively simple. Therefore, Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing's initial guess about Wang Xiu and Takeda Yukisai was correct. Mao Xian's frenemies and friends. Mao Xian's sword fight. These two are childhood sweethearts who love each other. But Wang Xiutai was too romantic. And in the end, his relationship with Takeda Kosei became indescribable. Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at Wang Xiu's tombstone with a complicated expression. Are you sad? Not really. Because he had known for a long time that his master would die. He knew it from the beginning. But he didn't expect that this handsome old man would die in advance. However, this might not be a better ending. In this uninhabited valley, I could live for several years and then die in depression. After leaving the valley, although he could only live for 3 days, he could see the Takeda Kosei he wanted to see before he died, and then passed away with satisfaction. If it were Li Guanqi, he would also choose the second one. But the premise is that he must really be able to see it. Her Majesty the Queen. Li Guanqi thought of this, raised his head carefully, and looked at Isabel in front of him. So, you really found Takeda Kosei? Is she really there? That's not quite accurate. The Tulip Queen deadpanned. It should be said that her body is there. Li Guanqi's heart trembled. Now let's take a look at the relationship. Isabel likes Wang Xiu very much. Wang Xiu is obviously no longer interested in her. But he has an ambiguous relationship with Takeda Yukisai. Hypothesis. Isabel was so jealous that she killed Takeda Kosei. This assumption is entirely justified. But is it really true? Do you think I killed that Sakura woman? At this time, Isabel glanced at Li Guanqi, with a hint of coldness in her golden eyes. No. Li Guanqi shook his head. This is completely impossible. It is impossible for the Queen of the Tulip Empire, the top powerhouse at the top of the world, to do such a low-priced thing for a man. If you would do such a, it was impossible for my master to leave the Tulip Palace back then. Isabel withdrew her gaze, looked down at Wang Xiu's tombstone in front of her, and chuckled. Li Guanqi was silent. She was lying to Wang Xiu at that time. After a long while, the Tulip Queen spoke slowly, with a cold voice. She didn't understand any new sword intent at all. When she found Wang Xiu last year, she was already seriously injured and died soon. New sword intention? She really wanted to understand a new sword intention. So she went to a god's ruins to look for death, and forcibly observed the sword marks left by the god. But she couldn't figure out how much she weighed. So she suffered the backlash from the god's knife mark. And the foundation of her soul was seriously damaged. Interesting to say, the cause of death of this Sakura woman was exactly the same as this bastard. And the reason why she came back to find Wang Xiu. To be honest, I don't know what she was thinking. I can't understand this woman's thoughts. Maybe she did it on purpose, and wanted to leave a deeper impression on Wang Xiu before she died, so that Wang Xiu would not forget her? In short, last year, she first made a 10-year agreement with Wang Xiu, then went to Shaoshan by herself, and died within a few days. There is a small wooden house on the top of Shaoshan Mountain. She is buried next to that cabin. The one who buried her was her apprentice, a child of the Takeda family. Wang Xiu went there, looked at Takeda Kosei's tomb, and cried like a bastard. 2 days later, he also died there. But I hate that woman Kosei Takeda. So I took away Wang Xiu's bones and buried him in this valley. Right. That kid from the Takeda family is still living in Shaoshan, waiting for you. Having said this, Isabel looked at Li Guanqi and said coldly, Your name is Li Guanqi. You are Wang Xiu's apprentice. And you are now a 5-element level different blood warrior. Takeda Kosei is dead, and Wang Xiu is also dead. But their sword agreement is not over yet. Take Wang Xiu's sword and go to Shaoshan. The queen glanced at the purple-green wind and thunder sword stuck in the stone next to her, and said calmly, You 2 apprentices should fulfill your master's sword agreement. In a sense, this is also a kind of inheritance. Ding! Sword pact, mission conditions changed. The Pact of Swords. Task requirements. 1. Take away Wang Xiu's sword. Wind thunder. 2. Within 1 month, go to the top of Shaoshan Mountain. Use the Wind and Thunder Sword intent to compete with Takeda Kosei's apprentices, and complete the 2nd generation battle between the Wind and Thunder Sword intent and the Wind and Thunder Sword intent. Mission success reward. 1. Directly activate the power of the Water Kidney and step into the late stage of the 5 elements of martial arts. Wind and Thunder. After Li Guanqi improved his system, he looked at the sword in the stone in front of him with mixed feelings in his heart. It's not called Feng Lei, Isabel said calmly, before Wang Xiu died. Let me tell you to give it a different name. Li Guanqi couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. Why? This is his old man's sword, so it had to be renamed. Isabel glanced at Li Guanqi. Feng Lei is Wang Xiu's sword. What does it have to do with you? Li Guanqi? In the words of Wang Xiu before his death. That is, the story of his Feng Lei sword demon King Xiu is over. And Feng Lei should also have a new one. The beginning of the sword has a new name. So you can give it a new name, which symbolizes the new beginning of this sword. Is this so? Li Guanqi nodded lightly. Since it was Master's last wish, he should abide by it. Base. Li Guanqi stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the wind and thunder sword from the stone. Zitzi! Almost the moment he pulled it out, electric light flashed on the surface of the purple-green longsword. And at the same time bursts of green air flow clung to the blade. Surrounding it, the wind and thunder sword is a magic weapon. Wang Xiu is a martial artist of different blood and does not have the ability to truly control the wind and thunder. The so-called wind and thunder sword intention is actually just a martial arts image and does not possess the real wind and thunder. But with this 7th level magic weapon, Wang Xiu can truly display the wind and thunder, pushing the power of the wind and thunder sword to the extreme. What are you waiting for? Isabel looked at a long purple-green sword with a hint of reminiscence in her beautiful eyes. Recognize the owner with a drop of blood. Wang Xiu is dead, and it is now ownerless. Li Guanqi nodded, holding the sword in his right hand, forcing a drop of blood from the tip of the index finger of his left hand, dripping onto the blade of the wind and thunder sword, and immersed it into the sword's body. Boom! The next moment, the wind and thunder power of the wind and thunder sword suddenly broke out and began to pour into Li Guanqi's whole body along his right hand. But Li Guanqi's eyes condensed, and his 5-element level physical power exploded, directly suppressing the power of wind and thunder. No wonder Wang Xiu wanted him to reach the 5 elements level before he could take the sword. It turned out that because he was not at the 5 elements level, he was not even qualified to hold the 7th level magic weapon. What are you going to name it? At this time, Isabel spoke up again. Forehead. Li Guanqi held the wind and thunder sword and looked at the tulip queen beside him, his mind spinning rapidly. This woman has been a little strange since just now. She seems to be very concerned about the wind and thunder sword. Could it be? Your Majesty, I am not very knowledgeable and can't think of anything. Why don't you give it a new name? Li Guanqi asked directly. Okay. Isabel didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed almost immediately. Moreover, Her Majesty the Queen even curled her lips slightly and glanced at Li Guanqi appreciatively. Li Guanqi immediately knew that he had guessed correctly. But so what? The romantic debt owed by the master must be repaid. So it is reasonable to give her the right to name. Let's call him Qin Xian. Isabel looked at the wind and thunder sword and said softly, Good name. Li Guanqi nodded with praise. Then, he looked at Isabel and asked curiously, Your Majesty the Queen, I guess this must not have been chosen casually. So, can you tell me why you gave it this name? This name seems very oriental. Chapter 402 on the top of Shaoshan. The 2nd generation sword covenant. The first time he and I met was in Qinxian Valley in Daliao Qinzhou. Isabel looked at the purple-green sword in Li Guanqi's hand. In her beautiful eyes, the light golden pupils were filled with memories. I miss those days very much. I love him very much. And he also loves me very much. Although, he will never love just me. Li Guanqi lowered his head and remained silent. That handsome old man's flirting skills may be an advanced technique that even the plundering technique cannot be learned. Then call me Qin Xian. Li Guanqi looked at the end of the Ziqing sword, where the word Wind and Thunder was engraved, and gently pressed it with his hand to smooth it out. Then he used the nail of his thumb to carve the word Qin Xian again on it. This is a function that all high-end swords have, and basically all magic weapons of level 5 or above have it. At the end of the sword body, the part where the characters are engraved will be made of special materials as the surface of the sword body. This kind of material remains unmoved when subjected to huge force impacts. But if it is wiped lightly with hands, it can be smoothed. And if it is scratched lightly, it can be re-engraved, making it easier for the user to change the handwriting. Even if some people don't change their sword names, they occasionally have to ask a calligraphy master to come over and change the font or something. This is a very common thing among the upper-class swordsmen of the Daliao dynasty and the Sakura shogunate. For example, when a group of wealthy swordsmen get together, in addition to competing for swordsmanship, they will also take out their swords to compare who owns my sword and which master carved it. In essence, it is a kind of aristocratic comparison. I've never seen a Daliao person who writes so ugly. However, looking at the word Qin Xian, carved by Li Guanqi on the sword. Isabel, the Tulip Queen, looked like the classic picture of the subway grandpa looking at his mobile phone. How can you write so ugly? Isabel frowned. Unfortunately, I just visited this place in person a while ago, which caused great dissatisfaction with the Sakura shogunate and almost caused a diplomatic issue. So when I came this time, I only used a projection that could not touch anything. Otherwise, I would have to engrave it with my own hands to prevent you from ruining his sword like this. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. He was actually told by a foreigner that Chinese characters were ugly. Then please bear with me, Your Majesty the Queen. Li Guanqi was helpless, and then looked at the purple-green long sword that was renamed Qingxian in his hand, always feeling that something was missing. Oh, right. The scabbard is missing. Then, Li Guanqi took out the scabbard he got from Ryota Aoyagi from the space necklace, inserted the Qingxian sword into it, and then carried it behind his back. It belongs to you. Go to Shaoshan for your appointment and fulfill your master's last wish. Isabel's eyes were complicated, and she reluctantly looked away from the sword and turned around. She took one step forward, and her body gradually began to turn into colorful points of light that dispersed. You are Wang Xiu's disciple. If you encounter any difficulties, come to Tulip Palace to find me. I will guarantee that you will be prosperous and wealthy for the rest of your life, and you will be able to break through Liuhe within 100 years. After saying that, the projection of the Tulip Queen turned into a colorful brilliance, filling the sky. As the colorful brilliance completely dissipated between heaven and earth, the projection of Her Majesty the Queen, whose beauty is greater than a 30,000-meter sea of flowers, also disappeared. When you come, you need to open the space crack and send the projection to the Sakura shogunate. If you want to leave, there is no need to go to such trouble. Just cancel the projection. My master doesn't want to eat soft food, and I can't either. Li Guanqi smiled and shook his head. And what the Tulip Queen said was too, looking down on people. Guarantee him to break through Liuhe within 100 years? Why does it take 100 years for him to break through Liuhe? Of course, to ordinary people, this sentence is still very attractive. After all, practicing this kind of thing becomes more difficult and takes longer the further you go. For ordinary people, breaking through Liuhe within 100 years is already very powerful. But this is not the case for large families. For the Agua surname family in the Daluo dynasty, generally speaking, the progress from the 1 yuan level to the 5-element level can be completed at around the age of 20. But if you want to understand the laws of space and step into the Liuhe level, although the span is suddenly huge, it is only about 5 or 60 years old. But to think of 7 stars, you have to be about 100 years old. Bagua level, one must be about 300 years old. To reach the Jiugun level, you basically have to go up to 5 or 600 years old. The most terrifying thing about the Ying family, the strongest different blood family in the world, is their cultivation speed. The further back they go, the less time span they will have. For example, the children of the Ying family can complete the transition from the 1 yuan level to the 5 elements level before the age of 20, which is no different from other powerful different blood families. However, when they think of Liuhe level, they are only 25 or 26 years old. 7 star, more than 30 years old. Bagua level, over 40 years old. As for the Jiugun level, generally speaking, the Ying family who can cultivate to the Jiugun level can become the Jiugun level around the age of 50 or 60. If you can't enter the 9 palaces leveling family at this age, you will have no hope in this life. After all, although the Ying royal family has strong talents, not everyone can enter the Bagua level and the 9 palaces level. Even those with the 8 kingdom surname are still working hard to enter the Liuhe level at the age of 50. But at this age, some members of the Ying family have already reached the 9 palace level. The contemporary Shimu Emperor is even more terrifying. He has been breaking through every year since he was 10 years old. At the age of 17, he became a 7 star. Then came 10 years of silence. When he reappeared, he was already at the pinnacle of the 9 palaces level. And overseas, in the imperial capital of the Violet Empire, he fought against the 9 palaces level experts of the Violet Empire alone. Not only did he not fall behind, he even took off the Violet Emperor's head with his own hands. In the end, he was even able to escape and return to Daluo, forcing the late emperor to abdicate. From then on, he ascended the throne, accepted Daluo's dynasty and national destiny, and stepped into the semi-god level. A 27-year-old demigod level alien blood warrior is outrageous. Is powerful talent a curse? Maybe. Even though the age of different blood is what Evil Phoenix calls the era of short-lived ghosts. The maximum lifespan of most Jogan-level creatures is 1,000 years. But the Ying family can only live 100 years. Li Guanqi couldn't tell whether he was envious or not. After all, although the cultivation speed is explosive, the price of this life is still quite high. Master! Li Guanqi dispersed his thoughts, knelt down in front of Wang Xiu's grave, smiled and touched the tombstone, and then took out 2 jars of cyan soju from the space ring. Didn't you say that you like Chime soju from Chime County? I brought it for you on the way here. I originally thought that although I don't like drinking, I would still force myself to have a drink with you, and then use the wind and thunder sword intent that incorporates the law of wind and thunder to open your eyes. I just didn't expect that you, an old man, would sneak out to see your old lover without waiting for me, and then leave right away. Crash! Li Guanqi opened one of the jars of green plum wine and sprinkled it on the soil in front of the grave. The aroma of green plum wine came to his nostrils. Does it taste good? He smiled, opened another jar of green plum shochu and took a sip. Then his brows suddenly twisted into the character Chuan. He never liked drinking. Forget it. I'll give it all to you. Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly and spilled the jar of wine in his hand into the soil. Master! He knelt in front of the grave, looked at the stone tombstone, and smiled with complicated eyes. Thank you. Thank you for your teaching. Thank you for your sword intention. By the way, do you really want to live here? Li Guanqi supported the tombstone with his right hand and stood up slowly. Isabel buried your bones here. The problem is that this is the Sakura Shogunate, a foreign country, and this valley is nothing. There is no reason for you to like it here. Why don't you go back? Li Guanqi grinned. Go back to Shaoshan. Go back to your old lover. And bury them together? What? You said yes? Okay. That's fine. Li Guanqi grabbed the tombstone with his right hand, lifted it up, and put the space necklace into it. Then he dug up the soil, dug out Wang Xiu's pale skeleton, and put it into the space necklace as well. Humans with different blood have special bodies. Basically, after death, the power of the different blood will pass away quickly. There will not be any strong people with different blood, and the body will not rot after death. Of course, there are exceptions. After all, there are all kinds of different bloods in the world, and some have different characteristics, which is normal. But Wang Xiu's demon Wang family is obviously not among them. Let's go! Master, I will take you back to find Senior Takeda Kosei. Li Guanqi turned around, put the Qingxian sword on his back, and strode out of the valley. He decided to use the artifact embryo to fuse with the Qingxian sword. But not now. But after using this long sword, which was once named Wind Thunder, and is now named Qingxian, to defeat Takeda Kosei's apprentice, there is only one goal next. The top of Shaoshan Mountain. A promise of swords. The setting sun is like blood. The autumn wind sweeps the fallen leaves. Sakura Shogunate, Shaoshan. At the top of the mountain, next to a wooden house, there is a towering tree growing, with yellow dead leaves constantly blown and falling by the autumn wind. Under the maple tree, there was a woman wearing a white kendo uniform, sitting cross-legged on the ground, her eyes closed, and a black samurai sword on her lap. Occasionally, the autumn wind passed by, gently blowing her high black ponytail. You're early. The woman in white suddenly opened her eyes. Not far away, on the mountain path, facing the sky full of fallen leaves, a tall white-haired figure walks slowly. He has white hair and blue eyes, and carries a long sword on his back. It was Li Guanqi who spent several days arriving at the top of Shaoshan Mountain. Have you been waiting for me? Li Guanqi stepped on the dead leaves on the ground, and slowly came to the woman in white. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. 5 elements level alien blood warrior. If your name is Li Guanqi, I will indeed be waiting for you. The woman grabbed the black samurai's sword on her lap, stood up slowly, looked at Li Guanqi in front of her, and said solemnly and seriously, You came earlier than the agreed time. 9 years early. But that's okay. My name is Takeda Ryoko, a descendant of the same clan as Takeda Kosei and her only direct disciple. I am 27 years old this year. I have opened the Golden Lung and am a different-blooded warrior in the early stage of the 5 elements level. I'm a swordsman. This knife in my hand. As he spoke, Takeda Ryoko slightly raised the sheathed black samurai sword and showed it to Li Guanqi. It was originally called Feng Lei, a 7th level magic weapon. It was my master's sword. Before his death, my master asked me to rename it, but I haven't thought about it yet. Introduction before the samurai duel. This is a more formal dueling etiquette. In fact, you don't have to introduce it. But once you choose to introduce it, you can only show what you introduced during the duel. For example, I only introduced the sword, but I will never use other magic weapons. For example, Takeda Ryoko did not introduce her Ryoki form and powers, which means that she cannot use the Takeda family's powers, nor can she activate the Ryoki form. Next, it will be a pure sword fight. Knife? Li Guanqi looked at the black katana in the hand of the woman in white and couldn't help but smile. I have been in the Sakura Shogunate for almost 6 months, and this is the first time I heard a Sakura man say that he is a swordsman. You are worthy of Takeda Kosei-senpai. Only, here's the duel introduction. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted sharply by Takeda Ryoko, who frowned and said, "Can you please be more serious?" Li Guanqi was suddenly yelled at by her, and couldn't help but be a little confused. I don't want to introduce it now. After Li Guanqi came to his senses, he smiled, waved his hand, and walked towards the back of the wooden house. I still have some things to do. He wasn't actually worried about the duel. After learning that Takeda Ryoko was just a different blood warrior in the early stage of the 5 elements level, he became even less worried. Of course, the most important thing is that before the duel, he still needs to do one more thing. What else do you want to do? Takeda Ryoko held a black samurai sword in his left hand and quickly followed Li Guanqi. I have been waiting for you for almost a year, and you still want me to wait? Almost a year? Li Guanqi looked at her curiously. In other words, when Senior Takeda Kosei passed away, he told you that someone would come to you for a martial arts competition? Takeda Ryoko nodded and said softly. What she originally meant was that Senior Wang Xiu will come 10 years later. But things are unpredictable. Senior Wang Xiu was also seriously injured and died here a while ago. Before Senior Wang Xiu passed away, told me that he has an apprentice named Li Guanqi who will come to me for an appointment in 10 years. So, I'm more than 9 years ahead of schedule. Li Guanqi looked at her in surprise. Are you still not satisfied? Certainly. Takeda Ryoko's face was full of displeasure. Senior Wang Xiu comes from the Demon King's family. Fighting with him is naturally a battle of enlightenment. It is worth waiting for 20 years. Not to mention 10 years. But you? She looked Li Guanqi up and down, and the disappointment in her eyes became more and more obvious. Senior Wang Xiu also said that you are from an ordinary background. Now seeing you like this, I am even less interested. You men are all the same. The better looking you are. Yes. The more idiotic you are. Question mark. Li Guanqi was immediately stunned. Me? Isn't my master better looking? Li Guanqi was simply unbelievable to the extreme. That's different. Takeda Ryoko shook his head. What's so different? Li Guanqi spread his hands, full of doubts. Senior Wang Xiu, for example, won't speak filthy words. Takeda Ryoko sighed. It seems that today's battle is destined to be disappointing. Huh? Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile and shake his head, not arguing with this woman. This Takeda Ryoko is probably another young man from a wealthy family who has become stupid at practicing swordsmanship. Although he is 27 years old, he lives alone and practices martial arts all year round, and is not familiar with worldly things, human relations, and so on. I'm here to keep an appointment, and it's an appointment with the sword, not with words. Li Guanqi turned around and continued walking towards the back of the wooden house. I'm not interested in arguing with you about this. We'll fight later. My sword is more convincing than my mouth. Uh-huh. Takeda Ryoko nodded slightly. What you said is quite interesting, and it made me change my mind a little bit about you. I don't even know when you started to have an eye for me. Li Guanqi looked a little helpless. I'll give you a suggestion. In the future, you should look at people for a longer time before labeling and defining them. Here's a suggestion for you. Don't give me a suggestion. Takeda Ryoko's face was expressionless. Okay, I accept your suggestion. Li Guanqi was too lazy to pay attention to her, and stopped behind the wooden house. What appeared in front of him was an exquisite small tomb with not a single weed around it. There are many inscriptions on the tombstone. The largest line is, "The grave of his mentor Kosei Takeda." I want to bury my master's bones together with Senior Kosei Takeda. Li Guanqi looked at Takeda Ryoko beside him, and asked seriously, Is it okay? Chapter 403, The End of the Sword. The story of one generation after another. I agree. Takeda Ryoko nodded slightly. Master has been at odds with me all her life. I don't want her to still be entangled after her death. Thanks. Li Guanqi smiled, and then began to dig the grave of Takeda Kosei. Well, of course, there are still corresponding etiquette, such as following the rules of the shogunate. Kowtow a few times, bow a few times, etc. While lowering his head to do his work, he asked, You just said that Takeda Kosei Senpai has been at odds with you all his life. What do you mean by that? Literal meaning. Takeda Ryoko turned around, held the black katana in his arms, looked at the dark red setting sun in the distance, his eyes wandering. Master obviously likes Senior Wang Shio very much, but she will live her whole life. Her whole life. Even until she dies. Before, he had not spoken out his feelings, because she felt wronged. She felt that she liked Senior Wang Shio so much, and she guarded her virginity for Senior Wang Shio like a jade. But Senior Wang Shio lived a wild and unrestrained life, had numerous daughters, and even had a son with Queen Tulip. Master couldn't convince himself, so she wasted her life, and until she died, when she closed her eyes, she was whispering the name Wang Shio. I don't know if it's worth it or not. Takeda Ryoko shook his head. I can't figure it out. If it were me, there might be only two endings. If the man I love becomes romantic, I would either stop loving him, or I would continue to love him and not care. This is called romance. Their stories belong to them, and only they know their thoughts. At this time, Li Guanqi had buried Wang Shio's bones and Takeda Yukisai's in the same coffin, reburied the soil, and erected a monument. The inscription seems to have to be changed. Li Guanqi looked at the tombstone with only Takeda Kosei's deeds, and glanced at Takeda Ryoko next to him. What do you think? Certainly. Takeda Ryoko nodded. Leave me alone. When I defeat you, I will send a message to Master Matsushita Kiya and ask him to come over. Matsushita Kiya? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't care about the silly woman's defeat remarks. He just smiled and said, That master of tablet engraving who lives in Heianjing? As expected of the Takeda family, they are so proud. If you ask for an invitation, I will invite you. By the way, he looked around at the wooden house on the top of the mountain, as well as several small flower beds and sheep pens nearby, and was a little curious. Do you usually live here? After all, according to the agreement, the last blood moon day in 4881 is the day of the battle. However, Takeda Ryoko has always stayed here. This is my home. When Takeda Ryoko mentioned this matter, she couldn't help but smile a little with an indifferent expression. I don't like the headquarters of the Takeda family. Although there are many people there, it is actually too cold. And although I am the only one living here, but full of warmth, I like it here. I built this wooden house with my own hands, took care of the flower beds with my own hands, and I delivered the lambs in the sheep pen with my own hands 2 days ago. Li Guanqi was slightly stunned. Takeda Ryoko is less than 30 years old, and he is at the age where he has been rising rapidly through hard work and cultivation. However, his attitude towards life make him look like a retired old man. Fine, Li Guanqi smiled and said. Maybe when I get old, I will live such a life with my wife. You have a wife? The corner of Takeda Ryoko's lips curled up slightly. Then I allow you to go home and tell your wife that you won the duel after you lose the duel, so that you can hold your head high at home. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help laughing. Miss Takeda, I really don't know why you are so confident from the beginning to the end. You'll find out later. Takeda Ryoko's expression was indifferent, but there was a bit of arrogance in his eyes. Li Guanqi had seen this look before, on that boy from the Miyamoto family, Shogo Miyamoto. However, the arrogant young man was eventually pushed to the ground and beaten so violently that his heart was broken. Then let's get started. Li Guanqi looked at the surrounding peaks and asked, Which one do you think is the ugliest? Pick one. The 5-element level alien blood warriors fought with all their strength, enough to break the tip of a mountain. Brush. Takeda Ryoko didn't say much. He just held a black samurai sword and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he crossed hundreds of meters and jumped to the top of another mountain. Then he made several more leaps and disappeared into the mountains. Deep. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. Finally, Takeda Ryoko's figure stopped at the top of a mountain covered with pine trees, and turned to look at Li Guanqi, who was coming from behind. Boom! Takeda Ryoko unsheathed her sword, held the sword in both hands, and stared at Li Guanqi, her whole body burning with red arrogance. And the power of her divine veins was activated to the extreme by her. The same is certainly true for Jin Ji-lung, whose expression is more restrained. My name is Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi fell from the sky and landed on a boulder. He smiled calmly and said, without a family background, he has activated the lungs of gold and the liver of wood. He is a different blood warrior in the middle stage of the 5 elements level. 1 level higher than you. Base. Then, Li Guanqi slowly pulled out the Qin Xian sword on his back. It is a 7th level magic weapon. Its original name is Feng Lei, which is the same as the name of your sword. Just like your master, Takeda Kosei Senpai. My master asked me to rename it. Unlike you, I have already thought about it. It is now called Qin Xian. Draw out your sword. Takeda Ryoko held the knife in both hands. His voice was cold, and the red aura all over his body became more and more majestic. This is against the rules. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly. It's not that lady's a priority. I am at the mid-level of the 5 elements level, and you are only at the early stage. According to the dual rules of your shogunate warriors, you should have taken the lead, but you are just a commoner. Takeda Ryoko said calmly. I come from the Takeda family, one of the 9 Sakura warriors. As a noble samurai, I naturally have to let the civilian samurai make the first move. Don't say that you are just 1 level above me. You are just a civilian. Even if you are 2 levels above me, I have to let it go. Otherwise, if the news gets out, it will make the Takeda family laugh for nothing. Li Guanqi was slightly silent. You nobles are always like this. He smiled and slightly clenched the Qin Xian sword in his right hand. Boom! The next moment, Li Guanqi's body erupted with white arrogance, and his sword burst out. There is no reservation at all. The moment he rushed out, in Takeda Ryoko's eyes, a scene of dark clouds covering the sun and roaring wind and thunder appeared behind him. Moreover, the Qin Xian sword in Li Guanqi's hand also began to dance with electric snakes. The speed was extremely fast, and the high-speed airflow that was enough to cut stone and jade began to surround the sword body. Wind and thunder sword intent. Shang! Li Guanqi held the sword with both hands and collided hard with the black katana raised by Takeda Ryoko. A burst of sparks broke out, and the lightning and airflow on the sword also exploded and escaped. In his eyes, behind the female warrior in white across from her, there was also wind and thunder manifested. Wind and thunder blade intent. The black katana in Takeda Ryoko's hand was passed down from Takeda Kosei. It is naturally a 7th level magic weapon that can release lightning and airflow, which is in line with the characteristics of her sword intention. Shang! 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 Suddenly, Takeda Ryoko pushed away Li Guanqi's Qin Xian sword, and then quickly connected with 3 consecutive slashes, all of which were powerful and heavy, and actually forced Li Guanqi to take several steps back. Boom! The 4th heavy slash came one after another. Li Guanqi calmly raised his sword to block, but when he blocked it, the ground beneath him was overwhelmed and collapsed. Base. Facing Takeda Ryoko's heavy slash, Li Guanqi no longer shouldered it, but used his strength to cut away, and a string of sparks flashed across the blade, and he turned around and came behind the female warrior. His whole body burst with arrogance. He held the sword in both hands and slashed Washan down with one force. Shang! Takeda Ryoko was obviously very experienced in combat. Before he could turn around, the sword came back and he blocked the sword forcefully. Boom! But after all, Li Guanqi was in the middle stage of the 5 elements level, and his cultivation level was 1 level higher than hers. How could it be so easy to handle the terrifying power? Even though Takeda Ryoko blocked the sword, she was still thrown hundreds of meters with her sword, and she hit a rock wall not far away. There was a loud noise and smoke and dust filled the sky. Depend on! Li Guanqi rushed out with his sword and pursued the victory. At the same time, he couldn't help shouting to the magic sword in his mind with excitement. Lumo! How can this 7th level sword be more powerful than this magical weapon of yours? Nonsense! The demon sword's angry voice sounded. I've only unlocked the 6th level now. How can I compare with this 7th level sword? After you unsealed me to the 7th level, don't you think I won't cut it in half? Hey, it's urgent. Li Guanqi grinned lightly, stopped chatting with the magic knife, and began to concentrate on dealing with Takeda Ryoko in front of him. Boom! He rushed into the smoke and dust, found Takeda Ryoko, who had just gotten up from the ground, and kicked him hard, but the opponent blocked him with a knife in time. But the next moment, Li Guanqi took advantage of the situation and held the sword in his backhand, stabbing her hard, directly piercing her chest, and a line of blood shot out. Well, Takeda Ryoko gritted her teeth, and before Li Guanqi moved the sword blade sideways and scratched the heart next to her, she took the initiative to retreated quickly, and regained the distance of 100 meters. In fact, Li Guanqi originally aimed this sword at his heart, but at the last moment, she moved a few inches and dodged it. Aristocrats are not necessarily superior. Li Guanqi held the bloody Qinxian sword in his right hand and slowly walked towards the female warrior in white clothes stained with blood. Commoners are not necessarily weaker than noble warriors. Miss Takeda, you didn't suggest me to give you advice before, but I still have to give you this advice. I listened to this suggestion. At this time, Takeda Ryoko's chest injury was completely healed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his left hand and looked at the other person seriously. The few rounds of fighting had completely made her let go of her contempt for the civilian warrior in front of her. But, in fact, these few rounds were enough for Li Guanqi to completely determine the winner. Boom! Takeda Ryoko held the black katana tightly with both hands, and red flames burst out all over his body, turning into a red afterimage. He instantly rushed in front of Li Guanqi, raised the katana surrounded by wind and thunder, and slashed hard. Li Guanqi looked calm and responded with his sword. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two men slashed at each other hundreds of times with their swords. The aftermath of the wind and thunder spread to the mountain peak. Cracks continued to appear, and the rock structure became more and more shaky. Boom! Finally, this small mountain peak was overwhelmed. In another collision of swords, it was completely exploded by the aftermath, and large swaths of rubble were scattered in all directions. The battle between Li Guanqi and Takeda Ryoko has not stopped. The two figures turned into afterimages, rolling around on countless falling boulders in the broken and collapsed mountain. The battle continued, and the clanging sounds of swords clashing broke out. But the more they fought, the more frightened Takeda Ryoko became, because she suddenly had the feeling that no matter how she used the sword, Li Guanqi would see through her. It was as if the other party gradually gained the ability to foresee things. This is actually not an illusion, but fact. Facing this commemorative sword engagement, Li Guanqi actually did not want to use the plundering technique to gain the opponent's combat experience. But the problem is that this ability to absorb combat experience at high speed and read the opponent's attack habits is a passive effect of the plundering technique and cannot be actively controlled by him at all. He doesn't want to use it. However, as the battle continued, Li Guanqi had completely seen through Takeda Ryoko's sword skills. No matter how he fights next, he can foresee it. As soon as the arms and footsteps of the female warrior opposite him move, he can know which moves the opponent will use to connect next. The outcome has been decided. Boom! Suddenly, Li Guanqi stepped out hard and stepped on Takeda Ryoko's right foot in advance, crushing the opponent's foot bones. All the strength in Takeda Ryoko's body had just been gathered together, and he only needed to coordinate his footsteps to deliver a powerful and heavy sword. However, he was interrupted by Li Guanqi's kick, not to mention the sword. His figure lost his balance. Chang! Li Guanqi struck out with his sword, and Takeda Ryoko hurriedly raised his sword to block. The purple-blue Qinxian sword collided with the black katana, creating a string of sparks. When Takeda Ryoko lost his body balance, he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Unsurprisingly, he was shaken by Li Guanqi's terrifying force, and the sword was thrown away. His whole body was also knocked hundreds of meters away by the aftermath, and fell towards the foot of the mountain. Forest. Rumble. In midair, Takeda Ryoko, who had lost his sword, looked at the dark red sky, his pupils shrinking suddenly. Next to the bloody setting sun, the dark red sky seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud in an instant. The wind was howling, and the thunder was howling. Next moment, the wind and thunder condensed, turning into a purple-green sword light and a long rainbow, and slammed into her with the power to destroy the world. Takeda Ryoko closed her eyes subconsciously, but the severe pain he imagined did not actually hit him. Call. After the strong wind blew against her face, she felt two strong arms hugging her body and bringing her to the ground smoothly. When Takeda Ryoko subconsciously adjusted her body posture and kept her feet on the ground, her hands also let go. Forehead. Takeda Ryoko slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a tall and strong figure in black. In the dark red dusk sky, his white hair spread out and fluttered in the wind. Takeda Ryoko remembered that this man's white hair was fixed into a ponytail with a hair tie. Well, it still destroyed a mountain. Li Guanqi put the Qinxian sword in his right hand back into the scabbard on his back, turned around and glanced at Takeda Ryoko behind him with a smile. I heard on the road that some places in the shogunate cannot be destroyed casually. If some mountains are destroyed, yes, the shogunate will send Lyoha-level rangers to investigate. Is it true? Real. Takeda Ryoko blinked and nodded slightly. It's just that those mountains don't need to be held accountable at all. They are cave heavens and blessed places. They have been guarded by strong people for a long time. Those who can destroy the mountains under the noses of those strong people will be chased by Lyoha-level rangers. It's useless. Moreover, the 3,000 miles around here are my father's private property, so you don't have to worry about being held accountable. With that said, the female warrior in white clothes stained with blood was silent for a moment, then walked up to Li Guanqi and looked at him seriously. I lost. In this sword fight. Folei you lost. You lose? Li Guanqi smiled and shook his head. That's not right. Just because Takeda Ryoko lost today, it doesn't mean that Takeda Ryoko will lose in the future. And it's not that Folei Jini won. But Li Guanqi won today. Eh? Takeda Ryoko was stunned. Neither the Wind and Thunder Sword intent nor the Wind and Thunder Sword intent belong to us. Li Guanqi turned around and looked at the blurry outline of Shaoshan Mountain in the distance in the dark red dusk. He chuckled and said, that is their original power. If we really want to distinguish the superiority from the inferiority, we still have to let them do it themselves. Our master is so good at chasing women. He must be able to catch up with Takeda Kosei Senpai on the road to H.L. Li Guanqi looked at Takeda Ryoko with a smile. What do you think? Takeda Ryoko was stunned. After a long while. She smiled and nodded heavily. Definitely. It seems your knife is buried inside. Li Guanqi suddenly thought of this and pointed to the collapsed mountain peak filled with smoke and dust. Do you need help looking for it? Probably not. You should be able to sense it? Some. Takeda Ryoko nodded. Folei and I have completed the process of identifying the master with blood. And we have a feeling. That's good. Li Guanqi smiled softly. So? The sword agreement between the two of us, the second generation of heirs, is over. Have you thought about the name of the sword again? John Bai. Takeda Ryoko looked at him seriously and said loudly. Li Guanqi's smile suddenly froze on his face. Then he looked at the few strands of white hair floating in front of his eyes and fell into deep thought. John Bai? His white hair? This name doesn't have anything to do with me. Does it? Li Guanqi hesitated slightly. Certainly. Takeda Ryoko looked solemn. You are right. Just because Takeda Ryoko lost today, it does not mean that Takeda Ryoko will lose in the future. I have followed Master's teachings, from childhood to adulthood, and since my cultivation, I have never used external force to break through. I will definitely have the opportunity to realize my own potential. When I understand my own power in the future, I will challenge you to fight again, and use this, Janbai, to defeat you. A white-haired guy. Forehead. Ha 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 ha. Li Guanqi was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Then, he happily looked at the female warrior in white in front of him with a bright smile. Okay. My name is Li Guanqi. In the future, this name will definitely spread to all countries in the world. It's easy to find. I'm waiting for the day when you come to challenge me. I am looking forward. Well, nice to meet you today, Miss Takeda. Having said this, Li Guanqi turned around with a smile, waved his hand with his back to the female warrior, and her back gradually faded away, gradually disappearing into the dark red dusk. See you soon! Chapter 404 Ancient Civilization. Artifact Fusion. Ding! You have fulfilled all the requirements of the mission, Sword Pact. The mission is completed. 1. Take away Wang Xiu's sword, Wind Thunder. Square root. 2. Within a month, go to the top of Shaoshan Mountain. Use the Wind and Thunder Sword intent to compete with Takeda Kosei's apprentice, and complete the battle between the Wind and Thunder Sword intent and the Wind and Thunder Sword intent. Square root. Mission success reward. Directly activate the power of the water kidney, and step into the late stage of the 5 elements of martial arts. Boom! Not long after leaving Shaoshan, Li Guanqi heard this cold mechanical female voice in his mind. And then he felt changes begin to come from his body, and his aura began to become uncontrollably violent. Soon, gold and green light began to emerge from his body. The power of the lungs of gold and the liver of wood exploded rapidly, covering his whole body and activating his kidneys as a human of different blood. Buzz. Gradually, blue light began to shine on Li Guanqi's body, and the light came out from between the gaps in the black cloth, carrying a strong vapor. The law of water. The kidney of water. Breakthrough in martial arts. Late stage of 5 elements. Boom! The pressure all over Li Guanqi's body spread again, like a wave of sea water exploding, shattering the ground with a radius of 100 meters. Physical body, LV53 LV.54. 54.5. Later stage of 5 elements level. Water kidney. Humans of different blood rely on the organs of the 5 elements to passively connect to the laws of the 5 elements. The power of the laws they can obtain is really insignificant. The moon is as bright as frost. Li Guanqi stood in the crumbling forest on the ground, with his white hair flying. The moonlight shone on his body, and it was vaguely visible that gold, green, and blue lights were faintly flowing on his body. The lungs of metal, the liver of wood, and the kidneys of water. The power of the law of gold includes, but is not limited to defense, control of metal, sharp killing aura, and so on. For spellcasters in the 5 elements golden realm, these powers can be used in conjunction with spells. But for humans of different blood, the most they can do is borrow the golden lungs to gain some defensive bonuses. In the same way as the liver of wood, humans with different blood can only gain some vitality, which is the improvement of self-healing ability. And the water kidney. Li Guanqi lowered his head, gently clenched his fists, and felt it. After turning on the water kidney, the characteristic bonus he received was related to his self-healing ability, which once again improved his self-healing ability. This is normal. It is written like this in the books. And it is like this for all humans of different blood. Lung of gold increases defense. The liver of wood increases vitality. Water kidney increases vitality. Heart of fire increases attack power. The last spleen of earth circles around again, echoing the original lung of gold, and also increases defense. It seems sparse and ordinary, but for human beings of different blood who rely on their bodies to defeat the sky and the earth, this is the most suitable for them. Therefore, for humans of different blood, the bonuses of the law characteristics of these 5 elements organs are actually just small heads. The biggest significance of them opening the 5 elements organs is to break through the limits of the physical body and continue to improve the physical strength. This is the big deal. The lungs of gold, the liver of wood, the kidneys of water. I have broken through the limits of the 3-layer physical body at the 5 elements level. Li Guanqi thought carefully. But now, he has not yet fully reached the maximum limit of his physical strength. The LV54 physical body is certainly not the physical limit of a late-stage 5 elements level alien blood warrior. What's more, he has 8 divine veins. Logically speaking, the physical limit should be higher than the ordinary late 5 elements level. After all, when he was at the 4 elephants level, he relied on the 8 divine veins to obtain a physical strength of LV50. The heart of fire cannot be opened. There is no heart. We have to stop practicing martial arts. We have to wait until the cultivation of spells reaches the 5 elements of fire realm before we can talk about it. But it shouldn't be too slow. When I understand the law of darkness and reach the perfection of the 4 elephant level of the spell, I should be able to directly rely on the lungs of gold, the liver of wood, and the kidneys of water to continuously comprehend the 3 laws of gold, wood, and water. Jump 3 levels and become a 5-element water realm magician. So, change the next itinerary. First go and find out where there are large demon mountains. Find some high-level demon seeds to replenish your nutrition and increase your physical strength to the maximum limit in the late 5 elements level. Then go to Miyamoto's auction house and spend the money to buy all the resources for the 6th level soul that has broken through the realm. Finally, let's hunt down the conjurers on the bounty list and try to understand the law of darkness. Well, that's the arrangement. When Li Guanqi thought of this, he couldn't help but nodded slightly and determined these 3 goals and plans. Certainly, before that, he had to do one more thing. Artifact fusion. Base. Li Guanqi slowly pulled out the 7th order Qingxian sword on his back, and then took out a red dough from the space ring, the embryonic artifact taken from the Burning Mountain Temple. Li Guanqi took these 2 things, walked to a nearby boulder, and put the Qingxian sword and the artifact embryo together. Ding! You have fulfilled all the requirements of the mission, Resurrection Artifact. The mission is completed. 1. Within 1 year, find an offensive non-artifact of at least level 7 or above. Square root. 2. Place the artifact embryo next to this non-artifact. Square root. Mission success reward. 1. Directly complete the fusion of artifacts, the artifact embryo, as well as the spirit contained in the embryo. will be integrated into your Qingxian sword. While completing the resurrection of the artifact, Qingxian sword will also gain the ability to devour. It can continue to grow by continuously devouring sword weapons until it becomes an artifact, or even a divine weapon. Buzz! The artifact embryo began to glow red, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a liquid like magma, integrating into the Qingxian sword bit by bit. This? Holy shit! At the same time, Shishua's shocked voice and Demon Sword's foul language appeared in the depths of Li Guanqi's mind. Boy! What the H.L. did you do? You are F** King merging artifacts? How did you do it? The shock level of Demon Sword could be heard in his voice. Please! You're not blind. Li Guanqi spread his hands. I haven't done anything well. Okay. But you... Demon Knife didn't know what to say for a moment. Because it's not blind. Li Guanqi didn't do anything. He just put the artifact embryo and Qingxian sword together, and then the two began to fuse. Don't be too shocked. Li Guanqi looked at the Qingxian sword and the artifact embryo that were gradually merging on the boulder, and couldn't help but chuckle. Just wait for half a year. There are still nearly 7 months. By then, you will be even more shocked. At that time, it was the day when he returned to reality. It was also the first time he returned to reality with this artifact after obtaining the Numu. I know. The 21st century. Right. However, Lu Imo replied in a deep voice. This time you come to this new era. You can only stay for 1 year, and you will go home in more than half a year. Oh. Li Guanqi was not surprised and said with a smile. So, although Xiaoxue couldn't speak before, she was still aware of the outside world. I brought Xiaoxue back to reality. Was she the one who told you these things? Uh-huh. Shishua's soft and waxy voice sounded. That was the era before the era of gods. Shishua's memory showed that the first-generation master seemed to be very interested in ancient times. There were many secrets hidden in that era, but Xiaoxue couldn't remember it. So he wanted to ask. I asked Brother Lumo. But Brother Lumo couldn't remember it either. The secret of my time? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Of course, there were secrets before the 21st century. The artifact components of simulators have been around since modern times. Therefore, the simulator was definitely manufactured in the prehistoric era before the 21st century. There are definitely many more intelligent civilizations on the Earth. And there will only be more secrets. What he wants to pursue is not only the future, but also the past. I'll help you unblock more memories. How many more can you remember? Li Guanqi asked in his mind. Certainly. Demon Sword laughed loudly. Boy, you are more mysterious than I thought. You actually come from ancient times. Hey, can you tell me how you did it? Forget it. Li Guanqi shook his head and said helplessly. Actually, we were all selected by a certain existence before we could travel to this era. But I don't know much about these things now. It's still a mystery. Anyway, you two follow me. Sooner or later, one day, can know the truth like me. Well, the magic knife's voice was deep. You still have 100 million similar people who can travel through time. Xiaoxue told me these things, as well as the fusion of that world. To be honest, these things are beyond my understanding. But don't be surprised, because even the gods cannot know all the truth of the world. Of course Xiaoxue knows this. After all, the snow gun has been accompanying Li Guanqi since very early on. The last time he traveled to a strange world, he did not complete the journey directly. Instead, he first appeared in a mysterious space and watched the black boxes of new rules and information after the worlds merged. Although the snow gun had not yet been unlocked at that time, Xiaoxue could not speak. But she is aware of the outside world, so she has naturally seen these things. And of course she will mention them when she and the Demon Sword have private chats. Boy, you are the right person. The magic knife suddenly said, following you. Maybe I can see more exciting things. Even more exciting than those in the Age of Gods. Huh? Yeah. Li Guanqi did not reply in his mind, but raised his head, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and chuckled. Wonderful. I like a wonderful life. This is the only way to live a meaningful life. Boom. At this time, the artifact embryo has also been completely fused and integrated with the Qingxian sword. On this purple-green long sword, a trace of fiery red mysterious lines are left, running through the tip and the end of the blade. Like a beautiful line. Gorgeous sword embellishment. Is this the end? Li Guanqi picked up the Qingxian sword with some curiosity. Now, Is it a sword with the potential to be a God King weapon? Tongue. The flames burn on the blade of the Qingxian sword. In addition to the lightning and airflow attached, there is now an additional layer of red flames. Can it swallow other swords? Li Guanqi looked at the Qingxian sword in his right hand, thought for a while, and pulled out dozens of swords from the space necklace, ranging from 2nd level to 5th level swords. Among them is the broken Suigetsu sword, but most of the others are the legacy of Kento Takagi. After all, this guy is a weapon refiner, and he is not an academic who only refines sacrificial weapons. There are not only sacrificial weapons in the space storage, and magic weapons. Tongue. As Li Guanqi brought the Qingxian sword closer to these swords, the Qingxian sword also spurted out a burst of red flames, and began to slowly burn and devour these magical swords and sacrificial swords. It seems like my plunder technique is an ability that can only be used after the battle. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the speed at which the Qingxian sword was devouring. This speed obviously cannot swallow the enemy's sword during the battle. After all, it is too slow. By the time the Qingxian sword is swallowed up bit by bit, the battle will be over early. Not to mention the high-speed mutual attack battle. It will not be given time. Devour slowly. What about sword spirit? Li Guanqi looked at the Qingxian sword that was devouring the long sword, and was a little curious. Isn't the spirit of the artifact also fused? Too young. The voice of the magic knife slowly sounded. It has spirit, but not to the extent that it can't have intelligent performance like Xiaoxue and I. It turns out that he is just an unborn artifact embryo. After fusion, he barely survives. Down? But it is equivalent to a premature baby. Isn't it nonsense that you expect a premature baby to chat with you? If you want him to speak, you must at least help him become a real artifact. Now, he has the foundation of the divine weapon, but he is not up to standard in all aspects. If he tries his best, it is only equivalent to unblocking the 7th level divine weapon. Isn't that better than you and Xiaoxue? Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh. Is it our fault? Demon Sword's voice was filled with carelessness. You are the master anyway. You can't help us unblock it. It's you who will suffer the loss. It doesn't matter to us. At worst, if I can't keep up with your cultivation in the future, I will retire and stop playing. Chant. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. This broken knife really has a way of playing tricks. Hey, it's not that I don't want to help unblock it. Okay? It's mainly because you two failed to live up to expectations, and didn't sense the specific location of the unblocked object for me. Li Guanqi was also quite helpless. As for the mermaid's unsealed black gemstone a while ago, we were just lucky enough to come across it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to talk right now. Then it's still your fault? Demon Sword said in a muffled voice. The world is so big, but you wander around this 3/3 of an acre all day long. And it takes you years and months to find all the unsealed items? Alright. At this time, Shishua's soft voice slowly sounded. Master. Don't argue with Brother Lumo. Take your time. Travel around the world while looking for unsealed items. It's good to take your time. Look. Shishua still talks nicely. Snort. One person and one knife. And they stopped complaining to each other. The Qingxian sword gradually devoured dozens of 2nd to 5th level swords. Of course, there is not much improvement. After all, Qingxian sword is now at the 7th level. What is the use of devouring this pile of garbage that is lower than it? The situation of King Zhuangjian is very similar to that of Li Guanqi. Just two situations. Either devour the high-level ones, win with quality, and one can stand up to the others. Either devour the low-level ones, win by quantity, and devour them in large quantities. But just a few dozen swords are obviously not enough. Okay, I now have 3 artifacts. One sword, and one spear. Li Guanqi mentioned Qingxian sword, shook his head and chuckled. It's just that the situation is a bit strange. The other 2 have to find the unsealed items. This sword is just like me, and they have to find things to eat everywhere. With that said, he was about to put the Qingxian sword back on his back. Hey, let him in. However, at this moment, Demon Sword stopped him. It's an artifact after all. You have to live with our 2 artifacts. I can't just eat and sleep outside with you. Yes. Xiaoxiu also echoed. Qingxian is still a little baby. He lives in the divine weapon box, and can warm and nourish the spirit of the divine weapon. It's good that the divine martial box still has this function. Li Guanqi took off the sword bag on his body, took out the scabbard, and threw the sword bag on the ground. No need for it. Buzz. Li Guanqi lightly touched the Qingxian sword to his left hand, and the divine weapon box hidden in his left arm sucked it into it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared and went inside the divine weapon box. You kid. Get 3 more offensive artifacts, and it will be complete. At this time, Mo Dao suddenly smiled and said, After all, you have 6 hands. 1 in each hand is just right. That's not okay. Li Guanqi shook his head. The 4th offensive artifact is the limit. I still have 2 hands left to seal and cast spells. 2. Demon Sword said no more. Of course, artifacts like artifacts do not have to be held in the hand to be used. The problem is that without holding it with the hands, Li Guanqi's powerful physical strength as a different blood human is wasted. But if all 6 hands are used to hold artifacts, what can he use to cast spells? To cast spells at the same level, or even to cast spells at a higher level, you must use hand seals to assist. Otherwise it will be difficult to release. Gone! Li Guanqi grinned, his whole body covered with strong wind. He rose up from the ground, rushed into the night sky, facing the bright moon and the stars in the sky, and flew into the distance. Next goal. Find a large demon mountain. Hunt down the 5 elements level demon species, and increase the physical strength to the maximum limit in the late 5 elements level. The next day. Early morning. Sunny. Boom! A storm fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the official road outside the forest. The caravan behind the official road was so startled that it quickly retreated to comfort its mounts. Friend! I don't mean any harm. I'm just asking for directions. In the storm, a tall man wearing a black robe with black hair and black eyes slowly walked out. It was Li Guanqi. It's just that now, he has completely restrained his alien blood power, used the sealing technique with all his strength, and decided to show himself as a conjurer. After all, the spirit shielding pendant that conceals the cultivation level of a conjurer can only conceal a 7-star conjurer and a 7th level spiritual instrument at best. But the orifice sealing technique that conceals martial arts cultivation is different. This thing can be hidden from the Jyogon level, so it is naturally safer. Now Li Guanqi no longer needs to seek breakthroughs from samurai swordsmen, and naturally there is no need to show off his martial arts skills. Is this a land mountain dragon? Li Guanqi looked at the Chamber of Commerce team in front of him, which included hundreds of people, and was quite surprised, because these hundreds of people were divided into 3 parts, riding 3 huge khaki lizards. This khaki lizard is more than 20 meters long and 4 meters high at the shoulder. It is extremely large. It not only carries everyone in the Chamber of Commerce, but also carries a large amount of cargo. It is a type of demon species called Land Mountain Dragon, a subspecies of the giant dragon clan. When it reaches adulthood, it reaches the Liangye level. It is often tamed by humans and used to escort large cargoes. After all, for people in the middle and lower classes, hiring a caravan to escort goods is far cheaper than using a teleportation array, because the price and size of the teleportation array are linked. The larger the teleportation item, the larger the teleportation array required, and the more expensive it is. Lord Conjurer! At this time, an old man in rich clothes ran out and bowed respectfully to Li Guanqi. My name is Kikuchi Hayato. I am a son of the head of the Kikuchi family, and the head of the branch of the Kikuchi Chamber of Commerce in Wingshan Mountain. I wonder what you call me. Why did you come here? 3 talented level different blood warrior. First, he introduced himself to his family, presumably to scare Li Guanqi. Although Li Guanqi has never heard of these names. But he's not here to rob. Just call me Takeshi Kaneshiro. Before Li Guanqi finished speaking, laughter could be heard among the people carried on the back of one of the land mountain dragons. Li Guanqi frowned. Takeshi Kaneshiro. Who would want to laugh when they hear him calling himself this name? Could it be a transcendent person from reality? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Yes, if the weird world merges into 1,000, there will inevitably be 100,000 extraordinary beings in his world. So now he's finally going to meet one? Chapter 405. The plan can't keep up with the changes. Miyamoto auction. Yes. I'm sorry. Master Conjurer. I don't mean any harm. Seeing Li Guanqi's gaze, a gray-robed man on the back of Lush Long quickly waved his hand. I just thought of other happy things. I'm not laughing at you. Sir, huh? As he said this, the man's eyes suddenly widened. Li Guanqi? Forehead. Li Guanqi looked at him, a little confused. Murakami? The man sitting on the back of the big lizard was wearing a gray robe and was tall. He was only 2 centimeters shorter than Li Guanqi. He was also 1.96 m tall. But he looked much stronger than him. Aliasic level different blood warrior. Li Guanqi knew him. Not really a friend. But I have a deep impression on him. When he was 16 years old, Li Guanqi's youth training team had a basketball exchange match with a youth training team in Japan. The main player on the opposite side was Murakami, who played as a small forward. Murakami Fujino. In addition to his basketball prowess, the most impressive thing about this Japanese player is his foul mouth. This guy is of mixed Chinese and Japanese descent, so he can speak Chinese. Throughout the game, as the top attacker, this guy not only scored a high score of 43 points, but also spoke hundreds of fluent and standard Chinese trash words, leaving Li Guanqi and all his teammates speechless at the time. Hey Murakami. Long time no see. Li Guanqi walked forward with a smile. Murakami Fujino also stood up, with a somewhat unbelievable smile on his face, and hugged him gently. Guanqi. It turns out you. Murakami Fujino looked Li Guanqi up and down, with a bit of smile in his eyes, but also a bit of fear, envy and other complex emotions. For extraordinary people, the system has cultivation prompts. 5 elements level alien blood warrior. It turns out that he is the extraordinary king. Murakami Fujino looked shocked. He now knows how many strange worlds he has visited. Number 1 in 100 worlds. World number 1 of the extraordinary king, Li Guanqi, on the other hand, is calm and calm. Identity exposed? Never mind. Just like the mermaid Lily I met earlier, I will give these people an amnesia spell later to forget this memory. However, this incident also reminded him that he still had to change his appearance. Otherwise things would be a little bad if he was recognized by the extraordinary person in reality. If he was betrayed to someone in the weird world, it would be over. What a coincidence. Li Guanqi looked at Murakami Fujino and smiled. We are still in the same world. Ha ha. Murakami Fujino smiled, but it was a little dry, and Li Guanqi didn't know what to say for a while. He was not familiar with Murakami Fujino. They only played a basketball exchange game when they were 16 years old. It's just that this guy was foul-mouthed on the court. But after the game, he was very polite. He came over to shake hands and nodded constantly. And his conversation was very gentle. Bad-mouthed trash talk when playing on the court is part of the court culture and is normal. The gentleness and elegance off the court also formed a contrast, which caused Li Guanqi to be deeply impressed by this Japanese player whom he only met once. But that's all. The two sides were not familiar with each other at all. Not to mention Li Guanqi, the extraordinary king, which also put Murakami Fujino under great pressure. How did you get to the shogunate? In the end, it was Li Guanqi who broke the embarrassment. Caravan. Murakami Fujino smiled and looked around at the people around him. When I was in Daluo, I met a cherry blossom caravan. At that time, I got a task, basically doing business with them. And then I sat down again a few days ago. The teleportation array has returned to the shogunate, and I will accompany the caravan on a mission today. Oh. Li Guanqi nodded, then smiled and said, Okay. I wish you good luck. Yes. Thank you for your blessing. Murakami Fujino also bowed his head respectfully. Li Guanqi didn't pay attention to his low posture, turned around and walked towards the leader of the caravan in front. The strong are respected. For extraordinary people who have traveled across 2 realms, the stronger the concept of superiority and inferiority, the easier it is to get along in this world. This is a good thing. And it shows that Murakami Fujino has thoroughly learned the rules of the game in this world. Your name is Kikuchi Ayato? Li Guanqi looked at the old man in rich clothes in front of him and said, I want to ask you something. If you ask me whatever you want, I will tell you everything I know. Kikuchi Hayato smiled and nodded. Even though it was obvious that Li Guanqi and Murakami Fujino knew each other, he still didn't say a word. Perhaps for people like this who are involved in caravans, curbing their curiosity is already an instinct. Is there any place nearby where there are a large number of 5 elements level monsters? Li Guanqi got straight to the point and asked directly. No. Kikuchi Hayato shook his head. Our world is very peaceful, and such a dangerous gathering place for monsters. Even the closest one has to go out of Monong Mountain. Li Guanqi looked confused as he listened. So where is Monong Mountain? It seems very far away from this. Etc. Li Guanqi originally wanted to ask in detail, but suddenly remembered another thing. Today is the 6th month since he came to this strange world. But at the same time, it is now August of the year 4871. He had previously heard that Miyamoto Auction House would hold an auction in August every year. He only needed to enter any branch to enter the virtual auction hall. Where's the Miyamoto auction? Li Guanqi looked at Kikuchi Hayato. Has the Miyamoto auction been held? Soon. Kikuchi Hayato thought for a while and said, I remember that there are still 3 days left, which is the August auction day of Miyamoto Auction House. Oh, sir, do you want to go to the auction? The old man in rich clothes turned around and pointed to the south. Sir, have you seen the mountain full of maple trees in the south? Just keep flying there. After flying over the top of the mountain, you can see Weirdness City. There is a branch of Miyamoto Auction House there. Okay, thank you. Li Guanqi nodded. Plans cannot keep up with changes. You can hunt monsters and increase your physical strength anytime. If you miss the August auction, you will have to wait for a long time. Go to an auction first and see what's worth buying. Kikuchi, I'm offended. Buzz? Li Guanqi looked at Kikuchi Hayato, raised his right hand, made a seal with one hand, and released a burst of green light mist. In the blink of an eye, green light mist enveloped 100 meters in radius, encompassing all caravan members, including Kikuchi Hayato and the extraordinary Murakami Fujino. Kikuchi Hayato, Murakami Fujino and others suddenly looked confused. For elephant level forgetting spell, it's like a lifetime ago. In fact, the only difference in effect among these functional spells is their level. The names of these spells were actually chosen by the creators themselves. No matter how nice the names were, they were essentially just amnesia spells. This 4-image level, like a world away, technique can completely erase the subject's memory within 20 minutes, leaving not even the slightest trace. Forehead. When the green mist gradually dissipated, Murakami Fujino also recovered from his daze. Then he became confused. Of course he wasn't the only one confused. On the back of Lu Shanlong, a big man looked at the leftovers on the table in front of him and said in shock, Grandma, I just made the rice. Who finished it for me? No, the location is wrong. But there are also some people with good brains, such as the caravan leader Kikuchi Hayabusa. The old man looked around. His expression slightly changed. How is that possible? Why have we moved so far apart? We were still parked behind the hollow tree just now. And Li Guanqi has long disappeared. 3 poles in the sun. Wang Yicheng. This city is somewhat special. 200 years ago, the city lord of Weirdness City, a 5-element level conjurer, used magic to transform the environment in the city, and actually planted coconut trees all over the city. No wonder it's called Weirdness City. A man wearing a black robe and more than 1.7 meters tall was walking in the busy market, looking at the coconut trees around him, and couldn't help but smile. It was Li Guanqi who used the transformation technique to change his appearance. He passed by the pedestrians around him, and kept walking towards the inner city of Weirdness City. The outer city is a city for ordinary people. The inner city is the city of the extraordinary class. Although Weirdness City is not big, there is also a branch of Miyamoto Auction House opened here. And Li Guanqi's goal is here. Hello! Welcome to Miyamoto Auction House. Li Guanqi had just stepped into Miyamoto's auction house, and stepped on the red carpet with his right foot. A pleasant female voice sounded in his ears. He looked slightly sideways. I saw this woman wearing a pink ceremonial skirt, with a pure and cute appearance, a pair of green vertical pupils, fresh white short hair, and cat ears on the top of her head. It's an orc, a female of the cat tribe. This catwoman is almost the same as a human, except for the pair of pink cat ears on the top of her head, and the pink cat tail that is still swaying slightly behind her buttocks. Is using orcs as receptionists a new strategy for Miyamoto Auction House? Li Guanqi looked at her and said in surprise, I have only been to your auction house twice, and I saw you orcs both times. Indeed. Indeed. Catwoman nodded timidly. Since last year, Miyamoto Auction House seems to have had this unwritten rule. Although it's not explicit, I heard from many sisters that many orcs who can't find jobs are here. Miyamoto Auction House has been given an opportunity. I am very grateful. I don't think the orcs who are not good looking will get this opportunity. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Catwoman did not continue the sentence, but had a slightly green and unfamiliar smile on her face. Li Guanqi looked at her, his eyes dazed for a moment. I still remember that the last time I came to Miyamoto Auction House was in Koga. I met a fox girl that time, and the senior sister even had a conflict with the fox girl. Senior sister. Last time, I was accompanied by a senior sister. This time, he was alone. I need to conduct a property appraisal to qualify for the August auction. Lead the way. Li Guanqi shook his head to disperse these messy thoughts and looked at the white-haired cabwoman in front of him. Okay. Sir, please come this way. Cabwoman quickly turned around and led him towards a U staircase not far away. Are you new here? As they walked, Li Guanqi asked casually. You seem a little nervous. Cabwoman lowered her head and said timidly. Today is my first official appointment. Sir, you are also the first guest I have received alone. Take it easy. Li Guanqi smiled calmly. What's there to be afraid of? I can't eat people, and Miyamoto Auction House won't allow others to eat their employees. Ha ha. Cabwoman saw him joking and smiled politely back. But she was still obviously nervous and awkward. It looks very much like some female college students who have never been involved in the world since childhood, but who have just graduated and have to receive customers. When Li Guanqi saw this, he didn't say anything. He just looked at the pink cat ears of this cabwoman with some curiosity. Is she a cat person or a tiger person? Cats and tigers are all felines. But there are still differences. The same goes for the orcs. Many orcs can transform into beasts to obtain enhancements in certain aspects. Li Guanqi has seen this scene before, in the former southern Xinjiang headquarters of the Magic Academy. At that time, he faced Zhuang Yuan's cat maid Moo Moo. After that woman transformed into a beast, she completely turned into a half-human, half-tiger monster. It was at that time that Li Guanqi learned that Moo Moo should be a serious tiger tribe. The distinction between cat people and tiger people depends on the changes after animal transformation. When the Khajiit transform into beasts, their bodies will become very strong and full of muscles, with the most obvious increase in strength. When the cat people transform into beasts, their body shape will become more slender. Generally speaking, the increase in strength is not too great, but the leg structure and muscles will undergo huge changes, resulting in a significant increase in agility. Hey, are you a cat or a tiger? After reaching the third floor of the auction house, Li Guanqi looked at the white-haired cabwoman leading the way and asked with a smile. Cabwoman's visibly delicate body trembled, and she seemed to be getting more nervous. Okay, I get it now. Li Guanqi smiled softly. You are from the tiger tribe, but maybe your manager or some other superior has warned you that if a guest asks, just say you are from the cat tribe. Right. Although cabwoman didn't stop. She looked at him in shock. As sir, how did you know? I read more books. Li Guanqi shrugged. Not all countries discriminate against orcs. For example, the Sakura shogunate has no ill feelings towards orcs. But broken down, there are still differences. For example, orc women such as cat women, fox women, and centaur women sound reassuring. And to some people, they may even be a little exciting. But orc women such as tiger women, leopard women, lion-headed women, and bull-headed women sound scary to people. This is actually a stereotype, due to the natural physical advantages after transforming into beasts. The tiger tribe in Beimang grassland is a relatively powerful tribe. Because of this, they have a lot of notoriety and are extremely cruel to the outside world. In comparison, the cat people are not famous. In the eyes of ordinary humans, cat people are relatively docile and cute. But in fact this is completely a misunderstanding. Li Guanqi originally obtained a book from the 800-year-old collection of books in Moxie-gu village. Cats and Tigers. The author of this book is a Lilha-level goat-headed spellcaster named Delichao Regillo. Reggie Laurie has a very deep understanding of the orcs, and has written many widely circulated books on the habits and physiological structure of the orcs. Although his cultivation is not the best in the world, his academic knowledge in this aspect of the orcs' habits is enough to be called got to say something authoritative. In Cats and Khajiits, Reggie Laurie highlights the misconceptions outsiders have about cats and tigers. Tiger people are cruel, but this is actually just because they are too powerful. Because after turning into a beast, no orc can perfectly control his own power. And the same is true for tiger men, because they could not hold back their strength. The battlefields of the Khajiit were all littered with corpses and limbs, giving the outside world the illusion that the Khajiit were brutal. Cat people are docile and cute? The biggest misunderstanding. Tiger people are not actually bloodthirsty. They must kill for some survival purpose, such as robbing resources, territory, etc. But cat people are different. They like to kill. Many times, even if there is no need. Cat people will be extremely cruel to torture and kill their prey. This is the nature of cat people. According to my research, only 0.34% of tiger people still like to hunt after eating and drinking. However, the proportion of cat people who still like to hunt and enjoy killing prey after eating and drinking is as high as 78.2%. I once thought this data was not accurate enough. However, 2 consecutive data surveys later showed 82.3% and 82.7% respectively. So this book will use the data from the first survey. This is the original text in the book. Cats and tigers. Which once shocked Li Guanqi so much that he could not look directly at the cute cat people. But he soon figured it out. Are all cat women really cute and beautiful? Of course not. Not even all cat women have faces that are the same as those of human women. Some Catman clans have real cat heads. Catwoman is cute. Is a wrong impression. Li Guanqi was not in Beimang grassland, and had never seen a real cat people tribe. The first time he saw cat people in person was in Zhuang Yuan's villa. And how could the catwoman Zhuang Yuan spend money to buy be ugly? Who the H.L. would spend money on an ugly girl? Consumers understand this, and so do businesses. Therefore, the cat slaves sold from the grasslands to various countries around the world are naturally of the highest quality with excellent appearance. Not only do they look like humans, but they are also human beauties. As for cat people being docile, which slave dares to lose his temper with his master? Therefore, over time, the outside world has misunderstood the cat people. Sir, the identification room has arrived. At this time, Catwoman, who had led Li Guanqi all the way to the 7th floor of the auction house, slowly stopped, turned to look at Li Guanqi, and said with a smile, "Your appraiser is in the room." "Thanks." Li Guanqi nodded, passed her by, and opened the door to the appraisal room. What came into view was a very shogunate-style interior decoration, as well as a coffee table with a set of exquisite purple clay teapots. "Hello, my name is Matsushima, a 7th-level appraiser hired by Miyamoto Auction House." A young man in a black robe was sitting behind the table, and was installing several shiny gems on his mechanical right hand. When he saw Li Guanqi arriving, he quickly put down what he was doing and stood up to say H.L. for elephant-level conjurer. 7th-level appraiser? Li Guanqi looked at him with some surprise. In other words, with your ability, you can accurately identify the 7th-level magic weapon and sacrificial weapon and conduct a value evaluation? Yes. Matsushima smiled and nodded. Well? Li Guanqi nodded, rubbed the space necklace around his neck, and took out the items one by one. I want you to help me evaluate my current property. If he does not include the luxury item of the Eye of Light, the total number of gold coins and money tickets today is about 8 million. The problem is just gold coins and money tickets. Back in Moxigu village, the pile of materials used by High Priest Moi for cultivating cursed beasts included many high-end goods. There are also a lot of sacrificial vessels, magic weapons, weapon refining materials, etc. belonging to Kendo Takagi, all of which are valuable. Li Guanqi didn't know how to handle these things, so he couldn't tell whether they were worth anything. Now I came to Miyamoto Auction House and met this 7th-level appraiser. Before attending the auction, it was time for him to conduct a complete evaluation of the current total property. Chapter 406 Stronger? No. Be the strongest. 115 million. A few hours later, sitting on the sofa in the appraisal room, Li Guanqi, who was a little drowsy, was finally cheered up by this voice. What? Li Guanqi stood up from the sofa in astonishment, looked at the 7th-level appraiser Matsushima and behind the desk, and said in shock, 115 million? Are you saying that the sum of all my miscellaneous things can be sold for 115 million gold coins? He knew that Takagi Kendo, the weapon refiner, must be rich, but he didn't expect to be so rich. Huh? Mr. Jincheng, these are not miscellaneous. Song Daoan pushed up the special sacrificial glasses on his face and chuckled. There are a lot of advanced materials for cultivating cursed beasts here. There are several types of them, such as Martha Hulu grass. Only one plant of this kind of grass can be used to cultivate monsters. Being able to unconditionally upgrade a 4th-level Southern Xinjiang Martha beast to 5th level. For example, forget it. That's not the end of the story. There are also refining materials. Your refining materials are the most expensive, with a total value of more than 80 million. Anyway, these materials of yours are valuable, including many materials for cultivating cursed beasts, as well as a large number of sacrificial vessels, magic weapons, weapon refining materials, etc. The total value is 115 million. But if you want to sell them, I'm afraid few merchants will buy them all at once. After all, these things are too complicated, and they are not the same type of materials. If you find channels to sell by yourself, I think it will be difficult for you to get the price you want. Let me put it this way. If you trust Miyamoto Auction House, let me give you one word. If you take these out and sell them yourself, you could only sell these resources worth 115 million for 90 million at most. Or even less. However, if you are willing to sell all of these to our Miyamoto Auction House, we are even willing to increase the price and give it to you. Having said this, Song Daoan looked at Li Guanqi and stretched out an index finger on his left hand and 2 fingers on his right hand. 120 million. Oh! Li Guanqi suddenly thought like lightning and thought of a lot. Miyamoto Auction House. When did it start doing large-scale recycling business? Is it war? His eyes narrowed. Is the Miyamoto Auction House purchasing supplies in preparation for war? Ha ha. Song Daoan smiled and said, Mr. Jincheng, I am just a working appraiser. Let's not talk about politics and war, but business. The rules set by the superiors. And I, who is working below, should follow them. Li Guanqi crossed his chest with his hands and frowned slightly. The current strange world has not completely broken out into a world war. But it is obvious that all countries in the world know that a storm is coming and have begun to prepare for war in advance. Mr. Jincheng, actually there is no need for you to decide whether to sell or not so quickly. Matsushima smiled again at this time. The August auction of our Miyamoto Auction House will be held in 3 days. You may wish to participate then. If the money is not enough, the recycling price I gave will still count. That is to say, you will be able to have a maximum bidding quota of 120 million in the auction. I still have gold coins. With that said, Li Guanqi showed his space necklace to the appraiser again. Oh, 82.76 million gold coins. Song Daoan nodded. Okay, then I will mention the bidding limit for you again. Mentioning 200 million. You can bid up to 200 million in the auction. This amount can only be decided in advance? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. In other words, if I spend all 200 million at the auction, I won't be able to temporarily provide you with a gold coin budget for other things. And I won't be able to continue bidding? Our Miyamoto Auction House adopts a virtual fair. Song Daoan smiled. So I'm sorry. As you said, it's like this. Before you participated in the auction, you provided us with proof of your gold coin budget. When the time comes, you can only shout the price you pay is also to avoid the behavior of some people who have no money and maliciously raise the price. I still have this. Li Guanqi took out a round gemstone that shone with holy white light from the space necklace. I have light? Song Daoan looked shocked, and quickly took the golden gem with both hands, carefully observed it, and occasionally turned the sacrificial glasses on his face. The real thing? This is top quality. Song Daoan put down the eye of light and marveled. I didn't expect that I could see a genuine eye of light these days. I thought all the eyes of light in the world had been taken back by the Tulip Palace at a high price, including it. How much can you give me for my bid? Li Guanqi said calmly. For 100 million. Song Daoan raised his left hand towards Li Guanqi and stretched out 4 fingers. A price of 200 million for an eye of light? Li Guanqi was slightly stunned. The eye of light is a luxury product that was speculated. But even so, the market value fluctuates between 100 million and 150 million. Song Daoan directly gave 50 million more. It's bound to go up. Matsushima grinned. Everything in the world may fall. But as long as the royal family of the Tulip Empire is still named Isabel, the Eye of Light will never fall. Fine. Li Guanqi stepped forward and put away all his things. Then 400 million. I will come to the auction then. Our auction house provides resting areas. Seeing that he was leaving, Matsushima quickly stood up and said, Mr. Jincheng, if you don't mind, you can have a good rest in our auction house during these 3 days. That's fine. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. Dusk. The dark red sunset hangs high in the sky, and the sun sets in the west. Behind the venue of Miyamoto Auction House, there is an extremely high-end small castle, full of Western style, and the entire building is made of white building materials, giving people a relaxed and happy look. The top floor of the castle. The sparkling waves reflect the afterglow of dusk by the swimming pool. Li Guanqi was lying on a bamboo and rattan rocking chair, with his upper body bare and wearing light blue shorts. drinking lemon juice prepared by the auction house, and watching the setting sun in the distance. He even put on a pair of sunglasses at the right time. This small castle is the high-end guest house of Miyamoto Auction House. Even though Wanya City is just a small city. Since Miyamoto Auction House has opened a branch here, the cards are naturally indispensable. And all the necessary configurations are available. It's just that Li Guanqi is the only one in this castle now. Come to think of it, Wanya City is not big after all. For this August auction, due to the quality of the auction items, the admission qualifications have been increased. And the minimum required bidding amount is 80 million. In other words, if you don't show a worth of 80 million to the appraiser, you won't be able to participate in the August auction. And you won't even be eligible to enter. And people with this worth would not come to a small town like Wangicheng. After all, some people attend auctions for social purposes in addition to buying things. Choose an auction house in a large city. Even if you are virtually anonymous when entering the auction. At least when you are in the guest house. You can chat with acquaintances and build relationships with strangers and dignitaries. And they can actually choose to cancel their anonymity. This is not required, but optional. After all, the social nature of auctions is very huge. So Miyamoto Auction House will naturally not choose one size fits all. The little guy was afraid of being robbed after buying something. So he chose to do the transaction anonymously. And then left via the teleportation array. But who is afraid of the big shot? When a member of the rich family of Sakura Kyubi buys something, who would be afraid of being robbed? Of course not. Jean! Lord Jincheng! Suddenly, a timid female voice interrupted Li Guanqi's thinking. But it's not actually an interruption. After all, from the moment the cabwoman stepped into the castle gate, Li Guanqi's extraordinary senses sensed her aura. Why are you here, Li Guanqi turned his head slightly, took off his sunglasses, and looked at the cabwoman who appeared in front of him. A little stunned. This cabwoman with short white hair and pink cat ears and tail was the cabwoman receptionist who had just welcomed him into Miyamoto's auction house. But at this time, the cabwoman is no longer wearing a pink ceremonial skirt. Instead, she was wearing a white three-point bikini that matched the height of the swimming pool next to her. Her pink and white skin, illuminated by the afterglow of dusk, made her look even more fragile. As sir, cabwoman seemed very shy, with her face flushed, her head lowered, and her left hand clutching her right arm tightly. Ah! Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. He didn't bother to think about whether this cabwoman was pretending to be green tea, or whether she was really shy. He didn't care. He wasn't interested in this woman anyway. Sit down. Li Guanqi put on his sunglasses again, and lay on the bamboo and rattan rocking chair to bask in the sun, while looking at the sunset in the sky. He pointed to another rocking chair a few meters away, and said calmly, Yes, sir. Seeing this, cabwoman seemed relieved and sat obediently a few meters away. Your boss asked you to come sleep with me? Li Guanqi's tone was calm, but his words were direct. When cabwoman heard this, her delicate body suddenly trembled. But she finally lowered her head and nodded slightly. But the shyness on her face gradually disappeared and was replaced by despair. Get used to it. Li Guanqi took a sip of lemon juice, then gently shook the glass, watching the ice cubes and orange lemon juice in the glass collide. I'm not interested in you, so you can treat it as a vacation here for the past 3 days. But this doesn't make sense, because as long as you work at Miyamoto Auction House, sooner or later you will encounter a customer who really needs you to sleep with him. So you have to adapt. Cabwoman lowered her head, squeezing her fair and plump thighs with both hands, and her eyes filled with tears. Li Guanqi said nothing more. This is the sorrow of the people at the bottom. Many times it's not about what you want to do, or what you don't want to do, but what you can only do. Li Guanqi looked at cabwoman a few meters away. There was no sense of superiority in his heart, only a desire for power. Faced with the demands of her boss, this cabwoman can only come to the castle to sleep with guests even if she is unwilling to do so. That day, facing the Wang family ancestor's verbal insult to his senior sister, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only kneel beside him, not daring to move. How similar is this? Exactly the same. Even if one is extremely weak, not even at the Yuan level, even if one is somewhat powerful and can kill Lyoha, there is no difference between them. In the face of stronger power, everyone can only choose to surrender. So, there is no point in becoming stronger. Because you are stronger, there will always be someone stronger than you. What Li Guanqi wants is to be the strongest. The strongest one who is invincible to all living beings. The only difference between Li Guanqi and Catwoman is that Catwoman may never have a chance to turn over in her life. But he does. And this opportunity is both visible and tangible. But maybe, he can also let others have it. Every orc is a creature of different blood. Right. Li Guanqi suddenly said this. Catwoman seemed a little confused. She didn't know why he suddenly mentioned this. But she still nodded lightly. Well, yes. Then you were born with the ability to swallow strange blood? Li Guanqi asked again. Certainly. Catwoman nodded slightly again. It's just that the efficiency is very low. Compared to humans. We usually need 2 to 3 times more alien blood to get the same improvement as humans. How did you come to Sakura Shogunate? Li Guanqi took a sip of lemon juice. I was born here. Catwoman lowered her head and whispered. My parents are both slaves bought by Ms. Miyamoto, the person in charge of this auction house. But she is a very nice person. She did not make me a slave, but taught me how to read, writing. After I became an adult, she also gave me the opportunity to work at Miyamoto Auction House. He is indeed a kind person. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. Being kind actually depends on the situation. As a child of a slave, becoming a slave is common and even a matter of course. But that Miyamoto Muya did not do this, which can certainly be called kind. As for sleeping with someone, in the weird world, this is really not a sinful thing. It is all too common in the Sakura Shogunate and in the countries of this era. What's your name? Li Guanqi looked at the sunset and asked softly. Yeah. Catwoman lowered her head and whispered. That's not the name I asked about. Li Guanqi took off his sunglasses and looked at her seriously. I'm asking about your name as a tiger man. Your parents should have given you a clan name. Right. Oh? Catwoman looked up suddenly. What she saw was an ordinary face and extraordinary, shining black eyes. Zacula Moriames. Catwoman looked into these eyes, and unconsciously slowly said her real name and clan name. Boom! Li Guanqi drank up the lemon juice in the glass, and placed the glass gently on the table next to him. The glass made a soft sound when it came into contact with the glass table. The ice cubes collided, and some remaining orange lemon juice slowly flowed through the cracks in the ice cubes, and settled at the bottom of the cup. The green ones are the first level alien blood. The blue ones are the second level alien blood. And the purple ones are the third level alien blood. Li Guanqi passed by Catwoman, put down a dozen bottles of exotic blood on the table next to her, and then left without stopping. Zacula Moriames. Send you a message. Life starts from a humble beginning. But it does not mean that it can only remain at a humble end for the rest of its life. Look up. The sun has gone down, but it will always rise tomorrow. And so will you. This sentence is for you. And also for myself. 3 days later. Miyamoto Auction House. August auction begins. The method of entering the virtual auction venue is exactly the same as when Li Guanqi entered the free trade fair at the Koga Auction House. That time, he had a fight with Miyamoto Shogo. So the person in charge of the Koga Auction House came to help him enter the virtual transaction with a special sacrificial weapon. This time, although he didn't cause any trouble. After all, he held a bidding quota of 400 million. And the Wangya City Auction House was not that big. So he was the only one to attend the auction house. So it also attracted a lot of attention. Came to look at the person in charge of Yeching Auction House. That is Ms. Muya Miyamoto. After all, if Li Guanqi completes a transaction at the auction house, Wangya City Auction House will also receive a corresponding commission, which will be deducted from the handling fee of the transaction. The handling fee is generally 5% to 10% of the transaction price. For this August auction, the entry qualification is 80 million gold coins. Therefore, according to Li Guanqi's guess, the price of the cheapest lot in this auction should be around 60 million to 70 million. No matter how. You can tell at a glance. Li Guanqi's vision slowly recovered. What appeared in front of him was a mirror, reflecting a figure in black robes without a face. Soul power projection. Virtual transaction. Li Guanqi turned around and opened the door. What came into view was a huge auction venue. Those of them who participated in the auction came here through virtual projection. But the auction venue is anything but virtual. The venue of this August auction is real. And the auction items that will be taken out later, as well as the staff of the Miyamoto family, all appear in their true form. The entire auction stage is paved with red carpet. Under the auction table, many exquisite seats were laid out in rows. Li Guanqi counted them roughly and estimated that they could accommodate at least tens of thousands of people. Of course, The number of people participating in the auction at this time was far less than that. The figures in black robes, who were shuttled between the venues, numbering around 5,600, were scattered on various seats, keeping a distance from the people around them. In stark contrast to these, there are figures with humanoid shapes. They are also soul projections, but they all have real appearances, luxurious clothes, and their faces may represent the top figures in the Sakura shogunate. Of course, it is not just the Sakura shogunate. Li Guanqi saw many Western faces. Everyone, the auction will start in 3 minutes. Please take your seats. At this time, a man's voice sounded. Li Guanqi looked around casually, picked a corner and sat down, waiting for the auction to officially begin. Hundreds of figures in black robes took their seats one after another. Those top dignitaries who showed their true appearance continued to communicate with each other and joked endlessly, until finally, they sat at the front of the venue. Welcome everyone to the August auction at Miyamoto Auction House. A female figure slowly appeared above the auction table, gradually turning from virtual to real. She was wearing a short red dress, looked stunning, and had an infectious smile on her face. Oh, it's Miyamoto Misako. It's okay. She's a master who doesn't like nonsense. I like it. At this time, a dark figure sitting in front of Li Guanqi suddenly muttered something. Li Guanqi was ignorant and had never heard of this name. Now, let's officially start the auction and invite our first auction item. Misako Miyamoto on the auction stage chuckled loudly and turned to look at the red curtain behind her. Li Guanqi was slightly stunned. Chapter 407. The August auction begins. A transaction that shocks everyone. Just as the black-robed figure in front of Li Guanqi said, the woman who hosted the auction, Misako Miyamoto, really didn't like to talk nonsense. She didn't say much in the warm-up of the auction, so she just omitted it and started to display the first item. Roar! A low roar sounded from behind the curtain of the auction stage. Soon, the bright red curtain was lifted. Several auction house staff slowly appeared in front of everyone, pushing a purple gold cage covered with black runes. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. I saw that the person locked in the cage was a naked lion woman. She has a pretty face, long golden hair, golden lion ears, and wheat-colored skin. There are several black tattoos printed on her sexy and hot body, and the patterns are very strange. The nails on both hands are extremely long, like claws. At this time, she was sitting in the corner of the cage, raising her eyes slightly, her golden vertical pupils coldly scanning the crowd at the venue, baring her teeth slightly, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth, and let out a low roar from her throat. Grandmas, it's the same old thing again. Damn, can we do something new? At this time, the black-robed figure sitting in front of Li Guanqi made a sound again, showing a slight impatience. Every time the Miyamoto family's auction opens, it is a powerful and sexy female orc slave. Last year it was a tiger woman, and this year it is a lion woman. Damn it. Does the Miyamoto family have any special fetish for orcs? Li Guanqi could clearly hear his complaints from behind. It seems so. Miyamoto Auction also likes to use female beast men as receptionists. As you can see, this is a female lion man. On the auction stage, wearing a red short skirt, Miyamoto Misako slowly walked to the purple and gold cage covered with black light runes, pointed at the naked lioness inside, and chuckled. Her name is Sophia Inye. Nia? At this time, among the row of dignitaries sitting at the front, an old man with gray hair slowly said, Misako, is her Nia the Nia of the lion-headed royal family? Hee hee. Misako looked at the old man with a smile on her face. Mr. Kawashima is joking. Among the lion-headed people on the Iabel Prairie, except for their Nia royal family, who dares to be named Nia? The royal family will also be arrested? On the other side, someone else laughed and said, Misako, your Miyamoto family is getting more and more bold. You even dare to auction the lion-headed royal family. Are you really afraid that the lions will come and take revenge? Then our Miyamoto family will have more lion-headed men to auction. Misako smiled charmingly. Ha 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 ha. All the dignitaries in the audience laughed heartily. In the purple and gold cage, the blonde lioness used her golden vertical pupils to scan the people around her. In his eyes, there is burning hatred and anger. The world is always like this. The weak eat the strong, and the strong are respected. At this time, the black-robed figure sitting in front of Li Guanqi began to murmur to himself again. If one day, we humans are no longer the world's hegemons, then maybe it will be us who are locked in a cage with a clearly marked price. Sitting here, the people in the audience laughing are the aliens. Li Guanqi remained silent. Okay, let's get back to the auction. Misako on the stage stopped talking and laughing with the dignitaries in the audience, and looked at the purple and gold cage next to her again, pointing at the blonde lioness inside, and chuckled. Her name is Sophia Inie. She is 178 years old, is a different blood warrior in the early 7-star stage, and has already attracted a star that increases his power. Is this cultivation speed pretty good? The 178-year-old 7-star early stage can already compare with the children of our Sakura Kyubu family. Her owner, of course, is anonymous. However, other information can still be discussed. Her owner, the seller of her auction item, captured her from the Iabel Prairie at the beginning of this year. At that time, Sophia was hunting on the grassland with her 5 younger siblings. As for the seller, who happened to be nearby that day, he quickly took action and captured Sophia and her 5 younger brothers and sisters. After some coercion and inducement, he successfully imprinted the soul. Oh! Someone in the audience asked aloud. It's actually a soul mark? It was obtained through coercion and inducement? What kind of coercion and inducement method? Family. Misako smiled and said. The seller told her that if she didn't accept the soul brand, she would kill her 5 younger siblings. For the sake of her younger siblings, Sophia had no choice but to agree. Then the seller separated her 5 younger brothers and sisters, and each of them said this. Her 5 younger brothers and sisters were worried about their sister, and they all agreed. The final result was that these stupid lion men were deceived into accepting the soul brand. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter in the audience. The blonde lioness in the purple and gold cage was gnashing her teeth even more. Her eyes were red, and she clenched her hands tightly. So, Sophia's buyer will gain control of the soul brand transferred by the seller, realizing true control of the slave. Miyamoto Misako on the stage laughed loudly. Compared with this, it is better than the female tiger we sold last year. After all, the female tiger has no soul imprint and cannot control her thoughts as she pleases. Think! This is a soul mark. If you use some tricks on the mark, you can easily change her mind. If you think about it carefully, wouldn't it be beautiful to have a 7-star lioness with perfect control, who is also from the Nia royal family, powerful and sexy, and can be used as both a travel escort and a plaything in bed? Because of this, the price of this lioness is higher than last year's tigress. But there is good news. In addition to this lioness, the seller also captured 5 lionesses, including her biological sister, who is also a pure-blood Nia royal family. The auction item is, of course, this early 7-star Sophia. The other 5 lionesses are free bonuses, according to the seller's request. This auction does not accept barter, only gold coin transactions, and each increase in price is no less than 10 million. The starting price is, facing everyone in the audience. Misako slowly raised her right hand and extended her 3 index fingers. 3 billion gold coins. For a moment, the whole place started to talk, and many whispers continued to sound, as if they were considering whether this 7-star lioness was worth buying, or whether it could be bought. After all, this is the Nia royal family of lion-headed people, and the lion-headed people are one of the most powerful demi-human races, and there are 9 level people in the clan. This lioness is a bit hot. Li Guanqi sat in his seat and scratched his head. Is this the Miyamoto auction? The famous gold-selling cave of the Sakura Shogunate? 3 billion, by a 7-star lioness. You get what you pay for. After all, it is a 7-star hotel. What is the concept of 7-star rating? In the wars and conflicts of various countries, the highest level of combat power under normal conditions. In the Daluo dynasty, he could be a legion commander commanding 100,000 soldiers. For example, the ancestor of the chief family of the Red Blood Legion was only a 7-star peak alien blood warrior. Coupled with Sophia Inie's lion-headed royal status and the special XP bonus of the lioness, it is sold for 3 billion gold coins, which is not expensive. Taken together, this is not an excessive number. Even a bit low. It can be said that the seller is a bit eager to make a move. Li Guanqi guessed that the seller was definitely not at the Jiogong level, and was probably around the Bagua level. He might have robbed the lion-headed royal family, and the seller himself was worried about leaks, because he only wanted gold coins. From the 5 elements level to the 7-star level, the ratio of gold coin trading and barter is half and half. When reaching 7 stars and above, the proportion of bartering completely outweighs the gold coin transaction, and almost no one will use gold coins to buy and sell items of this level. The reason is simple. High-end resources have prices but no market. It is said to be the price of gold coins. But in fact it is difficult to buy it from others with so many gold coins. Instead, it is exchanged for the resources and items the other party needs, which has a higher success rate. The reason why this lioness seller wants gold coins is easy to guess. He hurriedly took action because he was afraid that the news would leak out and the lion-headed royal family would discover that he had robbed someone else's royal family member. But for a while, he didn't seem to have the supplies he needed. After much deliberation, he had no choice but to exchange them for 3 billion gold coins first, and then try his luck at the auction house when he needed any needed items in the future. 3.2 billion. Suddenly, a call interrupted Li Guanqi's thoughts. It was immediately increased by 200 million. Who is it? The man didn't hide his identity. He has blue hair and blue eyes. I guess he is from the Qilu family, but I haven't seen him before. Oh, no wonder the Aeolia family, one of Sakura's 9 martial arts, dares to take over this hot potato. I'm afraid that even if they drag this lioness out on the street, the lion-headed royal family won't dare to say anything. Ha ha. They wouldn't even dare to eat up the courage of the leopard people next door. 3.5 billion. Suddenly, there was another call. This time it was even more fierce, directly adding 300 million, which attracted the attention of people around. 3.51 billion. 3.53 billion. 3.54 billion. Round after round of bidding. Li Guanqi had mixed feelings in his heart. After taking the bidding quota of 400 million, he thought he was a little rich. Of course he was rich. But the problem was, this was the August fair of Miyamoto Auction House. The entire Sakura Shogunate is one of the top gold-selling caves. The projections of the big bosses sitting in front are all from the Sakura Jyowu family, and are either 7-star or Bagua level. What are you comparing yourself to? However, this lioness looks like a high-end product used to warm up the audience. If nothing else, the next few auction items will never have such high prices. 3.6 billion. At this time, after several rounds of tens of millions of bidding, the price of this lioness had reached 3.6 billion. 3.8 billion. Give me some face. Everyone. At this time, the person from the Qilu family who started bidding looked around and said with a smile, "There is no need for such a high price for a 7-star lioness. Grandma, it's an auction." Hey! That stupid guy named Qilu. Does he know what the auction means? Why the hell are you just trying to save face here? Huh? You want us to give you the face of the custom shop lady? Then I can give you some. These 3 sentences directly attracted the attention of everyone in the entire auction house. Who dares to talk to the Qilu family like this? In unison, everyone followed the sound and looked at Li Guanqi's area. Of course, not at him. Instead, look at the seat in front of him. Li Guanqi was also confused. The figure in black robes sitting in front of him always likes to mutter about this and that. But he didn't expect him to be so fierce. But that's okay. After all, his identity is hidden and anonymous. No one knows who he is. It is estimated that someone is taking advantage of his anonymity to enjoy his life. 4 billion! The black-robed figure suddenly raised his right hand. Li Guanqi was completely shocked. Grass. This is not just for fun. This is a real boss. Because at the same time that the black-robed figure was shouting, A for billion, light screen sign appeared under the purple and gold cage where the lioness was imprisoned on the auction stage. This means the bid was successful. Under the methods of Miyamoto Auction House, each person's virtual projection is condensed in a special way. If the person's bidding amount does not exceed 4 billion, then he will not be able to successfully bid. For example, Li Guanqi. He only has a bidding limit of 400 million. If he bids forcefully, it will display, bidding failed. Evicted immediately. And then the projection of Li Guanqi will get out of here. That is to say, the figure in black robes sitting in front of him, who loves to talk to himself, is definitely a boss with a net worth of more than 4 billion gold coins. And he dares to challenge the Qilu family. Friend, why don't you show your true colors to others? The people of the Qilu family looked unkind. But they still held back their temper and looked at the black-robed figure. I show you my mother. The black-robed figure replied again. This is the hacking rule of Miyamoto's auction house. I like to remain anonymous. Can you control it? Simple bad mouth. Ultimate enjoyment. The members of the Aoyagi family looked around, as if to maintain their identity and dignity. They didn't say anything. They turned back and looked at Misako Miyamoto on the auction table, and said calmly, 4.5 billion. 4.8 billion. The figure in black robe calls out the price again. 5 billion. The voice of the Qinglu family members dropped. 5.1 billion. 5.2 billion. 5.3 billion. 5.4 billion. Hack. 5.8 billion. The black-robed figure yelled. 6 billion. The people of the Qinglu family shouted in a low voice. You're so rich. Damn it. This price is enough to buy a 7-star peak one. If you bought an early 7-star one, I'll give it to you. The lioness can take it home and enjoy it. The black-robed figure smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he would withdraw from the fight. For a moment, the entire venue was silent. Everyone was looking at the expression of the Qinglu family member, including Li Guanqi. This is obviously someone who was played a trick. He paid so much extra money for no reason and became a big injustice. But everyone was disappointed. The frustrated, or annoyed, expressions they wanted to see did not appear on the green-haired man's face. In fact, this is a matter of course. The money has already been paid out, and the culprit has been scapegoated. If he shows an angry look again, he will lose face. Pretending to be calm now can at least give people the feeling that I only have money for fun. To have as much as 6 billion. He must be a 7-star or Bagua-level powerhouse. He still has this kind of character. Of course, there is some shinching, but not much. Otherwise, he would not be provoked by the black-robe figure, and he would not be able to help but engage in a peak auction with the other party. The female lion-headed royal family in the early 7-star stage. Sophia NEA. 6 billion times. At this time, Misako Miyamoto on the auction stage also shouted with a smile. 6 billion twice. 3 times 6 billion. Make a deal. Let us congratulate Mr. Yasushi Aoyagi of the Aoyagi family for becoming the new owner of this female lion-headed royal family. Aoyagi Yasushi? It turns out to be Aoyagi Yasu, who has been in seclusion for many years. No wonder I don't know him. This guy doesn't show up at all on weekdays. A Bagua-level warrior with different blood has lived for more than 600 years. And it is estimated that 6 billion is just a drop. It seems that the calmness just now was not an act. There are so many rich people. Grandma. The first auction item at the opening was sold for 6 billion. If the next item exceeds 1 billion, I will go home and play with your mother. That's right. The auction process of the first auction item, the lioness Sophia, was a bit chaotic. But in the end it ended perfectly. And that Aoyagi Yasushi has not left even after spending 6 billion. The black-robed figure sitting in front of Li Guanqi swayed slightly, seeming to be shaking his head in a proud manner. What a mysterious guy. Is he a shill for Miyamoto's auction house? It's unlikely. After all, Miyamoto auction house's success depends on its credibility. So it's unlikely that it would do such a thing. Boy, I helped you locate the lioness. Come back and follow her. Suddenly, Demon Sword's voice appeared in Li Guanqi's mind. Li Guanqi was suddenly startled. If you talk to me, won't you be detected by Miyamoto auction house? Please. Demonic Sword was obviously a little helpless. I am a divine weapon. A divine weapon. A sealed divine weapon is also a divine weapon. Can you please stop thinking of me as such rubbish? 2. Li Guanqi felt relieved, and then asked doubtfully, You said you helped me locate the lioness. What do you mean by that? How did you locate it? And why do you want me to follow you? Save her? When did you do it? Lumo? So kind-hearted? And what's the use of following her? Her buyer is a gossip. Damn, why are your questions like a barrage of questions? Demon Sword was speechless for a moment. Okay, I'll answer you one by one. Chapter 408, Demon Sword's old friend Shunkong. That lioness has the aura of a divine weapon in her body. And that's how I position myself. The voice of the magic knife slowly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. The artifacts can locate each other, but only if both parties are familiar enough, close enough, and have the permission of the other party. The current situation is that the artifact in the lioness body and I are old acquaintances. It's called Shunkong. Your soul power projection is still derived from your soul body, and as my master, your soul already has my breath. Shunkong, from your soul power projection, you felt my vague aura and sent me a message. And sorry, kid, I responded without your consent. It's okay. But why? Li Guanqi smiled softly. Just give me a reason. 4 friends. Is this okay? Demon Sword's voice was a little low. I told you. I am called the Artifact Destroyer. Within the artifact, I am equivalent to a murderer with many crimes. Not many artifacts will treat me. But Shang Kong, he is my friend. One of the few friends I have. So you want me to help save Shankara? Li Guanqi suddenly realized. Yes, Demon Sword said in a deep voice. I saved him. Firstly, to help me. And secondly, to help you. After all, Shuang Kong's role is still extremely useful to you now. So we have to save not only Shang Kong, but also the lioness. As for her nosy buyers, that's not a problem. Because of Shang Kong, he was jokingly called the running monster by the gods. The reason is that that kid can be called a walking magic weapon. Oh, no, it can't be called one. That kid is indeed an artifact used for running away. He can open space cracks and carry out space teleportation regardless of any obstruction. Regardless of any obstruction. The most important thing is that he can also block any form of tracking after teleporting away. When Shang Kong carries out the spatial teleportation, no matter whether the buyer of the lioness is Bagua level or Jiogong level, he can only watch helplessly as the lioness runs away without knowing where to chase him. What's the price? Li Guanqi asked calmly in his mind. If there was no price, Shang Kong would have launched the teleportation long ago. There is no reason to let himself and the lioness be captured. The cost is that every time it initiates a teleportation, it needs to consume the source of the artifact or the life energy of the host. The demonic sword's voice deepened. And what it consumes is not the origin of its own artifact, but only the source of other artifacts. Huh! When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Damn! Lumo! How could you be good friends with him? You are the murderer in the artifact, and Shang Kong is the Hannibal in the artifact. One kills, and the other eats people. The origin of the artifact is equivalent to substances such as human vitality and life energy. And Hannibal is a criminal who likes to eat people. To activate the effect of an artifact instantly, you need to consume the source of other artifacts. The nature of this matter, when compared to humans, is completely equivalent to humans eating human flesh. Without any difference. Think about it too. The demon sword is notorious. So how can anyone who can make friends with him be a good guy? So, Li Guanqi said in his mind, Shang Kong doesn't have the origin of other artifacts now. So he can't activate space teleportation. We need to go to him and give him some of the origin of your artifact so that he can activate space teleportation? Cut your flesh and give it to your friend. Lumo, your friend can do it well. Wait a minute. As he said this, he suddenly remembered another thing and wondered. But the lioness has been imprinted with the soul mark. How can she run away? Even if Shang Kong can block tracking, the soul mark does not need to be tracked at all and can be controlled from a distance. The lioness must come back obediently even if she runs away. In front of artifacts, there is no such thing as soul imprint. Demon Sword's voice was calm. For example, if you are imprinted with a soul mark, neither I nor Xiaoxue can easily help you remove the soul mark. Otherwise, do you think that the 7-star lioness would obediently agree to allow others to plant a soul mark on her? She has someone to rely on. She knew Shang Kong would help her and could easily remove the soul mark. So she agreed. Otherwise, do you really think orcs are brainless? Aw, heck, if I don't agree, my brothers and sisters will die. So I have to agree. Isn't that stupid? If you don't agree to accept the soul brand, the most you can do is die. If you agree to accept the soul brand, then life or death will not be up to you. Who would agree? Li Guanqi suddenly realized what he said. Things seemed to make sense all of a sudden. No wonder. But I'm afraid I saved a white-eyed wolf. Aw no. A white-eyed lion. Li Guanqi said worriedly. Lunmo, think about it for yourself. This lioness was happily playing with her brothers and sisters on the grassland. But she was suddenly caught by a damn human. Stripped naked. And put her in a cage. The lira was put up for auction. In this case, this lioness definitely has a strong dislike for humans. Did I go to save her? I'm afraid that when the time comes, after the 7-star lioness is rescued and out of trouble, she doesn't like me as a damn human and will kill me with just one claw. Lumo, I can't beat a 7-star player now. Rest assured. Demon Sword chuckled lightly. Since I want you to save others, I naturally have enough confidence. Oh, Li Guanqi was a little curious. Tell me. Shang Kong wants to activate space teleportation. But the side effects will be huge. Demonic Sword then said. You said something before. And before I had time to correct it, you suddenly talked about soul imprinting. I correct it now. You said before. Shukong doesn't have the origin of other artifacts now. So he can't activate space teleportation. We need to go to him and give him some of the origin of my artifact so that he can activate space teleportation. This sentence is wrong. I won't cut off my flesh and give it to this kid. Because it's not needed yet. As I said at the beginning, when Shukong activates space teleportation, in addition to consuming the artifact source of other artifacts, it can also consume the host's life energy. In other words, Shukong can consume the life energy of the 7-star lioness to perform space teleportation. But he never did. The reason is that the life energy provided by 7-star alien-blooded humans can only be barely enough. Shukong can extract almost all the life energy of the lioness to carry out space teleportation, and ignores the obstruction of Bagua level. But the price is that after the transmission, the lioness's life foundation will be seriously damaged. There is a very high probability that she will lose her ability to pull the stars, and her realm will directly fall from the 7-star level to the 6th level. And in the next few days, due to the complete depletion of life energy, she will be extremely weak, no different from a mortal, without any ability to protect herself. At this point, the magic knife stopped. So, hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but wonder, how did you and Shukong discuss this? The plan is actually very simple. The magic knife said slowly. The first step is to extract the life energy of the lioness instantly, activate the space teleportation, and run away with the lioness and her 5 younger brothers and sisters. In the second step, since Shukong needs to extract life energy for transmission this time, it will be different from consuming the source of the artifact to transmit. By consuming the source of the artifact to teleport, Shukong can specify the teleportation location, and the teleportation can be completed instantly. This is where the name Shukong comes from. But consuming life energy is different. Consuming life energy to teleport is the worst method. So Shukong can only teleport randomly. Moreover, they will stay in the space channel for a longer time. However, during the transmission, Shukong could still obtain the spatial coordinates of the destination. He will inform me of the spatial coordinates then. And what we have to do is go to that area to find them. The third step is to find the teleported lioness and ensure that the lioness, who has lost her strength, can go to a safe environment and wait for the life energy to be restored. The fourth and final step. Shukong leaves the lioness and recognizes you as his master. We leave and part ways with the lioness. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. The relationship between Shukong and the lioness is not actually a real recognition of the master, but a temporary cooperative relationship. Demon Sword said in a deep voice. Chuinkong's last master was the 9-palace level ancestor of the lion-headed royal family. The Shukong is not just a running artifact. It also contains very rich spatial laws inside it, which can be used as a tool for enlightenment. However, the ancestor of the lion-headed man has always used Shukong as an emotionless tool, and abused the laws of space in his body without restraint and crazily, in order to deepen his understanding of the laws of space. You are not an artifact. I don't know if you can understand. Or put it this way, Shukong can help the owner understand the laws of space, but it cannot be unrestrained. Just like ordinary humans, they cannot work for 24 hours continuously. And the lion-headed man's ancestor used Shukong to retreat for 10 years, which was equivalent to pulling Shukong and making him work 24 hours a day without interruption for a full 10 years. Once human beings understand the law and enter the state, they will not feel bored, because the consciousness will enter an ethereal state, and the perception of the outside world is extremely blurred. You know this? But for Shukong, helping humans understand the law is equivalent to a kind of work, which requires dedication of body and mind. Once time passes, you will feel tired. Under the torture of the lion-headed ancestor, Shukong had been working continuously for 10 years, and was overwhelmed. He didn't finish his work until some time ago, because the ancestor of the lion-headed man has finished his 10-year retreat. According to the traditional customs of the lion-headed man clan, he must find a beautiful descendant in the clan every 10 years to continue the bloodline. And this year, this beautiful junior, or rather the poor lioness, who will be abused by the old antiques of the same race, is Sophia Inye in the cage. But she didn't want to. Sophia didn't want to be ruined by that lion-headed ancestor. At this time, Shukong also found a chance to escape from the clutches of the lion-headed ancestor. There are 2 keys to this opportunity. First of all, the lion-headed ancestor has a second artifact. Secondly, Shukong is an artifact after all. If you want to activate space teleportation, you must have a host. So Shukong and Sophia made an agreement. He helped Sophia escape from the lion-headed man's territory, and avoid being harmed by the lion-headed man's ancestor. In return, after Sophia gained her freedom, she also had to give him his freedom and help him find a weak new host so that he could control the host. Then, the beginning of the year, the ancestor of the lion-headed man was about to mate with Sophia that night. The moment the lion-head ancestor's hand touched Sophia's body, the sky suddenly burst into flames, and he quickly started to act. He directly gnawed part of the second artifact in the body of the ancestor of the lion-headed man, and took away a bit of the artifact's origin. Shun Kong then severed his body, splitting himself into two, and at the same time completed the transfer of his main consciousness, and let the other half of the artifact body escape the control of the ancestor of the lion-headed man. He took the other half of his free artifact body and entered Sophia's body. Then, with the help of the origin of the artifact he had just seized, Shun Kong activated space teleportation, and together with Sophia, escaped from the territory of the lion-headed royal family. Since the source of the artifact he had captured was not much, the most he could do was come to the grassland border, but it was barely enough, because with Shun Kong's ability, the lion-headed ancestor could not be tracked. However, Sophia betrays the traditional customs of the lion-headed people, and her family will inevitably be executed. So before she took action, she had asked her 5 younger brothers and sisters to secretly leave the royal family's territory in advance and come to the designated place to wait for her. Not including parents. Sophia did not notify her parents, because her parents were the biggest supporters who agreed to her being raped by the lion-headed ancestor. So, at the beginning of the year, Sophia was not out hunting with her 5 younger siblings, but was in the process of fleeing. This plan would have been perfect. Shun Kong severed his body and split it into 2. Although his strength was cut in half, he was free at least. Although Sophia lost her home and was wanted by the lion-headed royal family, she also got rid of the ignorant customs and avoided being ruined by her ancestors, and left the royal territory with her 5 younger brothers and sisters. They only need to wait until they leave the grassland and go their separate ways to find their own new lives. But it's still the same old saying, man's calculation is always inferior to God's calculation. Sophia and Shun Kong never imagined that they would suddenly encounter a gossip-level human being at that time. Moreover, the human being had evil intentions and arrested them. Although Sophia still has 7-star life energy, it is useless, because the instant space teleportation has time to cool down. At that time, Shun Kong had just launched a space teleportation in order to escape from the royal territory of the lion-headed people. Not even a day had passed before he met the Bagua-level human and was unable to continue to launch it. So Sophia and her 5 younger siblings were arrested and taken to the Sakura shogunate. During this period, Shun Kong's cooling was of course restored. But Sophia didn't agree to launch, because she and her 5 younger siblings were imprisoned separately. If the distance was not close enough, Shun Kong could only take her and teleport away, leaving her 5 younger siblings behind. Sophia didn't want to, and there are risks in this matter. As I said at the beginning, after draining Sophia's life energy, she will be as weak as an ordinary person within a few days, and it will be difficult to protect herself. So the matter was shelved. Until today, Shun Kong met his elder brother Mi in this auction house. Having said this, the magic knife finally stopped for a moment, and his voice was full of pride. Lin Guanqi suddenly realized, hear this. He had a general understanding of Shankara and Sophia's story. In the final analysis, it is the escape of a sinister boss who was exploited and worked 24 hours a day for 10 years. And the escape story of a lioness who was brutally persecuted by feudal folk customs, but was unwilling to surrender and chose to rise up to resist. Although Shun Kong wants to seek freedom, I am his elder brother. At this time, Demon Sword spoke again. Shun Kong just saw that I was fooling around with you, and he immediately started crying and yelling that he wanted to hang out with you too. Alas, I can't even push him away. I'm really annoying the sword to death. Lin Guanqi couldn't laugh or cry. Lu Imo is so cool. The arrogance and pride in his voice can form a picture. Now let me sort out some of the benefits for you after you saved Shun Kong. After the demon sword was satisfied, he got down to business again. From the beginning to the end, the risk we need to take is approximately 0. And there is almost no risk. We actually just went over to pick someone up and wrap things up. But there are many benefits after it is accomplished. First, Shun Kong is a space teleportation artifact. You have obtained him, as well as Xiaoxua and I. These 2 artifacts. When the last resort comes, Xiaoxua and I will naturally sacrifice our origins so that Shun Kong can initiate teleportation and escape. Second, Instant space can help you understand the laws of space. As long as you don't be as inhumane as the lion-headed ancestor. That's okay. Shudkong is still willing to work no matter how many hours a day he wants. Also, when you break through the Lyoha level next, you must practice the use of space laws. If Shudkong is watching over you, there won't be any accidents during your practice. Don't underestimate the dangers of space laws. You also saw that the forest elf in the Wangyu Mountains you met earlier was killed by the laws of his own space. But with Shunku, you don't have to worry about that. Third, do you want a 7-star lioness as a slave? When she finishes teleporting, although she may fall to the Lyoha level, she will still be a lioness at the peak of the Lyoha level. And after she finishes teleporting, she will definitely be weak for the next few days, letting you play with her. Then you can be more cruel, just like that seller. And you can use her younger brother and sister to coerce and induce her. And then you can accept her as a slave. Oh, I forgot that you have a moral bottom line. Okay. This doesn't count. That leaves only the last one. Don't forget, after half a year, you still have to find the Jogon level Tokugawa Shinji and go to the ruins with him. For such a dangerous thing. If Shukong has the secret, you can run away at any time no matter what happens. Right? It makes sense. As for this last one, I have to do it. When Ling Guanqi heard this, he made up his mind completely. The charging items for the simulator have not yet arrived. He must obtain Shunku, the escape weapon. Otherwise it will be too dangerous to download a dungeon with that guy Tokugawa Shinji. The people who downloaded dungeons from Tokugawa Shinji, whether it was 7-star Bagua or 9 palaces, very few came out alive. Chapter 409, the 6th level Soul Ascension Formation. Then it's settled. After getting Ling Guanqi's permission, there was a hint of joy in Demon Sword's voice. As soon as Sophia is reunited with her 5 younger brothers and sisters, Shudkong will begin to extract Sophia's life energy. Start teleportation. Take them away together. And will send me the space coordinates. We will rush there then. Thank you. Master. Thank you. Ha. You broken sword seems to be calling me master for the first time. Ling Guanqi couldn't help but smile. It seems that Shudkong is indeed one of your few friends. But are you sure we can reunite? As he spoke, he became slightly more solemn. Lumo, you just said that the reason why Sophia has always disagreed with the teleportation, apart from the weakness after the teleportation, is that she can't be with her younger brothers and sisters. But what's next? Are you sure that they will be locked up together during the transaction? Sure. Although the Demon Sword said so, he was also slightly hesitant. Auction transaction. When it is impossible to trade, they still separated and traded one by one. Right? The 6 lions must have packed them and took them together. To the buyer. Hope so. Ling Guanqi always felt uneasy. When making plans, I always feel that I have thought of something here and something there. But reality will always give people a painful blow. Let us invite you for the 12th auction item. At this time, Misako Miyamoto on the auction stage had already started the transaction of the 12th auction item. While Ling Guanqi and Demon Sword were discussing the matter of the lioness, the auction was of course proceeding in an orderly manner. From Sophia, the first seller, to the 12th lot. It's just that these lots are either too expensive, or the seller only allows barter, and he doesn't have the items he needs. And to be honest, Ling Guanqi doesn't really need those things. The 12th auction item. A complete set of resources for the 6th level soul-raising array. On the auction stage, wearing a red short skirt, Miyamoto Misako pointed at 3 things on the table next to her and said with a chuckle, this formation can directly upgrade a 5th level real-world peak soul to a 6th level one. The living soul. Ling Guanqi looked at this scene with some surprise. Finally, he got what he needed. And it is what he needs most. The resource items for the 6th level souls that have broken through the realm. I don't know if I can afford it. Now let me introduce this set of 6th level resources to you. Misako Miyamoto walked slowly to the back of the table next to her with her slender legs, and began to introduce the 3 objects on the table. This is the formation diagram. Misako picked up a blue ball the size of a fingernail, smiled and said to everyone in the audience, everyone just needs to find a flat secret room with a length and width of more than 3 meters. Put it on the ground, and then crush it. It will automatically form the formation patterns of the 6th order soul-raising array. This is the foundation of the formation, which is all the formation materials. Misako put down the array ball, picked up another exquisite golden wooden box, spread it out, and introduced with a smile to the dozens of gems of different colors displayed inside. All the materials for setting up the 6th-level soul ascending array have been condensed into these 72 gems. And after special refinement, it can sense the formation. Once the array is laid, 72 empty holes will appear, and red lights will light up in sequence. These 72 gems will also light up red in sequence. Therefore, you only need to see which hole is lit, and put the gem that also shines into the hole. After repeating this process and placing 72 gems, the 6th-level soul ascension formation was declared completed. This is an extremely simple and convenient operation. Even people who have no knowledge of formations can easily and independently complete the layout of this formation. Having said this, Misako closed the golden wooden box and picked up the third and final item on the table. A bottle of dark blue potion. This is the 6th-level soul-enhancing potion. Misako held the blue potion in her hand, showed it to everyone in the audience, and said with a smile, after completing the formation layout, everyone only needs to stand in the circular aperture in the center of the formation, and then drink this bottle of potion. You can wait for your soul to undergo a qualitative change. Step from the 5th-level reality to the 6th-level living realm, and obtain the soul of the living realm. Under the auction stage, Li Guanqi looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Finally appeared the resources for a 6th-level soul that broke through the realm. This was his biggest need to participate in the auction. 30 million gold coins are enough to buy a set of resources to upgrade a 4th-level soul. 80 million gold coins can barely buy a soul that has been promoted to the 5th level. But what about level 6? On the market, the prices of several resources that can help break into the 6th-level soul basically fluctuate between 200 million and 400 million. But the most important thing is, this thing is not a common product on the shelf. You can't buy it at all. Resources of this level usually only appear at auctions. Trying to obtain higher selling prices through the auction bidding model. This kind of resource will appear in almost every auction at Miyamoto Auction House. Li Guanqi came here because he liked this. Fortunately, his luck was not that bad. The 6th-level resources that appeared every time also appeared this time. It's just that the resources for soul upgrading, such as the soul ascension array, are not the most advanced ones. The most advanced 6th-level soul-enhancing fruit is not only natural, but also simple. People with 5th-level peak souls can directly obtain 6th-level living realm souls after eating the fruit, which is simple and convenient. Of course, it is also the most expensive. The transaction price of every 6th-level soul-enhancing fruit is basically upwards of 380 million. As for a man-made creation like the soul ascension formation, it stands to reason that even if you buy a full set of resources, you still need to spend a lot of money to find an formation master to lay out the formation base. But the resource of the soul ascension formation that Misako is holding now, to be honest, Li Guanqi has never heard of it. A blue ball can be transformed into a formation directly after being crushed. Condensed all the formation materials into 72 gems? Moreover, it is sensitive to the array pattern, and can be illuminated one by one, and can be arranged individually by placing them one by one. When did the soul ascension formation become so convenient? I have never seen this kind of soul-raising formation. At the front of the auction table, a white-haired old man wearing a red robe, who did not hide his identity, spoke slowly, because this is the seller's latest research item. Misako Miyamoto was smiling on the auction table. This compression method and the extremely convenient formation mode are all his research. But well, this research is not perfect. Ah, the old man in red robe sneered. I knew it. This is a flawed 6th-level soul-raising formation. Misako looked at the people under the auction stage. Everyone needs to know that this formation uses a material compression mechanism, so it may cause some accidents. After the appraisal of our Miyamoto auction house, once the formation is formed, there is a chance that the soul will be turbulent. To put it simply, while taking the soul-enhancing potion and waiting for the qualitative transformation of the soul, there is a chance that your soul will be turbulent, leading to failure of the breakthrough, and may also cause irrecoverable soul damage. As soon as this statement came out, there was a lot of discussion in the auction hall. Who dares to use this? Isn't this a joke? So the price will also be reduced. Definitely. The 6th-level soul-raising formation. I remember that I also sold one copy at Miyamoto's auction 3 years ago. But that one was a traditional one. The final transaction price was 3 6th-level sacrificial artifacts. 3 6th-level sacrificial vessels? Isn't that 300 million gold coins? Almost. I estimate that the starting price for this defective 6th-level soul-raising array should be 100 million. and the final transaction price will never exceed 180 million. But the seller should be bartering. The question is, who dares to take advantage of this? Betting on your soul is just like betting on the probability of failure. This is the first time I've heard of this 6th level soul-raising formation with compressed materials. Who dares to be the first guinea pig? Listening to the discussion around him, Li Guanqi felt mixed. This is uncomfortable. Boy, hurry up and buy it. At this time, the voice of the magic knife suddenly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. Li Guanqi was a little surprised. What do you mean? Do you have a way to fix the flaw? I don't want to risk my soul on this thing. Certainly. There was a bit of pride in Mo Dao's voice. My Shushu is really amazing. This mere formation flaw can't trouble her. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. And after a while, he replied in his mind, Xiaoxue can settle it. It has nothing to do with your broken sword. Why did you pretend to be first, Xiaoxue? Come out and talk about it. Just add a dose of 500-year-old purple-spotted poisonous hardgrass to neutralize it. Xishua's soft voice sounded. Xishua's first master was very knowledgeable about herbal medicine and formations. Xishuo was influenced by his ears and eyes. And he also learned a lot of related knowledge. Although Xishua's memory has not been fully recovered. Simple things like this, Xishuo can tell it at a glance. It turns out you have research on these. Li Guanqi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Master, isn't Xishuo very powerful? Xishuo's voice also sounded a bit proud. Of course it's awesome. But the question is, what is purple-spotted poison hardwort? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. I don't seem to have heard of this thing. Can you simulate a pattern for me using thought transmission? Alright. Xiaoxue quickly provided Li Guanqi with a pattern through the connection between souls. It was a strange plant with 5 black leaves. The rhizome was covered with purple spots. And a thin purple branch extended from the top, hanging slightly. And the end would emit purple light. Like a lantern. Purple-spotted lantern? Li Guanqi was stunned. He had seen this thing in herbal medicine books. Its scientific name is purple-spotted lantern. Every 100 years it grows. It will grow a black leaf. It's different from what Xiaoxue said, but it's normal. The purple-spotted poisonous heart grass that Xiaoxue mentioned was the name of the old era of gods. Now that the old era has long since ended, and 4,871 years have passed since the new era, it is normal for the name to change. The point is not the name. The point is there is something wrong with this herb. The 100-year-old purple-spotted lantern plant can easily poison a 1-level human with different blood. From the year 500, it would be easy to poison 5-element level alien-blooded humans. This is an absolutely poisonous plant. However, Xiaoxue said that adding such a highly poisonous plant could neutralize the 6th order soul-raising formation and fix the flaws? Highly poisonous plant. A grand formation that enhances the soul. These two things don't seem to go together. Xiaoxue, are you sure? Li Guanqi was still a little hesitant. Certainly. Xishua's voice was decisive. That guy compressed a lot of materials together. Master, have you seen that purple-red gem? It's the compressed materials in that gem that cause the entire formation problem. But you only need to add 1A portion of 500-year-old purple-spotted poisonous hardgrass can neutralize the properties of the material and restore the stability of the gem. Okay, I believe you. Li Guanqi decided to buy this defective 6th level soul-raising formation. Although the 500-year-old purple-spotted poisonous hardgrass can poison a 5-element level human of different blood, due to the combined influence of various aspects, the current price on the market is only 500,000 gold coins per plant. Why hasn't Misako announced the price yet? That's right. She was listening to our discussions, analyzing the intelligence, giving real-time feedback to the seller, and adjusting the starting price. It's an old auction practice. After Li Guanqi discussed it with Demon Sword Xishuo in his mind, Misako on the auction stage still stood there with a smile on his face, and did not announce the starting price. After dozens of seconds, she smiled again and said, the starting price for this set of 6th level soul-enhancing array is 3 Menghua Pure Heart Fruits. Every time the price increases, based on 3 Menghua Pure Heart Fruits, it will be no less than 5 million gold coins. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the audience started talking again. Menghua Pure Heart Fruit. WTF? A specialty of the western country called Layla Country. Only that place has the Menghua tree. The Menghua Pure Heart Fruit can help us enter an ethereal state of mind. It is of great benefit in understanding the laws of space. It is a 6th level if you have 3 resources. It can be considered worthy of this flawed 6th-level soul-raising formation. Listening to the sounds around him, Li Guanqi fell into deep thought. He doesn't have this thing finished. Even if he had Shishua's method to fix the flaws in the formation, it would be useless. He didn't have such a pure heart fruit at all, and couldn't buy it at all. However, it seems that Li Guanqi is not the only one who cannot buy it. After Miyamoto Misako announced the starting price, the entire venue was buzzing with discussion for 3 consecutive minutes. But no one raised a bid. It seems that no one wants to trade at this price. Misako Miyamoto was smiling on the stage. This is a very common phenomenon. The seller wants to barter, but no one provides this item. Then the auction item will either fail, or it will change from bartering to gold coin trading. The seller agrees to the gold coin transaction. Soon, Misako Miyamoto looked at the people in the audience and laughed loudly. The starting price for this set of 6th-level Soul Ascension Array is 100 million gold coins. Each time the price increases, it will be no less than 5 million gold coins. 105 million. Soon someone called for a price. There is no shortage of courageous people in the world who want to pick up the slack. And it's also unclear whether the buyer wants to buy it for his or her own use, or to wait until the news has passed and then use it to deceive others. 110 million. After a moment of silence, someone called again. 120 million. Li Guanqi raised his right hand and directly added 10 million. Hey! At this time, the black-robed figure sitting in front of him, who had previously been tough on the Qinglu family's gossip level, turned around, smiled at him and said, "You have to have a life flower to find a bargain. So I'd better buy it and take it. Liar! Or what do you have to rely on? Who knows?" Li Guanqi just said calmly. Hey. The black-robed figure smiled, said nothing, and turned back. 125 million. Suddenly someone asked Li Guanqi for a price. 1.5 billion. Li Guanqi adds another 25 million. Auctions are all about being strong and powerful. To increase the price, you need to see the right time, build momentum, and tell all the bidders your determination. Otherwise, you give me 5 million and I give you 5 million. And if you add it up round by round, it will be like boiling a frog in warm water. No one will notice it, but they will find out that the price has soared so high all of a sudden. Here you go, brother. The previous bidder looked towards Li Guanqi and waved his hand. Facts have proved that Li Guanqi's bidding strategy was successful. For 10 seconds, no one bid again. 150 million once. Misako Miyamoto looked towards Li Guanqi and raised her right hand with a smile. 150 million twice. 150 million 3 times. Make a deal. Congratulations to the anonymous guest for successfully obtaining a complete set of resources for this 6th-level soul-raising array. Some people had previously speculated that if this defective 6th-level soul-raising formation were to be sold for gold coins, the starting price would be 100 million, and the final transaction price would never exceed 180 million. Now it seems that he should be an expert. He guessed the starting price correctly. The transaction price is similar. Li Guanqi only spent 150 million to successfully obtain the ownership of this object, not counting the 200 million bidding quota provided by the Eye of Light. He still has a bidding quota of 50 million yuan. According to the level of this auction, he probably won't be able to buy anything. However, in order to gain more experience, Li Guanqi still sat in the auction until the end. And the most important thing is that Shan Kong has not sent the space coordinates for a long time, and the Linus has not yet carried out the transmission. Perhaps because the buyers were still sitting in the auction house. The Miyamoto trading grounds had not yet packed the auction items. Maybe. Anyway, the auction is still going on. Finally, the auction ended, and all 68 auction items were displayed. Most of the items that appeared later were bartered items, converted into gold coin value. There is basically no transaction price lower than 80 million. These auction items are not urgently needed items for Li Guanqi now. But it doesn't matter. His biggest goal of coming to the auction to purchase resources for 6th-level souls that broke through the realm has been achieved. And he achieved it by picking up the missing items. The price of this resource fluctuates between 200 million and 400 million. Li Guanqi had even planned to sell the Eye of Light. But he never expected to encounter such an incomplete 6th-level soul-raising formation. The most important thing is that Xiaoxua actually studied these material formations and came up with a solution that allowed him to use the missing price of 150 million to obtain a value of 3 billions of authentic experiences. In this way, not only could he keep the Eye of Light, he would also be left with 50 million gold coins after selling all the miscellaneous items in the space necklace to the Miyamoto auction house. This trade fair is a worthwhile trip. Call. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes, and then sat up from the soft bed. The soul projection returns to the original body. Here is the auction lounge of Shogunate Wanya City. Li Guanqi turned his head slightly, and glanced at the golden ball floating in midair next to him. This thing is a special magic weapon that allows him to participate in the auction as a soul projection. It can be called the high technology of Miyamoto's auction house. That girl Miyamoto Miya is not here! Li Guanqi looked around at the empty Shogunate-style room, walked to the table next to him, poured a glass of water, and waited for the woman to come over and take him to complete the final settlement of the transaction. Lunmo! Hasn't Shunkong notified you yet? After taking a sip of water, Li Guanqi asked in his mind. The auction is over, and the lioness hasn't been packed together with her 5 younger brothers and sisters? Hasn't Shunkong activated the space teleportation yet? However, Demon Sword's response made Li Guanqi's heart sink. Maybe there was an accident. Chapter 410 Crazy Lin Xianbai. The lioness who recognizes her master. What accident? Li Guanqi asked, the magic knife in his mind. It can't be said to be an accident. It's just a little abnormal. There was a solemn tone in Demon Knife's voice. Shunkong told me that it and the lioness are still in the cage, and no staff moved them at all. Nor did they bring the lioness's younger brothers and sisters with them. Packing. I don't know what's going on. Li Guanqi's face darkened. Bang bang. Mr. Jincheng? At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the lounge, and a woman's voice. I'm Miyamoto. If it's convenient for you, let's go to the final settlement of the transaction now. Good. Transaction settlement is nothing more than paying money with one hand and delivering the goods with the other hand. Li Guanqi sold all the miscellaneous items in the space necklace to Miyamoto auction house for 120 million gold coins, adding in his original 80 million gold coins. He now has 200 million gold coins on hand. The Eye of Light is not for sale. If it is to be sold, it must be auctioned. It's just that at this stage, this thing is still in the process of appreciation, and it really can't be sold unless necessary. And after Li Guanqi spent 150 million gold coins, he successfully obtained the full set of resources for the 6th level soul-raising formation from Miyamoto. He only needed to find a secluded place at some time, and he could break through the 6th level soul-raising formation. Level Soul. Interesting to say. From the beginning of his training to the later stages, Li Guanqi's soul cultivation has lagged behind his spell cultivation and martial arts cultivation. But now, his soul realm has overtaken him halfway. The power of the soul can improve his combat power in all aspects, such as combat reactions, which all rely on the soul. There's not much to say about the deal. There is really no need to worry when doing business with Miyamoto auction house. What we really need to worry about is the lioness and the artifact Shunkong. Li Guanqi had completed the transaction settlement and received a full set of resources for the 6th level soul ascension formation. But Shunkong was still motionless, without any movement. Mr. Jincheng? In the lounge, Miyamoto Miya looked at Li Guanqi, who was deep in thought, and said with a smile, Do you want to leave now, by the teleportation array? Li Guanqi nodded. Activate the teleportation array. With that said, he walked towards the single-person one-way teleportation array in the corner of the lounge. I wish you a happy life, and welcome to visit Miyamoto auction house again next time. Boom! As Miyamoto Miya's smiling voice fell, she also activated the teleportation array, and colorful light burst out, completely engulfing Li Guanqi's figure. When the light gradually dissipates, there was no one above the teleportation array. Ding! Congratulations to Steven, the extraordinary person from world number 625, for becoming the world's first level 3 weapon refiner. As soon as Li Guanqi stepped out of the teleportation array, a cold mechanical female voice sounded in his mind. Steven? Li Guanqi looked around, checking the environment of the surrounding cave while thinking about it in his mind. Not before. This kind of record announcement seems to have been occupied by him from beginning to end. Lin Xianbai occasionally appeared once or twice, but there was no one else. It seemed like he and Lin Xianbai were the only ones there. It's like playing single player. After all, this kind of record announcement previously only had 3 items: spell cultivation, martial arts cultivation, and soul realm, so it was naturally contracted by Li Guanqi. But now this announcement about Steven's 3rd level weapon refiner. There were no announcements for 1st and 2nd level weapons before, but suddenly there was an announcement for a 3rd level weapon refiner. Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't looked at the extraordinary rankings for a long time. Li Guanqi walked to the boulder on the side of the cave, sat down, and called up the rankings. Extraordinary ranking list. 1. King. The pinnacle of all living beings. Level, LV 65. 2. Tao follows nature. Under one person. Level, LV 48. 3. Fist and ask the sky. Third in the world. Level, LV 42. 4. Reign of swords, LV 39. 5. Minister, LV 39. 6. Angel King, LV 39. 7. The breeze is casual, LV 38. 8. LV 38. 9. LV.38. 10. Thunder, LV 38. What's the name of the 8th in the world? Which country is it from? Li Guanqi couldn't help but complain. The extraordinary ranking list accommodated 1,000 people. But as usual, he only paid attention to the top 10, and only glanced at the following ones. It's been a long time since I've looked at the rankings, and the changes haven't actually been that big. He is still the best, even if his improvement speed inevitably slows down due to his higher cultivation level. He is still ranked first, and Lin Xianbai was still very competitive, and his position under one person was extremely solid. As for the third, Fist asking the sky, this guy is still third. The top 3 rankings in the world seem to have been maintained for a long time. Among the people at the back, the only thing Li Guanqi remembered was that Qingfeng Ransu. Apart from this person, it seemed that the people in the 4th to 10th places had been replaced. Look at the barrage. World number 678, I got a new mission to hunt down a 3rd level demon species. Is there anyone with me? I'm waiting for you at Orchid Mill, Qinshui County, Qingzhou, in the Daluo dynasty. World number 213, I didn't want to work hard anymore and decided to lie down. I found that with a cultivation level of 3 talents, it seemed that I could live happily in a small village in Daluo. The mayor would often come to me to drink flower wine. World number 19, has anyone gone abroad? There are no needles in Tulip. Every street in Tulip is full of beauties. I especially admire Daluo people. Grandma, I used to hate Muyong dogs, but now that I'm in Tulip, I've become of the foreign one I admire. The Tulip girl just looks like a big Luo person. It's really cool. Brothers. World number 761, I advise everyone not to play with your feelings in the weird world if you are not on the ranking list. I found a Sakura woman. I originally wanted to have fun with her, but now I find that I am really attracted to her. Damn, what should I do? When the worlds merge again, and I go to other worlds, will my wife no longer recognize me? World number 5, I am the 5th minister in the world. I went to the capital of the Violet Empire, and established the Holy Light Mercenary Group. You are from the same world as me. If you have the ability to go abroad and come here, then join my mercenary group. Bar. Automatically translated. World number 99, damn it. I finally saved up money to go abroad and come to the Tulip Empire. But the damn teleportation array went wrong, and my space necklace exploded. Although I didn't die, I got lost. I don't know where it is here. Where? There is an old witch grabbing me and asking me to be his apprentice and teach me alchemy. What should I do? Waiting online. Urgent. Automatically translated. World number 872, the Daluo Imperial Examination is about to begin. I wonder if I, a graduate of Tsinghua University, can become a master of civil examination? World number 2, people in our world should be careful. Principal Lin is hacking crazy. Li Guanqi was still happily scrolling through the barrage, as if he was playing online games, watching the World Channel and chatting. But when he saw this barrage, his expression suddenly changed. World number 2? Daochan Lin's world. He's crazy? What's going on? Li Guanqi quickly wanted to find more information. But it's no use at all. There are 100 million extraordinary people, and there are countless people posting barrages every moment. So the barrages displayed actually appear randomly. Maybe the person who spoke sent more information after that sentence. But Li Guanqi couldn't see it at all. Wait a minute. What about the pinned article? Li Guanqi suddenly remembered this, and quickly looked at the top of the barrage. The article that ranked at the top, and had the most likes was apparently about Lin Xianbai. I am the extraordinary person in world number 2. The principal of Daofa Natural Forest established a branch in Penglai in Gu City, the capital of southern Xinjiang, to accept the joining of extraordinary people like us and provide shelter and help. Not long ago, Principal Lin got a mission, and then he led the 10 strongest people among us to hunt a 5-element level wind demon monitor lizard. I'm one of those 10 people. Everything was fine at first. Principal Lin had no pressure in the cross-level battle. He kept pressing the wind monster lizard to fight. And the 10 of us were waiting for the opportunity to assist. But, after killing the wind demon giant lizard, a ball of black light suddenly flew out of the monster's mouth and rushed directly into Principal Lin's body. Then he knelt on the ground and kept howling wildly. It was not human at all. The sound is the sound of a wild beast. Then, Taoist Lin stood up again, his eyes glowing red, and killed all the other 9 people. My powers helped me escape with my life. But I still couldn't figure out what happened. I can't figure it out. Principal Lin never returned to the Penglai branch of Goose City and seemed to have completely disappeared. Continuously updated. I will explain again when there are new situations. The extraordinary person in world number 2. After Li Guanqi read the entire article, he felt extremely solemn. What could make a person change his mind so much that he could kill his compatriots? Too many. In the weird world, there are so many ways to achieve this level that it is impossible to speculate. If Lin Daochong goes crazy, the consequences will be quite serious. So serious that Li Guanqi can't even imagine. It's a pity that we're not in the same world, so we can't help it all. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. We can only deal with this matter after returning to reality. Lunmo, Shukong hasn't informed you yet. For a long time, Li Guanqi put these things aside and asked the magic knife in his mind. No. The voice of the magic knife was very heavy. The connection between me and Shukong is still maintained. It's said that nothing has changed. It and the lioness have been locked in a cage, and no one came to them at all. Then we can only wait. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Using the 6th level soul ascending formation takes time, about 10 days, and cannot be interrupted. Wait. First, settle the matter between Shukong and the lioness, and then break through the 6th level soul. Coming! 2 days later, the voice of the magic knife suddenly exploded in Li Guanqi's mind. Shukong gave me the spatial coordinates. Let's go! Buzz. In the forest, Li Guanqi's right arm suddenly flashed purple and black light, and the magic knife appeared out of thin air. After Li Guanqi took hold of the purple-black long knife, the opponent pulled him and quickly flew towards the north. We're lucky. Although it's a random teleportation, Shukong's teleportation location is not far from us. Boom! Li Guanqi grabbed the magic knife tightly, pulled it back forcefully, so that he would no longer be led by the knife. And then a strong wind blew up all over his body. Lumo, just point me in the direction. It's too slow to drag me along. All the way north. Boom! The strong wind roared, and Li Guanqi was like a blue storm, roaring away at an alarming speed in the sky. 10 minutes later, Sakura Shogunate, Bailing, Akiyama Zei. This is a miasma-filled swamp, the haunt of the 2nd level demon species, the mire toad. Good luck. In the green miasma, a black-robed figure slowly walked forward. It's close and safe. At least it's not the lair of some high-level demon species. Of course, the most important thing is that the person is still alive. A few meters away, on the grass next to a swamp, there was a naked blonde lioness sitting on the ground with her back against a dead tree, her head lowered and silent. The royal family of lion-headed people. Sophia Inie. Lioha level different bloodline man. It seems that what Demon Sword said before, that the instantaneous extraction of her life energy will lead to a high probability of falling into the realm, is still inevitable, causing her to fall directly from the 7-star level to the 6th level. Moreover, the breath is extremely weak, which is obviously a sign of serious shortage of life energy. Hello, Sophia Inie. Li Guanqi slowly stepped forward and stopped a few steps away from the lioness. He didn't know what to say for a moment, because this lioness only has herself. Logically speaking, she should have 5 younger brothers and sisters, and they should have been teleported here together. But now, there is only Sophia. If Shukong has talked to you, then you should know that I am trustworthy. Li Guanqi thought for a while, then took out a black robe from the space necklace, took 2 steps forward, squatted down, and gently put the black robe on the body of the lioness. She didn't resist or react in any way. When Li Guanqi got closer, he realized that the lioness was much taller and stronger than he thought. She should be more than 2 meters tall, with wheat-colored skin full of healthy muscle lines. The lioness lowered her head, her long golden hair hanging down, covering her face, making her expression unclear. Li Guanqi stood nearby, exuding a slight pressure, which made the second-order toads in this swamp dare not approach. Layla and the others are dead. A long time. The lioness spoke slowly, with a hoarse and low voice. I waited for 3 days. What I waited for was the bodies of the 5 of them. Li Guanqi was not surprised. Ever since he came here and didn't see each other's younger siblings, he knew that this was to be expected. Layla is her youngest brother. Suddenly, the voice of the magic knife sounded in his mind, and he sighed softly. That Aoyagi Yasu. Don't want any gifts. Boy, don't poke the scars of this lioness. Shad Kong told me the whole story, and I relate it to you. Isn't this woman's buyer the gossip level Aoyagi Yasushi? Then her 5 younger brothers and sisters are gifts. But Aoyagi Yasushi didn't need those 5 gifts, and directly asked the people at the auction house to kill the 5 lion men and deal with them. And then asked Miyamoto auction house to pack Sophia away 3 days later, that is, today, and directly send it to Qingliu's house. That is to say, Shad Kong and the lioness waited for 3 days, and what they waited for was the news of the death of their 5 younger brothers and sisters. Alas! At the end of the sentence, Demon Sword couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at the sky shrouded in green miasma, saying nothing. I killed them! After a while, the lioness spoke again, with a hint of crying in her voice. If I weren't so rebellious, if I didn't violate the ancestral precepts of the lion-headed royal family, if I accepted the holy essence of that old thing, if I didn't bring as long as Layla and the others escape from the territory. They won't. All tragedies in the world stem from the powerlessness of the parties involved. Li Guanqi looked at her and said calmly. So you were right. Your 5 younger brothers and sisters will die. And it is indeed partly your fault. But it makes no sense to think like this. If you keep thinking like that, then the whole thing won't make any sense. Sophia, what you have to do is not sit here and blame yourself with your head down, but find a way to get revenge. Right. You are of the royal bloodline of lion-headed people, and you have reached 7-star level at the age of 178. Even if you fall due to this teleportation, it is not irreversible. Wouldn't it be nice to spend some time and pull another star again? With your talent, you are fully capable of revenge. You're right. The lioness Sophia finally raised her head and looked at Li Guanqi with her golden vertical eyes. Revenge? I want revenge. I want to kill 3 enemies. The first one is the Badwa level Aoyagi Yasushi. If he hadn't ordered Miyamoto auction house to kill my younger siblings, Layla and the other 5 would not have died. The second one was the gossip level human spellcaster who captured me and my brothers and sisters on the grassland. It was him who caused me and my brothers and sisters to be sold to the Sakura shogunate. The third and final one, Hilton Inie. My great ancestor, the lion-headed man, is now the Lion King. He is the origin of this disaster. At this point, Sophia suddenly looked ferocious, with hair appearing faintly on her face, and her facial features gradually changed into that of a lion, and she actually began to transform into a beast. But in the end it didn't work out. The hair on her face quickly faded. Her facial features returned to their original appearance, and she once again became a beautiful face according to human aesthetics. At this time, Sophia's body was depleted of life energy and was as weak as an ordinary person. It was impossible for her to turn into a beast. But this scene was enough to show the anger in her heart at this time. Help me. Sophia pulled off the black robe on her body, stood up slowly, and stood in front of Li Guanqi, naked, with no shyness at all on her face, and only deep hatred and anger in her eyes. It doesn't matter whether you are a slave or a bed slave. Anyway, please help me. Help me get revenge. ? Li Guanqi was stunned. After a long while, he said in surprise, Sister, I am only at the 5 elements level. You are still 1 level higher than me even after falling. What do you think? Asking me to help you get revenge? Potential. Sophia was extremely serious. Master Shad Kong wants to recognize you as his master. This is enough to show how mysterious and extraordinary you are. I will follow you and be used by you. I only ask that you will avenge my brothers and sisters when you become stronger in the future. Hey, this lioness is pretty good at investing. The voice of the magic knife sounded in Li Guanqi's mind, with a hint of joking. I know you are still weak now, so I will serve as your bodyguard in advance. When you become stronger in the future, I will lead her to the Qingliu family and destroy Qingliu Mukong, and then go back to the lion-headed royal family and take the life of the old lion who eats the young grass. He really knows how to do business. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Ding! Trigger mission conditions. Chapter 411 Shun Kong recognizes his master. The Pluto of the Old Age. You get a new main quest. Kill the lion. Mission introduction. During your journey to the Sakura Shogunate, you met a lioness named Sophia Inye. What kind of traditional custom is it for beautiful female descendants to mate with their ancestors to reproduce? What's even more ridiculous is that because of this bullshit tradition, another tragedy occurred, resulting in the death of all 5 of Sophia's younger siblings. You met Sophia. Sophia wants to be your slave. How about you? In exchange, are you willing to avenge her in the future? Task requirements. 1. Give Sophia Inye the soul mark you gave her. 2. Kill Aoyagi Kong. The last time you learned about his cultivation level, it was Bagua level. 3. Kill the human conjurer who captured Sophia and her brothers and sisters. The last time you learned about his cultivation level, it was Bagua level. 4. Kill Hilton Inye, the Lion King of the lion-headed royal family. The last time you learned about his cultivation level, it was Jyogon level. Mission rewards. 1. Let Sophia have the ability to swallow the blood of the lion-headed king. Let her become a new generation of Lion King and control the lion-headed people. From now on, Sophia will be the king of the lion-headed people, and you are Sophia's master. After getting this task, Li Guanqi thought of many things in an instant. This is a main quest. Why the main line? In other words, what is the main line? In Li Guanqi's mission library, there is still one main mission that has not yet been completed. Old Times and Reality. This mission is not only related to the weird world, but also related to the real world. Of course, maybe not all main quests are like this. There is no way to directly define main line in this way. However, since Li Guanqi has this mission, after getting the main mission, he can't help but think about it. When I thought about it, I completely figured it out. This, lion killing, the main mission of avenging Sophia, may be the same as the Old Times and Reality mission, both related to the real world. Why do you say that? Because Li Guanqi had already communicated with the future god, once, when he traveled back to the extraordinary 5 years in the end of the world. According to the god of the future, all weird worlds will eventually merge to form an independent multiverse and parallel universe. Moreover, it will launch an invasion into the time and space of the real world. How will the real world stop it then? In other words, in the real world, must all creatures in the strange world be regarded as enemies? Maybe. It's not needed. For example, the reward of this, lion killing, mission gives Sophia the ability to swallow the blood of the lion-headed king, allowing her to become a new generation of Lion King and control the lion-headed clan. And he, Li Guanqi, is the master of Sophia, the new Lion King. In other words, once this task is completed, one of the most powerful orc tribes on the grassland, the lion-headed tribe, will be Li Guanqi's army and can be used by him to resist the kings of the strange world. This task is not Sophia's personal vendetta at all. Family feud? No. A matter of one country? Nor. This is a world. A matter of 2 worlds. For Li Guanqi, the nature of this mission has reached the level of a future war between the 2 worlds. The lion-killing mission must be completed. With your blood concentration, can you be considered a king? Li Guanqi brought his thoughts back to his eyes, picked up the black robe on the ground, and handed it to the blonde lioness in front of him again. Put on your clothes. I don't need something worthless like a bed slave. But now, I need a strong guard. And in the future, I will also need a loyal subordinate. I am definitely a qualified guard and subordinate. But I can't really claim the title of king. Sophia took over the black robe and said with complicated eyes while dressing, if my blood concentration is enough to be king, I won't be picked by that old thing for mating. Li Guanqi heard this and said nothing, just nodded slightly. All demi-human races in the world, almost all of them, attach great importance to the purity of their blood. And in the holy land of each race, there is a sacred instrument used to test the purity of the king's blood. Those with royal blood are called royal family. However, not every royal family is qualified to be king. Having royal blood is not enough. Only when the blood concentration of the king reaches the standard and reaches the level recognized by the holy weapon can he be qualified to be king. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to become king. If you force yourself to be king, you will only be scorned by the ethnic group. Even if he uses force to coerce his clansmen, he still won't gain the respect of his clansmen. If he dies, the throne of his lineage will inevitably be overthrown. And the most important thing is that if such a large ethnic group cannot make the people surrender from the bottom of their hearts, then there will be no way to achieve smooth rule. All kinds of overt and treacherous things are enough to make any ruler feel overwhelmed. King blood concentration is a necessary condition for a demi-human race to become king. King blood concentration is determined at birth and cannot be improved the day after tomorrow. In other words, among the demi-human groups, descendants of royal blood who are eligible to compete for the throne are eligible at birth. Those who are not qualified, no matter how powerful they are, can only become the most powerful general under the throne. But it doesn't matter. The reward of the lion-killing mission is to change this so-called absolute law and directly give Sophia the ability to swallow the blood of the lion-headed king. And she can swallow it until she is enough to become the king. At that time, as the master of Sophia, Li Guanqi would be able to directly control the lion-headed people and become the master of this orc family. I can avenge you in the future. Li Guanqi looked at Sophia in front of him and said seriously, Bagua level Aoyagi Yasushi sold you to the Sakura Shogunate Bagua level spellcaster and the 9 palaces level old lion king. In the near future, when I am strong enough, after that, I can help you kill, but you also need to pay. Consider me. Sophia Ine will always be your most loyal slave. Before he finished speaking, the blonde lioness knelt down on one knee, placed her right hand on her forehead, and grabbed her right wrist with her left hand. Okay. A somewhat special kneeling ceremony. I guess it's the etiquette of the lion-headed people. Buzz. The next moment, a dark blue soul slowly emerged from Sophia's eyebrows, and also knelt in front of Li Guanqi. Please give Sophia a soul mark. 6th level soul. It seems that Sophia did not do well in the royal family before. She is now a member of the royal family, but her soul cannot keep up with her cultivation level. After all, although she has fallen to the Lyoha level now, she was a serious 7-star alien-blooded lion before, the kind that has already attracted a power star. Lumo! However, Li Guanqi looked at Sophia's soul body and asked in his mind, Didn't you say that there is no soul mark in front of the artifact? Then in the future, if Sophia gets other artifacts, wouldn't it be possible to erase what I gave her? Seal of soul? Indeed. Unless you can become a god and use the power of the gods to plant one for her. There is nothing you can do about it. Demon Sword slowly replied. But Shao Kahn will not recognize this woman as her master. Soon Shao Kahn will come to our side, and this woman has no magic weapon to help her. As for the future when you become stronger than her. Are you afraid of a ball? Moreover, let's talk about the rest later. After all, you have to help her avenge her younger brothers and sisters. With such a relationship, coupled with the day and night interactions in the future, maybe with your personality charm, she will really recognize you wholeheartedly in the future. For the Lord, it's time for you to learn how to control people's hearts. Boy, listen up. The great Luimo will teach you something now. Controlling people and controlling the body is the lowest method, but controlling the human heart is the best method. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. He naturally knows this too. The problem is that saying it and doing it are two different things. Knowing how to do it and being able to do it are completely different things. They cannot be explained in just a few words. Buzz? Li Guanqi was too lazy to listen to the magic knife's blow. He raised his right hand and gently touched the eyebrows of Sophia's soul body, planting a soul mark to control her. Since then, the recognition of the master is completed. Sophia Ine has completely become his slave. Li Guanqi. Okay. Return your soul to its place, and then stand up. Li Guanqi took back his right hand and waved it slightly. Yes, master. Sophia's soul body turned into a flash of blue light and escaped into the physical body again. Soon, she slowly opened her eyes and stood up from the ground. Her tall body of more than 2 meters made Li Guanqi a little uncomfortable for a while. After all, his current appearance after transformation is only over 1.7 meters. You are too conspicuous like this. Li Guanqi looked at Sophia in front of him, sizing up her golden-eyed blonde hair and the pair of golden ears on top of her head. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Especially the pair of lion ears. You can tell it's an orc at a glance. Find someone to refine a bottle of high-level transformation potion for you to, huh? Before he finished speaking, Sophia's eyelids started to fight. Then in less than a second, the 2-meter-tall lioness closed her eyes, fell straight towards Li Guanqi, collapsed on him, and snored slightly. Good guy. I'm the master. I didn't do anything. I just carried the slave on my back. Li Guanqi was speechless and picked up Sophia. The lioness fell asleep. In fact, it is very rare to be able to stay awake for such a long time. After all, Sophia's current situation of being depleted of life energy is similar to that of ordinary people who have not slept for several days and nights. The ability to suppress sleepiness is probably purely supported by hatred. Orcs of different blood are also creatures of different blood, like humans of different blood. If their life energy is consumed too much, they must recover through sleep. Buzz? At this time, a burst of gold and silver light suddenly appeared on Sophia's left wrist. Immediately afterwards, a silver bracelet covered with golden patterns appeared on Sophia's left hand, constantly flashing gold and silver light. "It's Shankara!" The voice of the magic knife sounded, full of joy. Quickly take it off and bring it to your own hands." Li Guanqi immediately changed his position, put Sophia on his right shoulder, then took off the gold and silver bracelet and put it on his wrist. Buzz! The golden and silver light burst out instantly, turning into a brilliance of gold and silver intertwined, and escaped into the center of Li Guanqi's eyebrows. Almost instantly, he felt that there was something more in his soul. That was the fourth divine weapon aura that appeared after the snow spear, the demonic knife, and the Qingqian sword. The moment the sky arrives, the artifact recognizes its owner. "Hello, Master. My name is Shan Kong. You can call me Kong." A magnetic male voice slowly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind, like a subwoofer, with a very distinctive sound. "Ha ha ha! Boy, you are finally here." Demon Sword's loud laughter suddenly appeared. "Hey, Lu Emo, can you be more restrained in front of the Master? Oh, by the way, Master, please don't misunderstand me. Although Lu Emo and I are familiar with each other, he and I are completely different. This bastard, well, this guy is rude, but I'm different. I'm very elegant. Shun Kong, you are acting like your mother hacker here. Oh, look, it's extremely vulgar. Hack you. Don't use bad language. Also, I don't have a mother. And neither do you. Where did the magic weapon come from? You have to use some bad language. Okay. Shun Kong. Brother Shun Kong. H. Lo. Hack. There's a girl. Where is the girl? Where is she?" Li Guanqi held Sophia on his shoulders and scratched his head in a complicated mood. So lively. A brain. Besides him, there are also 3 artifacts like the snow spear, the magic knife, and the instant air bracelet chatting. His brain can fit together a mahjong game. And this Shan Kong is probably just as useless as the demon sword. "Xiaoshu, protect yourself," Li Guanqi said in his mind. "Uh-huh," Xiuxua responded quickly, with a hint of fear and helplessness in her voice. "Ah, this girlish aura is really nostalgic," Xuankong's voice sounded. "I don't know how many years it has been since I felt the breath of a girl. I really miss it." "Huh? Lu Emo, why do you still have the breath of a little brat here?" "Oh no, I hate kids. Shit. Is the divine weapon divided into men and women?" Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh. "Of course, Master." Shun Kong chuckled and responded. "Artifacts are created by gods. Before gods become gods, they are all human beings. There are men and women. The artifacts they create are naturally divided into men and women. I like girls. They are always savory." Anyway, Li Guanqi couldn't understand what the fragrance between the artifacts meant. "Let's get down to business." Li Guanqi straightened his expression and said seriously. "Shun Kong, what is your seal situation like? I am different from Lumo and Xiuxue." Shun Kong smiled. "I'm an auxiliary artifact. I don't have any power on my own, so there's no need to seal it. My characteristics will improve with the improvement of my master's cultivation. To put it simply, 2 points. 1. Reduce the consumption required for each transmission. 2. Increase the transmission distance. In other words, the stronger you are, Master, the less artifact source or life energy I need to consume every time I start teleportation. And the farther the teleportation distance is." "What about the memory?" Li Guanqi quickly asked. "What is your memory like?" "I basically remember that my memory has not been sealed," Shun Kong replied. Then what was the truth back then? Before Li Guanqi could speak, Mo Dao and Xiao Shui shouted anxiously in unison. Compared to Li Guanqi, these 2 artifacts wanted to know what happened back then. What is the inside story of Ragnarok? Who is the powerful enemy that the gods face? There are also the causes and consequences of this incident. "It seems that both of your memories have been sealed," Shad Kong didn't give in, and immediately replied, "Back then, Pluto, the king of the underworld, led his troops to attack the human world, and the power of Pluto was almost beyond the entire era. Oh, it is now the so-called Old Era. Pluto's combat power is the first of its kind in the past 30,000 years, and it is terrifyingly powerful. Lumo's master, the god of killing, was actually very powerful, but in front of Pluto, he was still a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The gods knew that they were absolutely outmatched. So after arranging their funeral arrangements and leaving behind their artifacts, they went to besiege Hades. In the end, at the cost of all deaths, the gods imprisoned Hades and his army into the underworld again, sealed the gate of the underworld, and isolated the bridge between the human world and the underworld, ending this war. What happened after that? Such is how the old era transitioned to the new era. I don't know the history of this period, because after Pluto destroyed the gods, although he was sealed in the underworld, he still sent his men in the human world to start frantically searching for the artifact. He tried to break the seal of the underworld from the human world by gathering the power of artifacts. I was afraid of being discovered by his men, so I sealed myself, and while concentrating my breath extremely, I also fell into a deep sleep. Wait until I wake up again. Hack! Grass! Grass! When I wake up again, I'm in the hacking clutches of that disgusting, incestuous old lion. That bastard. Damn it! I'll hack him. As he spoke, Shad Kong started a series of curses. I don't know where the elegance that I claim to be before lies, but Li Guanqi can actually understand it. No matter who is forcibly taken away, as soon as he wakes up and works 24 hours a day for 10 consecutive years, he will be as irritable as Shankara. Shad Kong, stop scolding. I will take you back to the grassland and kill the old lion. Now I still have questions to ask. Li Guanqi really couldn't stand this guy's tongue shining like a lotus flower in his mind, so he couldn't help but say, ahem, cough. It's okay. Master, you ask? Oh, by the way, Xiaoxu, it was Lu Imo who was controlling me just now. Don't get me wrong. I am a very good person. Hack you. Shad Kong. Shad Kong and Demon Sword, the pair of murderers and cannibals, don't seem to have a big brother and little brother relationship. They are just a pair of enemies. Li Guanqi only prayed that they could have a private chat in the future when they quarreled. Back to business. Li Guanqi shook his head and said seriously, Shad Kong, I have a few questions to ask you. 1. What is the underworld? According to New Age legends, isn't the underworld the birthplace of cursed spirits? 2. What kind of existence is Pluto? The king of cursed spirits? 3. Can you provide me with some help based on your memory? The underworld is a small world created by Pluto. Shad Kong quickly responded. The underworld is not the birthplace of cursed spirits, and there is no birthplace of cursed spirits. If it must be said, the entire world is their birthplace. Because since the bloody rain came, cursed spirits may be born in any corner of this world. As for the legends of the New Age, they are all based on rumors. My guess is that it was Ragnarok, when the gods sealed Hades in the underworld at the cost of death, which caused humans in the late old age to start making up stories based on this. Stories are passed down from generation to generation. What's more, there will be a transition period from the old era to the new era, a period of reconstruction of human civilization, which makes this story even more outrageous. The stories were passed down from generation to generation, and they became what they are now, about the decisive battle between humans and cursed spirits, and about the underworld being the home of cursed spirits. These are all nonsense and meaningless legends. Certainly, these stories are all based on prototypes. For example, the relationship between Hades, the underworld, and the cursed spirit. Pluto is not a cursed spirit. He is actually no different from the gods. He was also a human being at first. He lived from the 21st century of mortals to the 30,000 years of the old era. He calls himself Pluto. He can also control the cursed spirits and make the cursed spirits serve as his subordinates and army. He dug a space, the underworld, as his home, and then lived in it with a group of cursed spirit boys. Soon he ran out again, preparing to conquer the world and devour the gods. This is why the gods unite. Without unity, we are devoured and cannot be resurrected. Although unity must die, after sealing Hades in the underworld, although they die, they can still be resurrected in the future. Well, although they have not been resurrected until now. But this is unsolvable. The lesser of two evils. Without unity, total death. If we unite, we can be resurrected in the future. That's how powerful Hades is. Because his most terrifying power is the ability to devour gods, and then 100% plunder the laws controlled by this gods. In other words, every time Pluto kills a god, he can gain the power of the law of that god. The more gods he kills, the more he will become invincible. In fact, by the time the gods finally discovered his abilities, Pluto had fully gained strength and was truly invincible. Chapter 412: The relationship between Li Guanqi and Pluto. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. The amount of information in Shankara's words is too great. Therefore, the so-called Pluto is a human being in the 21st century. After the end of the world, he rose up and became a god, calling himself Pluto. And Pluto's superpower is 100% devouring, which is very similar to his plunder technique. But Li Guanqi's plundering skills were incomparable to his. Pluto's devouring is 100% devouring. As Shankong said, every time you kill a god, you can gain the full power of that god and control the other party's laws. Moreover, Pluto was sealed back to the underworld by the gods at the cost of death in the late old era. In other words, in today's new era, Pluto is still alive and still in the underworld. Could it be that the end of the world that the future god said was Pluto breaking out of the seal and returning to the world? And what the gods in the future want them to do, as extraordinary beings, is to find this person in the 21st century, before Pluto becomes Pluto, kill him, and nip the danger in the cradle? But that's not right either. If it were so simple, why would God in the future be the Riddler and speak in a secretive way? Shanku, Li Guanqi asked in his mind. What is the real name of Pluto? Does anyone know the story of Pluto in the 21st century? No one knows. However, Xuankong's answer disappointed him. The first time Pluto appeared in the sight of the gods was already 10,000 years after the old era. The reason why the gods knew he was a person from the 21st century was because it was revealed that no one knew where he was or what he was doing for 10,000 years before this. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Then there is no way to find it. Shankong, I still have many things to ask. Li Guanqi carried the lioness Sophia on his shoulders and looked around at the miasma-filled swamp. A strong wind began to rise around him. Let's talk as we walk. Boom! In the swamp, a storm suddenly rose into the sky and swept towards the distant sky. Shankong is not a magic sword, nor is it a snow-pointing gun. It is just an auxiliary artifact attached to the host, and does not have any power on its own. Because of this, he has no breath to speak of. So his spiritual master feels that there is no need to seal it to avoid Pluto's search. But Shankong was still too timid. He was afraid of being discovered by Pluto. So in the end, he sealed himself, put himself into a deep sleep, and further controlled his breath. This resulted in him not understanding what happened after Ragnarok. Ragnarok is not the end of the old era. At the end of the old era, it was the godless era, a world ruled by the 9 palace-level powerhouses. According to Li Guanqi's previous speculation from ancient scholar Yu Hao, the end of the old era was due to the fierce fighting between Geogun-level powerhouses and the nuclear bombs and other thermal weapons formed by the peak technology, flying all over the world, eventually destroying human civilization. But this is ultimately speculation. How the old era transitioned to the new era, even Shankong didn't know. After all, when he woke up from his slumber, it was already more than 4,000 years ago in the new era and had been obtained by the old Lion King. But fortunately, Shankong is extremely familiar with the events in the early, middle, and late era of the old era. After all, his memory has not been sealed. Li Guanqi and Shankong chatted for almost a whole day and night, and got a lot of things they wanted to know. He was absolutely sure of one thing. As the god of the future said, the real world and the strange world are two separate and independent universes. But the time and space where the future god himself is located is the same universe as the real world. And the timeline is the same. Therefore, in the future, gods will choose extraordinary people to gain strength, become stronger, and then change history and the future. But the weird world is different. The god of the future has always emphasized the 4 words, weird world, instead of the 4 words, future time and space, in order to emphasize the world independence of the weird world. The time and space where the strange world is located is indeed the future of the real world. But it is actually an independent parallel time and space that has no influence on the real world. Even if these weird worlds have not completely merged together to form a multiverse. Even so, It is still an independent parallel time and space to real time and space. That is to say, what Li Guanqi did in reality did not actually affect the weird world, and could not change the history of the weird world. Because the weird world and the real world are not the same universe at all. The timelines are not the same. The strange world is actually equivalent to the alien world. Except that this other world is exactly the same as the future of the real world. In addition to this, Li Guanqi also learned some other things from Shan Kong. First of all, the most important thing is the issue of lifespan. In the old era, the lifespan of superhuman beings was far longer than 1,000 years. The lifespan of human cultivators in the old era has no absolute relationship with their realm. There is no absolutely universal formula. Everyone's lifespan varies from person to person. However, human lifespan at that time was basically measured in thousands of years. Many people can live for tens of thousands of years even before they become gods. And in the new era, why humans cannot live beyond the 1,000-year mark is an unsolved mystery that even Shan Kong doesn't know the truth. Then, the normal trajectory of history is actually the outbreak of a world nuclear war, the rain of blood, and then the appearance of cursed spirits, humans of different blood, and spell masters one after another. The end times are coming. There are many influential figures in this era, and one of the outstanding figures in China is Han Mingyao. And the dreaming shelter does exist. The word, watching dreams, exists. But in history, there is no trace of him as Li Guanqi. Not at all. At least Shankara didn't know about this. Shan Kong also knew very little about Han Mingyao. Because Han Mingyao and its spiritual master are not gods of the same era. When its owner was born, Han Mingyao's glory had long passed. In history, this woman was a pioneer in the Chinese region. The first human beings to become gods. The god who controlled fire, and the master of the god of fire domain. It is worth mentioning that according to Shan Kong, the spiritual energy recovery in the old era is actually very, very slow. Moreover, they also started trial and error. Researched and developed the alien blood training system step by step from scratch. Due to the slow growth of spiritual energy, it took humans in the old era a full 8,000 years to formally perfect the cultivation system from the 1 yuan level to the 9 palaces level. The core condensation method of the 1-level magician's magic. The body refining method for a 3rd-level human with different blood. The spirit refining array of a 3rd-level conjurer. The Liangyi level. The 4-elephant level. The 5 elements level. And the Liuha level are relatively special and do not require any skills. They rely solely on the inherent characteristics of the different blood body and the magical organs. Step by step. But for the next 7 stars, special methods are needed to pull the stars. There are also Bagua level and Zhougong level, which also require exercises to practice. The creation of these techniques takes time. But in fact, the speed of skill creation is not the biggest factor restricting the growth of humans in the old era. The biggest difficulty is still the issue of spiritual energy concentration. In the old era, spiritual energy grew at an extremely slow rate. By the time a human becomes a Zhougong level person in the world, 8,000 years have passed in the old era. It took mankind another 2,000 years to figure out how to become a god. In other words, during the period of about 10,000 years in the old era, talents like Han Mingyao found the correct path to becoming gods and became the first batch of gods. These first-generation gods basically lived until the final Ragnarok. But Han Mingyao is not among the basic ranks. According to Shan Kong, the fire god died suddenly not long after he became a god, because the power of the fire god's domain faded, which meant that the god's protection was lost. That is, the god's death. No one knows how she died. But the fall of fire god Han Mingyao happened to happen at an important time point in the old era. Because shortly after her death, Hades began to officially appear in the sight of the gods. He only walked the world under the name Pluto. At first, he created his own divine domain like ordinary gods, and lived peacefully for 20,000 years, until the period of 30,000 years in the old epoch. Pluto fully demonstrated his ambition, revealing his ability to devour 100% of the laws of gods, and began to slaughter the gods, which eventually led to Ragnarok, which also led to himself and the generals of the underworld being sealed into the underworld. Since then, the era of gods has ended. The countdown to the old era begins. What happened after that was unknown to Shan Kong, because although Pluto was trapped in the underworld, he still sent his men who stayed in the human world to frantically search for the artifact, trying to break the seal from the human world through the power of the artifact. Shunku was afraid of being discovered, so he chose to sleep to hide. This seal of the gods on Pluto should be two-sided, strong internally, slightly weaker externally. So Pluto, who was trapped inside the underworld and couldn't break the seal, tried to break the seal from the outside. The problem is that the gods are dead. Facing the seals of the gods, only artifacts have some possibility of breaking the seal. So he sent people to search for the artifacts. The outcome of the incident remains a mystery. But according to Li Guanqi's speculation, Pluto probably failed. Otherwise, the current strange world should be under the rule of Pluto. But the facts prove that it is not. The new era is a godless era. But there are still gaps in this history. The appearance of Shun Kong gave Li Guanqi a general understanding of the 30,000 years between the 21st century and the later period of the Old Epic. However, during the period from the end of the Ragnarok era to the beginning of the new era, Shun Kong was in a deep sleep, and it did not know what was happening. This period of history is still a blank period for Li Guanqi. History is a mystery. Among them, what Li Guanqi wants to know more is how Han Mengyao died in history, and why there is no figure of him. Li Guanqi. In history. Shun Kong, are you sure you didn't miss anything about fire god Han Mengyao? 3 days later. Sakura Shogunate. Bailing. Luowa County. In an ordinary hotel suite, Li Guanqi leaned against the windowsill, watching the cherry blossoms flying in the market outside, and couldn't help but ask again. When my first master was born, the god of fire had been dead for hundreds of years. I have told you all the official history that I know. Shun Kong seemed speechless. How about I tell you those unofficial stories? Just tell me. Li Guanqi nodded. Damn, I want to hear all this. So I really said it. Shun Kong was silent for a while, and then said with excitement, but the unofficial history is very wild. You just have to listen to it for fun. I have heard of the most widely spread and wildest unofficial history. It's about Vulcan having an affair with Pluto. You see, the god of fire established a dream viewing sanctuary during the last days. Her name is Han Mengyao. So there is the word Meng in her name. What about viewing? Where does this word Guan come from? Some people say that when the apocalypse first broke out, zombies of different blood were all over the world, sweeping across cities and wilderness. At that time, Han Mengyao was already married and had a husband. During a crisis, her husband chose to stay and fight the zombies alone to give his wife a chance to escape. At that time, Han Mengyao managed to survive because of her husband's sacrifice. Her husband died. In order to commemorate her late husband, Han Mengyao chose to build Guanming Sanctuary, and the origin of the word Guan was her late husband's name. Then many more years, 10,000 years ago in the old era, Han Mengyao became a god and became the god of fire. At this time, she found an opportunity to resurrect her husband, but she had to sacrifice herself. She thought of her husband's death in order to keep her alive when faced with zombies in the city. So she made a decision quickly. Then, Vulcan fell. Her husband is resurrected. So who is her husband? This involves Pluto. The period when Pluto appeared happened to be shortly after the death of Vulcan. Moreover, Pluto was unknown before this, and no one had ever known him. But when he appeared, he became a god. Isn't this strange? So, a possibility arises. Pluto is the husband of Vulcan. After the god of fire resurrected him, although he died, he also gave his power to his husband, allowing his husband to be resurrected as a god. However, this resurrection is flawed. After all, it is resurrecting a mortal who has been dead for 10,000 years and has no scum left. Even if he comes back to life, he will have no memory of the past. Pluto only knew that he was Pluto and did not remember the wife of Vulcan. 20,000 years passed like this. Suddenly one day, Pluto remembered everything and found a way to resurrect his wife, which was to kill the gods and devour them to gain powerful power to resurrect his dead wife. That's why he started Ragnarok. TSK. 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 This story has become a love story spanning 30,000 years. At first, the husband did not hesitate to sacrifice himself for his wife. Later, the wife did not hesitate to sacrifice herself in order to resurrect her husband. Finally, the husband did not hesitate to kill the gods in order to resurrect his wife. Damn it. The person who compiled this wild history is so talented. Damn it. Master, are you right? This wild history is really too damn wild. At the end of the story, Shankara was laughing while talking. He was so happy. Ha ha ha, ha ha. However, Shankara smiled, but couldn't stop laughing, because he found that his master, after listening to his unofficial history, was standing by the windowsill, holding the windowsill with his right hand, frowning, and looking extremely serious. Master? Shad Kong suddenly panicked. Kong, I should have told you that our master is magical and can travel between the two worlds in the past 21st century and this new era. Right? At this time, the low voice of the magic knife slowly sounded. Of course. Shad Kong replied. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. This is one of the reasons why I consider him my master. I can go back to the 21st century and see the past world. Moreover, he is so magical, and he will definitely have a future in the future. So, you know that our master comes from the 21st century. Demon Sword said again. Yes. Shad Kong was a little surprised. Hey, Padao, what do you want to say? Did I forget to tell you? Or did you forget? Demon Sword's voice sank. Our master's name is Li Guanqi. Guan. That Guan in Guanming Sanctuary is stupid. The sky was silent for a moment. Also, there's more. At this time, Shishua's soft voice also slowly sounded. The master's lover in the 21st century is called Han Mingyao. And that girl also has fire attributes. I followed the master. And when I traveled to the apocalypse last time, it was discovered that the girl was the founder of Guanming Sanctuary. So, if she doesn't have the same name, she is the god of fire. That's for sure. The sky was silent for a moment. The magic knife was silent. After Xiaoxua finished speaking, she also fell into silence. The three artifacts were all silent. At this time, Li Guanqi also walked back to the table from the windowsill and sat down, holding the teacup in his hand and remaining silent for a long time. Grass. After an unknown amount of time, the demonic sword broke the silence with a trembling voice. So, what the HL? Our master is that Pluto? In the 21st century, Pluto himself has not yet become Pluto? He has traveled to this place where tens of thousands of people in the new era after 20 years. Are you still here to listen to his future stories? But it doesn't make sense. Xuankong's voice deepened. It's not like I haven't seen Pluto before. That guy looks completely different from his master. If the master looked the same as Pluto, I would have discovered it long ago. Even the master's soul form is different from Pluto's. Identical. What does this mean? Demonic Sword immediately replied. What if he lives for a long time and likes to change his appearance and show the world another way? Grass. As soon as these words came out, Shad Kong was completely desperate. So I've been hiding for so many years and still got caught by Hades? Whoa, 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 whoa. Master. Master, woo-woo. Xiaoxua cried directly. Can you please not eat Xiaoxua? Hey. Be quiet. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile as he listened to the noise of the three voices in his head. As soon as he said this, his mind suddenly became quiet. As the master, Li Guanqi can clearly feel the fear of these three artifacts at this time. This was the first time he felt such authority. I don't know what you three are afraid of. Li Guanqi smiled and said. Now, listen to me and explain it from beginning to end. Shad Kong is talking about Yi Shi. I do have the plundering technique, but compared with Pluto's 100% devouring law, it is far behind. I may not be Pluto. Of course, it's undeniable that the possibilities are huge. Quite huge. Okay, let's just talk. Assume that the Zhu Ye's unofficial history that Shad Kong talked about is Zhu Zheng's official history and the historical truth. Then there is no need for you to be afraid of me. Question: why did Pluto kill the gods? Answer: because he wanted to resurrect his wife Vulcan. Then the problem arises. In the old era, Pluto's wife died, so he needed to resurrect her. Maybe I am Pluto, but I am not the Pluto of the old era. I am Li Guanqi of the 21st century. At that time when I lived, Han Mingyao was still alive and well, and our little lives were very happy. I don't need to resurrect her at all. There is no need to kill the gods. I am not trapped in the underworld, and I don't need to collect artifacts to break the seal. I will not drag the three of you over to break the seal in the underworld, because I have no need to do such a thing. In this case, Lumo, Shad Kong, Xiaoxua, why are you afraid of me? At the end, Li Guanqi became more and more surprised. Ragnarok has already happened in history, Shad Kong said in a deep voice. The current timeline is very strange. You have traveled to this era. Master, if you are the Pluto of the past, is the Pluto of this era still trapped in the underworld at this time? You? And the future, what kind of relationship do you want to have with me? What kind of relationship? It's just a relationship between strangers. I don't care about God killing Pluto. Li Guanqi smiled calmly. I am Li Guanqi. That's all. All three artifacts fell into silence. Etc. After a while, Li Guanqi suddenly remembered something. About my soul's true form. Shun-Kong, do you know anything about it? Chapter 413 Half-Demon Li Guanqi. Non-human ancestor. Is Li Guanqi a human? It's even hard to say for certain, because Li Guanqi's soul is not in human form. But even if he is a descendant of a different blood family, his soul is still in human form, and will not show any different blood characteristics. But Li Guanqi's soul was exactly like a god and demon, with 3 heads and 6 arms, 2 horns on his head, and 2 wings on his back. This is very special. When Li Guanqi was on his way, he mentioned these things to Mo Dao and Xiao Shui on the way. But in fact, when they recognized him as their master, both Mo Dao and Xiao Shui had already discovered this matter. However, because their memories and knowledge were sealed, these 2 artifacts could not explain how this happened. One thing. What about Shun-Kong? This auxiliary artifact has no seal at all. Maybe Shun-Kong can give him the answer? Very interesting phenomenon. Shun-Kong's magnetic voice slowly sounded. It's really interesting. In fact, when I recognized your master, I discovered your special soul. At that time, I wanted to chat with you, but you kept asking me about old history. There was no chance to mention the matter. Now that we have reached this point, I will explain it in detail. Master, you are not a pure human being. In other words, one of your ancestors was not a pure human being. To put it simply, a certain generation of your ancestors should be biologically combined with a creature with extremely powerful bloodline to produce offspring. From then on, your lineage was no longer a pure human being, but became a being similar to a half-demon. The demon that I use as half-demon refers to any kind of non-human creature. The appearance of that creature should have the characteristics of 2 wings, 2 horns, 3 heads, and 6 arms, which causes your soul form to inherit this characteristic. After atavism, your soul is completely transformed. In fact, Master, your physical body should also be like this. But we all know that alien blood is very special. Because of the alien blood in your body, your return to your ancestors, Master, is not directly reflected, but is combined with the alien blood. I say this. Can you understand? Let me put it another way. Humans of different blood will appear in a second form at the lineage level, which is derived from the characteristics of different blood. For example, for a human with different blood, the different blood in his body comes from a wing-cursed spirit. Then his 2-dimensional form will most likely have wings. But you, Master, are different. Your 2-dimensional form has nothing to do with your different blood characteristics. Your Liangyi form is completely the change after you return to your ancestors. Your atavistic form directly replaces your Liangyi form. But judging from the shape of your soul, your return to your ancestors is not complete enough. Because Lumo told me, Master, your Liangyi form is just 3 heads and 6 arms. But your soul form also has wings, horns, bone spurs, and other things. 7 stars. As far as I know. After some alien blood, humans acquire the power of the stars. The alien blood power in their bodies will further evolve. Master, your ancestral bloodline has been connected with your alien blood. This means that after you step into the 7 stars in the future, you will most likely return to your ancestors again, and the 2-dimensional form will be more similar to yours. Ancestors. This is a good thing. But it can also be bad. Further returning to your ancestors will definitely make your Liangyi form even more powerful. However, as the degree of atavism increases, you may also get some memories from your ancestors. If your mind is not strong enough, it is very likely that your ancestors' memories will affect your mind. At this point, Shun-Kong stopped, leaving Li Guanqi some time to digest. So, I am indeed not human? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. This is really a joke. After living for 20 years, I found out that I was not a human, but a half-demon. My ancestor was a 3-headed and 6-armed creature who didn't know what it was. It depends on how you define person. Shun-Kong smiled softly. If you look at it by the standards of the 21st century, then since the reign of blood came, the only humans left in the world are those mortals. But who can say that humans with different blood are not human anymore? The definition of human beings should not be so narrow. I have really mixed feelings right now. Li Guanqi sighed. But it's strange. At this time, the voice of the magic knife sounded. I can only possess humans. But if he is not a human, how can I possess him? The master has not completely returned to his ancestors. Shun-Kong said calmly. He is at best a half-demon. But but he is still half human. Different-blooded humans are also humans. The magic knife was silent. Li Guanqi scratched his head, feeling mixed feelings in his heart for a while. In fact, he had long suspected that he might not be human anymore. But now that he heard Xuankong's conclusion, he still felt indescribably weird. There must have been human civilization in prehistory. Millions of years ago, in the 21st century, there was a Yu Dynasty civilization ruled by aliens. Maybe there were other civilizations before it. Similarly, there are mythical creatures called phoenixes. And it is not surprising that there are some creatures with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 2 wings. And one of his ancestors got involved with such a creature. Without reproductive isolation, I would be speechless. Li Guanqi sighed, walked to the window, and looked out at the lively market with mixed emotions. Master, have you ever thought that if one day you had the opportunity to completely revert to your ancestors, would you choose to completely give up your human bloodline? Suddenly, Xuankong's words made his heart sink again. What's the meaning? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Before we talk about this, we have to talk about another thing. Xuankong said slowly. Master, Lu Imo mentioned to me that you are a master of both different blood and spiritual power. Maybe people in the new age like to call it dual cultivation of martial arts and magic. But it's actually the same thing. But I'm more used to the old age way of calling it. He has dual cultivation of alien blood and spiritual power, and can both surpass the 3rd talent level. This means that the magical organs in your body, Master, and the alien blood in your body have reached a balance. They will not devour each other, nor will they exclude each other. This is an extremely low probability thing, even among the gods. Only a few have such a talent. Lumo's memory was sealed, so he couldn't remember it clearly. But in fact, his first master, the god of death, was a fellow cultivator with different blood and spiritual power. Due to this, the god of killing ranks among the top 3 among the gods in combat power all year round. There are so many advantages to fellow practitioners with different blood and spiritual powers. For example, at the 5-element level, the 5-element internal organs and the 5-element laws can confirm each other and drive the improvement of another's cultivation level. There is also the power of different blood. This is a magical power, a product of the new age, that even the gods of the old age have not mastered. I'm glad to see such strength, because this shows that the times are constantly progressing. Human beings in the new age have developed new powers, even if they are limited by the times and cannot become gods. Human beings are always innovating, fellow practitioners of different blood and spiritual power. This means that, Master, you can integrate the power of law into your potential. Yuma told me that you have already done it. This is good. It seems that Lumo did not trick me, and I found a promising master. The dual cultivation of alien blood and spiritual power has another biggest benefit. Master, you should know that when people's alien blood power reaches a certain level, they can rely on the laws of space to communicate with the power of up to 7 stars. That is, 7 stars. And if your spiritual power reaches a certain level, it's okay. This means that others in the 7 stars can only communicate with up to 7 stars. But people with both different blood and spiritual power are different. With your different blood, you can communicate with 7. With the help of spiritual power, he can communicate with 7 more. That adds up to 14 stars. I just said that after entering 7 stars, you will most likely return to your ancestors again, and your Liangyi form will be more similar to your ancestors. And you will have to communicate with 14 stars in the future. I speculate that under the influence of the power of so many stars, your degree of reversion will be quite dramatic. Perhaps, you will completely transform into your soul form. It has 3 heads and 6 arms, 2 horns on its head, 2 wings on its back, and bone spurs all over its body. And instead of the 2-dimensional form, this will become your true body form. Having said this, Xuankong paused and added, of course, it's just possible. It doesn't matter. Li Guanqi shrugged. I have a transformation technique. Whatever my true form becomes, it doesn't affect how I want to show off. I've been running around with my transformed appearance, and I've long been used to it. It would be best if you can pass the test in your own mind. Xuankong smiled softly. And this is just a possibility that I guess. Not necessarily. Fine. Li Guanqi nodded, then put the matter of his race behind him, and asked another topic that he was very interested in. Xuankong, why can't you become a god in the new age? I really don't know that. Xuankong's voice deepened. Although the old era has transitioned to the new era, there is actually no gap in the cultivation methods. and they are all controlled by the rulers of the world's countries. The same is true for the method of becoming a god. The old Lion King who enslaved me before knew a method of becoming a god. The problem is, people in this era just can't become gods. The nature of this matter, well, it's similar to drilling wood to make fire. We all know that by drilling wood to make fire, we can get fire. But I don't know why. Although the temperature is sufficient and the flammable materials meet the requirements, it just can't catch fire. In the new age, there must be some kind of problem with the environment of this era. But I don't know yet. Maybe. Master, can you take me to find the truth of the matter in the future? Maybe you don't have to look for it. Li Guanxi thought slightly. Can't the new age become a god? Then, go back to the old days? Strictly speaking, the earliest period of the old era should be counted from the time when the blood rain came. But Li Guanxi is too lazy to be so particular, and just regards the 21st century as the earliest stage of the old century. If he can't become a god in the new era, will he be able to become a god when he returns to reality? Well, it seems like I'm thinking a little too far. Squeak. At this time, the door to the hotel bedroom slowly opened, and a sleepy, 2-meter-tall blonde lioness wearing a black robe slowly opened the door, lowered her head, and walked out of the bedroom. Ouch. She yawned, the 2 golden lion ears on her head twitching, and a lion's tail sticking out from under the hem of her clothes lightly swept. Master. Good morning. Sophia Enya looked at Li Guanxi in front of her and said low in a daze. Your life energy has only recovered a little. Li Guanxi was a little surprised. Why did you wake up so early? You can sleep for a few more days. Oh. Sophia nodded blankly and turned back to her room. Li Guanxi was speechless. This stupid lioness obviously didn't wake up. Go and rest quickly. Li Guanxi picked up the teacup on the table next to him, took a sip, and said calmly, when you fully recover your life energy, you have to help me protect the law. Using the 6th level soul raising formation, it takes 10 days to completely upgrade the soul to the 6th level. During this period, he must not be disturbed by anyone. Otherwise his 150 million gold coins will be wasted. Huh. Sophia lay on the big light green bed, and soon there were bursts of slight snoring and murmuring. Layla. Mozai. Don't run around. Sister is going to be angry. Don't run. Li Guanxi lowered his head and looked at the brown tea in the white ceramic cup in his hand with complicated eyes. Has Sophia brought trouble to the family? Yes. But is she wrong? Who can tell? Boom. Li Guanxi stood up, left the hotel suite, and gently closed the door. Time to make some preparations. An advanced transformation potion for Sophia. There are also medicinal herbs that can mediate the flaws of the 6th level soul ascension formation. That poisonous herb worth 500,000 gold coins each. I want a 500-year-old purple-spotted lantern plant. The sun-dried kind? I can grind it into powder directly. In Luowa County, in a large pharmacy, Li Guanxi stood in front of the counter, looked at the female pharmacist with round eyes in front of him, and said calmly, Okay, please wait a moment. The female pharmacist turned around and walked to the pharmacy drawer at the back. She opened one of the drawers with ease and took out a strange herb with purple markings that was in a dried state. Then she walked to the other side, picked up the mash pot, and started mashing it. Li Guanxi looked at the woman's back and suddenly felt something was wrong. Aliasic level different blood warrior. He thought about it. There's something wrong with the glasses on the female pharmacist's face. In the weird world, of course there are things like glasses. But the problem is, this woman is a 2-level warrior of different blood. And the glasses on her face are not a magic weapon, let alone a sacrificial weapon, but Nikon brand glasses, which is a brand in the real world. An extraordinary person from reality? Are you Mr. Matsumoto's apprentice? Li Guanxi looked at the female pharmacist and asked softly. This pharmacy is the largest pharmacy in Luowa County. The owner is a 5-element level conjurer, an alchemist, and a pharmacist. As an apprentice, the extraordinary senses of the alien blood warrior are very useful. Yes, sir. I am his new student. My name is Qin Xiaozhen. The female pharmacist quickly crushed the herbs and put them into a cardboard bag. Then she walked back to Li Guanxi and handed them out with both hands with a smile. Here, your 500-year-old purple-spotted lantern has been ground into powder. Please turn right and go to the counter over there to settle the bill. Pay attention to safety. It is a highly poisonous herb after all. But since you want to buy it, you should know it. Welcome to visit Matsumoto Pharmacy next time. It seems that he is indeed a newcomer. This is not how business is done. Li Guanqi smiled and said, I haven't even said that I only want this portion. And you're already chasing customers away? Eh? The female pharmacist, who called herself Qin Xiaojun, was slightly startled. Is your name from Daluo? Li Guanqi took the carton bag from Qin Xiaojun's hand and asked with a smile. Uh-huh. Qin Xiaojun nodded. Your glasses are very nice. Li Guanqi pointed to the Nikon glasses on her face. It doesn't seem to be a sacrificial or magical weapon. Where did you buy it? A place far away. Qin Xiaojun smiled and said, Sir, you can't buy it. And it's of no practical use. I'm used to wearing it before. But I'm not used to taking it off. Oh. Li Guanqi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. This Qin Xiaojun is, in all likelihood, a real transcendent. A place far away. How far away? It's probably as far away as another world. As for how this Qin Xiaojun came to the Sakura shogunate, it is her story. Everyone has a story. They are all the protagonists in their own stories. I also want an advanced transformation potion. Li Guanqi looked at Qin Xiaojun and said calmly, The requirements for use are Liuha-level alien blood warriors. Please get 100 bottles first. The high-level transformation potion requires Liuha-level alien blood warriors. That's the 6th level transformation potion. Okay. Please wait a moment. Qin Xiaojun tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then turned and walked towards the pharmacy counter on the other side. Li Guanqi stood there and waited. Advanced transformation potions, with the advanced prefix in front of them, seem to be very high-end. But in fact, they are not high-end or expensive. Even the 6th level transformation potion is not a 6th level resource. Because the prefix doesn't matter. It's just a transfiguration potion. Low-level transformation potions can randomly change appearance. Generally speaking, there will be a note explaining which creatures it will randomly transform into. And there is a time limit. It's hard to say the price. Different content of changes and different effect durations will bring different prices. There are bottles worth 100 gold coins. And there are bottles worth several thousand gold coins. But basically speaking, a bottle of low-level transformation potion will cost no more than 10,000 gold coins. The advanced transformation potion is different. It can change its appearance according to its own wishes. And as long as the alien blood power is not used, the duration of the effect is basically permanent. However, once the alien blood power is used, the effect disappears. Advanced transformation potions also have requirements for the users themselves. At the very least, they can only be used by warriors of different bloods who are above the level of 3 talents. The price of advanced transformation potions is also very interesting. The higher the user's cultivation level, the lower the price. Because the higher the user's cultivation level, the lower the material requirements for the transformation potion. They can freely use inferior medicinal materials that are highly effective and put a huge load on the user. And this low-quality medicinal material is very cheap in the market. According to the market conditions, the usage requirement is a transformation potion for a Liuha-level alien blood warrior. And one bottle only costs 800 to 1,000 gold coins. This pharmacy should not be a scam. Sir, your 100 bottles of advanced transformation potions are all of 6th level. Soon, Qin Xiaojun came over carrying a box. And there were sounds of liquid sloshing and glass bottles touching each other. In our pharmacy, a bottle of 6th level transformation potion costs 888 gold coins. If you just buy 100 bottles, that's 88,800 gold coins. Qin Xiaojun placed the box on the counter, then pointed to the cardboard bag in Li Guanqi's hand. Add the one you just bought, the 500-year-old purple-spotted lantern plant, which costs 498,000 gold coins. And the total is, 586,800 gold coins. Let's forget the fraction. I'll give you 586,000 gold coins. The person in charge of the checkout went out to fish. Sir, you can just pay here with me. Chapter 414. Upgraded to the 6th level of Soul. Li Guanqi and Hades looked at each other for the first time. 5 days later, Sakura shogunate, Biling, in a certain cave. A Western woman with blonde hair and golden eyes, wearing black long sleeves and white trousers, leaned against the rock wall and looked at the back of the man in black robe in front of her with a sad look in her eyes. It was Sophia who had restored all her life energy and used the transformation potion to change her appearance. At this time, she completely lost her lion-like features and looked like a tulip woman. She was over 1.7 meters tall and her tight white trousers vividly outlined her slender legs. Master, sometimes I wonder if I sleep all the time. I won't think of those sad things. Sophia lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Yes. In front of her, Li Guanqi took out the 3-piece set of the 6th level Soul Ascension formation from the space necklace. He glanced at the manual and said, I have a more convenient way. Now you hit the wall and die. It will be over in one fell swoop. It's simple. Sophia was suddenly speechless. I'm not a comforter. Sophia. Li Guanqi looked back at her and said seriously, What's more, what you need is not comfort. Comfort is meaningless. Isn't it? You're right. Sophia nodded and clenched her fist slightly. Don't be too impatient. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and continued to tinker with the 3-piece suit in his hand. Of your 3 enemies, 2 are at Bagua level, and 1 is an old Lion King at Jyogon level. This is definitely not a goal that can be accomplished in a short period of time. You can definitely do it. Sophia's eyes looked at him, full of hope. Even Lord Shankong, who is a sacred weapon, is so optimistic about you. You must have extraordinary potential. Certainly. Li Guanqi smiled and nodded, and then asked, Speaking of this, what is the status of your cultivation? Now you are at the peak of Liuha level? Then when can you pull a star again? Have no idea. Sophia bit her red lips and frowned. I don't have that feeling anymore. I obviously had that feeling of pulling the stars before, but it's completely gone now. Even after the life energy is fully restored, I can't find it anymore. Don't feel it anymore? Li Guanqi put down the 3-piece suit in his hand and looked at her curiously. What about going to the star attraction again? To pull the stars with 7 stars, you need not only the method of guiding the stars, but also the ground to guide the stars. The method of guiding stars, as the name suggests, is a method used to communicate with and pull stars. The star guiding place is the closest place to that star. This closeness does not refer to distance, but to the place with the greatest sensitivity to the stars. At night, if you go to the corresponding star guiding place to communicate with the stars, the success rate will be greater than in other places. It is worth mentioning that the same star will have multiple star attraction sites at the same time. The star attraction places in this strange world are basically controlled by major forces, because which stars can bring which power, or strength, or defense, or special abilities, are all things that have been clearly registered. Therefore, when judging the strength of a force, how many star drawing areas they occupy is also an important criterion. For example, in the Daluo dynasty, star observatories were located all over the dynasty, and they were all forbidden areas for the imperial court. Of course, there are also geniuses who can find a place at random without relying on the star guiding method, and directly pull the stars directly by relying on the star guiding method. But such people are in the minority after all. Most people need the assistance of the star guiding land to successfully pull the stars. Therefore, controlling the star guiding land is equivalent to controlling the 7-star promotion channels. It must be said that this is also the reason why family clans can achieve strict class control among various countries. Therefore, if Sophia was almost overdrawn due to being drained of a large amount of life energy by Shan Kong, causing her to fall from the 7-star level to the 6th level, she might be able to return to the 7-star level by returning to the star guiding place and pulling the stars again. But there's no way I can go back. Sophia sighed helplessly. The star I am pulling is called Lion King. The star is located deep in the territory of our lion-headed royal family. I am now wanted by the lion-headed royal family, and it is impossible to go back. Lion? Li Guanqi thought for a while. As far as I know, the star that increases power is only called the Lion King among you lion-headed people. It has other names in other countries because it is more than one star attraction. Please answer if we don't go to the place in the lion-headed territory. Wouldn't it be okay to change to another star-drawing place? Or, even better, just change to a star? No way. Sophia shook her head, then looked at him and said, Master, I just fell down. I can feel that there is still some power of Lion King left in my body. So my actual combat power now should be at the peak of Liuha level. Below 7 stars. But because of this, there is still some power of lion in my body. This little residual power will limit me and prevent me from communicating with other stars. I must draw the power of the Lion King again and restore the 7-star cultivation level before I can draw other stars. That's right. After all, it's just a fall. Li Guanqi nodded. Let's talk about it later. You can't get into a place like Guixing Land with money. You have to rely on connections. If you want to enter the star attraction of major families, you must have a very good relationship with this family. The Daluo dynasty's star observatory needed military merit and the like. As for the star guidance area of the Conjuration Academy, that is even more difficult. You need to be at the level of a professor at the academy to enter. All in all, matters related to 7 stars are things to be considered later. As for now, it's better to get the 6th level soul ready first. Boom! Li Guanqi picked up a blue ball the size of a fingernail, placed it on the ground, stepped on it, and exploded it. Buzz! A burst of colorful light emerged from the soles of his shoes, and then strips of liquid of different colors flowed out, which quickly solidified on the ground and gradually turned into a circular colorful array. There are a total of 72 empty holes, and one of them has already lit up with a red light. The 6th level Soul Ascension formation has been laid out. It's so convenient to get the formation diagram. If the seller can perfect this invention, it will definitely be an epic-making thing. Well, why am I becoming an epic-making guy? Li Guanqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he picked up a golden wooden box and opened the lid. Among the 72 gems, there was already a green gem with a slight red light inside. It echoes the whole position in the array diagram. It's really convenient. Li Guanqi began to place the gems one by one, and put these condensed array materials into the holes of the array one by one. Master, this is the gem in question. You first pour the powder of purple-spotted poisonous heartgrass into the hole, and then put the gem. Suddenly, just when Li Guanqi was about to place a purple-red gemstone, Shishua's soft voice rang out. Good. Li Guanqi nodded, then took out a cardboard bag from the space necklace, and poured the purple powder into a hole as Shishua said. Then he inserted the purple-red gem, then proceeded to place the gems. Boom! The moment Li Guanqi installed all 72 gems, the array under his feet suddenly shook, emitting a strong 7-color light. Finally, the light mixed and turned into a blue halo, suspended in the center of the array. Since then, the 6th level soul-raising formation is all set up. Next comes the final step. What you have to do is very simple. Stand inside the aperture, drink the 6th level soul-enhancing potion, wait for the effect of the potion and the formation effect to react, and upgrade the user's 5th order peak soul to the 6th level. Sophia! Li Guanqi stood in the central aperture of the 6th level soul ascension formation, looked at the blonde beauty a few steps away, and said seriously, The next 10 days will be left to you. Sophia must die to protect her. Master! Sophia simply knelt down on one knee, bowed her head, and shouted in a deep voice. You don't have to engage in these etiquettes in the future. It's not necessary. Li Guanqi smiled and waved his hand. Just get things done. Yes, Master! Sophia still knelt on one knee. Li Guanqi was helpless, but he didn't bother to correct it. He took out a bottle of dark blue potion from the space necklace, opened the cork, and drank it in one gulp. Buzz! Almost instantly, the soul ascension formation at Li Guanqi's feet exploded with bright blue light. Extremely rich soul power emerged from the 72 gems. After a period of rotation in the central aperture, it finally merged and poured into the center of his eyebrows. The 10-day soul promotion begins. Li Guanqi quickly sat down cross-legged and began to carefully feel the soul ascension process. A few seconds later, he could no longer see his figure sitting in the center of the formation. His whole body was completely enveloped in the blue soul power that was so rich and concrete that even the entire cave was illuminated blue. Sophia, on the other hand, stood outside the formation, alertly sensing the movement around her and preparing for the formation. Daluo Dynasty, the ancestral land of the Wang family. In the deepest part of this lush mountain range, there is a hidden underground mausoleum, where the bodies of every Zhougong-level ancestor of the Wang family are buried. The Wang family is one of the 16 surnames in Daluo. What are the 16 surnames in Daluo? In every period, there is at least one Zhougong-level powerhouse sitting in charge, namely the 16th surname of Daluo. The standards for the 8 kingdom surnames are even higher. The Wang family was not the founding hero, but it has been more than 2,500 years since the Wang family became one of the 16 surnames in Daluo. There are already as many as 5 Zhougong-level ancestors buried in this mausoleum. Yanqing, do you know what the content of Kalinzi's plan is? Deep inside the mausoleum, a kind old man wearing a white robe walked slowly with his hands behind his back. Wang Yanqing, who was dressed in red, followed him, half a body behind, with heartfelt respect in his eyes. This old man's name is Wang Haoran, and he is one of the only 2 remaining Zhougong-level ancestors of the Wang family. compared with Wang Yuan, another Jiugong level and notorious person. This ancestor Wang Haoran is the kind ancestor in the hearts of all Wang family members. Ancestor! Yanqing is ignorant. Wang Yanqing thought for a while, and shook her head. The Kalinzi plan, the so-called resource tilt, is actually just a fog. Its essence is a quick-fire plan with enlightenment. Wang Haoran did not stop, walking step by step deeper into the mausoleum. You don't know. Many people don't know. Every Jiugong level member of the Wang family never dies, but takes the initiative to come before the end of their lifespan. Here, the physical power is sealed. Wang Yanqing's complexion changed slightly. In the past 2,500 years of the Wang family, not counting a Yuan and I, there have been 5 Jiugong level members, including 1 late Jiugong, 2 middle Jiugong, and 2 early Jiugong. There was some confusion in Wang Haoran's eyes. No one can break the 1,000-year lifespan limit. Of course, these 5 ancestors have died long ago, but their sealed bodies are still preserved through special methods. Strength. This is a legacy left by the ancestors to their descendants. This legacy is enough to allow any descendant of the Wang family to be directly promoted from the 5 elements level to the early stage of the 9 palaces. Wang Yanqing was already extremely shocked at this time. And you? Wang Haoran stopped, looked at Wang Yanqing beside him, and said calmly, You are the Qilin son of this generation of the Wang family. You are the chosen one. You must accept the power of these 5 ancestors and use the fastest speed to promoted to Jiugong level. My child, you must quickly become the 3rd 9th palace of the Wang family. While I and a Yuan are still here, our Wang family must create a situation where 3 Jiugong level people live together. Why me? Wang Yanqing's face was full of bewilderment. I am only at the 5 elements level. Wouldn't it be better to leave this opportunity to the elders at the Bagua level in the clan? Because you're younger. Wang Haoran continued to walk forward. You are only over 30 years old. When you become the Jiugong level, you can live for another 900 years, and sit in the Wang family for another 900 years. This opportunity for you is better than for others. It's more cost-effective. And your martial arts talent is the highest among everyone in the Wang family. In every aspect, you have to be the Qilin son of the Wang family. Wang Yanqing lowered his head and silently followed the old man in white. After a long while, she whispered softly, The dynasty is about to be in turmoil, and the Wang family will also have a share of the pie. Right? Certainly. Wang Haoran's voice was calm. Our Wang family's strength has always been expected to be shoulder to shoulder with the 8 kingdoms. Since the founding of Daluo for 3,000 years, the minimum standard for the 16 major surnames is to have at least 1 Jiugong level person in charge in each period. 8 surnames must have at least 3 digits. By then, Yanqing, you will also become the Jiugong level, plus I and a Yuan. Our Wang family will be 3 Jiugongs under the same roof. With this strength, why can't we compete with the 8 kingdoms to share a few pieces of the pie? Of course. Of course. The 8 surnames of the 8 kingdoms have a profound foundation after all. So to take a step back, creating a situation where 3 people from 9 palaces live under the same roof is also to protect themselves, lest they become inseparable from the 8 kingdom surnames and affect our Wang family when the time comes. Anyway, facing the upcoming turbulence, even if our Wang family cannot take advantage of the situation, we must maintain our strength. Yanqing. Wang Haoran looked at the young man in red next to him and said seriously, You are a young man of the new generation. You are the future. I and Wang Yuan will grow old eventually. You are the pillar of the future of the Wang family. Facing the future, the turbulent situation is coming down, and you have to shoulder more responsibilities. Ancestor. Wang Yanqing frowned slightly, and suddenly noticed something in his words. Ancestor. What do you mean? Facing the upcoming turbulent situation, the Wang family not only needs the 3 9 palaces under one roof, but also needs an alliance. Wang Haoran's eyes were complicated, and he sighed softly. A Yuan thinks that for the sake of the Wang family, you should marry with a powerful family. Wang Yanqing's face suddenly darkened and he said angrily, How can this be? Don't rush yet. Before she could finish speaking, Wang Haoran waved his hand. This is a Yuan's idea, although it is also the idea of many Wang family members. But you know, in this world, power is everything. The so-called power is based on strength. Now that a Yuan is stronger than you, if he proposes a marriage, you can only abide by it. But I will buy time for you. If you could perform better and use the power of your ancestors to break through the 9 palaces before the situation in the dynasty completely breaks out, then Yuan's opinion on marriage is just nonsense to you. And you don't have to listen to him at all. Because I will support you when the time comes. 2 is greater than 1. The 2 of us Jiogong stand together and insist not to get married. So Yuan will have no say. But only if you can be that fast. The power left by the 5 ancestors in the mausoleum can help you break through the 9 palaces. But it doesn't happen in an instant. You need time. But Yuan will probably not give you this time. Because the situation in the dynasty is unpredictable. Once something changes, you won't have time. When the time comes, you must first get married so that the Wang family can gain a strong alliance. So, Yanqing, what you have to do next is to race against time. Having said this, a glimmer of light flashed in Wang Haoran's eyes. If you want to avoid being forced to marry and control your own destiny, you must break through the 9 palaces before His Majesty dies. Yes, Yanqing understands. Wang Yanqing lowered his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "That's good." Wang Haoran smiled kindly, raised his right hand, and gently touched the head of this female junior, like the most kind ancestor. Yanqing, Yanqing, of course you have to walk faster. Because a 9 palace level Wang family woman can win a stronger family alliance through marriage. His Majesty's death is imminent. The 8 kingdoms are ready to move. The situation among the countries is changing. Decades ago, His Majesty broke into the Violet Imperial City alone. And the cause was laid. It was destined that the fruit would grow after his death. The world is undergoing a major change that has not happened in thousands of years. Only in troubled times can the pattern be broken and the major forces in the world reshuffled. Yanqing, don't blame me. Everything is for the rise of the Wang family. Who are you? Deep in the sea of consciousness, in the middle of the light blue sea, Li Guanqi looked at the figure in front of him, feeling extremely unbelievable. At this time, Li Guanqi had 3 heads and 6 arms, 2 horns on the top of his head, 2 wings on his back, and many bone spurs growing all over his body. His whole body was essentially dark blue. He was a soul body between the 5th and 6th levels. And in front of him is another, him. The soul body that looked exactly like Li Guanqi was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea of consciousness. The eyes of the 3 heads were all closed, motionless and motionless. What's the situation? Li Guanqi was confused and couldn't understand the scene at all. After he drank the 6th level soul-enhancing potion, it didn't take long for his mind to sink into the sea of consciousness. And then he saw the guy who looked exactly like him opposite. Lumo? Xiao Shui? Shanku? Li Guanqi tried to call his 3 artifacts, but there was no response. Interesting. Suddenly, the figure opposite opened his eyes. 3 heads and 6 eyes were all opened. He looked at Li Guanqi calmly with his blood-red vertical pupils, with a hint of smile in his eyes. Reincarnation. As a result, my consciousness flew to another parallel time and space, and went to another body of myself. Heh. If you tell the Emperor about this kind of thing, he probably won't believe it. Or maybe he is just like me now. Chapter 415, Hunting Demon Species. Physical Limit. Oh, it's really interesting. The collision of 2 parallel time and spaces. Another me. Obviously has a completely different destiny trajectory from mine, but has similar abilities. You now have the blood of Tongyu that Meng Yao gave me after she resurrected me. Although at present, it is far from being as advanced as the one she gave me. It is still the blood of the netherworld and has the possibility of evolution. Also, back then, I slaughtered the descendants of the 3-eyed clan, condensed my bloodline, and obtained the soul I after all the hard work. You now have it too. Different process. Same ending? Interesting. How will things turn out in the end? Will the girl who belongs to you still die? Will you end up like me, taking the old path of killing gods? I became curious. Really curious. The so-called future god was ignorant and bold, and used the heart of time and space without authorization to tamper with the timeline of the universe. The consequences were not only the creation of another parallel time and space, but also not just this extraordinary system that he himself could not manage. Multiverse? Far more than that. Time and space are chaotic, and the timeline is going to be completely messed up. If this continues, will those beings from the first era also escape? The outcome of this matter is unimaginable. Even he himself cannot imagine it. I can guarantee that the current situation in these 2 time and space has completely lost control for the future god. But it's too early. Too early. You shouldn't have seen me so early. Another me. You'd better forget all this for now. Ding. Congratulations to the extraordinary king of world number 1 for becoming the first extraordinary person in the world to obtain a 6th level soul. Boom. In the cave, Li Guanqi, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation, suddenly opened his eyes, and a violent soul power pressure emanated from his body. His whole body began to remove the transformation spell uncontrollably. Soon, his body grew to 1.98 meters tall. His black eyes turned as blue as sapphire, and his black hair quickly turned from black to white, fluttering like frost and snow. The soul is broken. 6th level habitat. Soul, LV59 LV.60. 60.1, 6th level soul. Comprehensive level, LV65 LV.66. Sophia? Li Guanqi stood up suddenly, before he could feel the feeling of his soul successfully breaking through. He turned to look at the blonde woman a few steps away, and said in a deep voice, "How long has it been?" 10 days. Sophia was a little curious. "What's wrong, Master?" "Nothing has happened these days. But you don't seem to be as happy as you should be after successfully breaking through. Right? Lunmo, Xiaoxiu, Shun Kong." Li Guanqi did not respond to Sophia, and immediately shouted in his mind, "Did you find anything wrong?" "What?" Xiaoxiu didn't notice it. "What's wrong?" Li Guanqi frowned when he heard this. He always felt that something was strange, as if he had lost a certain memory. But if he really wanted to say it, he couldn't explain it at all. That's a feeling. An inexplicable, senseless feeling. Is it an illusion? Is it? Maybe it's the strange feeling caused by the broken soul. At this time, Xuankong's voice slowly sounded. The soul breaks through the realm, and the 5th level rises to the 6th level. The qualitative change from the real realm to the living realm will turn your soul into a living realm soul. This qualitative change may lead to your influence on the outside world. There is a strange feeling in perception, but this is actually a sign of increased perception. So that's it? Li Guanqi was stunned, and as time went by, his feeling just now gradually disappeared, as if it was really just an illusion. Forget it. Li Guanqi shook his head, no longer thinking about these unfathomable things, and turned his attention to the 6th level soul-raising formation on the ground. At this time, the formation diagram had turned pitch black, and the gems in the 72 holes had also turned into powder. It seems that there is indeed nothing wrong with Shishua's method. After adding the powder of purple-spotted lantern grass, there was no soul turmoil at all, and he successfully broke through the 6th level living realm soul. 10 days have passed. I don't feel the passage of time at all. When Li Guanqi thought of this moment, he couldn't help but think of his understanding of the law. The same is true when you are comprehending the law. You will fall into a strange state and have no sense of the passage of time. If you are not careful, 10 days or a month will pass. Based on this calculation, it will probably take 4 months for him to comprehend the laws of the 4 elements of darkness: metal, wood, and water. This was because he possessed the plundering technique and compressed the process of comprehending the law directly to the last enlightenment link. Otherwise, the time required would be calculated in years, which would not be a matter of months. Then it seems I don't have much time left. Li Guanqi thought carefully. Now, it is the 6th month since he came to this strange world, and it is almost the end of the month. But he still had no idea about the simulator charging items. Of course, if you insist on saying it, there are still some. Before that, he followed the dungeon and main quest of Weird World and found a charging item of the simulator. So which main mission does he have left now? The most recent one, the easiest one to complete, is the Old History and Reality mission to find the master of ancient studies, Alton the sheep-headed man. Ignore the rules of spell cultivation for now. Not to mention killing a few spell masters to find the opportunity to enlighten the law. I can't afford to hurt the time required for the enlightenment. Li Guanqi was thinking secretly. He is currently at the 4-image level of his spell, and only lacks the law of darkness. Once the law of darkness is understood and the 4 images are complete, the magic organ will be able to communicate with the law of gold, and he has opened the 3 5 elements organs, the lungs of metal, the liver of wood, and the kidneys of water. According to the content of his chat with Shadkong 10 days ago, once he reaches the perfection of the 4 elements level of the incantation, he will directly begin to realize the laws of the 3 elements of metal, wood, and water, driven by these 3 5 element organs. How long will that take? Don't realize the rules at that time. More than half a year will pass immediately after you realize it. before the charging item is found. Others will directly return to reality. That's a big joke. So the road before Li Guanqi at this moment is actually only one. First, go find a large demon mountain. With the help of Sophia, hunt wildly the demon species at the 5 elements level and even the Lyoha level, and increase the physical strength to the maximum limit in the late 5 elements level. And in the process, he can also plunder the souls of those monsters to improve his soul, which has just broken through to the 6th level. Then, go to the sheep-headed man Alton and see if the main mission, Old Times and Reality, can allow him to find the charging items for the simulator. Just do it. Sophia. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at Sophia, who looked no different from a tulip beauty after her disguise. We should go? Oh. Sophia nodded, then looked at him curiously. Then, Master, where are we going? Go hunt the demon species. Li Guanqi said with a smile. It's up to you to kill demons from the 5 elements level to the Lyoha level. Okay. Hearing this, Sophia suddenly became excited. Hunting is our lion man's forte. Hunting is of course the lion's forte. But for Sophia, this hunt also had another layer of catharsis. Facing the death of her 5 younger brothers and sisters, this lioness really needed to vent. She needed an ultimate killing feast to vent all the frustration in her heart. She kills to vent her emotions. Li Guanqi plundered the body and soul of demon species to strengthen his body and soul. This killing took more than half a month to pass. Roar. Sakura Shogunate. In a certain demonic mountain range, a 3-meter-tall blonde orc, covered in blood and resembling half man and half lion, let out a shocking roar that resounded through half of the forest and startled countless birds. And underneath her claws is the overlord of this demonic mountain range. Of course, this demon species at the peak of the Lyoha level has turned into a bloody corpse, almost completely torn into pieces, and its original appearance cannot be seen at all, let alone what species it is. Call. At this time, a black mist suddenly swept in, swallowing up the body of the demon species under the lioness, as well as the soul power that gradually began to escape. The black mist swirled in the air for a while, and then returned to Li Guanqi's body not far away. Boom. After a few minutes, the pressure all over his body suddenly surged. Physical body, LV 58. 58.9, late stage of 5 elements level. Water kidney. Soul, LV 64. 64.2, 6th level soul. Comprehensive level, LV 68. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, his whole body restrained with pressure, and used the sealing technique again, restraining his martial arts aura to the extreme. After more than half a month of killing and devouring, his physical body increased from LV 54 to LV 58 by 4 levels. This is the current limit of physical strength. Even if he has the foundation of 8 divine veins, with only 3 5 elements organs activated and his realm is only at the late 5 elements level, his physical limit is only LV 58 at most, let alone LV 60. Even LV 59 neither can be achieved. If you want to leapfrog a level and have a LV 60 physical body, it seems you have to wait until you reach the 5 elements level of martial arts. As for his soul strength, after more than half a month of killing, it has just increased by 4 levels, reaching LV 64. The enhancement of body and soul also further improved his overall level, from the original LV 66 to LV 68. Physical strength is the current limit. Of course, the soul strength has not yet reached the limit, but it is really difficult to improve this thing. If you want to increase it to LV 69, you have to continue to kill and plunder 6th level souls crazily. Roar! At this time, the 3-meter-tall, half-human, half-lion blonde orc slowly walked over. His hair was stained with blood, and a layer of golden light slowly faded from the claws on his limbs. Li Guanqi took a look. That is the sharpness of the Lion Clan. It's very similar to the top of Sakura's 9 martial arts, the Miyamoto family's superpower, Blade. The name of this ability may seem ordinary, but its effect is actually terrifying. After the lion-headed clan uses the Blade ability, their beast-like claws are completely equivalent to the sharpness of a magical weapon at a higher level. In other words, after a 1-level lion-headed man transforms into a beast and activates sharp abilities, their claws can be compared to 2nd-level magic weapons. Because of this, even after the lion-headed humans transformed into beasts, their bodies were severely mutated, like beasts, and their hands were completely transformed into claws, making them unable to use any sword-type weapons. They were still powerful, because they don't need swords at all. The double claws blessed by the sharp ability are themselves the sharpest weapons. Call. Sophia took a deep breath and began to shrink rapidly. After exiting the beast-like state, she transformed again into a beautiful lioness about 2 meters tall. She wore no clothes except for a space necklace given to her by Li Guanqi hanging around her neck. After all, when she was captured and sold, her space storage device had already been robbed. Sophia wiped the blood on her face, stuck out her tongue, licked the blood on her hands, and then looked down at her slippery body. In fact, it's not too smooth, because although she was indeed not wearing any clothes, the blood and mincemeat stained all over her body almost dyed her entire body blood red, and nothing could be seen. Owner! Sophia looked at Li Guanqi, stared at her big golden eyes, and said seriously, "Help me take a bath." Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Come again. Sophia's fighting style was very brutal. As she fought, she got into the body of the demon and began to tear out the internal organs. So for more than half a month, every time Sophia killed the demon species, her whole body felt as if she had taken a bath in a pool of blood. And then she asked him to cast spells every time. He has become an automatic bathing machine. Wow! Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. As he turned around, he waved his hand, and a ball of water exploded on top of Sophia's head. It was like pouring a bucket of water on top of her head, and it flowed down. Sophia, on the other hand, smiled and quickly cleaned herself up. After she was completely washed, she shook her head like a real lion, with her blonde hair flowing and water droplets flying. This lioness seems to like this shower-style bath. Get dressed. Drink a bottle of transformation potion. It's time for us to leave. Li Guanqi turned his back to Sophia and said calmly, "The top Liuha-level overlords of this demonic mountain range have all been slaughtered by Sophia. There is nothing left to kill. It's time to move to another place." Oh! Sophia nodded, took out a bottle of 6th level transformation potion from the space necklace around her neck, and then put the glass bottle and the bottle directly into her mouth. Click! The sound of glass being chewed was clear. Orcs are not uncivilized barbarians, and they definitely know how to drink potions. But for Liuha-level alien-blooded creatures, this kind of glass is no different from chocolate. And Sophia likes the crunchy texture of chewing glass. So every time she drank the transformation potion, she always took it with the glass bottle. Soon, Sophia's lion ears, tail, and golden vertical pupils all disappeared. Her lion-like features were completely gone, and her face was transformed into a Western beauty with blonde hair and golden pupils, who was over 1.7 meters tall. Master, I'm really glad to meet you. Sophia took out the clothes from the space necklace, put on a white short-sleeved shirt, and said seriously to Li Guanqi while wearing black-tie trousers. Li Guanqi was stunned. Why did you suddenly say that? I have never seen a being like you. Sophia put on her pants and boots, walked up to Li Guanqi, and looked at him seriously. It only took you a few minutes to completely devour the flesh and blood of a demon species at the peak of Liuha level. And you can also directly devour the soul to improve. Own soul. And, also, you, a martial arts and conjuration practitioner, can practice to such a high level. I have never heard of such a thing. You have created history, and you are worthy of being chosen by this magical weapon. Lord Shukong. People. Master. Given your situation, the revenge of my brother and sister may be avenged soon. At the end of the sentence, the hope in the eyes of this lioness was almost ready to come out. The fact that Li Guanqi's martial arts and spells have reached such a high level is an absolute secret. Although in the ancient age of gods, there were still very few people who could achieve this level. But in the new era, perhaps because of the environment of the times, this is completely impossible. This must not be exposed. But Li Guanqi is not worried about Sophia leaking because there is a soul imprint. He had already set a restriction on Sophia through the soul imprint. Once she wanted to tell this, her soul would instantly collapse, leading to death. Whether she speaks voluntarily or she is hypnotized and speaks uncontrollably, this restriction will be triggered, leading to death. This is the terrible thing about soul imprinting. Once one is soul stamped by someone, one is completely controlled by that person. Whether one wants to live or die depends not on oneself, but on one's master. Sophia, what I will do in the future is not just to avenge you, and what you will do is not just my guard. Li Guanqi looked into the distance, looking at the white clouds in the blue sky, his eyes twinkling. Ah? Sophia was stunned for a moment. a little confused. Let's talk about it later. However, Li Guanqi smiled and waved his hand and did not continue. Let Sophia become the king of the lion-headed people. And then he will control the lion-headed people behind the scenes, etc. It is too far away now. Let's go. Li Guanqi was surrounded by strong winds, soaring into the sky and flying into the distance. Sophia also used the power of space laws to achieve flight and followed closely behind him. Li Guanqi's physical body has reached the limit of the current late 5 elements level, but his soul is far from it. His plan is to continue to hunt the demon species in the Demon Mountains, plunder the soul, and after raising the soul to LD69, he will then go to the sheep-headed man Alton to complete the Old Era and Reality mission. But since arriving at the Sakura Shogunate, it seems that no matter what he does, his plans always fail to keep up with changes. He originally wanted to go to a city to inquire about the specific location of the demonic mountains, but he never expected that he would receive unexpected news in this city. Forehead. Sakura Shogunate. Biling. Miwa County. Inner City. After changing their appearance, Li Guanqi and Sophia stood in front of a bulletin board. One stunned and the other curious. Li Guanqi was shocked. He looked at the biggest notice on the bulletin board, or the employment order, and was stunned. Sophia, on the other hand, was curious about what happened to her master. Is there anything wrong with these announcements? Sophia asked, confused. It's not a problem. I just have to go take a look. Li Guanqi glanced at the employment slip, then turned and left. Let's go. We'll go hunting later. But now we're going to do another thing to see if that person is who I thought he was. On the employment slip, there is naturally employment information. Very brief employment information. We are looking for a 5-element level alien blood warrior or magician as a guard. Please come to the Muin Hotel in the east of the inner city to discuss with me about the specific work content. Ryota Miyagi. Li Guanqi didn't know this person, but he had heard of the name. Senior sister Wang Yanqing's old friend from Sakura. The Shogunate warrior. Ryota Miyagi. Maybe it's the same name. Maybe not. But no matter what, Li Guanqi had to go and have a look. It is said that when the senior sister came to the Sakura Shogunate and got separated from him, she inquired about the whereabouts of this person, but she never found him. Could it be that now he just happened to meet him? Chapter 416, Senior Sister's Old Friend. Ryota Miyagi. Wang Yanqing's old friend is called Ryota Miyagi. It's Miyagi, not Miyamoto. The family that heads the Sakura 9 warriors is the Miyamoto family. The names are somewhat similar, but this thing is like the Wang family has the surname of Daluo, but the Wang family does not. However, although the Miyagi family is not one of the Sakura 9 warriors, in fact, the Miyagi family is considered a considerable family force in the Sakura Shogunate. There are 7-star strong men in the family, who can compete with the Chi family of the Daluo dynasty. That level. In fact, this is natural. Social networking is a class circle. If you are not qualified, how can you be friends with Wang Yanqing? Bang bang. Miyagi Ryota? I saw your employment order on the bulletin board. Sakura Shogunate. Miwa County. Inner City East. Muin Hotel. Li Guanqi took Sophia to the 3rd floor of the hotel and gently knocked on the door of a suite. Hello. Soon, the horizontally sliding brown door was moved away, and a young man appeared in front of Li Guanqi. He is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a white kendo uniform, with a purple sheathed katana hanging on his waist. He has a handsome face, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and a bright smile on his face. 5 elements level alien blood warrior. I am Ryota Miyagi. Please come in. Miyagi Ryota lowered his head slightly, stretched out his hand, and motioned for Li Guanqi and Sophia to come in. Thanks. Li Guanqi nodded towards him and stepped into the suite with Sophia. He looked around casually. Miyagi Ryota seems to have lived here for a while, or it may be because of his habit. Whenever he stays in a hotel, he likes to decorate the room and put his own belongings. For example, some landscape paintings have the seal of Miyagi Ryota on them, which are obviously paintings he made himself, not those of the hotel. Suddenly, Li Guanqi saw a very interesting gadget. It was a blue bead, and a spiritual projection was reflected from it, which shone on the wall, forming a picture. It is very similar to modern technology projectors, but this thing uses spiritual power as energy, which can be said to be psychic technology. Of course, in the weird world, it is called a magic weapon. This kind of object is not surprising. What really caught Li Guanqi's attention was the content of its projected image. The background of the picture is a sparkling lake, surrounded by mountains vaguely visible in the distance, with thick clouds and mist, which is quite poetic. By the lake, there is a photo of two people. One of them is Ryota Miyagi himself. In the picture, he is wearing a Daliwa-style blue costume and has a bright smile. Next to him stood a woman in a white dress, tall and slightly taller than him. Ah! Seeing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help shaking his head and laughing, sighing at the wonder of fate. This woman is his senior sister Wang Yanqing. In other words, he did not have the same name, but Ryota Miyagi was his senior sister's old friend. I also know Wang Yanqing. Li Guanqi turned around and looked at Ryota Miyagi, who was pouring tea for him and Sophia. Miyagi Ryota stopped pouring tea, straightened the teapot, and looked at him in surprise. Are you Yanqing's friend? Well, we are very good friends. Li Guanqi nodded. What a coincidence. Miyagi Ryota was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. Really? What a coincidence. I haven't seen Yanqing for more than 10 years. And now I bump into one of her friends? She actually came to the shogunate a while ago. Li Guanqi smiled and said. But she didn't find you. Ah, indeed. Miyagi Ryota didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly sighed. She really can't find me. After all, it's impossible to find me at the Miyagi family's house. As for the agreement I made with her when we parted. Oh, it's already been a long time ago. It doesn't count. Promise? Li Guanqi thought for a while, then walked to the tea table and chuckled. Oh, I remembered. You are referring to that. Returning to the shogunate as an official. Starting from the bottom to change the corrupt atmosphere of the Sakura shogunate? Stop teasing me. Ryota Miyagi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Who hasn't been stupid when they were young? I was only in my 20s at that time. I traveled around the world with my parents and traveled to various countries. I was not very old, but I had seen a lot of the world. It really makes me a little naive, and my heart is as high as the sky. So you gave up? Li Guanqi asked curiously. Oh, yes. Miyagi Ryota lowered his eyes and looked at the steaming tea stove with a complicated expression. How can I change the bureaucratic atmosphere of a country? Is it something that a small person like me can do? Not to mention changing the atmosphere. It is to ensure that I will not be influenced by the environment. Change is almost impossible. In the shogunate's court, in this corrupt bureaucracy, people had only 3 paths. 1. Complicity. 2nd. He was ostracized and framed to death by his colleagues. 3rd. Run away as early as possible. Whether I am pretending to be aloof or pretentious, I, Ryota Miyagi, am just a little bit aloof and unwilling to join in the common deeds. We are warriors of different blood, possessing extraordinary power. This power should be used to protect civilians, not exploit them. I'm not willing to do that. But if I don't follow the others, I will be killed sooner or later. I'm still so young and haven't found the person I like yet. How can I die? So I only have one choice. Run away directly. At the end of the sentence, Miyagi Ryota sighed heavily, full of helplessness. That's admirable. Li Guanqi smiled and said, not everyone can refuse to be complicit. The world is like this. So why be sad? 2. Miyagi Ryota smiled back, then poured 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Li Guanqi and Sophia. Please, please. Sophia looked at the cup of green hot liquid, tilted her head, scratched her head, and looked at Li Guanqi instead of drinking. Although she lived to be 178 years old, if she had not been sold to the Sakura shogunate, she would have stayed on the grassland for the rest of her life. She had never seen such a thing as tea. Good tea. Li Guanqi picked up the purple clay teacup, took a sip, and nodded. What kind of tea is this? Why is it so bitter? In fact, he doesn't understand tea either. But there is basically a general etiquette for drinking tea. Instead of drinking, you should sip, then nod and say, good tea. And that's basically it. If the other person doesn't actually understand tea, then his vanity is basically satisfied. If the other person understands tea, judging from your performance, he will know that you do not understand tea, but you are very understanding of people and the ways of the world. And he will not talk to you about tea tasting anymore. Good tea. Sophia followed suit and made exactly the same move as Li Guanqi. After taking a sip of tea, she nodded in a pretentious manner. Seeing this, Ryota Miyagi couldn't help but smile. The tea in the West is indeed very different from the tea in our shogunate. This lady must not be used to it. Ryota Miyagi looked at Sophia and said with a chuckle, "Fine." Sophia replied casually, "Miss, you are truly the most beautiful Western woman I have ever seen." Ryota Miyagi's lips curled up slightly, and he sat on the futon, leaning close to Sophia. He supported his head with his right hand, and his black hair hung slightly, making his charming star eyes even more contagious. The effect of the 6th level transformation potion is indeed good, and this 5-element level different blood warrior didn't even see the slightest clue. Let me guess. You should be from golden hair and golden eyes. If this is not caused by the different blood characteristics, then miss, you should be from the Tulip Empire? Huh? There are really more and more foreigners coming to our shogunate recently. As he said that, Miyagi Ryota's eyes looking at Sophia were actually a little affectionate. Coupled with this man's handsome face, it can indeed make many women irresistible. Even Sophia, the lioness, couldn't resist. She blinked her eyes and didn't dare to look at him. For a moment, 2 blushes appeared on her face, and she gradually became embarrassed and uneasy. This Miyagi Ryota's type is a gentle and handsome guy. The type that is almost impossible to find among the lion-headed people. Sophia has lived on the grassland for more than 100 years and has never experienced anything like this. Li Guanqi looked on, a little speechless. Depend on? Why did this guy start picking up girls? Just now, you were saying, how can I die before I find the person I like? But then he turned around and fired at a woman whose name he didn't even know. Mr. Miyagi, don't you have someone you like? Seeing Sophia looking at him asking for help, Li Guanqi had no choice but to break the argument. Of course, but I can't catch him. Miyagi Ryota heard this and immediately shook his head and sighed. Then he stopped firing at Sophia, stood up from the futon with his knees up, and walked to the projection artifact on the other side of the room. This handsome shogunate samurai looked at the tall woman in a white dress on the projection screen, his eyes wandering, looking directly at the appearance. Yanqing doesn't seem to be very beautiful, but she is so fascinating. The first time I saw her, I was completely captivated and couldn't extricate myself. After so many years, there are only 27 women who can make me obsessed with her and cannot catch up with her like her. Li Guanqi was speechless. God never forgets. And then, there are only 27. Impressed? Buzz? At this time, the projection screen flickered slightly, and the photo of Miyagi Ryota and Wang Yanqing suddenly changed into a photo of Miyagi Ryota and another beautiful woman. This photo was of a larger scale. It was at a seaside, surrounded by blonde and blue-eyed Western faces, and he was holding a hot-figured Western woman in his arms. The woman was also wearing a 3-point colorful bikini swimsuit. Western countries? Or some white island nation in the Oriental Archipelago? Ahem. When Ryota Miyagi saw the change in the picture, he coughed in embarrassment, stretched out his hand and clicked on the projection instrument. And then the picture returned to the previous one, and turned into a photo of him and Wang Yanqing again. In other words, you have 27 women that you haven't got yet, so you can't forget them. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi couldn't help laughing. He smiled and pointed at the projection artifact. And inside, there are photos of you and the 27 women. Take them out and look at them from time to time to remind yourself which women you can't handle. Hey, that's the wrong word. Miyagi Ryota waved his hand and said seriously, this is a souvenir of youth. Who hasn't passed it by? It's just that you have a lot of pasts. There are 27 of them you haven't got. And God knows how many you have got. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. This Miyagi Ryota is really interesting. On the one hand, he has a strong sense of justice and does not want to be complicit in the shogunate's bureaucracy. On the one hand, the character of this playboy scumbag is in sharp contrast to his sense of justice. By the way, Wang Yanqing has a childhood sweetheart. Li Guanqi suddenly thought of this and looked at Ryota Miyagi curiously. When you and Wang Yanqing met, wasn't she even on there? They were childhood sweethearts and their relationship is established. Do you still like Wang Yanqing? Chi Yuanan? Miyagi Ryota frowned when he heard the name. I don't know how to evaluate that man. Although I like many women, I can guarantee that my love for them is pure love. But Chi Yuanan's love for Yanqing is not pure. Of course, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he wants to use Yanqing's family background to gain power or anything. That man has not dropped in price that much. It's just that his love for Yanqing is not pure enough and is mixed with another emotion. Not convinced? Want to argue? I can't quite tell. In short, the Qi family was not as good as the Wang family. Qi Yuanan was often looked down upon by the Wang family. Later, he not only fell in love with Yan Qing, he also wanted to face that one day when he led Yan Qing to the Wang family. The members of the Qi and Wang family can have high qualifications. This isn't pure love at all. It's a bit like a slap in the face? Yes, it's a slap in the face. When he got to the back, he actually felt that Yan Qing was more like a way to vent his emotions. A way? I'm not talking bad about the young couple behind their backs, ruining the relationship, trying to take advantage of them, or anything like that. But Qi Yuanan really feels like this to me. Rather than building a happy family with Yan Qing, I think Qi Yuanan wants to dominate the country more, and then take Yan Qing back to the Wang family to slap those people who looked down on him in the past. That rascal. As he spoke, Ryota Miyagi frowned more and more, looked at Li Guanqi, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know, that guy Qi Yuanan once drank with me, and he drank the fine wine from Daluo Palace. Spring God Brewing is a famous wine that even Lioha-level different blood warriors can get drunk on. I have always understood the consequences of making a gaffe while drunk, and I never dared to drink too much for fear of making a joke. But Qi Yuanan was drunk that time. He told me drunkenly. Sometimes when he looked at Wang Yanqing, what he thought of was not their future happiness at all, but the faces of the Wang family who looked down on him. Drunk words are never lies, but the most truthful ones. I mentioned this to Yan Qing, but she didn't care at all. Alas, she was just a silly woman in love. Later, I followed my parents back to the shogunate and lost contact with them. Oh, by the way, Miyagi Ryota looked at Li Guanqi and asked curiously, "You are Yan Qing's friend. How are they doing now?" Li Guanqi didn't know how to answer for a moment. But it has to be said that Ryota Miyagi's evaluation of Akamoto and is not unreasonable. Wang Yanqing has returned to the Wang family, and Qi Yuanan died in battle. It's an honor to die. He died outside the city wall in order to protect the people of a city. Li Guanqi finally said. What? Ryota Miyagi's expression suddenly changed. Li Guanqi had no expression on his face, and just nodded slightly to indicate that he was not joking. A long time. Miyagi Ryota calmed down his mood and sighed heavily. Aka Yuanan is my friend after all. Although his feelings for Yan Qing are not pure enough, he is impeccable in other aspects. He died in battle to protect the people. The red-haired man did it. And I feel sorry for him and proud of him. Yes. Li Guanqi lowered his eyes, held the purple clay teacup, looked at the ripples of tea inside, and said softly, "The poetic and painting general who died outside the city wall was very dazzling. Very dazzling. However, after being resurrected, Qi Yuanan, who lived on Blue Heart Island and had no hope of promotion and no morale, seemed to have lost this layer of brilliance. Is this a setback in life? Once encountered, it will be irreversible. Damn. Okay. I suddenly got such bad news. Damn. I don't want to be sad anymore. Brother, let's talk about business and dilute the sadness." Miyagi Ryota slapped his hand down, turned off the projection instrument, then walked to the tea table and sat down, drank the hot tea in one gulp, and then looked at Li Guanqi seriously. "You have received my employment order. I am 5 Elements Super Peak Alien Blood Warriors. What's your cultivation status?" "A conjurer in the late 4 symbols period," Li Guanqi said calmly. Sophia tilted her head and said nothing. "For elephant level?" Miyagi Ryota glanced at Sophia, who remained silent, and said hesitantly, "But what I need is the 5 elements level. So this lady, we are actually not here to apply for jobs." Li Guanqi did not answer Sophia's situation, but just smiled and said, "I know Wang Yanqing, and she mentioned your name to me. I happened to see your name on your employment information, and I just wanted to take a look. So that's it." Miyagi Ryota was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. Sophia is a different blood warrior at the peak of Lioha level. She fully meets Ryota Miyagi's requirements and exceeds them. But it was impossible for him to let Sophia take action in front of outsiders. Once this female lioness reveals her identity as a Lioha level lioness, everyone she sees must be killed. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that the people of the Aeolia family will get the news and come over after smelling this smell. As for Ryota Miyagi, this guy has seen your sister's friend, but not his friend. There was no way he could trust this person not to leak the secret. By the way, why do you want to hire a 5-element level alien blood warrior or a magician? Li Guanqi hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Tell me about it. If you can." To tell you the truth, if necessary, I can use the sacrificial weapon to exert the power of the early stage of the 5 elements level. Chapter 417 The Truth? Are historical gaps being filled? Do you know about the ruins mercenaries? Ryota Miyagi looked at Li Guanqi and said with a chuckle. Relic mercenary? Li Guanqi was startled. This is a proper noun. Ancient scholars like to explore ancient ruins, but their strength may not support them to explore a certain ruins. Just like the ancient scholar named Yu Hao that Li Guanqi met in southern Xinjiang a long time ago. He almost died inside. In this case, ancient scholars would hire mercenaries to help. Due to the special nature of ancient ruins, some mercenaries have done this kind of work a lot and have some experience in the dangers of the ruins. If the praise rate is high, they will also gain a little fame in the circle of ancient scholars. Many ancient when scholars have trouble, they will come to them. Over time, these people became known as ruin mercenaries. So, Li Guanqi looked at Ryota Miyagi up and down and was a little surprised. After you left the shogunate court, you became a relic mercenary? This is not very common. The Miyagi family is not a small family anymore. As a descendant of a noble family, there are very few people who are mercenaries. I like this kind of life. Miyagi Ryota smiled. Relic mercenaries can run around and enjoy different scenery. This is much more enjoyable than the roads arranged for me by the family. I can walk around and see the ancient ruins. Those incredible things are what we call life. So your employment information is to find a 5 elements level companion to explore the ruins together? Li Guanqi asked. That's pretty much it. Miyagi Ryota nodded. I accepted a commission for a ruins, but it was not to explore the ruins. The ruins have already been explored. It's just that my employer dropped a piece of his late wife's jade pendant when he explored the ruins last time. It's very commemorative. So hire me to go in and find the jade pendant. It's just a little dangerous there, Li Guanqi said softly. So, you want to find another 5 elements level companion and go to the ruins for a safer trip? Yes. Are you interested? Miyagi Ryota smiled. At the same time, he glanced at Sophia vaguely. He couldn't see the cultivation level. Under what circumstances can one not see his cultivation level? The other party is either a conjurer, or his martial arts cultivation level is 1 level higher than his. Lioha? Relics mercenary. Do you know many ancient scholars? Li Guanqi did not answer Ryota Miyagi's invitation and asked this question instead. Certainly. Miyagi Ryota poured himself another cup of tea and drank it slowly. You are asking this question. I am a ruins mercenary. How could I not know my employer? There are very few people in this large shogunate who I, Miyagi Ryota, do not recognize. Ancient scholars. Do you know Alton? Li Guanqi then asked. That 5 element level sheep-headed man? Miyagi Ryota nodded. Of course I know him. And I have taken several orders from that old sheep. That old sheep is very generous. But his temper is really bad. If it wasn't for the sake of money, I have already blacklisted him. I want to know his whereabouts. Li Guanqi asked quickly. It's in the mountain next door. Hearing this, Ryota Miyagi couldn't help but smile. That old guy Alton lives in nearby Nagano Mountain. It's located halfway up the mountain. It's easy to find. You can basically fly into the air. You can see a group of blue houses. That is Alton's residence. Right next door? Li Guanqi was stunned. What a coincidence. Do you have anything to do with him? Miyagi Ryota asked with a smile. I have nothing to do. And I'm not in a hurry with the new order. Since you are Yan Qing's friend, I will lead the way. Thank you very much. Li Guanqi was immediately overjoyed. Stood up and saluted him. You're welcome. Let's go! Miyagi Ryota also stood up and walked towards the door. An hour later, Sakura Shogunate, Bailing, Nagano Mountain. Owner! Li Guanqi was enveloped by the strong wind, and together with Sophia beside him. He followed closely behind Ryota Miyagi, who was running at full speed. But just after approaching the mountain range, Shishiu's soft and waxy voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What's wrong? Li Guanqi replied in his mind without stopping. I felt a breath. That wasn't the breath of the unsealed object. It was the breath of the temple. Shishiu's voice seemed a little anxious and a little excited. What temple? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. The temple of the ice god, Xiaoxiu said excitedly. Just like the temple where you got the Qinxian artifact in Finling Mountain. Each god has his own temple. I feel the aura of the ice temple. You mean the ice god's temple is nearby? Li Guanqi was shocked. Not really. Xiaoxiu hesitated for a moment. then said seriously, "This breath seems to be some kind of item from the temple. But no matter what, it is a clue to the temple. Master, find it." "Good," Li Guanqi responded. "So what is the specific function of the temple?" "Unblock." Xiaoxue became excited again when she mentioned this. "If I can return to the temple, if the power of the temple has not completely disappeared, then I don't need to unblock the items at all. With the artifact altar inside the temple, I can directly borrow it from you. The master, lift the seal. Lend me my hand?" Li Guanqi was a little surprised. "What does this mean? You need to control the altar to help me unblock it." Xishua's voice couldn't conceal her joy. "Master, the power of the altar you can mobilize depends on the power you can withstand. Now you can at least withstand the power of Liuhe level, and you can help me unblock it to the 6th level. Unlocking the 6th floor?" When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't help but feel as happy as Xishue. The current state of the snow gun is to unlock the 4th level, just like the 4th level magic weapon. If it hadn't increased its ice attribute power, Li Guanqi would hardly be able to use the snow gun nowadays. But what if the snow gun unlocks the 6th floor? That is comparable to a 6th level magic weapon. This level can fully match his power in actual combat. And after unlocking the 6th level, the increase in ice attribute power of the snow pointing gun will become even more powerful. After Xiaoxue approached Mount Nagano, she felt the aura coming from the ice temple. So where is the source of this breath? The answer requires almost no guessing. Alton, the 5-element level sheep-headed ancient master, lives in this mountain. These ancient scholars most like to collect ancient relics. This ancient collection of sheep-headed people must be the source of this aura. "Did you see those blue wooden houses?" Suddenly, Ryota Miyagi in front slowed down and stopped. Li Guanqi and Sophia immediately stopped and looked up. On the hillside 100 meters away, several blue houses of different sizes stood in the lush forest. They were almost connected to the surrounding green trees, and could not be distinguished from each other. "Ryota, why are you here when you have time? I don't have much entrustment for you. A brat like me." An old voice came from one of the houses. "Someone looking for you." Miyagi Ryota smiled, looked back at Li Guanqi, and motioned to follow him. Li Guanqi and Sophia looked at each other, and followed closely. The three of them formed a row, and soon walked around the Cyan house. "We have guests! We have guests! We have guests! Will the guests treat us to something delicious? I do not know." At this time, 4 white little sheep-headed men were playing in a garden. When they saw Li Guanqi and the others coming, they immediately stopped what they were doing, blinked their big green eyes, and looked at the 3 of them curiously. These 4 little sheep-headed men are real sheep-headed men. Their heads are completely pure goat heads, starting from the neck down. They are in human form. However, the hands and feet are not hooves, but human hands and feet. And their eyes are also very interesting. The goat's pupils are neither the round pupils of humans nor the vertical pupils of lion-headed men, but are horizontal. And the pupils are like a green rectangle. "I've always felt that this is what makes a real orc." Li Guanqi looked at them, and whispered in Sophia's ear. "Why? They are the lowest Goatman clan." Sophia scratched her head, and said in surprise, "The more beast-like it is, the lower the purity of the king's blood in the body. Their goat heads are too pure. I guess they should be Seymour from the goat tribe, or Alakakon or Mulatosi clans." Li Guanqi couldn't help but be curious after hearing this. Almost all orcs are like this. The higher the concentration of the king's blood, the more similar they are to humans, and the more noble they are. For example, in the Fishman tribe, the more their upper bodies resemble human beauties, the higher the purity of the king's blood in their bodies. The same is true for the lion-headed people. When Sophia doesn't turn on the bee's transformation, she only has lion eyes, lion ears, and lion tail. Li Guanqi has always found this pattern strange. Orcs? Shouldn't the more beast-like they are, the higher the purity of their royal blood? Why is the reality that the more human-like the orcs are, the higher the purity of their royal blood? This is indeed strange if you regard orcs as beasts. But if you think of orcs as humans of different blood, the more human-like they are, the greater their control over their own different blood. And everything seems to be clear. After obtaining Shankong a while ago, Li Guanqi also obtained a complete truth about the origin of the orcs from this ancient artifact. The bestiality hypothesis. The hypothesis of severely mutated human beings of different blood. At present, the 2 largest theories about the origin of orcs in the New Age are both correct. The truth is that in the early days of the end of the world, human beings' research on the alien blood cultivation system was still in the exploratory stage, and many people practiced wrongly and took the wrong path. They used a body-refining method with great side effects, which resulted in the body being severely mutated during the Sansai-level body-refining stage. Some monster characteristics appeared on the body, making it impossible to return to a complete human form. This is the ancestor of the orcs. But in fact, after the conjurer system gradually took shape, many old-age beast conjurers frantically began to play with the hybridization of humans and demon species, and eventually created some artificial orcs that could reproduce offspring. The descendants of these two types of people are the subhuman races of the new age. Squeak. This blonde lady seems to know us goat people very well. Next to it, the door of a cyan house slowly opened, and an old goat man in black dress walked out of it and glanced at Sophia with a smile. Yes, we are the goat men of the Seymour clan. My name is Alton Seymour. Nice to meet you. He also wears a pair of purple glasses on his face, which exudes spiritual power. It should be some kind of special magic weapon. Long time no see. Old sheep. Ryota Miyagi grinned and stepped forward to give the goat man a bear hug, but received a disgusted look from the other party. Ding! The mission, Old History and Reality, has been completed. Task reward, a colorful pill. Reward introduction, crush the colorful pills in front of Alton, and the ancient master will tell you all his knowledge of ancient history, including theoretical proofs and his personal guesses. Li Guanqi subconsciously rummaged through the space necklace. Sure enough, there was an extra colorful pill. Then he looked around and frowned slightly. This reward is actually not that important. What is important is, can he find the simulator's charging items here? Hello, Master Alton. Li Guanqi put this idea aside for the time being, took a few steps forward, came to the old goat man, and said seriously, I asked Mr. Miyagi to bring me to you. My name is Takashi Kaneshiro. Hello. Alton glanced at him, then at Sophia, and nodded slightly. At the same time, the old goat man's mood became a little heavy. Can't even see the cultivation level. There was no response from the spiritual instrument, and he himself could not feel the martial arts cultivation of these two people. They are cute. Li Guanqi looked at the four little goat men in the garden. Master Alton, are they all your descendants? Great-grandson. Alton smiled and said, Today is an outing day. Everyone else has gone to the lake on the back of Nagano Mountain. Now apart from me, the old man, there are only 4 little guys left at home who like to stay at home. Oh, Master, I have something to ask you. Shall we go into the room and talk? Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and pointed to the cyan house next to him. Alton's eyes narrowed. He pushed up the magical glasses on his face, and then glanced at Ryota Miyagi, who was standing on the other side. Hey, Jincheng. At this time, Miyagi Ryota, who was belatedly aware of it, finally realized something and quickly walked between Li Guanqi and Alton. I think you are a friend of Yin Qing, and I brought you here. You agreed on the way that I just came to see you. Lao Yang asked some questions. Please don't mess with me. You're not here to seek revenge. Are you? Why do you think of this? Li Guanqi was very surprised and walked straight to the blue wooden house with the door still open. I just asked some questions. I didn't want to be disturbed by the noisy children, so I just wanted to come in and chat. It's that simple. Mr. Jincheng is joking. Alton laughed, followed his footsteps, and walked back into the blue wooden house. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, looked around and kept sizing up the wooden house. This room should be Alton's studio. The table is filled with various documents and piles of yellowed papers. There are all kinds of strange objects hanging on the walls, some of which resemble technological instruments. Master, that thing with the aura of the Ice Temple is in the next room. Xiao Shua suddenly made a sound. I know. Things happen step by step. Li Guanqi turned around and looked at the old goat man. Master, I have something I want to show you. With that said, he took out a colorful pill from the space necklace. Boom. As soon as Li Guanqi finished speaking, the colorful pill was crushed by him, turned into a burst of colorful mist, and blended into Alton's body. Depend on. Miyagi Ryota, who was outside the house, was shocked when he saw this and rushed in quickly. What's that mist? You? Now, let you see the old history through the eyes of me. Alton Seymour. Before Ryota Miyagi could finish speaking, the old goat man suddenly became extremely excited. He ran back and forth in the room, constantly pulling out heavy books one after another from the walls, tables, and drawers. Stack after stack of paper. The whole person looked like he had taken stimulants. Jincheng. Miyagi Ryota looked at Li Guanqi. his eyes full of anger. What on earth did you do? Don't get excited. It's not poison, as Li Guanqi explained. He was a little surprised when he looked at Alton, who was very excited and walked around the room taking out books and papers. The rewards for this mission were so great that the old goat immediately started to look up information from books. And was he going to start a class on history? Boom! Suddenly, Alton looked crazy with his sheepish face, holding a pile of books, and slapped the table hard, making both Li Guanqi and Ryota Miyagi tremble in fright. Many people don't believe my research. Alton opened several books in succession, opened his mouth, and yelled at Li Guanqi and Miyagi Ryota. They think that my theory of ancient history is complete speculation. But they don't understand. They don't understand at all. Understood? My speculations are based on theory. If you don't believe me, look here. Forehead. Damn. Old sheep. Your mouth really stinks. Li Guanqi and Miyagi Ryota raised their right hands in unison, and wiped away the spittle the old goat sprayed on their faces. Only Sophia was far away, so she was spared. In my opinion, Alton held a pile of books and shouted at the three of them. History in the old era is divided into 5 stages. The first stage, the mortal era. Human beings in this era did not have the power of strange blood or spells. Everyone was completely mortal. They only had some very special technological means, and could create big birds that flew in the sky. They were called by the humans of that era. It's airplanes, cannons, missiles, etc. The second stage, the Doomsday Era. In this era, the power of alien blood came to the world. Many creatures, including humans, turned into monsters. However, the surviving humans and other creatures became alien warriors and spellcasters and began to rebuild civilization. Our subrace also appeared in this era. The third stage, the Age of Gods. In this era, human beings have completely completed the establishment of a cultivation system from 1 yuan level to 9 palace levels. And some people have become god-level creatures. The end of the Age of Gods was due to a powerful enemy. The god sealed that powerful enemy at the cost of all deaths. According to the numerous information I have obtained, this existence is called Pluto. The Age of Gods ended with the death of the gods and the sealing of Hades. But Pluto was not trapped forever. This is the next 4th stage. The 4th stage of the Old Age, the Age of the Human Emperor. After the end of the Age of Gods, after an unknown number of years, Pluto successfully broke the seal of the gods and returned to the world. But at this time, a human emperor also happened to appear among humans. He was the first god to appear after the end of the Age of Gods. And he was the strongest god, because what the gods failed to do, he did. The human emperor, by his own power, died together with Pluto, completely killed Pluto, and accomplished what all the gods combined could not do. Hades died. The human emperor dies. The era of the human emperor came to an end with the death of these 2 last gods. The 5th Old Age stage, the Godless Era. This period was the era of Joko-level powerhouses. In the end, the dispute led to the start of the World War. The war between gods did not affect other people. But this godless world war swept the whole world. Human civilization was also destroyed as a result. The end of the Godless Era is also the end of the Old Era. Finally, people ushered in the new era. It has been 4,871 years since the new era. At the end of the speech, Alton's mood seemed to gradually stabilize. He stroked a few books in his hands and spoke in a low voice. When Ryota Miyagi heard this, he was completely confused. Li Guanqi was also a little stunned. Grass? Xuankong's shocked voice also sounded in his mind. After I fell asleep, such wonderful things happened in the world. If I had known, I wouldn't have slept. What on earth did I miss? After the fall of the gods, another human emperor appeared in the world who killed Pluto? Why is he so fierce? What the gods couldn't do together, he did it on his own? How the hell is this possible? But the human emperor and Pluto died together. This is a good thing. There is no need to worry about Pluto's troubles. Wait, that's not right. Master, you have to figure out whether what this old goat man said is true or false. Chapter 418 Heiankyo, the capital of the Sakura shogunate. But these are just inferences. Li Guanqi took the books and documents from the old goat man's hands, looked through them carefully, and couldn't help but frown. Some of these documents were torn out by Alton from nowhere, and some were obviously handwritten, with his own name at the end of the page, obviously written by himself. How credible is Alton's inference about ancient history? If Li Guanqi had to say it, he would probably be very, very high. Because Alton divided the Old Age into 5 major stages. The first 3 of which, the Mortal Era, the Doomsday Era, and the Spiritual Era, are basically consistent with his and Shuang Kong's cognition. And history is indeed like this. But what about the next 2 stages? The Age of Human Emperors and the Age of Godless. During this period, Shuang Kong fell into a deep sleep and had no idea what was happening in the world. Pluto, whom all the gods tried desperately to seal, was finally killed by a human emperor in the 4th ancient era? This may sound outrageous, but that's not necessarily the case. Pluto himself can defeat the gods alone, and the gods cannot even die together. They can only seal him away at the cost of death. Since there is such a powerful Pluto, why can't there be another human emperor who is more powerful than Pluto? Of course it's possible. Li Guanqi paced back and forth in the room, looking at various historical materials around him with twinkling eyes. Is Pluto his future self? This question seems to have no answer at all. If Pluto and the human emperor have died together, who else can know the true origin of Pluto? Who knows what the relationship between Pluto and fire god Han Mingyao is like? Even if the artifacts completely recover their memories, the possibility of knowing is very small. Shuang Kong is an artifact that has no sealed memory at all. But even Shuang Kong has no idea about this matter, because in the Age of Gods, Pluto has always been silent about his past, only claiming that he was born in the 21st century. The only hope is the ancient ruins. Maybe there will be some ancient ruins hiding the truth of this matter. But if Pluto is really dead, it might be a good thing. At least in this era, Li Guanqi no longer has to face his self in the future. Of course, the premise is that Pluto is really him in the future. Thank you, Master Alton. Li Guanqi turned his head, looked at the old goat man holding the book in his arms, immersed in history, and said seriously. But Alton ignored him completely. At this time, the old goat man, I don't know if it was the remaining power of the colorful pills or something else, holding the book. His eyes were full of tears, and he didn't know what he was crying for. It turns out that ancient history is so exciting. At this time, Ryota Miyagi couldn't help but sigh. When I explored the ruins before, my focus was only on those ancient technologies. Now it seems that history does have its own unique charm, which I have always ignored before. Maybe. Li Guanqi smiled, passed him by, left the wooden house, and went straight to the wooden house next door. Jincheng, what do you want to do? Seeing this, Miyagi Ryota quickly followed him and said in surprise, This is the old goat's utility room. Obviously, he didn't understand what Li Guanqi was doing in the utility room. But Li Guanqi didn't know either. He came here just because Shushua told him that the item with the aura of the Ice Temple was here. Squeak! Li Guanqi pushed open the wooden house, and a smell of decay came to him. It was filled with all kinds of debris, and it was impossible to distinguish one category from another. And there's nothing valuable. After all, Alton would definitely not leave valuable things here. Ice? Li Guanqi followed Shishua's induction, and with a clear goal, he walked directly to the pile of debris and dug out a dusty ice crystal. It's very cold when you start it, but it's the temperature of an ordinary ice cube. The only unusual thing may be that this ice cube shows no signs of melting in the slightly hot surrounding environment. These are the bricks of the Ice Temple! In his mind, Shishua's excited shout rang out. This ice cube must have been taken out by the old man from the Ice Temple. He must have been to the Ice Temple. Master! Go ask him. Ask him where the ice cube is. Got it. Good. Li Guanqi replied in his mind, then left the utility room with the ice cubes and returned to Alton's studio. At this time, Alton, perhaps the effects of the colorful pills had not yet worn off, was still holding the book, with tears in his eyes, immersed in unknown emotions. Master Alton. Li Guanqi was a little doubtful whether he could answer his question in this state, but he had no choice but to come to him with the ice cube and asked, Where did you get this ice cube? Alton didn't answer, but after glancing at the ice, he raised his right hand and pointed at the wall. Li Guanqi immediately looked over. On that wall, there is a map of the city. There is a text mark in the lower right corner of the map, indicating that the city is located in the central area of the shogunate and is called Hainkyo. Oh! Li Guanqi was slightly startled. That city is Hainkyo, the capital of the Sakura shogunate, in the XC area of Heian-kyo. In an attic, there is a star and moon sign, and there are text labels next to it. There is a long list of items, among which there is a strange ice cube that will not melt. List? Li Guanqi looked around and found that this was not the only one. Alton seems to have the habit of making lists. Many maps have text marks on them, describing what he got there. Heiyang. Li Guanqi looked down at the ice cube in his hand. So, Alton got this ice cube from the attic in Heiyang? That's the Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion in Heiyang. Miyagi Ryota came over, looked up at the map of Heian-kyo on the wall, and pointed to the star and moon logo in the there. Let's see if there's anything worth buying, because the owner of the Xingyue Pavilion likes to buy relics. As he said this, the handsome man turned around and smiled at Li Guanqi. It's a bit of a coincidence that I introduced this Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion to Laoyang. After all, I spent some time in Pinyin capital before. I definitely bought a lot of interesting stuff there. At this time, Alton suddenly put down the book in his hand. It seemed that the effect of the colorful pills had finally passed, and his whole body returned to normal. He pointed at the bricks of the ice temple in Li Guanqi's hand. Including this ice cube. The boss of Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion. Did you tell me where he got it? Li Guanqi asked quickly. He doesn't know either. Alton shook his head slightly and said calmly. He is just a collector, not an explorer. He collected this ice cube from a ruins mercenary. As for where the mercenary got it from, he didn't ask. There's nothing magical about the ice cubes. They were given to me as gifts by my boss. Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion. It seems I have to go to Pinyin. Li Guanqi grabbed the ice cube in his hand, his eyes slightly focused. Then please? Alton turned half sideways and pointed at the door. Although the sheep's face was not a human face, Li Guanqi could see a bit of displeasure from it. What on earth were the colorful pills before? And why did they make me? I can't help but explain my research. I'm not interested in knowing anymore. I just asked Mr. Jincheng to leave as soon as possible. Sorry, and Mr. Miyagi. Goodbye. Li Guanqi didn't explain much. After apologizing to the old goat man, he said goodbye to Ryota Miyagi and walked directly towards the gate. Sophia, who was guarding the door, saw him coming out and immediately followed him. The two left. In the wooden house, Ryota Miyagi and Alton, one person and one sheep, looked at each other. Ryota? Who is he? My friend's friend? State-owned capital. The Daluo dynasty had Luojing, which was called Daluojing City by the world. The Sakura shogunate also has its own capital, a luxurious city called Heian-kyo. Looking around the world, the protection mechanism of large cities basically uses city walls as the base to form the foundation of the formation. Once faced with an invasion by foreign enemies, the formation can be based on the city wall to form a large city protection formation with 360-degree coverage. Protect the city in all directions, including above and below ground. This is also why in the face of extraordinary power, cities in strange worlds still have such things as city walls. The essence of the city wall is no longer to block the enemy, but to serve as the base of the city defense formation. The thicker and higher the city wall is, it means that the more base materials used in the city defense formation are used, the higher the quality of the city defense formation will naturally be. Therefore, in many cases, the thickness and height of a city wall is also a proof of national strength. The capital of the Daluo dynasty and the imperial capital of the Violet Empire are recognized as the most luxurious city walls in the world and are the embodiment of the world's top city defense formations. Although the Heian-kyo of the Sakura shogunate is not as tall as these two giant cities, it is still majestic. The 100-meter city wall is really exaggerated. The sun sets in the west. The dark red sunset gradually sets, and the brilliant sunset hangs high in the sky. A few days after leaving Alton, Li Guanqi took Sophia to the edge of a mountain cliff. They stood high and looked into the distance, at the huge city looming on the horizon. I saw that huge and towering city, just sitting on the plain, shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun. The 100-meter-high city wall completely surrounds this huge city, covering an area of nearly 3,000 square kilometers, making it look like a god standing in the dusk, accepting travelers from all over the world. In the east, apart from Daluo Kyoto, which is known as the city that never sleeps, Heian-kyo, which belongs to the Sakura shogunate, is the most tolerant to foreign countries. It's truly spectacular. Li Guanqi looked at Pinyin in the distance and couldn't help but feel emotional. Heian covers an area of nearly 3,000 square kilometers and is completely surrounded by a 100-meter city wall. If the strange world had not entered the extraordinary era, the manpower and material resources required to accomplish such a thing would be almost unimaginable. However, Even in the extraordinary era, the resources required to accomplish this are quite huge. After all, those city walls look like piles of stones. But in fact, they are filled with expensive high-end formation materials, requiring countless skilled formation masters to design, supervise, and build. How big is Heian-kyo? At this time, Sophia looked at Heian-jing and asked suddenly. 3,278 square kilometers. Li Guanqi glanced at her with a smile. This is the official data provided by the shogunate. I thought they would exaggerate. But now it seems that this is even a little understated. It's only 3,000 square kilometers, and it's so spectacular. How about the Luo-Jing City and Violet Imperial City? Sophia's eyes widened. I heard that the area of the Luo-Jing City and Violet Imperial City both exceeds 30,000 square kilometers, which is 10 times that of Heian-jing. Aren't these two cities even more spectacular? Yes. Li Guanqi continued to look at Ping and Jing with a smile on his face. The world is still big, and there are many wonderful places. I haven't visited them all yet. By the way, the 100-meter city wall. Can people still live in the area under the city wall? Li Guanqi was still sighing at the wonders of the world. But Sophia looked at Ping and Jing, and her thoughts wandered for some reason. She said blankly, with such a high wall, the area under the wall cannot see the sun for quite some time every day. Right. Never mind it. It's none of our business. Boom! Li Guanqi shook his head. His whole body was enveloped by the strong wind. And he suddenly stood up from the ground and flew towards the gate of Ping and Jing at full speed. Let's go, Sophia. Know it! After a few minutes, the sun sets completely and night falls. Li Guanqi and Sophia arrived at the north gate of Ping and Jing. They passed by the long entry line on the left and took the road on the right straight to the city gate. There are two passages at the city gate. The one on the left is for people below the 4th elephant level. You need to queue up when entering the city. And you need to check the space storage. If you bring a large amount of goods, you will be considered to be doing business in Ping and Jing. The goods need to be classified and taxed. The one on the right is for people above the 4th elephant level. Of course, the passage here also has to pay taxes. But the tax rate is no different. It just gives people with high cultivation a fast passage, so they don't have to queue with people with low cultivation. Unlike the long queue on the left, the aisle on the right is empty. After all, people above the 4th elephant level are not lousy people. In most cases, there will not be a long queue. Life in this world is actually about mixing in circles. Li Guanqi seemed to be able to interact with people above the 4 elephants level and the 5 elements level wherever he went. But this is because of his strength. He is a person of this level, so he will naturally deal with these people often. Just like there are not many multimillionaires in reality. But wherever multimillionaires go, they socialize with multimillionaires, as if everyone around them is multimillionaires. And there seem to be many such rich people. But in fact, the reason why multimillionaires have seen many multimillionaires is because they themselves are rich people and naturally interact with other rich people. Ordinary people, on the other hand, will never be able to see a few multimillionaires in person in their lifetime. The same is true for the weird world. A cultivation level of 4 elephants, even in a national capital like Heianjing, can be regarded as the middle class of a small noble. And it is not seen everywhere. Such as now, there were only 2 people in line in front of Li Guanqi and Sophia, which formed a sharp contrast with the long queue on the left. These 2 4-elephant level humans of different blood seem to be lovers, holding hands. It is worth mentioning that both of them are foreigners with blonde hair and golden eyes. If their hair color and eye color may be due to alien characteristics, then their European and American faces cannot be explained by the alien characteristics. Businessman? No. 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 I'm not a businessman, I'm not a businessman. My wife and I are here to visit your Sakura shogunate. These are souvenirs. The 2 foreigners seem to have had some discussions with the city guard. Then you bought too many souvenirs. Right. The city guard frowned. But, if you haven't learned how to speak Eastern languages, you can also communicate with your soul using your soul. I have a 4th level soul. Okay. Sorry. The 2 foreigners started chatting with the city guard. Li Guanqi and Sophia were not in a hurry, so they just waited patiently. Li Guanqi watched this scene with great interest. He also asked Shun Kong about the weird world languages. Shun Kong said that this is because in the end of the world, the world's population has shrunk sharply, and the world structure has undergone a round of cleansing. In the end, only 2 extraordinary groups have the right to speak in the world. One is the extraordinary force from Britain, who have completely become the hegemon of the West. On the east side, there was a group of top Chinese powerhouses, including the later fire god Han Mingyao. The two groups fought for a long time, but in the end there was no winner. They chose to rule across the sea and not invade each other. Gradually, the world was directly divided into East and West by these two groups of people, and the language types have been directly reduced to Chinese and English under thousands of years of subtle influence. If in the 21st century, people are accustomed to calling the world the Southern Hemisphere and the Northern Hemisphere from a geographical perspective, after the end of the world, due to various influences, people in the olden times are more accustomed to calling the world the Eastern Hemisphere and the Western Hemisphere. Also, there is no Penglai. In Xuankong's knowledge, the force Penglai has never appeared in history, and there is no figure of Lin Xiaobai. As for the reason, God knows. Thank you. At this time, the two foreigners in front finally passed the city inspection, got rid of their identity as merchants, and were exempted from the goods tax. After saying a few words in Western to thank the city guard, they went straight to the city gate. You're welcome. Just remember to speak Eastern when entering Pinyin Capital. Welcome to Pinyin Capital. Please come in. A city guard sitting behind the table waved his hand, looking a little bored. 5 elements level alien blood warrior. Ah, finally there is a Sakura man. After seeing Li Guanqi, he smiled and said something. How many foreigners come to Haiyang these days? Li Guanqi stepped forward, followed the prescribed procedure, took off his space necklace from his neck, and handed it out. Most of the miscellaneous items in his space necklace were sold to Miyamoto auction house, and there was nothing in it except money tickets and gold coins. Not just these days? The city guard took the space necklace with an expression of, I'm tired of having to work again. While checking the space necklace, he said, the number of foreigners coming to our safe capital has always been high. The number of Sakura people and foreigners in the city, the ratio remains 5 to 1 all year round, especially the tulip people. With that said, he returned the space necklace to Li Guanqi and looked at Sophia next to him. In the eyes of the city guard, Sophia, with her blonde hair, golden eyes and western face, was obviously a tulip woman. Here, Sophia also handed over her space necklace. And her space necklace was even empty. Not even money. Just clothes and other things. Brother, you are awesome. The city guard just glanced at it and returned the space necklace to her, and then looked at Li Guanqi with admiration. I leave all my money to my wife, but you manage it all yourself, and you have the financial power with one hand. Ha ha. Li Guanqi smiled silently. He didn't even bother to explain. Welcome to Pinyin. Please come in. Seeing this, the city guard said nothing and asked the soldiers behind to get out of the way. Li Guanqi and Sophia walked towards the city gate, preparing to completely enter the capital of the Sakura Shogunate. In the 7th month of his tour of the Sakura Shogunate, Li Guanqi finally came to Heiankyo, the most luxurious and prosperous city in the country. Chapter 419 Xingyue Pavilion of all things. Sugar pills. Excellent sugar pills. Sakura snow. Cool. Sweet cherry blossom snow. Osmanthus cake. Osmanthus cake. Buy 3 get 1 free. Buy 6 get 2 free. Tonight only. Takoyaki. Freshly made takoyaki. My lord. How many will you buy for your wife? No. The city that never sleeps is Derakyo City. But in fact Heiankyo of the Sakura Shogunate does not have this name. But it is true. Even though it was already dark now, the streets of Heianjing were still brightly lit and extremely lively. Bright yellow and bright red lanterns, as well as water-patterned fish flags fluttering in the wind, are hung all over the market. As you look around, you can see that they are all full of shogunate-style buildings and furnishings. In this bustling market, there are many vendors pushing carts among the crowd, selling their goods. At this moment, a middle-aged man selling takoyaki shouted excitedly to Li Guanqi and Sophia who were passing by. Sir, buy a few. Look at your wife. She loves to eat it. Li Guanqi originally refused, but after hearing this, he couldn't help but glance sideways at Sophia. The lioness was looking longingly at the takoyaki stall. She even raised her right hand and wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand to prevent drool from flowing down. Li Guanqi was suddenly speechless. He knew that the resources of the grassland were barren. But the question was, it wouldn't be so barren, right? A 7-star royal lioness, who has lived for more than 170 years can do this to a takoyaki? That's outrageous. How miserable is the life of the grassland orcs. Let's take 10. Li Guanqi shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. He took out a handful of gold coins from the space necklace and placed it on the stall. Hey, that's good. The man selling takoyaki suddenly smiled. After picking up the gold coins, he began to pick takoyaki from the boiler. He quickly packed 10 takoyakis in a paper box, inserted 4 skewers, and handed them to the takoyaki seller with both hands. Li Guanqi. My lord, please take it. Li Guanqi took it and then handed it to Sophia beside him. Sophia's eyes lit up, and she quickly took it, grabbed a piece of takoyaki from the paper box, put it in her mouth, and chewed it. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, took her and continued to move forward. The two of them just followed the flow of people, walking neither hurriedly nor slowly. It's not that I want to experience the fireworks in the world. The main reason is that Heian-kyo has rules. Except for the palace or law enforcement personnel, no one is allowed to fly in this city, nor is it allowed to use extraordinary power to disrupt public order. How does it count as disrupting public order? Just a one-level human of different blood running wildly through the streets of the city, causing panic among ordinary citizens due to high-speed movement, and causing damage caused by the airflow caused by high-speed movement. This is considered a violation of public order and will be arrested by the law enforcement department. In fact, not only Heian-kyo, almost all towns have similar rules. The previous city guard said that the ratio of cherry blossoms to foreigners in Heian-kyo is now about 5 to 1. But in fact, the specific performance is even more exaggerated. After Li Guanqi walked in the market for a while, he saw more than 20 foreigners with Western faces, more than 10 of whom were tulip people with blonde hair and golden eyes. And I saw several demihumans. One of them was a Tauren, and the others were centaurs. Li Guanqi couldn't help but think of Misha, the adopted daughter of Master Xiaoli, a centaur he once knew. Heian-kyo is indeed tolerant, which can be seen from its acceptance of foreigners and demi-races. Is the takoyaki delicious? Li Guanqi looked ahead and asked casually as he walked. Delicious. However, Sophia's response seemed to be a little tearful. Li Guanqi looked sideways at her in shock. I saw this beautiful woman with blonde hair and golden eyes, holding a paper box in her left hand, and half a takoyaki stuck on a skewer in her right hand. There were a few residues left in the corners of her mouth, and in the corners of her eyes, there were crystal tears swirling. What's wrong? Li Guanqi said in surprise. It tastes so good that it makes you cry? Is it such an exaggeration? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and picked up a piece of takoyaki. As for it, Li Guanqi took 2 bites and felt the rich aroma in his mouth, becoming more and more surprised. Although these octopus balls taste good, they are not so delicious that they make you cry. Right. Sophia just wiped her eyes and said no more. Everything in life is nothing more than touching the scene and triggering emotions. At this time, Xuankong's voice suddenly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. Humans, whether they are ordinary humans or alien humans, your taste buds determine that no matter how delicious the food is, it will not arouse too much emotion. If a food can make a person cry, then what gives it more taste must not be the ingredients, but the memories or, in other words, the emotions generated by the memories. Oh, Sophia is thinking of her younger siblings. When Li Guanqi was mentioned like this by Shankong, he immediately figured it out. Yes. There was a bit of emotion in Shankara's voice. She is a sister. How many sisters in the world don't love their younger brothers and sisters? I guess, when Sophia was eating this takoyaki, she must be thinking, it's so delicious. How great would it be if my younger brothers and sisters could also try the foreign delicacies? Li Guanqi was silent. Unfortunately, Shankong sighed softly, her younger brothers and sisters are already dead. And to a large extent, they were implicated in their deaths by her sister. Under such a mixture of emotions, she is just crying now. Not wow. I cried out loud and tried hard to endure it. Don't be too sad. Li Guanqi heard Xuankong's words, looked at Sophia beside him, patted her head gently, and comforted. They will not blame you. You are their sister after all. Wow. Before she finished speaking, tears suddenly burst out of Sophia's eyes, and she cried loudly, attracting the side glances of passers-by around her. Li Guanqi was stunned. Then he looked at Sophia, who was crying, feeling a little at a loss. And for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Master, haven't you heard a word? This time it was not Shankong who made a sound, but Shishua's soft voice. And she said quietly, "Don't comfort others when they are trying not to cry. Because once you comfort them, they won't be able to help themselves. Oh, and your comforting skills are really bad. Cry." Immediately afterwards, Demon Sword's surprised voice suddenly sounded. "A 178-year-old lioness has lived for so many years without any spiritual growth. How can she still cry in public? Lumo!" Shu Kong's voice deepened, with a hint of anger. "If you also had 5 younger brothers and sisters, and they were all implicated to death by yourself, you wouldn't say such sarcastic words. You should have some sympathy. Stinky Dao. Even if you have no sympathy, you don't speak, and no one treats you as a mute. That's right, Sophia is already very pitiful." Shishua also echoed softly. Demon Sword fell silent and did not reply. "This guy is really bad. Men who make girls cry are the worst. Shu, you prodigal bitch. What should I do if someone hears me dressed in a black robe? She is most likely a magician. Why does wearing black robe mean you are a magician? Who wears a long black hooded robe when they have nothing to do? Is this standard equipment for a spellcaster? Then, even if he is a conjurer, this is hijing. What does he dare to do? Oh, how do you want me to say low to you?" As Sophia's cry became more intense, there were discussions among the surrounding pedestrians. Buzz, in desperation, Li Guanqi had no choice but to raise his hand and cast a soundproof spiritual shield over Sophia, blocking her cries so as not to attract the attention of the people around her. Then he grabbed the wrist of the crying lioness and quickly took her away from the street. He came to Pingyang capital not for shopping or tourism. His main purpose was to find the boss of the Xingyue Pavilion, the seller of the bricks and tiles of the Ice Temple, and find clues to the Ice Temple. Pingyang, XC District. In a remote alley? The hustle and bustle outside seems to have nothing to do with this alley. The quietness, desolation, and lack of lights here are in sharp contrast to the excitement and bright lights of the night market outside. In the shadows, 2 figures slowly walked out. It was Li Guanqi, who was wearing a black robe, and Sophia, who was wearing white short sleeves and black tie trousers. "Feeling better?" Li Guanqi glanced at her. "I'm sorry, Master." Sophia lowered her head. Her eyes still seemed a little red. "My words of comfort were too stupid." Li Guanqi waved his hand, and then walked straight towards the end of the alley. "Let's not talk about those sad things. Let's go! The Xingyue Pavilion of all things is just ahead." "Uh-huh." Sophia followed. Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion. This is a very grand name. It sounds like it is some kind of large-scale force, with minions spread throughout the shogunate, and the level of collecting endless treasures of the shogunate. But really, it's just an ordinary grocery store. Forehead. Li Guanqi stopped, raised his head, and looked at the sign of the shop in front of him with a strange expression. A plain brown wooden board with 5 large black characters engraved on it. Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion. The writing is a bit ugly. Li Guanqi stood outside the closed door and suddenly shrugged the tip of his nose. This smell is some kind of medicine? But it seems to fail many times, because there is not just one flavor, but many flavors. They are somewhat the same, but there are also differences. For example, one flavor is stronger, while another flavor is too light. It is obvious that they are obviously derived from the same potion, but they are all unqualified and failed products. The refiners have repeatedly debugged them, but they have never succeeded. Li Guanqi didn't know what this potion was, and his knowledge of potion was not that extensive. But his extraordinary sense of smell, coupled with his existing knowledge of potions, still allowed him to make this judgment. The boss of Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion was making potions, but failed many times. Bang bang. "Boss, why is it closed?" Li Guanqi stood outside the door, knocked on the door, and asked aloud. There was someone in the shop, and he could feel the person's aura, an undisguised aura of different blood, which was the same as Shinichi Kuroba at the Ryoha level of martial arts, or even slightly stronger. Ryoha level warriors of different blood may be the biggest, extraordinary thing in this seemingly ordinary shop. "Closing means closing. Didn't your mother teach you not to shout at a closed store?" A rough male voice came from the shop. "My mom did teach me that," Li Guanqi smiled and said. "But she also taught me to be willing to help others. For example, right now, there is a man who has made potions many times but failed to succeed. Do you think I should help this man? You can help me?" The man's voice was slightly hesitant. "Who knows?" Li Guanqi looked at the quiet streets around him and said in a calm voice. "Anyway, having a spellcaster to help will at least be of some use. Right. Really? After the man responded, there was soon a sound of footsteps approaching from far away. Squeak. The door of Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion is open. A middle-aged man wearing a light blue shirt and black pants appeared in front of Li Guanqi and Sophia. Martial arts Leo level. Are you also a conjurer? The big man glanced at Li Guanqi, and then looked at Sophia hesitantly. My spiritual instrument is of the 6th level, and it reacts to the man next to you. He is a 4-level magician, but it doesn't react to you. Are you a 7-star magician? Who knows? Li Guanqi didn't explain much, just smiled. Sophia said nothing. Of course, this female lion is not a magician, but is a former 7-star alien-blooded lion. Even if she fell, all she lost was the ability to pull the stars. 7 stars are those who can pull the stars, so they are called 7 stars. Without this ability, she is naturally called a fallen person. But that's all that was lost. In fact, her understanding of the laws of space and the physical strength of her physical body have not diminished at all. In other words, in these two aspects, she is still at a 7-star level. In fact, Sophia is in a state of using the laws of space to condense a space barrier, covering 1 centimeter of space around her body, and preventing others from feeling her breath at all times. This state is basically incomprehensible to people whose realm is lower than her. Lower than 7-star. There is no way to see the cultivation level through a layer of space barrier. Then do me a favor. Sir? The Leo-level man did not dare to look at Sophia anymore, and turned to look at Li Guanqi. Are you the boss of Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion? Li Guanqi asked rhetorically. Right. The big man nodded. My name is Kumagai Junpei. Just call me Kumagai. My name is Takashi Kaneshiro, and I have a favor that I need your help with. Li Guanqi smiled. But when it comes to helping, things come and go. I'll help you solve the problem of refining the medicine. And you can do this for me? Forehead. Kumagai Junpei was slightly hesitant when he heard this. What I'm doing is not that important. It's just that my temperature controller is broken. I need you to use the fire spell to help me create a flame with a fixed temperature. I can definitely wait for 2 days, and the guy selling magic weapons on the next street comes back. I can just ask him to repair it. So, this is just a small problem. If, sir, you want me to help more than this, then how will you have to think about it? I don't have much of a problem either. Li Guanqi took out the piece of ice from the space necklace and asked seriously. This ice piece was bought from you by Alton, the sheep-headed man. Do you still have any impression? I want to know. Is this ice piece? Who sold it to you? Kumagai Junpei looked thoughtful. Humans of different blood have surpassed the 1st level and basically have photographic memory. The entire memory structure is similar to a large memory. Everything they have experienced and any pictures they have seen will be stored deep in the brain. When needed, they can be stored in the brain. Just flip it over, and you'll remember it. So Kumagai Junpei quickly remembered the origin of this ice cube. First of all, I only know who sold the ice cubes. As for how the seller obtained it, I don't know, Kumagai Junpei said. Also, Li Guanqi nodded and put away the ice temple bricks again. Then come in. Kumagai Junpei turned around and walked straight into the shop. Li Guanqi and Sophia followed closely behind, looking at the shop as they walked. To be honest, Li Guanqi somewhat underestimated this. Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion. He thought it was just a small shop at first. But when he came in, he realized that this so-called small shop turned out to be just a front hall. And the entire large-scale building behind it belonged to Junpei Kumagai and Xingyue, the venue area of Wanwu Pavilion. The overall layout here is similar to a large pawn shop, filled with all kinds of interesting objects, including sacrificial artifacts and various technological products from ancient ruins, which gave Li Guanqi a lot of knowledge. Finally, Kumagai Junpei brought Li Guanqi and Sophia to an alchemy room. Here, help me release a 2150C flame. It must be stable, and the temperature difference cannot exceed 20°C within 10 minutes. Kumagai Junpei knocked on an alchemy cauldron next to him. Your flames are quite demanding. Without saying a word, Li Guanqi snapped his fingers with his right hand, and a red flame rose directly from the bottom of the alchemy cauldron. He used his spiritual power to precisely control it and keep the temperature at around 2150°C required by the opponent. Stay steady, Kumagai Junpei said as he began to put ingredients into the pot. Li Guanqi looked around while controlling the fire. There are many waste basins, and the smell he just smelled originated from here. As for what kind of potion Kumagai Junpei wanted to refine, he couldn't tell. After all, this kind of refining process does not have to change the temperature from beginning to end, but must deliberately maintain a fixed temperature of the medicine. Based on his experience, this is really unheard of. After all, generally speaking, one of the difficulties in making potions is the flame temperature. When to raise the temperature, and when to cool down are all difficulties in making potions. However, Kumagai Junpei's potion must maintain the temperature from beginning to end. Fixed. Boss Xionggu, what kind of potion do you have? The temperature requirements are somewhat special. Li Guanqi couldn't help but ask. Create your own potion. However, Kumagai Junpei obviously had no intention of explaining at all, and just said something perfunctory. Li Guanqi also wisely did not ask any more questions. 10 minutes later. Refining completed. Well, that's what it smells like. Kumagai Junpei held a glass bottle, shook it, smelled the purple liquid inside, and nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Jincheng, your temperature control is great. This batch of liquid is perfect. Excellent. Li Guanqi didn't pay attention and went straight to the point. I helped you. Now it's your turn to help me. With that said, he took out the Ice Temple bricks from the space necklace again, and his expression became serious. Now, Boss Xionggu, it's your turn to tell me. Who sold you this thing? Chapter 420 Tauren Mercenaries. Strange motives. He is a 5-element level Tauren mercenary. Kumagai Junpei took his purple potion, shook it, and carefully observed the reaction of the bubbles. While doing his own thing, he said, The ice cube in your hand is the Tauren who came to me for shipment 5 years ago. You sold me that thing, by the way. His name is Carl. His original name was Carl Milne. But now, he has no surname, and is only called Carl. Because when he was still in the grassland, he was too cruel, and even killed people in his own tribe. Later, he was driven out by his tribe. Then Carl went to other tribes of his clan. However, he refused to change his character and traveled to several tribes, committing the crime of killing his own clan in each tribe. In the end, he was completely expelled from his own clan. I don't know if you understand, but on the grassland, a subrace has many clans, and each clan has many tribes under its name. For example, the Tauren clan includes the Hut, Hart, Walker, Milne, and other clans. And under the name of each clan, there will be many tribes. People of the same clan can move between different tribes. Put it this way. The Tauren royal family is equivalent to the royal family. Each clan of the Tauren is equivalent to each big surname. And each tribe under the big name is equivalent to the main family of this surname, as well as many branches. As long as you still have the same last name as everyone else. That doesn't matter. Other branches also welcome you. But if you don't even have this surname, then no branch of the family will accept you, because you are no longer considered a family member. Such was the case with Carl. He committed many evil deeds, and was expelled from his own clan. He completely lost the surname Milne. So no Milne Tauren tribe would accept him, which meant he had no roots. Unless he can get a name from other Tauren clans, he will be equivalent to a rootless duckweed on the grassland. So how difficult is this thing? It's probably equivalent to me going to Sakura Cuba's family and begging them to give me a surname, huh? At this point, Kumagai Junpei shook his head and laughed. We still say that Carl is a Tauren. But in fact, in the grassland, he cannot be called a Tauren because he does not have a Tauren clan and was directly expelled from Tauren status. There is a special term for humanoids on the grassland, Beastman. Then do you know where he is at the moment? Li Guanqi asked. Of course I know. Kumagai Junpei shrugged. I'm probably eating meat in the Minotaur's Hall of Valor. Li Guanqi's heart sank. What do you mean by this? Hall of Valor? In the Tauren clan, all Tauren believe that after the death of heroic warriors, their souls will ascend to the Hall of Valor and enjoy food and wine with the ancestors of the clan. It's after death. Robbing a bride? You know? Junpei Kumagai put down the medicine bottle in his hand, turned to look at Li Guanqi, and said calmly, Carl snatched a bride in the city and raped the bride. According to the Sakura law, such a bad influence is definitely the death penalty. What's more, this place is Heionjing. The shogunate put in a lot of effort to maintain the beautiful atmosphere in this capital. Carl, on the other hand, broke the law in the limelight and raped his bride on their wedding day. This bad situation was directly upgraded to a public beheading. After he was caught by the law enforcement department at that time, he was publicly beheaded in Qinchao town, Nanchun district. Within a few days, I was there to watch. The executioner first stabbed Carl through the heart, and then chopped it off with a knife. With a sound, Blood spurted out. The cow's head fell to the ground. If it hadn't been stuck with its horns, it would have rolled to my feet. He died like that? Li Guanqi was stunned. Then how could he ask Carl for questioning? I tried my luck to get the bricks and tiles of the ice temple, but all my luck was suddenly used up. If the follow-up clues are directly cut off, what's the point? Is there anyone else who knows him well? Li Guanqi was unwilling to give in and quickly asked Kumagai Junpei. For example, relatives and friends? Or a mercenary who often cooperates? No. Kumagai Junpei shook his head and said calmly, although the guy is a minotaur, he is indeed a lone wolf. He has always been alone and has never had friends. And to be honest, with his bad character, he is destined to have no friends. Every time he comes to deliver goods to me, he has a cold attitude. When Li Guanqi heard this, his expression turned extremely ugly. Finish the ball. He looked down at the bricks of the ice temple in his hands, his mood becoming increasingly complicated. So, the clue to the ice temple is now broken? Wow. Suddenly, Shishua's crying sounded in his mind, and he kept crying. Xiaoxua wants to go home. Xiaoxua wants to go home. Lunmo, Shan Kong, help me comfort Xiaoxua. Li Guanqi had no choice but to shout in his mind. I don't have this experience either. Shan Kong said he was helpless. I was wrong. The tone of the magic knife was slightly speechless. I said before that it was too bad that the lioness could cry after living for more than 100 years. But Xiaoxua has lived for tens of thousands of years, and she can also cry. I didn't expect it. By the way, can this temple really be called a home? When the master rises in the future, will he build a new temple for you, and the whole new home will be finished? Wow! However, Shishua's cries were still sad, and she paid no attention to these two brothers. Li Guanqi suppressed the crying in his mind, feeling quite hopeless. Speaking of it, Carl's behavior of snatching brides is really strange. At this time, Kumagai Junpei raised his head, as if he was remembering something, and frowned slightly. Oh! Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed. What kind of strange method? Because it shouldn't. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. Kumagai Junpei turned around and left the alchemy room, walked to the bar next to him, poured a glass of green soju, and after taking a sip, he said in a deep voice, it turns out that Carl is a mercenary who lives in Hainjing. This guy is ruthless and cautious enough. When accepting orders, we accept all orders, guard ruins, murder and set fires, etc. etc. We do it all. Made a lot of money over the decades. Of course, the most important thing is to accumulate a lot of contacts. With his savings and connections over the years, Carl bought a house in Qichao Town, Nancheng District, Heiankyo, which is also known as Orc Street 3 years ago. A mercenary chooses to buy a house in Pinganjing, where land is extremely expensive. The meaning is obvious. Everyone in the circle felt that the guy was going to retire and decided to live a quiet life in the city. But the strange thing is that we all can't figure out why the guy suddenly went crazy and actually snatched a bride in Pinganjing. This is a crime on the surface. And this is Hainjing. Not to mention, he is a 5 elements level person. Even a 7-star who usually flies in the sky and escapes from the earth has to walk on his 2 feet obediently. When entering other people's homes, he has to knock on the door first and ask if he can come in. But Carl was breaking the law in the city. A year ago, he robbed a Minotaur newlywed couple from getting married on the day of their wedding. On the way to welcome the Tauren couple, they snatched the Tauren bride and ran home. It is said that Carl took the girl home and started hacking her immediately. Because according to people from the law enforcement department, when they broke into Carl's house, the bride had been stripped naked and lying on the bed, with tears streaming down her face, and there were marks on the sheets. Carl was also naked and looked like he had just finished plowing the fields. Hey, don't think that orcs don't care about chastity. The Tauren took a fancy to this. After the news spread that the Tauren bride had been robbed of her first night by Carl, the Tauren husband, the newlywed man, immediately regretted the marriage and vetoed the marriage. Moreover, this incident is well known to everyone. There are only a few thousand Taurens settled in Pinganjingli, which is not a big circle, so it is probably impossible for the Tauren bride to get married unless she changes to another city in her life. Oh, that bastard Carl. He is seeking death and destroying other girls. Speaking of this, Kumagai Junpei shook his head, and then his expression became more and more surprised. But the strange place is right here. 3 years ago, Carl just bought a house in the city. And then, he never took any employment orders. He lived alone quietly for 2 years. He looked like he was retired and wanted to start a quiet life. A new life. But a year ago, on the wedding day of the Tauren couple, he suddenly ran away and committed a crime. Is this logical? This is completely illogical. Carl is a different-blooded warrior at the peak of the 5 elements level. Of course, it's a little lacking compared to the previous one. But isn't it so much more than the lower one? That is to say, he can only buy a small house in Pinganjing, where every inch of land is precious. If it were in another city, a different blood warrior at the peak of the 5 elements level would at least live in a castle, which could be more luxurious than the city lord's palace. How could he be short of women? Not lacking at all. What's more, although Carl is not a king-blooded Tauren, he is actually of the higher blood level. Except for the cow's head, the rest of his body is humanoid. The Tauren bride he had raped was a Tauren with the lowest bloodline. Not only did she have a bull's head on her head, but her legs were also made of cow's hooves. Carl raped this female Tauren. Well, it's hard to describe. What kind of behavior is this? This is equivalent to us humans. A middle-aged man who is not too handsome, but not too ugly. He has just spent decades of savings to buy a house in Pinganjing. He is a successful little man and is ready to retire and enjoy life. For a man like him, if he wants a woman, he can call hundreds of them with a flick of his finger. However, within 2 years of his retirement, he raped an ugly girl and risked his life just because of her. Brother, you say. At this point, Kumagai Junpei looked at Li Guanqi and said in surprise, "Is this so reasonable?" "Unreasonable." Li Guanqi frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. There must be some unknown truth hidden in this matter. Ding. Trigger mission conditions. You've been given a new detective mission. The Mystery of the Minotaur. Mission introduction. From all aspects, Carl, the Minotaur mercenary at the peak of the 5 elements level, has no reason to violate a lower-blooded Minotaur woman. Not to mention that this is the capital of the Sakura Shogunate, Heian-kyo. This female Minotaur was raped on her wedding day. The resulting negative impact resulted in Carl being beheaded in public. This thing is illogical, and there must be some kind of truth hidden behind it. It's better to be a detective and find out the real ins and outs of this matter. Mission requirement: find out the truth behind this matter. Mission time limit: 24 hours. Mission reward: a green talent. Quick thinking: green, you have a sharp mind and amazing insight. You can easily peel off the cocoons of a thing and find the truth hidden behind it. Note: when this talent is first obtained, the soul strength will automatically increase by 1 level. After that, every time the quality of this talent is improved, the soul will increase by 1 level. Oh! Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. 24 hours time limit. Racing against time. Speaking of which, this mission reward is almost equivalent to soul upgrade by 1 level. But even if this mission does not appear, Li Guanqi still has to find the truth behind it. Because where did Carl get the ice temple brick in his hand? He must find the answer to this question. There is only one breakthrough in the matter of the Minotaur Carl. What's the name of the female Minotaur who was raped by Carl on the wedding night? Do you know where she is now? Li Guanqi looked at Kumagai Junpei and asked seriously. Why do you ask? Kumagai Junpei was stunned. Just pure curiosity. Li Guanqi smiled and said, as you said, this matter is very illogical. So I am very curious about what is the reason that makes Carl do such a completely unreasonable thing. After all, a Tauren at the peak of the 5 elements level cannot the truth suddenly comes to mind. Doesn't it? Really? Kumagai Junpei nodded. Tauren are not werewolves. They will lose their minds on full moon nights and either kill like crazy or look for people to mate like crazy. I have seen a werewolf. And he? So you know? Before he could start the conversation, Li Guanqi immediately brought the topic back. What's going on with the female Tauren who was raped by Carl? Of course I know. Kumagai Junpei nodded, then took another sip of the soju in the cup, and said with emotion, that female Tauren was badly harmed by Carl. Her name is Brianna. Her clan is Mosul. She is very low class. I said before that the Tauren clan values chastity very much. And Brianna's tutor is even more morbid. It's morbid. Completely over the top. Brianna was raped by Carl. And the man had a grudge in his heart and decided not to marry her. What can outsiders say? A moral accusation? To be honest, the moral accusation may not be of any standing. After all, not many men can stand this thing. In short, after this incident, the man regretted the marriage and refused to marry, and outsiders had nothing to say. But what about Brianna's parents? Her parents actually kicked Brianna out of the house because they thought she was disgraced because she was raped. This was done. Having said this, Kumagai Junpei drank the soju in his cup, shook his head and sighed. It's too ridiculous, isn't it? It's so unlucky to have parents like this. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. That's right. Kumagai Junpei put the wine glass on the table and smiled helplessly. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the female Torin's appearance really doesn't suit my taste, if she was prettier, I would have taken her over and used her as a maid or something. Yes, it's a pity. It's a pity that the appearance is not enough. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. In this face-based world, in all the countries of the world, the most popular orcs are those with royal blood, such as Sophia, a guy who only has animal characteristics, but has a beautiful face and a complete human form. So, where is this female tower named Brianna now? Li Guanqi looked at Kumagai Junpei and asked again. Nanchun District, Flower Town. Junpei Kumagai turned around and pointed to a back door. Push that door open and walk straight to the end of the alley. After walking out of the alley, ignore the forks in the road and keep walking forward. Once you see the sign of Chunliaoding, turn right. Then continue walking straight, and you will reach Hanei Town. Then, just ask passers-by where the flower orphanage is. The Hanera Orphanage in Hainage Town? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. You mean, Brianna is in Hualuo Orphanage? She opened the Hualuo Orphanage. Kumagai Junpei said calmly. As I said before, Carl is a lone wolf, alone with no relatives or friends. So after he was beheaded, according to the Sakura law, half of his property was confiscated and the other half was used for compensate victims. That is Brianna. Therefore, Brianna, a one-level female Tauren, directly obtained half of Carl's family wealth and transformed into a little rich woman. After she was kicked out of her home by her parents, she moved to Hanei Town and opened an orphanage to adopt orphans who had no parents or were abandoned by their parents. Of course, most of them were orc children. I remember what I heard a while ago, that the orphanage now has more than 20 orphans. Right? When Li Guanqi heard this, he was startled at first, and then his eyes gradually turned strange when he looked at Kumagai Junpei. Then you don't need to worry about her situation. And you still want to accept her as a servant? What do you think? Are you sure that's all? I don't like Carl's money. Junpei Kumagai, a low-level warrior of different blood, did not seem to feel any offense, and just said calmly, it is Brianna who has acquired the property, so she needs more protection. After all, in this safe capital, although the laws are strict, as long as they don't expose it to the public, the people in the law enforcement department don't bother to worry so much. For example, with your spell master's methods, if you want to do something, it's easy to do it. But after the people from the law enforcement department want to track it down, it's a troublesome job. Is that so? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. But Brianna is still alive and well. According to what you said, she should have been finished long ago. Everything has to come sooner or later. Kumagai Junpei waved his hand and sneered. It has only been 1 year since the Carl incident. The rape of the bride was too bad and received too much attention. The limelight of this incident has not completely passed yet. When the limelight is completely over, Brianna's safety problem will be difficult to say. Even if there is no problem with safety, there are too many ways to kill a one-level Tauren in the city. That's true. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed slightly. There is no need to explain the embarrassing things in the world in a straightforward manner. Everyone understands them. I thought the laws in a capital-level city like Hyenkyo could be more just. Li Guanqi shook his head and sighed. It turns out it's the same everywhere. That's what every out-of-towner thinks. Kumagai Junpei smiled, picked up the flask, and poured himself another cup of soju. Law is a type of rule, and rules have always been used by the strong to restrain the weak, never to restrain themselves. Oh, by the way, do you want a drink? No. Li Guanqi turned and left. Thank you for the news. I'm going to go find Brianna to ask something now. Sophia, who was standing nearby and remained silent from beginning to end, saw this and followed suit. I hope you get what you want. Kumagai Junpei raised his glass and watched Li Guanqi leave, then turned his head and looked through the window at the prosperous night scene of the distant streets of Heian-kyo. The brightly lit streets intertwined with each other and crisscrossed each other. forming the night decoration of the shogunate capital. In the far corner of the city, there were even fireworks. The gorgeous light directly illuminated half of the night sky. It was beautiful. Gorgeous. Here's to this damned city. Kumagai Junpei raised his head and drank the wine in the cup. Chapter 421 The Truth of the Matter. Carl's Past. Hainjing. Nanchang District. Hui Town. Hualuo Orphanage. In the Sakura Shogunate, street is often replaced by Maki. So the meaning of Hanageku is actually a street named Hainage in the Nanchang District of Heian-kyo. And in this street with a relatively high proportion of demi-races, there is an orphanage. The director is a female Tauren with a tragic life experience. She was raped on her wedding day last year. Not only did her husband not want her, but her parents also kicked her out of the house. Later she came here and opened an orphanage to take in homeless people. The poor child who was able to return home was a female Tauren who was ill-fated but kind-hearted. The residents who live near Hainage Town see her this way. But maybe that's not the case. Arrive. The bright moon is like frost, and the night is like water. Li Guanqi, dressed in black robe, slowly arrived at the door of Hualuo Orphanage with Sophia. He raised his head slightly and looked at the childlike building covered with colorful decorations, then looked around at the quiet streets. Cities are also divided into regions. The bustle of other streets and the tranquility of this flower art town are all part of Heian-kyo. Boom! Li Guanqi stepped forward and walked to the door of Hualuo Orphanage. He lightly tapped a black square next to the door, and a sound suddenly sounded from inside. This thing is called a smart collar. The principle is to click a switch, and the built-in spiritual power device will emit a stream of spiritual power through the air, hitting the other end of the collar, forming a sound, letting the owner of the building know that someone is looking for him outside. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is the psychic technology version of the doorbell. Under the medieval coat of the strange world, there is a psychic technology system that is not low-level, but can even be called advanced. Da-da-da. After Li Guanqi rang the doorbell, soon there was a sound of footsteps behind the door. Squeak. When the door was opened, what appeared in front of Li Guanqi and Sophia was a female Tauren. She has a slightly dark blue bull head and wears a light blue women's dress. Her legs are not human legs, but have the structure of bovine hooves. She also wears shoes. She is a kind of subrace. Hoof black leather shoes. 1 yuan level different blood Tauren. Hello! The female Tauren lowered her head slightly and made a soft and sweet voice. My name is Takashi Kaneshiro. Li Guanqi also lowered his head slightly, then looked at her and asked, Excuse me, are you Brianna? Yes. The cowgirl nodded. You weren't taken from your virginity, were you? At this time, Sophia, who was standing next to Li Guanqi, suddenly said this. Li Guanqi was suddenly stunned, wondering how the lioness came to the conclusion. I do not know what you're talking about. Brianna shook her head and took half a step back to close the door. However, she found that she couldn't close it. Sophia looked calm. It was she who used the laws of space to solidify the space in the gate area. In Brianna's situation, it was impossible to shake it. Owner. Sophia looked back at Li Guanqi and said, Help me cast a spell to block sight and sound. Oh. Li Guanqi nodded blankly, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a black mist to cover the three of them. And at the same time, a black soundproof spiritual shield was formed. Buzz? In the black mist, Sophia stretched out her right hand. Because she was wearing white short sleeves, the exposed forearm could be clearly seen. At this time, red light patterns were emerging, and gradually turned into a flashing red light. The red mark has a very strange texture. Chastity seal? Li Guanqi was stunned. He had seen this pattern in a book. It was a magical mark that could identify the chastity of the person being marked. This mark seems to have a simple effect, and it seems like a low-level spell that anyone can cast. But in fact it is just the opposite. It is extremely difficult to achieve this effect, and the spiritual circuit that needs to be formed is very complicated. In terms of difficulty, the chastity seal is even a Lilha-level spell that can only be cast by Lilha-level spellcasters, and it takes a lot of practice to master. But what is the actual effect? This thing can only identify whether the person receiving the seal is a virgin. This nature means that there are not many conjurers who can cast the chastity seal, and there are very few people who can, which makes this business very expensive, except for the marriage between large clans, which requires such a conjurer to verify the woman's virginity. Almost no one would do this, because a rich family needs dignity. After a marriage, if the man discovers that the woman is not a virgin and wants to regret the marriage, it will affect the relationship and reputation of the two families. So he must make a good judgment beforehand. And why does a small family need this thing? You will know it as soon as the wedding night comes. Of course, for some types of marriage, the woman will also ask the man to be a virgin. And the magic of the chastity seal can also determine whether the man has had intercourse with the woman. And now, the red mark that appeared on Sophia's right arm was clearly a chastity mark. The bright red light shows that Sophia's virginity is still there. There is nothing strange. Master, she is the lioness chosen by the old Lion King. Of course, her virginity must be tested. Just when Li Guanqi was wondering why Sophia had this thing on her body, Xu Wenkong's voice sounded in his mind. If the old Lion King wants to mate and reproduce, he will definitely not choose a female lion who has been played by other lions. Naturally, he must choose a pure one. In fact, this was the biggest reason why Sophia was chosen. Because that bastard of the old Lion King doesn't like to restrain his strength during mating. I've seen him kill many lionesses with my own eyes, and forcefully break their bodies into pieces. That bloody scene. Damn it! So, who can withstand the collision of the 9-palace level Lion King? Therefore, for the old Lion King, the stronger the woman is, the better, so that he can restrain his strength less. Among the lion-headed royal family, there are not many lionesses like Sophia who have lived for more than 170 years and are still virgins. Coupled with her 7-star strength, she was almost attracted by the old Lion King at first sight, without any consideration at all. Listening to Xu Wenkong's explanation, Li Guanqi suddenly realized. Do you recognize what this is? Sophia showed the chastity mark on her right arm, looked at the female minotaur in front of her, and said softly, Brianna, this is the highest level of chastity mark for me. It can not only identify my chastity, but also give me a sensory ability. I can vaguely sense that you, a woman like me, have not had your virginity taken away. Of course, the accuracy of this induction is not high. It is only 60% accurate. Otherwise, if those magicians are invited to take action, the price of casting the chastity seal will not be so high. But what really makes me 100% sure that your virginity has not been taken away are your eyes. At the end of the sentence, Sophia looked at Brianna and seemed to be looking carefully into each other's eyes. When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't help but look at the female Tauren. Brianna's bull eyes are large, round, slightly protruding, reddish in color, and have very long eyelashes. So what the L is Sophia talking about? For the Tauren clan, female chastity is very important. Sophia looked at Brianna and said seriously. So, if your virginity was really violently taken away by that Carl, then you must be hateful and angry about this matter. If someone denies this in front of you and says that your virginity was not taken away from you, then you should feel extremely angry, because this is denying the painful past you have suffered. It is a very hateful behavior, and you should feel sad and angry. But you didn't. When I just said that your virginity was not taken away, your eyes told me that you were not angry, but instead had a trace of escape? You don't want to answer this question. It's obvious that your virginity was not taken away by Carl, but you don't want to answer this question. Why? Is it because of Carl? It is a fact that he snatched the bride. This is undeniable. However, the judgment of this incident is still open to speculation. Regarding this matter, I have only heard the version from Junpei Kumagai, the owner of Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion. In his mouth, when people from the Haijing Law Enforcement Department caught Carl, you were lying on the bed crying. Your clothes were stripped off. There was red on the bed, and Carl was not wearing pants. So the people from the Law Enforcement Department naturally came to the conclusion that you were raped by Carl. Then Carl didn't deny it. You admit that it is. So the case was concluded. Carl kidnapped you on your wedding day, raped you, and took away your virginity. The matter got too big, and the impact was too bad. According to the Sakura law, he was publicly beheaded. But is this really the case? I'm afraid that's not the case. It is a fact that Carl kidnapped his bride. But he didn't rape you. The scene that the people from the Law Enforcement Department saw was deliberately disguised by you and Carl. This must not be you framing Carl. Of course you are not a Tauren commoner. After all, you have successfully entered the one-dimensional level. But even so, a one-level Tauren is completely unable to frame the Tauren warrior Carl, who is at the peak of the 5 elements level. So, there is only one truth. Carl is helping you. You and Carl reached a consensus that Carl would rob your bride and fake the scene of raping you to make your reputation stinky and make the man regret the marriage. But I don't understand. Why would Carl risk his own life and be beheaded by the law enforcement department to help you with such a thing? Not to mention that the gains and rewards are not directly proportional. It is simply illogical. And you? Why do you agree to such a thing even if your reputation is ruined? Just to regret the marriage and bear the ugly reputation of being raped? Speaking of this, Sophia looked at the female tower Brianna with an expression that became more and more surprised. Li Guanqi stood nearby, looking at this beautiful woman with blonde hair and golden eyes, and was completely confused. Depend on quick thinking, the mission reward for this green talent should not be given to him when the time comes, but should be given to this lioness. Normally, Sophia seems a bit naive and confused, but she didn't expect that she really used her brain and became so organized. Brianna was silent for a long moment after Sophia finished her reasoning. Do you have to tell me the truth? The female tower sighed softly. Otherwise I'll tell this. Sophia shook her right arm and pointed with her left hand at the chastity mark that glowed red on it. This thing is very expensive. And even the Haijing Law Enforcement Department will not give it to a poor woman who was raped to use this to identify her virginity. This is a disguised insult. But I have a chastity mark on my body, and it is of the highest grade. If you don't explain the whole story clearly and satisfy my curiosity, then I will expose this matter. I want to be surprised by this matter. I'm definitely not the only one curious. As soon as these words came out, Brianna sighed helplessly and could only nod. I only have one request. Don't tell the truth. We'll keep it tight-lipped, Li Guanqi said quickly. Uh-huh. Sophia also nodded. Then, come in and talk. Brianna turned sideways and motioned for them to enter. Li Guanqi and Sophia entered immediately, but the black fog spell blocked their sight, and they could not see the road in front of the corridor at all. Seeing this, Sophia clenched her right fist, and the red chastity mark on her right arm immediately dissipated. Li Guanqi also dispersed the black mist spell. Please keep the soundproofing spell, sir. Brianna looked at him and said softly, the children are asleep. Good. Li Guanqi nodded, leaving a translucent black soundproof spirit shield around the three of them, allowing them to see clearly. This way, please. Brianna headed for the stairs at the end of the hallway. Li Guanqi and Sophia followed closely behind. I don't want to marry that male minotaur. As they walked, the female Tauren also began to tell. The marriage last year was entirely my parents' idea. They didn't care about my feelings at all. They just wanted to do business in Chichao town, so they let me get married. This is equivalent to selling me to that male minotaur in order to build relationships and get the qualification to open a store in Chichao town without paying protection fees. But that male Tauren is notorious in Chichao town. He is very bad. Very bad. If I really marry him, I will not be happy in the rest of my life. So I don't want to get married. And my parents, they didn't regard me as their biological daughter at all. They just regarded me as a trading commodity. Then I met Mr. Carr. Finally, as the blonde lady said, Mr. Carl decided to help me. As long as my reputation is bad, the male Tauren will not marry me again. After the incident, I finally saw my parents clearly, so I took the initiative to move away from home, broke up with him, and severed the relationship. As for what outsiders say, that they think I have disgraced the family and kicked me out of the house, it is a complete rumor. I think you must have heard this rumor from Mr. Xionggu of Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion. I inherited half of Mr. Carl's property, with my parents' tendency to support me and their support. How could they possibly kick me out? But I won't give them a penny. So I left home and came here to use Mr. Carl's money to adopt these poor orphans who had lost their families. This could be regarded as comforting Mr. Carl's spirit in heaven. If he could know about it in the Hall of Valor, he would definitely be very happy. Right. As she spoke, Brianna sighed softly. At this time, she also brought Li Guanqi and Sophia to the third floor of the orphanage and entered a lounge. You two, please feel free to sit down. Brianna pointed to the futon and tatami beside the tea table, then sat in front of the tea table, boiling water to make tea. You haven't made it clear yet. Li Guanqi sat on the futon and looked at the female Tauren in confusion. Who is the male Tauren who wants to marry you? Carl wants to help you. But is it so troublesome? Even if he takes his own life? This is illogical. I'm not done yet. Brianna smiled. That male Tauren is at the 4th elephant level, in a small place like Qinchao town. which is as big as a palm. He can be said to cover the sky with one hand. But in front of Mr. Carl, who is at the peak of the 5 elements level, the 4th elephant level is nothing. The reason why Mr. Carl decided to help me in this way was actually, he just helped me casually. So he didn't think about the matter that carefully at all. It was just a casual act before seeking death, without thinking too much at all. Oh. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. What did you do casually before seeking death? Really? Sophia nodded lightly. I knew that Carl didn't want to live in the first place. Your incident was just an opportunity to let him change his way of death. Brianna looked at the boiling water that was gradually boiling, with complicated eyes, and said softly, You too. Before I tell you why Mr. Carl helped me, I want to tell a story first. More than 300 years ago, in the hometown of our Tauren, a pair of Tauren calves were born in a small tribe of the Tauren Gnome clan on the Iabel Prairie. They are a boy and a girl, born one after another. They have been childhood sweethearts since childhood. They grew up together and have a very deep relationship. However, the boy's parents are only the lowest cooking workers in the tribe, although the girl's parents are also cooks. The girl's appearance is extremely beautiful according to the aesthetics of the Tauren clan. So after the girl grew up, her parents gave her to the captain of the hunting team as his concubine. The boy was very sad. But what could he do? He is just the son of a cook. When he grows up, he is just a cook. He does small things like cooking for the tribe all day long. He has a humble status. How can he compare to a 4-elephant level hunting captain? Without power, you can't do anything. The girl had never met the captain. She was desperate, guessing how difficult life would be after she married someone she didn't like. But even so, she never imagined at that time that the fate waiting for her would be far more miserable than she imagined. That time, the hunting captain took the girl and went hunting outside. This was a joint hunt with several surrounding Milne tribes. The hunting captain brought the girl along just to show off how beautiful his new concubine was. But this time something unexpected happened during the hunt. During the hunt, the captain was accidentally seriously injured. All the people around him died, leaving only the other Tauren of the Milne tribe. Although they are both members of the Milne clan, their tribes are different. But ultimately their hearts are different. They were unwilling to spend the price to save the captain. When he was about to die of serious injuries, the captain begged them for mercy, saying that the girl had the mark of his soul. If these people were willing to let him go, he was willing to lend the girl to them for fun. Otherwise, if he died, the girl would also die. We must die together. The girl is really beautiful. The Tauren of these tribes were moved and agreed to the captain's request. Then, the Tauren raped the girl one by one in front of the captain. The rescue captain looked at the girl with tears streaming down her face and kept asking for help, and remained unmoved at all. Afterwards, the Tauren of other tribes left. But the Tauren clan values chastity the most. The girl was defiled by other Tauren, and the captain no longer loved her. He didn't even take the girl back to the tribe. He killed her on the road, threw her in the grass on the roadside, and returned to the tribe alone. He lied that during the hunt, the girl was unfortunately killed. The demon species attacked and killed him. But the truth is the truth. It will be hidden, but it will not disappear. The boy, the male Tauren who was the girl's childhood sweetheart, didn't believe this. He eventually found out the truth. He swears he wants to kill the captain of his tribe, and also goes to the Milne tribes to find the Tauren who participated in raping the girl and kill them one by one. Chapter 422, The Divine Machine Rune Box. Carl's Secret. I see. After listening to the story told by Brianna, Li Guanqi finally understood. So Carl fulfilled his original oath. The reason why he committed the crime of killing fellow tribesmen in his own tribe, and in many Milne tribes, was because he killed those who had participated in a minotaur raping a girl, including the hunting captain of his original tribe. The reason why he killed was to avenge his former childhood sweetheart. For this reason, he even hesitated to be expelled from the Milne clan, completely losing his foothold on the grassland. In the end, he had to live in the Sakura shogunate, find another way out, and finally became a mercenaries. Mr. Carl is a good man. Brianna lowered her head and said softly, The cooks in the tribe, generally orcs like this, are all orcs who cannot break into the one-dimensional level after they reach adulthood. Sophia was very surprised by this incident. Under such circumstances, how did Carl grow to the peak of the 5 elements level? Who knows? Brianna smiled. Everyone is likely to have adventures, isn't it? Obviously, Mr. Carl is lucky. He got this opportunity, and the ability to avenge his childhood sweetheart. After receiving such an explanation, Sophia had nothing to say. So that's what happened? Li Guanqi frowned slightly and said hesitantly, because Carl has experienced it. He knows that if a girl is forced to marry a husband she doesn't like but has a high power, she is destined to encounter misfortune. So last year, after Carl met you, he heard that you were about to be forced to marry. He was moved by the scene and thought of his childhood sweetheart. He couldn't bear it and didn't want you to end up like his childhood sweetheart. Because of this, Carl decided to help you. Yes. Brianna nodded lightly. The night before the wedding, I hid in my room crying. Mr. Carl, who was passing by, heard me. After asking about my situation, he decided to help me. I am very grateful to Mr. Carl. He saved the life of me. My life. The problem is, he clearly has several better ways to solve your problem. Sophia looked puzzled, and finally shook her head helplessly. But he chose the worst and most speechless method. Sure enough, the rumors were not false. The Tauren don't like to think. All of them, it's a reckless man. Forehead. Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but look at her in astonishment. This sentence is a direct racial attack. However, considering the strength of the lion-headed people on the grassland, Sophia, as a lion-headed person, has no taboos in her evaluation of the Tauren, which seems reasonable. What's more, the person in front of them was just a one-level female Tauren. And the most important thing is that even Li Guanqi has to admit that what Carl did is indeed very, very, very brainless. A kind of brainlessness that is completely difficult to understand. There are so many methods that can be used. Why choose the worst method? What can Carl do to save Brianna and prevent her from marrying the Minotaur? There are too many methods. Like the simplest one. As a different blood Tauren at the peak of the 5 elements level, Carl could have taken Brianna away from Ping and Jing and gone to another big city to remain anonymous. And then leave all his property to her. And finally find a place to die quietly. Isn't this better? And there was Brianna, who helped bury the body. But what did Carl do? Robbery on the wedding day. Yes, it is true that tarnishing Brianna's reputation can indeed make the male Tauren regret his marriage to her. But the price of tarnishment is not small for women. Moreover, Carl himself was caught and beheaded. Even if he wanted to die, there was no need to choose such a tragic death method. The point is, there's absolutely no need to do this. Carl clearly had many better choices. But in the end, he used the stupidest method. This made Li Guanqi unable to understand. Wrong. Li Guanqi suddenly frowned. If the truth has been revealed, then why, Mystery of the Minotaur, has not prompted the mission to be completed? So the truth has not fully emerged yet. There must be another reason for Carl to do this. Brianna. Li Guanqi looked at the female Tauren and said in a deep voice, you should know that this method is actually not good, and can even be called stupid. Was it you who proposed this method? Or was it Carl who requested it? Of course, Mr. Carl. Brianna hesitated a little after hearing this. To be honest, this method is really not very clever. Considering Mr. Carl's situation, there are indeed many ways to help me. But the situation at that time was that I needed help. How could I dare to ask for more? I'm afraid that if I talk too much, Mr. Carl will find me annoying and leave. He was my only life-saving straw at that time, and I didn't dare to say anything. Therefore, after Mr. Carl proposed this method, although I felt that there was a better way, I didn't say much. I just listened to Mr. Carl's opinion and accepted his help. Although it was not perfect, I was very satisfied with the outcome. But this is completely wrong. Li Guanqi became more and more surprised. No normal person would make such a decision. This is so strange. How could he think of such a bad idea? What kind of brain circuit is this? Doesn't it mean that the intelligence of orcs is the same as that of humans? This is totally not the brain circuit of a normal person. Speaking of normal, Brianna looked down at the boiling water. After hesitating for a while, she still said, I felt that Mr. Carl did look a little abnormal that day. From the time he listened to me describing the situation, he looked completely different. He seemed to be in a trance, and would get distracted every once in a while. Oh! Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. There is indeed a problem. Sophia also frowned. I need to know more. Li Guanqi looked at Brianna and said seriously, you inherited half of Carl's property. So did you find anything strange among his belongings? For example, a report that could prove his mental condition? Or a diary? If he has the habit of keeping a diary, then he can hopefully figure it out. I didn't see the diary. Brianna shook her head, thought for a while, and said, "The people from the law enforcement department took away most of Mr. Carl's money, gold coins, and easily realizable property. The other half was left to me, including a lot of Mr. Carl's miscellaneous items. I didn't find any diary in it. But," speaking of this, the female Tauren took out a strange black and gold box from the space ring in her hand. "I found this, and this is the only thing in Mr. Carr's inheritance that cannot be opened. People from the law enforcement department said that this is a magical rune box. If you do not have the specific rune unlocking serial number and forcefully open it, the self-destruction program of the magical rune box will be activated and all items in it will be destroyed. The people from the law enforcement department couldn't open it. And they said that if there was no password, no one in the world could open it unless a Bagua-level conjurer was invited to do it. So just left it to me." With that said, Brianna handed the black gold box to Li Guanqi and said softly, "If Mr. Carl has any secrets, maybe it's in this box. But I can't open the magic machine box either." Li Guanqi took it with both hands. But when he looked at the black gold box in his hand, which had no gaps and seemed to be a solid iron block with exquisite and complicated relief patterns on the surface, he gritted his teeth in embarrassment. The Divine Machine Rune box is a top-notch password box with a self-destruction program. The price is comparable to a 6th-level Soul Ascension array, or even a little more expensive. There is a small space array inside it. As long as the password is incorrect more than 3 times, the space array will be activated. Anything placed inside will be exiled into the space turbulence in an instant, and will be nowhere to be found. In other words, even those who have mastered the laws of space at the 6th and 7th levels have nothing to do about it. There is no way to take out the items in the box through the space cracks, because once the space fluctuations go wrong, the space array built into the Divine Machine Rune box will also be activated, expelling the items in the box. "Hey, isn't this an empty box?" At this time, the voice of the magic knife suddenly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. "Times have changed. Broken knife." Xuankong's voice immediately sounded. "In this day and age, this thing is called the Divine Machine Rune box. It was only invented by a Daoyuo magician named Chan Leiji 2,600 years ago. I guess this should be that Chan Lei found an empty box in an ancient ruins. After figuring out the principle, he changed the name and issued it as his own invention patent." "Ah," Demon Knife sneered. "Hello." Listening to their conversation, Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel happy. "Then do you have a way to crack this?" "No," the magic knife said directly. "For you now, this thing is unsolvable. After all, you are not that big-faced now. You can find a Bagua-level conjurer to help." "Oh, no. You should set off now to find the Jiogong-level Tokugawa Shinji. Maybe he can help find one for you." "Bullshit," Shotcom responded quickly, his voice full of triumph. "Badeo, have you forgotten? With me Shotcom here? Why do you need to go to such trouble? I'm the one who hacked Shotcom. Does Xuankong-sama know? How can it be?" Demon Sword was extremely surprised. "When did you get the empty box? I remember you didn't have this ability. After all, you don't have any power at all. Okay, you're just an auxiliary artifact. Your memories are really sealed." Shotcom was at a loss for words for a moment. "When I got rid of the empty box once, it was to help your Lord Killer steal the belongings of the goddess in his dream. Okay? What the hell is this happening?" Demon Sword was immediately shocked. "The first master also has the goddess in his dream? Who is it? I'm too lazy to say it." Shotcom was speechless. "You will be able to remember it later when your memory is unblocked. There is no use talking about it now." "That is," Li Guanqi quickly echoed. "Lumo, don't talk nonsense. Shotcom, hurry up and help get this box. I want to take out the contents." "Hey, Master, you should be really lucky now that you have accepted Sophia as your follower." Shotcom smiled. "What the Demon Sword said before is right. I am just an auxiliary artifact and do not have any power on its own. So it is true that I cannot open the chaotic box by myself. But I only need to have a mastery with the presence of Lyoha level who knows the law of space. I can help shield the space array inside the empty box so that it will not activate." "Oh." When Li Guanqi heard this, he immediately understood and turned to look at Sophia beside him. "So, now I only need to ask Sophia to use the law of space to directly take the things in the box. And I don't need to worry about anything else. Just leave everything else to me." Xuankong's voice was full of confidence. "Alice, Li Guanqi looked at Sophia, called her pseudonym, and handed the magic rune box in his hand to her. Use the law of space to take out the contents inside. The nature of the name Alice in the Tulip Empire is equivalent to that of Zhang Wei in the modern era. It is an extremely common popular name, and is perfect for a pseudonym. Ah? Sophia took the divine machine rune box in a daze, glanced down, and then looked at Li Guanqi hesitantly. Although I haven't read any books, I have seen people use this box. Once the law of space is used, it will be destroyed, and everything inside will fall into the space cracks and be cut into pieces by the turbulent flow of space. Just do as I say, Li Guanqi said seriously. Oh well. Sophia looked at his serious expression and finally nodded. She held the divine machine rune box in her left hand and slowly stretched her right hand towards the side. Buzz! There were ripples in the space, and Sophia's outstretched hand seemed to be submerged in a curtain of water, starting from the fingertips and ending at the wrist. Everything disappeared. She opened a space crack, and at the other end of the crack was the inside of the divine machine box. Through this crack, she could reach in and take out the contents of the magic machine box. But the problem is that one of the functions of the divine machine rune box is to directly start the self-destruction program when abnormal spatial fluctuations are detected. But now, there is no sign of this. Sophia couldn't help but be a little surprised when she saw this. It's okay. Brianna next to her was also shocked. It turned out that this beautiful tulip woman was actually a Leo-level existence. Soon, Sophia pulled out her right hand from the space crack, and in her right hand was a space ring. Success! Sophia looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. Li Guanqi also smiled and praised the biggest contributor to this matter in his mind. It's really you, Shun Kong. As expected of you, you are much more useful than Lumo. Ha ha ha! Of course. Ha ha ha! Of course he knew how to praise someone. But this time, the praise was so critical that it made Shun Kong burst into laughter. Hee hee. If the demon sword had a face, it would definitely be expressionless at this moment. Then now, it's time to take a look. Li Guanqi took the space ring from Sophia's hand and began to check what was inside. At first glance, he was a little stunned. They are all notebooks, countless diaries, neatly placed and piled in the storage space. And they are all marked with serial numbers, from the leftmost to the back. So many diaries? Li Guanqi started reading from the first book and read quickly. The good news is that Carl, a Tauren, obviously has the habit of keeping a diary, which is very good for Li Guanqi. The not so good news is that his habit of writing a diary is to write a diary once a day. Since the age of 21, after learning to read and write in the tribe, he has written a diary once a day, and he has become a diary lover in the true sense. Li Guanqi had to read it from the beginning, not daring to let go of any page. Fortunately, with his current soul strength and his ability to read information, it didn't take long to read all of Carl's life diaries. Carl, this 5-element level different blood Tauren, lived a total of 413 years. He started keeping a diary when he was 21 years old. So the diary written in the space ring has a total of 143,080 pages. And many times, he writes in diaries in detail, even if there is nothing important. He will write down what scenery he saw today, and what ants or bugs were running on the ground. Many of his diaries exceed 100 words in length, although there are diaries with only a few numbers. There are also diaries with nearly 1,000 words. Based on a rough calculation of an average of 100 words per page, there are actually 14,308,000 words of diaries written. In other words, Carl lived for more than 400 years, and actually wrote a diary of about 14 million words. Even though Li Guanqi had a 6th level soul, he felt a little numb at first, and even more drowsy in the middle. But a 6th level soul is a 6th level soul after all. After a few minutes, he finished reading the 14 million words, and found the information he wanted. 4483. March 1st. Overcast. I know how Kelsey died. I want revenge. I'm going to make Rakuris and the other tribes pay the price. Cost. January 23rd. For 1501. Blood Moon Day. Is it God Reza who is taking pity on me? Praise Reza. I finally got the power to take revenge. I can finally avenge Kelsey. I can do it. I ate a blood-red fruit in an unknown cave. It was the same color as the blood moon outside. I heard it calling my name, so I walked over and ate it. It is a magical fruit. I gained strength. After eating the divine fruit, the Tauren bloodline in my body evolved. I broke into the 1 yuan level. My cultivation speed will become faster and faster. I will become the 2E level, the 3 level, and the 4th level, elephant level, 5 elements level. I'm going to kill all those people. Kill them all. 4503. July 11th. Blood Moon Day. It's another Blood Moon Day. I can feel that after eating that blood red fruit. My mind has been affected. Sometimes, I suddenly want to kill people. I can't suppress my desire for blood at all. I killed many innocent people. What should I do? No. I haven't avenged Kelsey yet. I'm going to make those bastards pay. Even if I have to fall into the abyss. I am willing. February 3rd. 4521. Blood Moon Day. 20 years. After eating the bloody fruit, it only took me 20 years to go from a Minotaur civilian to an SD level Tauren warrior. November 14th. 4622. Blood Moon Day. More than 100 years. I have become a 4 elephant level Tauren warrior. I can't wait. I'm going to take revenge. Take revenge for Kelsey. Tonight. I'm going to kill Raculus. Chapter 423. Mission completed. Go to the Ice Temple. November 15th. 4622. Blood Moon Day. Raculus is dead. But he is not the last one. I have to go to other tribes and kill other bastards who committed violence against Kelsey back then. Raculus has become a 5 element level warrior. With the power of the blood fruit, I defeated him by leapfrogging. But the movement was too great. After the winner was determined, it also attracted other people from the tribe. I was discovered. And I was kicked out of the tribe for killing my own people. But that's okay. At least I have an honest reason to go to other tribes. 4652. March 9th. Sunny. The weather is very good today, and I am in a good mood. Nearly 30 years have passed since I killed Raculus. I finally avenged Kelsey. And my life seemed to be finally complete. However, I was deprived of Milne's clan. I lost my identity as a Tauren. And there seemed to be no place for me on the grassland. Forget it. Go somewhere else. It just so happens that yesterday I rescued a group of cherry blossom caravans that were almost torn apart by werewolves. By following them, I can go to the Flower Kingdom in the east. Right? Although the Daluo dynasty was more powerful and prosperous than the Sakura shogunate, I heard that the Daluo dynasty was not friendly to the orcs. So I had to go to the shogunate to take a look first. 4652. April 1st. Sunny. I finally came to the Sakura shogunate. It is really beautiful here. More beautiful than the monotonous grassland. If Kelsey was still here, she would definitely smile very happily when she saw those pink cherry blossoms dancing all over the sky. 4652. September 6th. Sunny. Kelsey. I came to Heiankyo, which is the capital of the Sakura shogunate. Not long after I entered the city, I heard a tulip man say that the cherry blossom sea in the Sakura shogunate is the most beautiful thing in the world. I know why he said such ignorant things. Because he has never seen your eyes. January 3rd. 4692. Blood Moon Day. Here we go again. Every Blood Moon Day. The power of that bloody fruit will intensify and affect my mind. How long can I hold on? December 17th. 4728. Blood Moon Day. It has been more than 200 years since I ate the bloody fruit. And I finally became a 5 element level alien blood warrior. My father and mother may have never thought that I, Carl, would one day become a 5 element level warrior. Right? I didn't think about it either. Never thought about it. 4733. April 25th. Overcast. I took over the escort job of an ancient scholar and accompanied him to an ancient ruins located in the central area of the Burning Rock area in the western desert. This is not the first time I have taken on the job of ancient ruins. But to be honest, I don't like taking on this kind of job. Because ancient ruins are very strange. And some things cannot be judged according to common sense. Many of my past experiences cannot be used. You need to be cautious when using it. But there was no way. He gave too much. However, my luck can be said to be good or bad. I didn't encounter any danger during this trip. But I didn't encounter anything valuable in the ruins. It seemed that they had been emptied out long ago. The employer also said that this ruins had already been explored. But it didn't matter to him. After all, what he wanted to find was some ancient knowledge in the ruins. But it's miserable for me. I don't have much extra money to make. I was unwilling to give in and search for a long time in the ruins. And then I saw a layer of ice. This is very strange. Because the environment of this ancient ruins is an obvious magma cave. full of high-temperature gases and liquids. But this ice layer appears there intact, without any sign of melting. I was curious, so I broke the ice and went deeper. Finally, I came to the door of a grand-looking hall. It looked so luxurious. I had never seen such a grand and luxurious building in my life. It was like a creation of the gods. It's a pity that I don't read many books, and occasionally I can't study hard even if I want to. Otherwise, I would be able to use words to describe my shocking mood at that time. But the most regrettable thing is that I can't open the magnificent hall and can't enter it all. There may be treasures inside, but I am greedy for money. But not greedy. I know that this kind of indescribable thing must hide some unimaginable truth. I can't open the main hall. Maybe it is God Risa reminding me, telling me that this is not something I can do. Tainted. I left there. But before leaving, I took away a piece of ice scattered outside the hall as a souvenir. A piece of ice that doesn't melt is also quite interesting. 4742. March 6th. Blood Moon Day. The sequelae of the bloody fruit, its influence on me seems to have reached its limit. I no longer desire to kill. But sometimes, I feel in a daze, and it takes me a long time to even think about how to write a certain word. And sometimes my memory becomes very poor, even though I haven't asked the employer for money yet. I think the employment is over. If I hadn't had the habit of keeping a diary, I don't know how much money I would have lost. A fourth-level soul can also be forgetful? Ha ha. May 19th. 4787. Blood Moon Day. I feel so dizzy that I sometimes have to drink a refreshing potion to keep my mind clear. 4826. January 28th. Overcast. I almost drink the refreshing potion as water now. Otherwise even I wouldn't believe the stupid things I do sometimes. Especially when I'm on a mission. If I don't drink the refreshing potion, I'm afraid my employer will be killed by me. 4852. April 1st. Sunny. The effect of the awakening potion seemed to have no effect on me. I asked an alchemist to prepare a more powerful potion for me. Otherwise, my head would always be dizzy, and I would not be able to do things normally. Is it time for me to retire? It's very dangerous for me to still be employed in my current situation. 4868. July 3rd. Sunny. I bought a house in Chinchao Town, Hyenkyo, and decided to retire. Because the medicine is becoming less and less effective for me. I often do stupid things that I wouldn't even think of. Today, Morali from next door asked me about my situation, and I told him something half-truthful. He asked me, "Do I regret eating that bloody fruit? Do you regret it?" Huh. How is that possible? That bloody fruit evolved the Minotaur blood in my body, turning me from a Minotaur civilian to a 5 elements level Minotaur warrior. It gave me the power to avenge you. Kelsey. I miss you so much. Real. August 17th. 4870. Blood Moon Day. I was so dizzy and in pain that I couldn't even rest. I had never been like this before. Are the sequelae of the bloody fruit serious again? I had no choice but to go out and find a pharmacist to buy sleeping pills to force me to sleep. But on the way back from buying medicine, I heard someone crying in a small house. Her crying sound is very much like you. Kelsey. Really? Just like you crying when you were a child. More like the sound of you crying in my arms the night before you were forced to get married. So I couldn't help myself and went to the window of that room to find out who was crying. Coincidentally, she is a female Tauren. More coincidence. She is about to get married and is forced to get married. Just like you back then. I asked about the situation. This will definitely be tragic. This child will not be happy in the future. I have seen tragedy once, and I can't see it a second time. I don't want this child to be like you. So I decided to help her, and help her get rid of this fate. I discussed a plan with her. But now that I have returned home, I suddenly feel that this plan is very strange. But I can't figure out what is strange. My head hurts so much and I feel so dizzy. I have to drink sleeping pills. I want to record it, and think about it again, when I wake up tomorrow. What's wrong with this plan? Note, there is something strange about the plan. When you wake up the next day, you must think about it carefully. Finish. This was Carl's last diary entry. He stopped writing in his diary the next day because he had been arrested by the law enforcement department. Judging from the condition of his sequelae, he probably didn't think there was anything wrong with the plan when he woke up the next day. Carl's diary contains 1 entry a day, never stopping, and contains many, many words. But for Li Guanqi, these are the only diaries that are meaningful to him, and the rest are nonsense. Fortunately, Carl likes to keep a diary. So whenever he encounters something while working, he will naturally write it down. The origin of the bricks of the Ice Temple also happens to be among them. Li Guanqi not only learned the full truth about Carl's incident, but also got what he wanted. Knowing where the bricks and tiles of the Ice Temple came from. Sakura Shogunate, Western Desert, Jueyan District, Central Zone. Although there is no specific route map for Xiaoxue, as long as he gets near the temple, he will be able to sense the specific location of the Ice Temple. And the central area of the Burning Rock area is completely enough. Ding! You have learned the entire truth about Carl and completed the Mystery of the Minotaur mission. Task reward. Quick thinking. Green, you have a sharp mind and amazing insight. You can easily peel off the cocoons of a thing and find the truth hidden behind it. When this talent is first obtained, the soul strength will automatically increase by 1 level. After that, every time the quality of this talent is improved, the soul will increase by 1 level. Boom! Li Guanqi's sea of consciousness suddenly surged, and his soul strength was suddenly enlightened by a certain spiritual power that he didn't know where it came from. And he was suddenly raised by 1 level. Soul, LV64 LV.65. 65.2, 6th level soul. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and forcibly controlled the soul power that was about to escape. Fortunately, he was only promoted to 1 level, and he could still completely control the fluctuations caused when his soul broke through. Otherwise, the fluctuations in soul power would probably have escaped and exploded. Well, but with Sophia protecting the surroundings, nothing would happen. Therefore, it is indeed much more convenient to have a powerful follower when you go out. The truth is all in this. Li Guanqi put the last diary in his hand back into the space ring, and then handed the space ring to Brianna along with the divine machine rune box. So what is it? The female Tauren took the space ring and the divine machine box and looked at him curiously. It's an unknown bloody fruit. Li Guanqi thought of his simulator and smiled with emotion. There are always adventures in the world that will change the lives of many people. For example, Carl, in 4501, he ate a simulator in a cave on the grassland. A blood-red fruit. Then, the Tauren bloodline in his body began to evolve. And he had a much higher talent for different blood than before. And he had the capital for revenge. However, success is also a result of blood. And failure is also a result of blood. The blood fruit gave him a talent, but it also affected his mind, making him become bloodthirsty and murderous. Although he lost his bloodthirsty temperament in the later period, it was even worse because his IQ was gradually affected and he did not use stimulating drugs. You will fall into a state of unclear mind. And this sequelae is getting worse. It was precisely because of this that Carl chose to retire. As for the night he met you, it happened to be the time when the sequelae were getting worse again. After hearing your story, he thought of his childhood sweetheart Kelsey. So he decided to help you. But in his mental state at that time, he couldn't think of a normal solution at all. So he came up with the extremely bad solution. It is worth mentioning that although he was in a dazed state at that time, he was not furious and bloodthirsty. So, having said this, Li Guanqi looked at the female Tauren in front of him and smiled helplessly. Brianna, if you had been more courageous at that time and made more demands on your life-saving straw, I'm afraid the final result would be, it won't be like this now. After all, at that time, Carl almost regarded you as the second Kelsey, and it was impossible to be impatient with you. Enough is enough now. Brianna smiled softly. I am very contented, and I will always remember Mr. Carl. In his name, he took in orphans and did good deeds. I hope that he can get more blessings from God Risa in the Hall of Valor. He is a good people can definitely do it. Of course, it will. When Li Guanqi heard this, his eyes were a little complicated. Is Carl a good person? Things in this world are never really right or wrong. Only positions. From Brianna's point of view, Carl is the great benevolent person who saved her life. It is not an exaggeration to erect a monument, worship and burn incense every day, although the Tauren clan does not have the custom of burning incense. Sir, please take this away. Brianna put away the space ring containing Carl's diary, but handed the black and gold divine machine rune box to Li Guanqi with both hands. This thing is of no use to me. After all, I don't know the password and can't open it. But since this lady has a way to get it, it should be more useful to you. 2. Li Guanqi nodded and took the magic rune box. This box belongs to the category of 6th level resources, which is more expensive than the 6th level Soul Ascension Array. It is an expensive item worth 300 million gold coins. I don't know how Carl obtained it in the first place. Most likely not bought. However, a magical rune box without a password and without knowing the correct rune sequence has no value and cannot be sold for even 1 gold coin. Because of this box, even if a Bagua level conjurer can forcibly open it, the built-in space laws will be invalidated, and the box will be useless and have no value at all. But if it is not sold to Li Guanqi, the value of this box will still be there, because he is Shun Kong. With the help of this artifact, all it takes is a Liuha level being, or after he himself is at the Liuha level and masters the laws of space, he can take whatever is inside at will. So it would be good to keep this magical rune box and use it as a password box. Thank you very much. Li Guanqi put the magic machine box into the space necklace and nodded to Brianna. Please don't blame me for disturbing you tonight. No. No. Brianna waved her hand. You helped me take out Mr. Carl's diary. Maybe I can see some of Mr. Carl's unfulfilled wishes in it. This can be considered a help. Speaking of last wishes, Li Guanqi recalled Carl's diary, and then couldn't help but smile. Indeed, in his diary, he did write down a lot of things he wanted to do. If you can help him complete it, it can be regarded as fulfilling his last wish. You can make more of those diaries. Have a look. Let's go! After saying that, he glanced at Sophia beside him and said with a smile, It's time for us to leave Haijing. Eh? Sophia was stunned. But we have just arrived. Why don't we take a tour of the capital of the shogunate? No. Li Guanqi shook his head. We have more important things to do. As for Ping and Jing, he turned his head and looked through the window at the intricate, brightly lit streets in the distance, looking at a group of luxurious houses among them. His eyes narrowed slightly. We will come back. And that day is not far away. I don't know which family's home there is. Maybe it's one of Sakura's 9 martial arts. Maybe it's not. But the Tokugawa family? One of the Sakura 9 warriors. Their home must be even worse than that residential complex. And next year, that is, 4872, Li Guanqi has to go to Tokugawa Shinji's appointment to translate into Greek for him. The Tokugawa family's residence was in Heiankyo. And when he came to keep the appointment, he was going to the Tokugawa family's residence to keep the appointment, which meant he had to come back next year. As for now, he had to go to the Ice Temple and unblock the snow-pointing gun from the 4th floor to the 6th floor, so that the snow-pointing gun could completely match his current combat power to obtain higher combat power. Miss Brianna, take your leave. After Li Guanqi said goodbye to the female Tauren, he turned around and walked towards the door. Sophia followed. You too. Walk slowly. Brianna lowered her head and bowed to them both in farewell. A few days later, Sakura Shogunate, Western Desert, Juyin District, Central Zone. In the sky, 2 figures shrouded in violent winds flew past. It was Li Guanqi and Sophia who arrived here. They first took the teleportation array to the nearest city, and then flew for 4 or 5 days before finally arriving at this sterile place. It is said that the Western Desert is the worst place in the Sakura Shogunate, and the Juyin District is the worst district in the Western Desert. Li Guanqi, who was flying high in the sky, looked down and couldn't help but sigh. This is really true. All I could see below was desert and yellow rocks. It was a completely arid zone. Moreover, the climate is hot. The surface temperature exceeds 70 degrees Celsius, and the air looks distorted. Those who can live here are basically demon species and families of different blood humans. Otherwise it will be difficult for ordinary creatures to survive. Owner! Suddenly, Shishua's voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind, and there was obvious excitement in the voice. I sense the location of the temple. Well, there seems to be a vague spatial fluctuation. It's normal to have spatial fluctuations, Li Guanqi replied in his mind. According to Carl's diary, your ice temple should be inside an ancient ruins, and the ancient ruins are all in another cut-off half-space. The fluctuations in the space cannot be more obvious. Oh. Okay, Xiaoxia. Show me the way. We should go in. Chapter 424 Ancient Ruins. High-tech cities of the old era. It's a portal. In the central area of Zuiyin District, in an underground cave, Li Guanqi and Sophia came here and looked at the scene in front of them. Both of them had serious eyes and cheered up. What they saw in front of them was completely reduced to a sea of magma, without any rocks. There was just a large area of extremely hot red magma. Bubbles swelled from time to time, and a piece of magma exploded, exuding scorching heat. And deep in the magma, there is a huge space crack suspended in it. And the colorful brilliance in it is constantly twisting and changing. A very stable space rift. This is a portal. Seeing this scene, Sophia made a judgment and said, I have never been to the ancient ruins. But according to Carl's diary, this should be the entrance to the ancient ruins that the Tauran said. Master. She turned to look at Li Guanqi. The origin of the ice you are looking for should be inside. Okay, let's go then. Li Guanqi's eyes were slightly focused, and a strong wind enveloped his body, carrying him across the magma sea and arriving in front of the space portal. Sophia also flew over, half a body ahead of him, looked at him and asked, Master, should I go in first to explore the way? Let's go in together. Li Guanqi moved and completely flew into this distorted colorful light. And the same happened to Sophia. Soon, the two figures were completely engulfed by the colorful brilliance and disappeared. After a period of dizziness, Li Guanqi opened his eyes again, looking at the scene that came into view. He was not only a little stunned. This is ancient times. Sophia looked around with a shocked expression. What appeared in front of them was a highly developed, but also deserted and dilapidated technological metropolis. The two of them were standing on a concrete road. Parked on the roadside around them were vehicles that clearly did not belong to the 21st century. But the overall structure looked obviously similar to a car as a means of transportation. Li Guanqi looked around and looked far away. As he looked around, there were high-rise buildings everywhere. The glass surface reflected the sunlight in the distance, which made people feel a little dizzy. Sun? The ancient ruins are half space. Where does the sun come from? Li Guanqi finally discovered something was wrong. He raised his head, focused his vision to the extreme, and finally discovered that the blue sky was not the real sky, but just pieces of something similar to LED screens. The entire city is covered by a giant screen. The so-called sky is actually a simulated sky screen with the same screen image as the dream viewing shelter. But that sun is a little special. According to Li Guanqi's observation, the sun is under the simulated sky screen, which means that the sun is not a picture, but a real object, a giant glowing ball of light. Master, what are those two big rings? Suddenly, Sophia turned around, pointed at the sky behind, and shouted in shock. Li Guanqi immediately looked over. They were two giant suspended rings that were all silvery white and extremely huge. It was hard to estimate how many kilometers long they were. They overlapped each other and revolved around the entire city at a slow speed. This huge thing was enough to make people feel uncomfortable, feeling a little bit of macrophobia. Sky ring! Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. Sky ring? Hearing this, Sophia turned to look at him curiously, with a surprised look on her face. What is that? Its full name is the Psychic Sky Ring. It is a psionic device. Well, it should be said that it is the power source for the magic weapon, Li Guanqi explained with a smile. It can absorb the free spiritual energy in the world, and then condense it into spiritual power with extremely high conversion efficiency, and finally supply it to the magic weapons of the whole city. In this way, the magic weapons used by people, you can be in a state of sufficient spiritual power at all times. The Psychic Sky Ring, Han Mingyao's invention in the apocalyptic era, can be called the top power station. But this city should not be a refuge for dream watching. After all, this thing is not unique to dream viewing shelters. The last time Li Guanqi returned to reality, he went to the end of the world, which was a period of 100 extraordinary years. At that time, it was Lin Xianbai and him who allowed Han Mingyao to come out of the closed space of Guoming Shelter and return to the wasteland. But in fact, Li Guanqi learned from Shan Kong that in the normal historical trajectory of the strange world, although the process and methods were not recorded in detail, the result in the history books was that Han Mingyao finally returned to the wasteland on his own. Her return allowed psychic technology to flourish. Mimetic sky screens and psychic sky rings are both standard features in cities where psychic technology has developed to a later stage. Of course, there must be a mimic sky screen. After all, according to Shan Kong, until 800 years ago, the gray radiation clouds covering the sky were a serious problem that could not be solved. Who likes to look up and see a dull and depressing gray radiation cloud? Therefore, the city's simulated sky screen is essential. As for the psychic sky ring, the necessity of this power station goes without saying. Without it, large-scale psychic technology in a city cannot operate normally. It can be said that the emergence of the psychic sky ring is the basis for the vigorous development of psychic technology. Because with it, large-scale psychic equipment can operate at all times. Otherwise, psychic technology would be limited to gadgets for personal use. Why didn't psychic sky rings appear in the new age? Li Guanqi looked at the sky, looking at the two huge silver-white rings, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Don't the Daluo dynasty like to use magic weapons? There are so many ancient ruins, but the Daluo dynasty has not found a few psychic sky rings. It's an environmental issue in the new century. At this time, Xu Wenkong's voice appeared in his mind. When I first woke up in the new era 10 years ago, I also had this doubt when I looked at the green and monotonous grasslands and the somewhat barren lion-headed tribes. Why is there not even a small sky ring in the old Lion King's territory at the Nine Palace level? So I asked the old Lion King, and the answer he gave was exactly the same as the path to becoming a god. I can't find out the reason, but it's useless. As early as around the year 3200 of the new era, the Daluo dynasty built a giant space storage device with a vast internal space, then installed a psychic sky ring into the space storage device and moved it out. However, the sky ring was still in good condition at the ancient ruins, but it became ineffective as soon as it was taken out. What's even weirder is that when the sky ring is put back into the ancient ruins, it can be used again. So the problem is obvious. It lies in the overall spatial environment of the outside world. This is the same method as becoming a god. The method of becoming a god is not a secret. I will be able to provide you with a bunch of methods to become a god when you, Master, reach the Ninth Palace level. In fact, many Ninth Palace levels and national rulers in the new era have mastered the methods of becoming a god. But these methods are no longer meaningful, because since the new age, no one can truly become a god. At most, they can barely become a demigod by relying on various strange methods, such as the Emperor of Daluo relying on national luck. But why? Demigod? In the old era, there was no such level at all, and there was no such saying. Gods were gods, and those below gods were mortals. There was no intermediate stage. Those who can become demigods are definitely qualified to become gods directly. It is impossible to get stuck in one breath. Therefore, the failure to become a god in the new age must not be a human problem, nor a matter of idleness, but purely a problem of the environment of the times. But what went wrong? I couldn't figure it out before. But if what Alton, the sheep-headed man, said is true, then I have a guess. It's the human emperor. The gods joined forces and could only barely seal Pluto at the cost of collective death. But the human emperor could die with him on his own? The human emperor must have done something to this world to gain such powerful power. The price of gaining power may be that there is some kind of problem with the world environment. This problem prevents Shinji from becoming a god. It also prevents the psychic sky ring invented by Vulcan from functioning properly, making the sky ring unable to be used in the outside world. After Ragnarok, the human emperor suddenly appeared and became the most powerful god in history. But no one in the future could become a god again. If one person is full, then he won't feed the people behind him? Well, that's not quite right. After all, he also died with Pluto in the end. Wait, still not right. At this point, Xu Wenkong's tone became a little weird. The human emperor and Pluto died together, which eliminated this major problem for the gods. But if the price is to completely cut off the path to becoming a god, then this behavior will have a negative impact on the world. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad, because Pluto's goal from beginning to end was just to kill the gods, and he never had any funny ideas about destroying the world. However, by doing this, the human emperor made it impossible for the entire human world to become a god. Moreover, he also disabled the sky ring. It is estimated that the reason why the psychic technology of this era is so backward is that in addition to the fault of the times, the lack of support from this large energy supply machine is also one of the reasons. In this way, the human emperor... Hey, stop for a second. At this time, the voice of the magic knife suddenly sounded, interrupting. Shan Kong, what are you talking about? I made a hypothesis myself, and then pushed it down. The human emperor caused the change of the times, and was unable to become a god. This is just your guess. What's the point of letting it go? Padao, what do you know? You fool? All reasoning about the truth starts with guesswork. Shan Kong said calmly. What you both said makes sense. The problem is that what we want to do now is not to explore history. Li Guanqi quickly spoke up to stop the quarrel between the two people. What we have to do now is to find Shushua's ice temple in this half space. Right. That's right. As soon as these words came out, Xiuxiu immediately echoed. 2. Well, that makes sense. Shan Kong and Demon Knife stopped talking. Li Guanqi saw that the two grudge artifacts had lost the momentum of their quarrel. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and asked Xiaoxiu curiously. By the way, Xiaoxiu, why did you stop saying anything after entering here? You shouldn't be very excited. You kept looking at me. Should I shout where the ice temple is and urge me to go there quickly? As soon as he said this, there was a slight hesitation in Xiuxiu's voice. Because as soon as I entered here, my sense of the ice temple's aura was very weak. It seemed that its aura was everywhere, and I couldn't tell a specific direction at all. And I don't remember that there is a city next to the ice temple. I don't know if it's because my memory was sealed, or this city was only built after I was sealed. During the godless period of the old era? It doesn't matter. Just dig deep, search like a carpet, and search slowly. Li Guanqi didn't have anything to worry about. According to Carl's diary, it is a layer of ice located in a magma cave. That means we need to find an entrance to the magma cave in this city. After that, he turned his mind back to the outside world. Li Guanqi looked around and found that while he was chatting with Shan Kong, Sophia ran to the front of a purple sports car, opened the hood, dismantled a bunch of parts, bent down and buried her head inside, wondering what she was tinkering with. Son. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and continued to look at this high-tech city full of moss and plants. Lost in thought, the half-space is connected to the outside world. Whatever the air conditions are outside, they will be the same inside. So it's no surprise that there's oxygen. But what about sunshine? Without sunlight, it is impossible for these plants to survive. Or it is impossible to grow these plants. If they want to grow, they will also grow special plants that do not need sunlight, instead of common moss and green trees and flowers. So, Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at the dazzling sun in the sky. He couldn't help but be curious. It seems that that thing can simulate sunlight. What exactly is it? It's your wife's invention, Shan Kong said in his mind. Its full name is an artificial celestial body. It is not just the sun. It will also automatically turn into the moon according to the change of time, matching the night scene of the simulated sky screen. Sometimes it will be used during festivals in the city. Make it colorful. Whatever it looks like. According to historical records, the fire god Han Mengyao returned to the wasteland in the extraordinary year 138. Note, this is the extraordinary year 138 in my understanding. Master, your modern world has gained the extra 100 million extraordinary beings like you. So it has entered the extraordinary era 20 years ahead of schedule. But the extraordinary year I talk about is counted from the year when blood rain came to the world. After all, only since then have human beings possessed extraordinary power. I'll just start talking at my own pace. As long as you understand. In extraordinary year 138, Vulcan returned to the wasteland with the Dream Sanctuary. This artificial celestial body was invented by her in extraordinary year 142. It was first used in Dream Sanctuary, and then spread rapidly around the world in the past few decades. In the old era, the three-piece city set invented by Vulcan, the Sky Ring, the Sky Screen, and the artificial celestial body were basically necessary infrastructure for city construction. In addition, Vulcan has many invention patents that have benefited mankind countless times. But the irony is that this aspect of her was actually criticized. After all, later on, everyone was thinking about how to pursue a higher level of individual life. She, an inventor who was dedicated to the bottom of mankind, was a bit out of place. As expected of my wife, she is so amazing and kind. Li Guanqi couldn't help but sigh. But this sentence may have a prefix. Without him, Han Mengyao is really awesome. In Shuang Kong's words. That is, in the historical trajectory of the strange world. Without him, who is Han Mengyao? That girl is an extraordinary strongman who leads mankind to fight a bloody path in the end of the world. She is a pioneer in rebuilding civilization for Eastern mankind. She is the founder of psychic technology. She is one of the first fire gods to become gods. She is a member of the God of Fire domain. Master, you have left a mark in the history books. But with him, well, extraordinary 5 years. During that time, Han Mengyao lived with him in the villa. They either played basketball together all day long, ate or slept, or went shopping. She was just like a stupid girlfriend. If this situation continues, Han Mengyao will not engage in scientific research in a few hundred years. Co-authored, or am I delaying her contribution to humanity? Li Guanqi felt dumbfounded when he thought of this. Boom! Suddenly, a sudden explosion roar interrupted Li Guanqi's thoughts, and even surprised him. Sophia? Li Guanqi hurriedly followed the sound, only to find that the source of the explosion was the purple luxury sports car. It was the same purple sports car that Sophia was immersed in tinkering with the engine box earlier. However, now the car has been blown up by Sophia. Although it has not disintegrated, thick black smoke is still coming from the engine. What the hell are you doing? Li Guanqi looked at the lioness buried in the engine box, confused. I don't know. It suddenly exploded with a loud bang, which was scary to death. Sophia took half a step back, straightened up, and regardless of her disgraced and embarrassed look, she raised her right hand cheerfully. But that's not important. Master, look what I found. In her hand, she was holding a piece of pure gold mechanical part, and she didn't know what it was used for. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. So you dismantled the car for a long time and even blew it up, just to dig out this? Yes. Sophia nodded and said excitedly, this is gold. I smelled it just now, among so many iron blocks around. This purple iron block smells like gold. Sure enough, I dug it out. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. It seemed that the grassland was more barren than he imagined. Poor lioness. Not to mention the former 7-star. Even with Sophia's current peak Lyoha level cultivation, she would laugh silly when she found a piece of gold. It's too outrageous. Let's go. Li Guanqi shook his head and walked towards the front of the road. It's time for us to set off. We found a magma cave. Oh. Sophia wiped her dirty face, put away the gold nugget like a baby, and then followed Li Guanqi's footsteps. As she walked, she looked at her surroundings and looked at the tall buildings in the distance, and asked curiously, didn't you say that there are no living creatures in ancient ruins? Why do I feel the breath of several demon species? Although there are not many. But there are. Chapter 425 Ice Temple. The difference between the old era and the new era. After the space crack appeared, he ran in from the burning rock area outside. Li Guanqi said calmly. Although the space crack is on the magma sea, the distance of more than 10 meters from the shore cannot stop the demon species at all. It can jump over with a single jump, let alone a third-level talent, swimming directly from the magma. It's okay in the past. Oh. Sophia nodded in realization. To be honest, I'm really curious. I've been curious since the old times. Why are there no original living people in these half-spaces? At this time, Xuankong's voice sounded again in Li Guanqi's mind. Relics and half-spaces existed in the old era, didn't they? Li Guanqi was also a little curious. Han Mingyao's Guaming shelter was originally built in a half-space. What is your understanding of half-space? There is an old history, but it is also an unsolved mystery, Xuankong replied. Each half-space is a piece of space fragment separated from the main world. Later, it restored contact with the main world at the spatial level, forming a space channel for going back and forth. But the question is, why did it separate? In the New Age, there was basically no spatial separation. The half-spaces that people have found are all from the old era. So in the new era, the 4 words, ancient ruins, are basically synonymous with half-spaces. However, in the old age, spatial separation occurred frequently, and many cities suddenly disappeared, causing great panic among humans. But even in the age of gods, the gods who became gods could not figure out the reason. The gods couldn't even avoid it, and could only classify it as a natural space phenomenon whose cause has not yet been identified. Moreover, the half-space discovered in the old era, like the half-space discovered in the new era, does not contain any living creatures. This is very strange, as if after each space was separated, all living things in this space disappeared in an instant. I feel that there must be some shocking truth hidden behind this incident. There are so many unsolved mysteries in the world. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. But I am not an expert in solving puzzles, nor am I a scholar. Stop discussing these topics with me. I am going to start searching for Xiushua's temple. All right. Xuankong stopped speaking. Li Guanqi and Sophia also searched the city carefully. To be honest, he thought the Ice Temple would be very difficult to find at first. After all, finding a magma cave in a high-tech city seems a bit counterintuitive. But it becomes very difficult when you think about it. But it is not the truth. With the idea of climbing high and looking far, Li Guanqi and Sophia came to the rooftop of a high-rise building, and then discovered that in the central area of the city, There was a huge pit with a radius of several hundred meters, which seemed to lead all the way to the ground. At this time, it was still emerging, with billowing smoke. Well, it turns out that the entrance to the magma cave is so obvious. Li Guanqi glanced at Sophia beside him. Let's go down. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind enveloped him, and he took Sophia with him and rushed straight towards the huge pit with thick smoke. The howling wind blew away the thick black smoke, allowing Li Guanqi to see clearly, and continued to fly towards the bottom of the pit. What finally appeared in front of him was an underground cavern crisscrossed with rocks and magma. However, the densely packed cave branches are like countless complicated routes, making people don't know how to go. Right now, Li Guanqi and Sophia have to face a total of 13 cave entrances. So many intersections? Sophia was stunned. How did Carl find that hall in the first place? Just by pure luck. He just walked there? If he's unlucky, we won't be able to find him here. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. Carl was lucky, but he was not necessarily lucky. With so many complicated routes, it was too difficult to find the location of the Ice Temple. Although the Tauren liked to keep a diary, he did not draw the route on the map. Xiao Shui. Li Guanqi looked at the 13 pitch-black holes in front of him and asked in his mind. What now? Is the perception of the Ice Temple clearer? How should I go? Buzz? Xiao Shui didn't respond, but she controlled herself to appear. After a flash of blue light, a swaying spear appeared in Li Guanqi's right hand and hit the snow. Master, give me the brick from the Ice Temple. Only then did she speak out. Li Guanqi immediately followed the instructions, took out the ice cube from Alton from the space necklace, and placed it at the tip of the ice crystal gun. Buzz! There was another burst of blue light, but this time the blue light emitted by the snow gun slowly blended into the ice, making it more crystal clear, like an ice sapphire. Then it was suspended in midair, swaying, and began to fly towards the entrance of a cave in front, like a guide. Xiaoshu, do you still have this operation? Li Guanqi was immediately delighted. It's a brick from the Ice Temple. I was too far away from the Ice Temple before and couldn't draw the power of the Ice Temple to activate it. But now at this distance, I can barely do it. Shishua's soft voice sounded in his mind, also filled with joy. Master, hurry up and follow it. As I get closer and closer to the Ice Temple, the more power I can pull, the faster it will become. Come on. Let's go. Come on, Sophia. Li Guanqi held some snow guns in his hand, stepped forward, and began to follow the bricks and tiles of the Ice Temple, gradually going deep into the underground cave. Sophia didn't ask what happened and just followed closely. The Ice Temple bricks advance very slowly at first, and sometimes they even enter a cave entrance route for tens of meters, and then suddenly turn back and choose another route, as if they have taken the wrong road. But as time went by, or in other words, as it got closer and closer to the Ice Temple, not only did it never miss it, but its speed even became faster and faster, from the beginning of swaying to slowly moving forward. In the end, it almost turned into a rushing blue light. Following its guidance, Li Guanqi and Sophia spent more than 10 minutes and took hundreds of turns before finally approaching their destination. Gulyalu. Ahead, a piece of hot magma emits red light, and high-temperature gas envelopes the entire cave. However, at the end of the hot magma, there is actually a piece of blue ice. It is clear that there is high-temperature magma below, but there is no sign of melting at all. But on the left side of this ice layer, there is a hole as tall as a man. It seems that someone has cut through the ice layer from that position. That must be the hole Carl dug. Li Guanqi looked at the ice cave and couldn't help but smile. This is it. Then what kind of chosen son is Carl? Sophia stood aside and looked at the bricks of the Ice Temple suspended in front of the ice cave. Then she looked back at the way she came from, with a complicated look on her face. We are guided by the ice cubes cast by you. Master, we have to take countless turns along the way. Eloquence found here. But that Carl could get here by accident? And I was lucky enough to get a blood fruit that evolved my bloodline back then. What kind of luck is this? It's really luck. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. But his luck is still not enough. Carl's luck only allowed him to find the temple, but it failed to help him qualify to enter the temple. Temple? Sophia was stunned. Carl's diary only said that this is the main hall. So, Master, you know the information about this hall? Right. Certainly. Li Guanqi nodded, the breeze rippling all over his body, supporting him to fly over the magma and towards the ice cave. As he advanced, he said. That is the site of a god. The palace of the ice god. You can call it the ice temple. God? Sophia suddenly looked shocked, then glanced at the snow gun in his hand, but remained silent and didn't ask any more questions. In fact, no matter how much she asked, Li Guanqi couldn't give any answers. If nothing else happened, the ice temple should have been looted as early as the old era. After Ragnarok, the gods fell and Hades was sealed in the human world. But Pluto's men didn't, and they were still frantically looking for the artifact. The gods sealed the artifact in advance and hid it so that those people could not find it. But in a place like the temple, there is a high probability that it will be found. In the current ice temple, the only thing of value to Li Guanqi is the artifact altar that Xiaoxue mentioned. He only hopes that the group of Pluto's men can leave an intact artifact altar. Call out! Suddenly, in the ice cave, the ice temple bricks leading the way suddenly picked up speed and flew hundreds of meters in an instant. After passing a corner, they disappeared from the sight of Li Guanqi and Sophia. The two looked at each other. Both increased their speed and quickly caught up. Just after passing the corner, their sight suddenly became clear. An extremely wide ice cave appeared in front of Li Guanqi and Sophia. The most eye-catching thing is the huge silver-white palace gate, which is more than 30 meters high. There are also strange lines carved on the magnificent palace door, which are emitting ice blue light, flickering on and off. The bricks and tiles of the ice temple just now were gradually embedded into a damaged area of the temple door. This hall is not intact, but is full of damage. There are also scattered ice cubes on the ground outside the door. Buzz! At this time, the snow-pointing gun in Li Guanqi's hand erupted with blue light, echoing the scattered ice cubes. When all the ice cubes gradually lit up with blue light, they all shot up one by one and flew to the surface of the silver-white palace door, integrating into the damaged areas and repairing them. But even if all the ice blocks are integrated into the palace gate, there are still many visible wear and tear areas on this huge 30-meter-high palace gate. It is obvious that it has suffered an extremely powerful force impact. The definition of powerful should be Bagua level, or even Jiogong level. A lot of bricks and mortar are gone. Shishua's disappointed voice sounded. It must have been smashed by Pluto's men. They must have entered the temple. I don't know if my altar can survive. Don't worry. They don't dare to smash the artifact altar. When Shukong heard this, he chuckled. If Pluto wanted to break the seal at that time, he had to collect artifacts. However, after getting the artifacts, how to integrate the power of the artifacts? You can only rely on the artifact altar to disintegrate the artifacts, and then reassemble all the artifacts back together. Only in this way can the power of the artifact be completely retained while the artifact is disintegrated. So since Pluto's men haven't found your true form yet, give them 10,000 courages, and they won't dare to smash the artifact altar. The situation now is obvious. Pluto's minions were completely unheard of in the new age, and they completely disappeared. Xiaoxu, your ice temple is most likely to have been emptied, but the artifact altar should also be intact. Xuankong's words obviously gave Xiaoxu a dose of reassurance, and Li Guanqi could clearly feel the emotional changes of the snow gun in his hand. This palace gate. Li Guanqi walked to the huge 30-meter-high palace door, stretched out his hand, and touched the silver-white surface of the palace door, exerting a slight force, feeling the unimaginable hardness. Then he looked at some of the potholes above and couldn't help but ask, how many more? Only strong force can break it? Jiogong level is enough. Xuankong's voice was calm. Actually, for me, the development of humans' extraordinary power is not slow, because you are moving faster than the environment. Even in the age of gods, most of the matter on this planet has not yet been evolved to god level under the influence of spiritual power. The speed of human cultivation far exceeds the material changes of this planet. In the old era, there were very few god-level materials in the world. Because of this, many gods spent thousands of years and could only find one material for refining artifacts, such as the ice god's snow spear, the killing god's demonic knife, and me. As for other things on the gods, in fact, it's still at the Jiogong level. There can only be one artifact, let alone a temple. With the hardness of the temple's building materials, there is no need for the gods to take action. A Jiogong level person can just break it open. How hard is the building material? Li Guanqi was a little curious. What about the protection of the formation? What you said makes it sound like the temple does not have the protection of the formation. What is the basis of the formation? Shukong asked back. Material. Li Guanqi answered quickly. Even if he didn't learn much about battles, he still understood this common sense. In the discipline of formation, the most important thing is the formation base, which is the basic material for the formation. With these materials, the formation can achieve various magical effects. Yes, the key point is the material. Xuankong's tone was slightly helpless. But I just said that in the old era, many materials on this planet had not evolved to the god-level standard. The formation was as early as Transcendent 3, or rather, as early as it appeared in the old era 300 years ago. But it is a pity that formations have always lagged behind the progress of the times in the history of the old era. Let's put it this way. When the first 5-element level conjurer appeared in history, the most advanced formations could only exert attack power or defense at the 3-level level. It is not a technical problem, but a problem of material constraints. The same is true in the Age of Gods. I remember that when the first batch of gods appeared in the world, the formations had only developed to the Liuha level. Therefore, of course, the temple is not protected by formations. After all, the temple only relies on the hardness of the building materials itself, which is the Jyogon level. At that time, there was no formation in the world that could achieve the same defensive properties. Building a defensive formation for the temple was equivalent to putting a sweater on top of the armor. Is that useful? And for this kind of thing, Master, you need to consider other factors and what the world thinks. Master, you grew up in the new era and feel that formations are very powerful things. Because in the new era, as long as sufficient materials are prepared, formations can exert a power that far exceeds that of the person who sets it up. So you take it for granted that places like temples should have defensive formations like cities in the new age. But in fact, in the Age of Gods, formations were simply a low-level thing that no one looked down upon because it consumed materials and had poor effects. If anyone likes to study formations, they will be considered as a plaything and lose their ambition. This life will be ruined. Using formations was a very shameful behavior in the old days. So of course, the gods would not set up a formation in their own temple to embarrass themselves. But, how to say? Sometimes, the times are driven by some people who are not optimistic about it. Speaking of this, Xuankong couldn't help but sigh. If there were not these people who are keen on studying formations, then in today's new era, formations would not be able to develop into what they are today. However, Li Guanqi suddenly remembered something and repeated what Xuankong had just said. You said that when the first 5-element level conjurer appeared in history, the most advanced formation was the 3-level spell. Teacher, yes. When I first met you, I asked you a lot of questions, but I forgot the most basic one. What? Xuankong was stunned. The training system. Li Guanqi held on to the door of the Ice Temple and asked in his mind. Is the original name of the alien blood human being really the alien blood warrior? Why should a spellcaster be called a spellcaster instead of a spiritual master? If the spellcaster is the name of the magician originated from the cursed spirit, so why did people call this sudden monster a cursed spirit in the first place? I thought it was a big deal. Upon hearing this, Xuankong was speechless for a moment. And after a while he said, You should ask your wife this question. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. Why is it related to Han Mingyao again? Of course. What do you think? When Xuankong heard this, he seemed to become a little excited all of a sudden, and said loudly in his mind, Master, who do you think Kagami is? Your little girlfriend? He just lies in your arms all day long, waiting for you to save her from time to time? Does she need your help to survive? What a joke. She is the god of fire. It's TM's human pioneer Vulcan. Xuxue told me the story about you and Han Mingyao. Do you think she would have died long ago without you? But in my opinion, the reason why she experienced so many dangers beyond her limits at such an early time, before the end of the world has come, is entirely because of your interference. What would she be like in a world without you, or in a world where you are not a transcendent being? Is she your little girlfriend Han Mingyao? No. She is the revered Vulcan. Not only is she one of the first people to become a god, but she is also a veteran of 3 dynasties, who has existed since the 21st century and has experienced 3 major transition periods in human civilization: the mortal period, the apocalyptic period, and the divine period. And the time when she shines most dazzlingly and makes the greatest contribution to mankind is precisely at the beginning of the end of the world. In that era when human civilization was undergoing drastic changes, it was her. She stood up, took the lead in establishing the Dream Viewing Sanctuary, took the lead in uniting China's strong men, integrated forces, and as a leader, joined forces with everyone to save human civilization. It was she who united the power of Chinese humans, carried the entire race on her shoulders, and forcibly carved a path for civilization under the siege of zombies, cursed spirits, and demons. In the history books of the old era, fire god Han Mingyao is recognized, undisputed, respected and worshipped, and one of the pioneers of mankind in the extraordinary era, based on her contribution to mankind. If the old era had not ended and history had no gaps, then the world should still enshrine her statue in the temple, and let her enjoy the incense for eternity. Chapter 426, the first conjurer in history. If we had to rank one of the top 3 people who contributed to mankind in the extraordinary era, even if we include the East and the West, as long as she was not in the top 3, the god of fire would be sprayed to death by the spitting stars. In addition to her own fire god's domain, all other gods' territories want and must build a statue for her. Master, can you understand this kind of status? All in all, Vulcan's influence on the extraordinary era is unimaginable. Alas, forget it. At this point, Shukong sighed. It's useless to talk about it now. The history of your time and space has been completely changed due to the emergence of 100 million extraordinary beings who traveled across the 2 realms. If nothing else, what God's history has been completely rewritten by you. Environment can change a person. In my opinion, the god of Vulcan is going to be crippled by you. Master, forget it. Let's not mention these and return to the question you just asked. Master, regarding the name of human beings with different blood, Vulcan was also the first to propose it. During the 200th anniversary of the extraordinary world, mankind had basically stabilized in the apocalypse, and various shelters were flourishing, creating another prosperous age for mankind. Therefore, Vulcan began to call on the leaders of major shelters to hold meetings with her to reorganize the training system from beginning to end. The cultivation system from the 1 yuan level to the 9 palaces level was gradually formed from that time. The name of the different blood humans in the East was also decided by the god of fire at that meeting, and her earliest name was the different blood warrior. The word different blood, of course, comes from the reign of blood. As for warriors, they follow the ancient Chinese names. The word Wu is very charming and has more spiritual meaning than the pure word war. The word Shi is even simpler. Scholars, farmers, industry and commerce. In ancient China, Shi was the upper class, which meant nobility. The god of fire was used directly to put it on. Moreover, warriors were originally the aristocratic class among the vassal states during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period of China. Therefore, different blood warrior was the original name given by the god of fire to humans of different blood, and it was still used until the end of the Old Age, the twilight of the gods. However, the Daluo dynasty in the new era, which is obviously the most orthodox Central Plains bloodline, changed the word Shi to husband and called itself a warrior of different blood. I don't know. After all, I was sleeping during that period. As for the origin of the name cursed spirit, that is really unexplainable. There is no clear record in history books. It seems that from unknown time, humans began to use this term widely, and it has been used until the new era. The origin of the name conjurer is no different from the New Age legend. In other words, this is not a legend, but a fact. Their names are based on the cursed spirits. In fact, according to research, people with magical organs have appeared as early as the early days of the end of the world. The descendants of humans of different blood, coupled with the impact of nuclear radiation, resulted in the formation of surgical organs. The stronger the alien blood, or the more severe the nuclear radiation, the more developed the surgical organs in the human body will be, because the surgical organs will absorb the power of the alien blood and nuclear radiation to strengthen their own development. But here's the problem. The organs absorbed by the technique will be gone after absorbing the alien blood, and the power of the alien blood will no longer help strengthen the physical body. However, while it absorbs nuclear radiation, it does not absorb the side effects of nuclear radiation as well. In other words, various side effects caused by nuclear radiation, such as physical deformities, etc., will appear in children with surgical organs, making them deformed from birth. This is also the origin of the 8-character mantra of the New Age conjurers. If God doesn't give it, it will give it to you. It doesn't make sense, but it's true. Therefore, every child with surgical organs is deformed, either externally or internally. Even worse, it is basically a serious disease inside the body. But at that time, in the apocalyptic period, it was difficult for the lower class humans to feed themselves. and it was impossible to raise a deformed child whose labor force was not as good as that of normal people. Therefore, in order to be able to abandon deformed children with peace of mind, human beings began to make up nonsense rumors about how disabled children would bring disaster, so as to make their abandonment actions justified and even just. At the end of the day, it's all just human nature. However, maternal love is great, and there are always mothers who are unwilling to abandon their children, even if they are deformed or even seriously deformed. Therefore, in the 180th year of the old era, the first conjurer in history appeared. He is a severely deformed male. His mother is the leader of a human tribe. That tribe's rejection of deformed children was extremely serious, even worse than today's Daluo dynasty. Every deformed child would be named a son of the devil and needed to be burned to death in order to clear away sins. But, again, maternal love is great. After giving birth to this deformed child, his mother, a tribal leader, not only did not abandon him, but took good care of him and raised him up without telling the outside world. And he did not live up to his mother's expectations. In that extraordinary era of alien-blooded warriors, he studied his physical condition alone and studied the causes of deformities, which eventually led him to discover the existence of surgical organs in his body, which were successfully activated by him using the most primitive methods. Since then, with the activated magic organ, he successfully sensed the various attributes of spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth, and officially started his spiritual cultivation path. And the turning point of history is here. Why doesn't he call himself a spiritualist, a mage, etc., but a conjurer? Because the first spell he created was inspired by a cursed spirit that was hunted by the tribe. He got the inspiration to create the spell from the cursed spirit's power, and finally succeeded in creating the world's most powerful spell, the first spiritual circuit. In order to commemorate the magic spirit's help to him, he decided to call himself a magician. He has been dormant, hiding his situation, alone in a cultivation system with no way forward. He groped and explored, and successfully invented the core condensation method of magic, which completely opened the door to the cultivation of magicians. Finally, in the 180th year of the old era, he imitated the second form of his body when the different blood warrior was at the Liangyi level, and successfully caused a qualitative change in his spiritual power. He felt that he was much more powerful than himself at that time. So he called this stage of qualitative change in spiritual power the second realm of the conjurer. In other words, a two-level magician. In the same year, Guanming Sanctuary, where the owner is your wife, is holding a 10-year martial arts tournament. This is a tradition that started in the extraordinary 150th year, and it was in that competition arena that the first conjurer in history showed his unparalleled magical power to all the strong men and leaders in the world, which was enough to shock the world. That was the first appearance of spells and spiritual power in the world. But for the magician, this is actually not a good thing. He was too anxious. He wanted to fight for the rights of deformed children as human beings. So he hurriedly wanted to take this opportunity to show their power and importance to the world. However, the power of the spell is enough to scare all leaders, because with his two-level gravity technique, he could press a different blood warrior of the same level to the ground from a distance of 100 meters, making him unable to move or breathe. This is almost a crushing force. Most powerful people are afraid that after this kind of power becomes popular, it will pose a threat to their dominance. So in the middle of the conference, someone started assassinating people. But it didn't succeed in the end, because the leader of Guanming Sanctuary at that time, the owner of your wife, her foresight and selflessness made her make a decision to save the magician against all odds. And after the martial arts tournament ended, Vulcan invited the magician to stay and let the Dream Sanctuary provide resources to fully support his magic research. It was such a decision that completely eliminated the world's prejudice against deformed children. In the past, people gave birth to deformed children and cried to heaven and earth. After that, people gave birth to deformed children and were very happy. In that apocalyptic era, he completely changed the status of a social group, from the bottom with no human rights to the top of society. Having said this, even Shadkong became a little impassioned, and said excitedly in Li Guanqi's mind, Vulcan's contribution to this matter cannot be ignored. Of course, but in the final analysis, it is this man who single-handedly succeeded. He created the system of magicians, and ushered in a prosperous age for magicians. That man is regarded as the founder of the path of magic. In the old days, every conjurer had to go to the temple to worship and burn incense to this man's statue before formally learning spells. All conjurers should remember his name, Hua Lu. Li Guanqi was stunned when he heard this name. It's Hua Lu. Hua Lu. Shishua's voice suddenly sounded excited and happy. Master, it's Hua Lu. He's that very strong kid from the Minghua tribe. We've seen him in the apocalypse. I knew it. I knew it. With that kids be strong, and you will be able to accomplish great things. Huh. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. It turns out that the founder of the spellcaster was that boy. At that time, it was the end of the world that had returned to the extraordinary 100 years ago. Although Xiaoxue was sealed, she still had a sense of the outside world. When Li Guanqi met Hualu, Xiaoxue also felt the same way. The genius boy from the Minghua tribe created a spiritual circuit on his own based on a video of a conjurer performing a fire spell. He was an absolute conjuring genius. In the time and space of the strange world, in the apocalyptic era, there has never been an extraordinary person who can cross the two worlds. In other words, the flower house in this time and space does not even have a video, but it still relies on its own strength to forcibly carve out a path to become a magician. Sometimes, history can be easily changed. A small change can trigger a butterfly effect and lead to changes in entire historical events. But sometimes, history has its own inevitability. No matter how it changes, that person and that ending will eventually appear. For example, Flower House. Li Guanqi met the young man in the apocalyptic era of the real world, and was shocked and moved by the young man's strength, because at that time, he had no idea that he could use the simulator to travel back to the extraordinary 5 years later. So he gave all his knowledge of spells to Hualu. Later, when he traveled back to the extraordinary 5 years, he thought that the name, Flower House, would completely disappear from his life. But it is not the truth. In the history of the strange world, in an era when there were not 100 million time travelers, the doomsday came as usual. But Hualu was still born in this world. Born in the Minghua tribe, and raised by Asaka. And Hualu, even without his help, still became the first conjurer in history. He single-handedly pioneered the practice of conjurers, ushered in the era of conjurers in the world, and saved countless lives. The tragic fate of abandoned deformed children. What a beautiful story! Li Guanqi smiled and asked Shadkong in his mind. What happened next? Did Hualu become a god? No. Xuankong's voice was slightly deeper. Hualu, as the founder of the magicians, lived for 487 years, when there was no one ahead of him. As a pioneer, he alone created the system of magicians to the 5 elements level. Perfection. The realm of the conjurer from the 1 element level to the 5 element level was all created by him on his own. But, when Hualu was 487 years old, in order to protect his homeland, the Minghua tribe, he alone resisted the invasion of a 6th level cursed spirit. He died with the cursed spirit and died outside the city wall without causing any damage to the tribe. When Vulcan arrived to support her, she only saw the man's broken body. Many historians in later generations have commented that with Hualu's talent, if he could live forever, he would not become a god. But at least the magician's training system would be able to reach the 9 palaces level hundreds of years earlier. How? How could this happen? Xiaoxue was obviously stunned, with a hint of crying in her voice. Li Guanqi was silent. After a long time, he sighed softly and said with emotion, I am really proud of that boy. Hualu has lived such a wonderful life. As the first conjurer in history, he was born in the era of different blood and created a new world. He established another spiritual cultivation system. And even his death was so heroic. His life was wonderful enough. How is life defined? Success or failure? In fact, it's good enough if it's exciting enough. And Hualu's life was extremely exciting. Yes. Shadkong also let out a heartfelt sigh. It's wonderful enough. Sometimes I think, as an artifact, I have an immortal lifespan like a god. But am I living a wonderful enough life? It seems not. As soon as I was born, my master was already a god, leading me around all day long, living a life that seemed sufficient but was actually meaningless. Broken knife? Padao. Do you know that sometimes I really envy you? You are a super powerful offensive weapon. You followed the god of death from the eastern world to the western continent and gained a reputation for killing. Artifact Destroyer. This name is so cool. Is it? The demon sword was silent for a moment, and then said in a hoarse voice, but the fact is that killing too much will only make you feel deeply tired in your soul in the dead of night. I am. And my first master, too. He had spent countless nights looking down at his hands, and sitting silently all night long. Hey! Hey! Why did the topic of conversation suddenly become serious? Li Guanqi spoke up in time to interrupt the sad atmosphere, and smiled in his mind. Okay. After standing outside the ice temple for so long, it's time to go in. Let's all be happy. Xiaoxue finally went home and cleared up the atmosphere. Why are you so depressed? Forehead? Shadkong was slightly hesitant. But to compare with our own feelings, you haven't been home for many years. And then you are really happy to return to your own house that was looted? This ice temple must have been emptied by Pluto's minions back then. So there is no need to take any chances. Xixin. Look! The palace door has been damaged. No matter how broken it is, it's still home. Xiaoxue said softly. Xiaoxue is right. Li Guanqi smiled. So, open the door and go home. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the snow gun in his hand suddenly erupted into a burst of dazzling blue light, echoing the huge palace gate that was more than 30 meters high. The blue lines on the surface of the silver-white palace door also began to flash with dazzling blue light, gradually intertwined with each other, and turned into a strange and complicated pattern. Although I couldn't understand its meaning, there was an indescribable sense of vastness. Boom! Finally, there was another burst of blue light, and with the roar of the silver-white palace door, the palace belonging to the ice god finally slowly opened. The first thing that caught the eye was a vast silver-white palace. There is a circular base in the center of the hall, but only half of the statue is placed on it. Only the upper body. Without the upper body, judging from the fracture, it is obvious that it was broken by force. Not only that, Li Guanqi looked around and saw that inside the temple, there was a messy scene of emptiness and ruins everywhere, and it looked like it had been invaded by thieves. It was completely evacuated, and the emptying wasn't enough. These thieves even smashed most of the things and even tore down a few pillars. Master, why is this temple empty? Sophia stood next to Li Guanqi, looking at this scene blankly. Li Guanqi just raised his right hand and put his index finger in front of his mouth to signal her to be quiet. Xiaoxue must be in a bad mood now and can't bear any stimulation. And this is indeed the case. Xiaoxue was silent for a long time, and after several minutes, she whispered in Li Guanqi's mind. The statue of the first owner was demolished. I remember that the owner used ordinary marble when he first built this statue, which was of no value at all. The owner said that because of this, even if something happened in the future and the temple was looted, his statue would not be touched. After all, it was worthless marble. But this group of people are too arrogant. They have to break half of the useless marbles. Saying that, Xiaoxue still couldn't suppress her crying and burst out crying. Master, tell me, who are these people? Wow! Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. You can't blame him for this. Assuming that he is really the Hades later, what did his men in the future do that can still be blamed on him now? Then this is too unfair. Woo-woo. Master. Go left. Toward the side hall on the left. Woo-woo. My altar is still there. Go there. Woo-woo. Xiaoxue still couldn't help but wanted to cry. But she also knew that the matter was irreversible. What she had to do now was to find her artifact altar and unlock the seal. So she cried in Li Guanqi's mind. Well? Li Guanqi nodded and then looked to the left. There is a passage covered with red gold-rimmed carpets, leading directly to the left side hall. However, there was only a carpet left on this path. The surrounding shelves were empty, and the pedestals placed along the corridor were also empty. It's really like a wild goose plucking its feathers. Not a single bit is left. Sophia. Let's go. Chapter 427. Unlock the snow gun and see Pluto again. In the empty ice temple, Li Guanqi and Sophia walk slowly through this former palace of gods. But the traces left by the ice god in this palace have long since disappeared with the passage of time. Of course, the biggest reason is that the group of Pluto's minions looted this temple. The current ice temple is just a big empty house. The only thing that still has value is the artifact altar of the snow spear. Arrive. Li Guanqi, holding a little snow gun, suddenly stopped. Sophia beside her also stopped and looked curiously into the side hall in front. What caught my eye was still exactly the same as what I had seen along the way. An empty hall and empty shelves. But compared with other halls, this hall can also be said to be special, because in the center of the hall, there is an ice crystal-like hexagonal rune altar with strange and complicated patterns carved on it, which is shining slightly at this time. Blu-ray. In the middle of the hexagonal altar, There is a circular hole, the size of which is. Sophia withdrew her gaze and looked at the snow gun in Li Guanqi's hand. The size of the altar hole is the same as the thickness of the end of the snow tassel and ice spear. Master, I'm ready! Shishua's voice, which couldn't contain her excitement, sounded heavily in Li Guanqi's mind. And it sounded like he had completely come out of his previous sad mood. Don't just talk about you. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile and replied in his mind. What about me? What should I do? Just plug you in. Yeah. I forgot to say he. Shishua smiled sheepishly, and then said, Master, you have to put me on the altar first, and then you can't let go and continue to hold me. Then I will be responsible for activating the altar and pulling the remaining power of the ice temple, impacting the seal within my body. The stronger the impact, the more seals I can break. But, Master, you need to assume the identity of the medium between me and the ice temple. This medium can only be born by you, the Master. Well, let's put it this way. The ice temple is the power source. I am an electrical appliance. And Master, you are the copy of the wire that connects us. In other words, if you, Master, can't stand it anymore, we must cut off the connection with the power supply. Otherwise your life, Master, will be in danger. According to my speculation, the power of the ice temple that you can withstand now, Master, can at most help me unlock the 6th level. But it does not matter. We don't need to take risks at all, because this temple is very safe in the half space of the ruins. When you, Master, break through in the future, we can just come here again. Once we break through, we will unblock it once. We are not in a hurry. Master, do you understand? Understand. Li Guanqi nodded, then walked towards the artifact altar in the center of the hall with the snow gun in hand. Then shall we start now? Uh-huh. Shishua's joy continued to spread into Li Guanqi's heart, making him feel the same. What does it feel like when an artifact is sealed? The artifact is not a simple artifact. And the artifact spirit is not a soul that lives in the artifact. The artifact is actually similar to an artificial intelligence under an extraordinary system. The artifact body and the artifact spirit are completely integrated. They are almost equivalent to another new life. The artifact seal is equivalent to layers of restraints for them. Demon Sword once explained to Li Guanqi using this metaphor. Imagine that you wear 10 sets of heavy armors all the time, covering your whole body, and each set is heavier and more stuffy than the other. How does that feel? This is what it feels like to have an artifact sealed. Therefore, the unsealing of the artifact is not only a good thing for the owner, but also a relief for the artifact itself as the armor is removed. Sophia, stand at the door of the palace. No matter what happens later, don't take a step away. Don't worry about me. Li Guanqi, holding a snow gun, stood next to the hexagonal rune altar and gave instructions to the lioness behind him. Yes. Sophia flashed and retreated directly to the entrance of the hall. The fingers of her hands were slightly spread. The nails were extended, and her expression was alert, as if she were guarding. Li Guanqi also looked away, looked at the artifact altar in front of him, picked up a snow gun, and inserted it into the hole in the middle of the altar. Boom! A piece of bone-chilling cold fog suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire hall in an instant. Li Guanqi, who was at the center of the cold fog outbreak, was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture. His whole body was sealed in a piece of ice. He still maintained a stunned expression on his face. He held a snow gun tightly in his right hand and fired for several consecutive times. Seconds. Motionless. Owner? Sophia was shocked when she saw this, and quickly wanted to rush forward to rescue. Being able to be frozen for a few seconds is enough to illustrate the terror of this ice power. But just as she moved her right leg, she remembered Li Guanqi's instructions just now. No matter what happens, don't take a step away and leave him alone. The lioness had a tangled look on her face, gritted her teeth, and finally retracted her right leg and stood there, staring at the ice sculpture that Li Guanqi had transformed into. Boom! A few seconds later, the ice sculpture shook, turning into countless ice cubes and ice shards flying in all directions. Li Guanqi also shook his head and shook away the ice shards in his hair. Then he looked at the snow gun in his hand and smiled at Shishua in his mind. It's really cold. Is this the impact of the ice temple's power? It's really a bit uncomfortable. I almost couldn't shake the ice. This... Shishua hesitated slightly. Hey! Demonic Sword suddenly smiled. Boy, I can't even tell you. This is just the beginning. Because it hasn't even begun yet. The expression on Li Guanqi's face suddenly froze. Owner! Xiao Xue suddenly shouted. Get ready. The ice blast from the ice temple is coming. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, the hall where the altar was located suddenly shook violently. No. I should say, the entire ice temple was shaking violently. Li Guanqi quickly looked around. I saw dense, icy blue lines appearing on the surrounding floors and walls, like little icy blue snakes, gathering from all directions, constantly swarming towards the altar at his feet. Huh? His expression changed slightly. Wrong. These ice blue lines are not directed at the altar. It's for him. Boom! At the same time that Li Guanqi realized this, thousands of densely packed ice blue lines came to his feet, turning into a dark blue dot, erupting with dazzling blue light and a bone-chilling chill. Almost instantly, Li Guanqi felt a terrifying cold air pouring into his body from the soles of his feet, quickly filling his blood and making his whole body full of bones. Next moment, Li Guanqi's skin turned extremely purple and blue, and it looked like scars caused by frostbite were all over his body. The sensory illusion caused by the super low temperature gave him a burning sensation, as if he was on a fire rack and was being burned continuously. He suddenly looked ferocious. Although he endured the severe pain, he couldn't help but growl and growl. Owner! Shishua's voice was obviously worried. Master, if you can't bear it anymore, just let go of your hand. Do not worry. The magic knife was a little lazy. Judging from this kid's performance in my killing fantasy, there is no need to worry about his willpower. It is impossible to have such a funny look like letting go because of severe pain. Certainly, Li Guanqi no longer roared, but gritted his teeth, holding a snow gun in his right hand. He quit the transformation technique and regained his height of 1.98 meters, revealing a body with 3 heads and 6 arms. His eyes turned from black to blue, and his head was full of black hair. It turns into long and fluttering snow-white hair. Boom! His whole body was ignited with raging white flames, and the power of the 8 divine veins exploded. He also activated the 4 pillars of heavenly Ju to the extreme, almost sparing no effort to exert the power of the divine veins. As for the lungs of metal, the liver of wood, and the kidneys of water, they continuously erupt with light in the body, providing strength to the body and forcibly resisting the terrifying cold air pouring into the body from under the feet. Who can tell me what spell I should use to assist now? Suddenly, Li Guanqi yelled in his mind. Should I use fire to fight the cold? But now I feel like I'm about to be burned to death. Oh! The magic knife made a surprised sound. So do humans really lose the ability to think when exposed to extreme cold? Fire spell! After joking, the knife quickly got down to business. Don't worry about the burning sensation coming from your body now. It's an illusion caused by low temperature. You must use fire spells to burn yourself now to prevent the cold air from freezing your whole body. Blood. Tongue! Li Guanqi held the snow gun with one right hand, and made hand seals with the other 5 hands to perform the fire technique, consuming the largest amount of spiritual power to obtain the most powerful flame. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was enveloped in a ball of crimson blazing flames. One is cold and the other is hot. This must not explode. Sophia at the door of the main hall looked at this scene with a complicated expression. She scratched her head and didn't know what to do because it was so rare. Ah! Suddenly, Li Guanqi suddenly raised his head and let out a miserable wail. But the wailing stopped abruptly the next moment. Owner? Sophia was startled. Wailing is not a problem. And not howling is not a problem either. However, after wailing for a few times, the wailing suddenly stopped in an instant. This was obviously a big problem. Holy crap! This kid fainted? The magic knife shouted in shock in Li Guanqi's mind. Boy! Boy! Master? Master? What the H L are you going to say back? Damn it! Xiaoxue! Stop quickly! Master! He has fainted! Xiaoxue! Don't stop! Otherwise you will delay the master! Xuankong's calm voice sounded. Although it was calm, it conveyed a reassuring stability. The master's consciousness is still very clear now, because he is still holding you in his right hand. If this is an instinctive reaction of the body, then the flame spell is still being maintained. So it cannot be an instinctive reaction of the body. Without consciousness, it is impossible to maintain the spiritual circuit to cast the spell. Then how do you explain his current situation? Demon Sword was extremely surprised, pretending not to say anything. Are you trying to scare us? Padao. Don't you have the core energy of the law of darkness in your body? Shudkong asked in equal surprise. You can't feel the breath of the law of darkness? I can feel there is a ghost, the demon sword said angrily. I have a lot of seals on my body now, and I have no sense of the law of darkness. At most, I can only passively absorb the invasion of the power of the law of darkness from outside by relying on the characteristics of my body. As for active use, no solution anymore. If I can still use the law of darkness in my body, can this kid still be stuck in front of the law of darkness now? I should have helped him understand the law of darkness and achieve the great perfection of the four symbols. That's true, Shudkong suddenly realized. So stop being so pretentious. Demon Sword's voice deepened. What exactly did your kid discover? That's right. Shishua's soft voice also sounded. Brother Shudkong, why do you say that Xiaoxua is delaying the master by stopping? It makes Xiaoxua not dare to stop. Because the master is comprehending the law of darkness at this moment, Shudkong said calmly. The reason why he remained silent was because his consciousness entered a state of enlightenment. And this state would not only not stop him from casting spells, but would even allow him to perform beyond normal abilities. That's why he doesn't reply to us, but can still maintain the spell. So I have reason to guess that it was the ice shock from the ice temple that allowed him to enter the state of enlightenment. Since his enlightenment state was entered due to the impact of the ice temple, I have reason to suspect that once the impact stops, his enlightenment state will be interrupted, interrupting the master's understanding of the law of darkness. Isn't this a delay? So, Xiaoxu, you can't stop. Not only can you not stop, you even have to find ways to extend the duration of this ice blast until the master exits the state of enlightenment. Or, it could be extended until the spiritual power in his body is exhausted. He cannot maintain the fire spell, and his body cannot withstand the impact of ice. At that point, there is nothing you can do. Even if you interrupt the enlightenment state, you have to stop. Otherwise the master will die. Oh, and don't ask me why in this ice temple, while being attacked by the power of ice, the master suddenly began to understand the law of darkness. Because I don't know anything. Sure enough, the old saying is true. If there is one, there are two. Deep in the sea of consciousness, on the azure sea of souls, in the center, two soul bodies with 3 heads and 6 arms and wings growing on their backs, looking like gods and demons, looked at each other. Under their feet, circles of ripples spread out. Haven't seen you for a long time. One of the souls grinned and looked at Li Guanqi opposite. This is the second time we have met. I really didn't expect that you would be here again after such a short time. It's not an illusion. Li Guanqi stared at this soul body that was exactly the same as his own, and said in a deep voice, the last time I broke through the 6th level soul, I felt that I suddenly forgot something. That was not an illusion. I did forget. I forgot about myself and you. The situation when we first met. But now, I remember it all. The soul body smiled. So you want me to congratulate you? This is not my sea of consciousness. Li Guanqi looked around and said in a deep voice, this is your soul consciousness sea. So here, my 3 artifacts will lose contact with me. But they didn't feel anything strange last time. There is only one explanation. Your soul has always been hidden in the deepest part of my soul. And now my consciousness has sunk here. Completely correct. The soul body smiled again. Then what? Do you want me to give you an award? I don't speak as sarcastically as you. Li Guanqi looked at the soul body opposite him. His eyes slightly focused. Because you are not me. The soul body said lightly. But you are me. Li Guanqi looked at him and said calmly. You are Pluto. And you are me in the future. Hee hee. The soul body. Or in other words, Pluto's soul body smiled. You really think so? But I don't think so. The 2 time and spaces are independent of each other. The weird world is the weird world. And the real world is the real world. Historical changes in the real world cannot change the time and space of the strange world. And because of the emergence of you billions of extraordinary beings, the real world will almost no longer be consistent with the history of the strange world. You won't be me. Not even in the future. So you are not me. And it is not correct to regard me as your future self. Instead of thinking like this, think of me as you in another parallel time and space. Having said this, Pluto approached Li Guanqi, looked into his eyes, and chuckled. In this parallel time and space that you call the weird world, I achieved the achievements you need to look up to a long time ago. But what about you? You are just a nobody now. Li Guanqi was silent. To be honest, he just said it casually, but he didn't expect this guy to admit it like that. Why did he think this guy was Hades? In fact, there is no evidence. But it suddenly occurred to me that if Pluto is him in the future, his soul body must be exactly the same. So this soul body that is exactly like him may be Pluto's. So he just said it casually, and then Pluto admitted it directly. But why? Why do you appear in the depths of my soul? Li Guanqi looked at Pluto in front of him and said in a deep voice, what is going on in all this? So Alton's speculation is not completely correct. You were not completely killed by the human emperor? That's why I don't like historians. Pluto shook his head with a smile, turned around, and walked on the azure sea of souls, leaving only his winged back and a smiling voice. Historians have obviously never experienced that period, but relying on a few historical things and making up and guessing, I wrote a history that I thought. Was Alton wrong? Not entirely wrong. Not entirely right. But this situation is the most fatal, because often a small difference in a certain detail will lead to the error of the entire history. That's exactly what happened to the sheep-headed man. Oh, yes. I'm not dead. Pluto turned around, looked at Li Guanqi again, and chuckled. Similarly, there is a high probability that the human emperor did not die with me. He should not be dead either. It's just that I can't tell who he is in at the moment. I hate talking off topic. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. You haven't answered my first question yet. Why do you appear in the depths of my soul? And what do you want to do in order to complete the unfinished business back then? I don't know what kind of pain this sentence touched Pluto. He suddenly became ferocious in appearance, suddenly opened his 6 arms, and yelled at Li Guanqi like a madman. It's useless to kill the gods. Even if I kill all the gods, I can't do what I want to do. It's useless. It's useless. Chapter 428, The Remaining Divine Power of the Ice Temple. It's no use at all. The crazy Pluto glared at Li Guanqi, waving his 6 arms, looking extremely emotional and yelling. Killing them all can't save Han Mengyao, who belongs to me. So I have to become stronger. Stronger? But the age of different blood limited my growth. In this era it limits us. The era of alien blood is a failure of the universe. This is the worst era. I want to pursue the power of the first age. Only the extraordinary power of that era can allow me to resurrect my lover. But the creatures of the first era have left this planet. If I want to track them down, I must leave here and go to the depths of the star sea to find their traces. But what's the result? All the creatures that became gods in the age of alien blood cannot leave this planet too far, to be precise. They cannot leave the space area where this planet is located. We gods moved across the blue star, but to no avail. Even if we push the planet away from this area of space, we will still lose power. At most we go to the moon and we gradually lose power. We, the gods of the different blood era, are completely tied to this star field. This is bondage. But, having said this, Pluto was no longer so excited and said in a deep voice, in the future. I don't know when the future is. In short, that fool from the future somehow got the heart of time and space and used it crazily. It caused the overlapping and confusion of 2 time and spaces. There can be no mistake. No, the power belonging to the first era will definitely reappear in the real world soon. Evil Phoenix is an example. Therefore, I want to borrow your body to pursue the first era, to obtain stronger power, and to find a way to resurrect her. I owe her this. I want to give it back to her. As for now, Pluto's mood was completely stable, and he looked at Li Guanqi calmly. Me at another time and space. It's time for you to go. Forget all this. We will meet again. Not only for the 3rd time, but more times. After saying that, Pluto stretched out his right hand and waved it gently in front of Li Guanqi's eyes. Well, immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi felt dizzy, but he was also desperately resisting to prevent Pluto from sealing this memory of his. Pluto's eyes darkened. Thoughtfully, the more times you see me, the stronger your resistance to me will be. Anyway, I'll give you more things. Buzz? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi's soul gradually shone with purple-black light, and a massive amount of insights belonging to the law of darkness poured out crazily, which actually made him enter the state of enlightenment in an instant and began to understand the law of darkness. However, it was precisely because he entered this state that he completely lost his resistance to Pluto. The memory of meeting Pluto was sealed again, and his consciousness left this place and returned to the outside world. Boom. Sakura Shogunate, Western Desert, Jueyan District. In the sky above this desolate area, countless dark spiritual energies suddenly gathered. The rich dark spiritual energy gathered and directly formed a large purple-black ocean of spiritual energy, rushing crazily into an underground cave. These dark attribute auras are drawn by the breath of the law of darkness. As for the source of the aura of law, it is a space passage from a space crack deep in the cave to the half-space of the ruins. Ice Temple. Altar side hall. This hall is still covered with blue lines, channeling the power of ice into this place. Next to the hexagonal rune altar, there was a purple-black blazing fire, and a figure could be vaguely seen standing tall in it. In the purple-black flames, the three-headed and six-armed Li Guanqi had his eyes closed, his white hair flying wildly, one right hand holding the snow gun tightly, and the other 5 hands using all their strength to cast flame spells to balance the influx. The terrifying coldness in the body. However, the flames he displayed at this time were not the normal red color, but purple-black flames with a rich dark aura. The law of darkness. Sophia, who was guarding the door, suddenly changed her expression, turned around suddenly, and looked towards the corridor outside the palace. The next moment, her size skyrocketed, bursting through all her clothes, and completely entering her animal form, transforming into a 3-meter-tall monster. The half-lion, half-human body was lying on the ground, its golden vertical eyes staring at the end of the corridor, and a beast-like roar came from its throat. Creatures of different blood cannot directly sense aura, but they can draw conclusions from the side. At this moment, the air conditions outside are changing rapidly. It's aura. There must be a huge amount of spiritual energy flowing into this place. Otherwise the air conditions would not change like this. Sophia, calm down. Stop standing at the door. Go to the corner. Suddenly, Li Guanqi's calm voice came from the purple-black flames next to the hexagonal rune altar. Master, there seems to be a powerful spiritual energy approaching. Sophia turned her head slightly and said something to him. I'm a conjurer. Of course I know. In the purple-black flames, Li Guanqi chuckled. Okay, don't block the door. Yes. Hearing this, Sophia no longer persisted, and with a leap of her half-lion, half-human body, she jumped more than 20 meters from the entrance of the hall to the corner of the hall. Boom! A few seconds later, a purple-black light pillar appeared at the end of the corridor outside the hall, rushed straight into the door of the hall, crashed into the purple-black flames beside the altar, and poured directly into Li Guanqi's body. This is a sign of breaking out. For a spellcaster, every time he comprehends a new law, it will trigger a spiritual energy storm of that attribute, causing his own spiritual strength to skyrocket by a small level. At this moment, the large influx of dark attribute spiritual energy can only mean one thing. Li Guanqi has already understood the law of darkness. Boom! As the purple-black beam of light continued to pour in, the pressure emanating from Li Guanqi became more and more majestic. It wasn't until this beam of light composed of dark attribute spiritual energy gradually disappeared that the coercion he exuded gradually converged into his body. Breaking through is over. The fourth law after the laws of wind, thunder, and light is the law of darkness. Since then, Li Guanqi finally achieved the 4-image level perfection on the road to magic. Spiritual power, LV 54 LV.55. 55.6, for Elephant Dzogchen. Call. Amidst the purple-black flames, Li Guanqi took a deep breath and at the same time dispersed the flames around him, no longer maintaining the flame spell, because the impact of ice power on him is getting smaller and smaller. There is no need for fire spells at all. With his body, he can directly resist. In fact, the ice power weakened very quickly. Almost as soon as he dispersed the fire spell, the impact of the ice power was already negligible. Li Guanqi just completed the breakthrough. The snow gun just finished unblocking. Coincide? This is certainly not a coincidence of timing. This was Shishua's deliberate move. Following Shuinkong's previous instructions, she tried to extend the duration of the ice blast in order not to interrupt Li Guanqi's state of enlightenment. But now 1 hour has passed, and Li Guanqi's enlightenment has been completed. After comprehending the law of darkness, she does not need to continue to extend the time of the ice shock, and naturally chooses to end it. Xiaoshu, is the unblocking over? Level 6? Li Guanqi asked softly in his mind. Yes. The 6th level has been unlocked. Not only has Shishua become stronger, but she also remembered many things from the past. Shishua's joyful voice sounded, and you could tell from her voice that she was in a happy mood at this time. If Xiaoxua had a body, she would be jumping up and down with joy at this time. But Li Guanqi was not in a good mood. Even a little bad. Even if he fired the snow gun to unlock the 6th level. Even if he understood the law of darkness and broke through the 4-elephant level great perfection. His mood would not get better. Because, I feel like I've forgotten something again. Li Guanqi tilted his head slightly, looked at the snow-pointing gun inserted in the center of the altar in his right hand, and said in a deep voice in his mind, "It's the same feeling as when my soul broke through the 6th level last time. I feel like I forgot something." Instantly, Sora, you said last time that it was due to the feeling of difference caused by the ascension of the soul. But what about this time? Huh? Again? Shuinkong's voice was obviously filled with surprise. But our 3 artifacts have already recognized you as their master and are deeply connected with your soul. If there is any problem with your memory, we can't possibly not find it. Is it an illusion? Master? That's right. Demon Sword also echoed. Boy, you are talking nonsense. You obviously look down on us. With the 3 of us here, who can touch your memory without knowing it? Xiaoxue didn't find anything strange. Xiaoxue was also a little confused. Wrong. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly, with a solemn expression, and said with unusual certainty, "There must be something wrong with my memory. I believe in coincidences, but coincidences cannot happen twice in a row. And the feelings of these 2 times are exactly the same. If someone hadn't played a trick, then there's something wrong with me." The 3 artifacts didn't know what to say for a moment. Besides, Li Guanqi quickly brought up another thing, or another question. How long has passed? Wasn't I bearing the impact of the power of the Ice Temple before? How could I suddenly understand the law of darkness? The power of the Ice Temple and the power of darkness law. These 2 are completely unrelated. Nearly an hour. Shunkong replied. It has been 1 hour since you entered the state of enlightenment. Well, 1 hour. It is incredible to comprehend a law. Even if you comprehended the law of light last time, it took you a long time. 1 month. Isn't it? This is not normal. Not normal at all. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. What's wrong with me? Which memory did I lose? Wait. Shunkong, you haven't said why I suddenly started to understand the law of darkness. I really don't know this. Shunkong said he was helpless. This, Xiaoxue should be able to answer. Shishua's soft voice sounded. But there was also a slight hesitation. It's just that Xiaoxue is not very sure. But it can only be for this reason. Otherwise, Master, you wouldn't have started to understand the law of darkness for no reason. What reason? Li Guanqi asked in a deep voice. The remaining power of the Ice Temple. Shishua did not show off and said directly. There is still some power left in the Ice Temple. It is the power of the gods. It has nothing to do with specific attributes. It is divine power. Once you accept the gift of divine power, the divine power will automatically adjust to the power you need. For example, in the absence of spiritual power, divine power will be converted into spiritual power. Lacking physical strength, divine power is transformed into life energy. Without soul power, divine power will be converted into soul power. As for your current situation, Master, the most backward one is your spell cultivation and lack of the law of darkness. So I guess that the divine power must have sensed your situation, Master, so it automatically pulled the laws of darkness between heaven and earth, transformed them into law insights, and provided them directly to you. This should also explain why it only took you 1 hour to understand the law of darkness. Because I discovered that during the impact of the power of the Ice Temple just now, part of the divine power was automatically integrated into your body. The Master consumed divine power to understand the laws, and the speed will naturally be very fast. Saying that, Xiaoxue said, yeah, again. That should be it. Forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned. Supernatural power? Is there anything left of this Ice Temple? This residual divine power is actually not much, Xiaoxue replied. I guess the minions of Pluto who looted the Ice Temple were very strong, at least at the Bagua level and the Jiogong level. So they looked down upon this little bit of divine power. Of course, the most important thing is that the last bit of divine power left very difficult to extract. Master, you can understand that the divine power of the Ice Temple is equivalent to a viscous liquid in a bucket. It is easy to pour out most of the mucus, but it is very difficult to scrape out the last bit of mucus stuck to the wall of the bucket. Effortless and meaningless. But this is all relative. The only remaining divine power in the Ice Temple is currently looked down upon by people at the Bagua and Jiogong levels. But it is different for you, Master. Based on your current situation, Master, this residual divine power is still quite powerful. Powerful? Shudkong suddenly said. So, I helped the master understand a dark law and then used it up. How can it be? Xiaoxue quickly explained. There's more. I just did some calculations. If nothing happens, the remaining divine power in the temple can help the master accomplish several things. 1. Help the master raise his soul to the 6th level. 2. Help the master increase the physical strength to the peak of Liuhe level. 3. Help the master increase the spiritual strength to the peak of Liuhe level. However, both spiritual strength and physical strength have upper limits, and you need to understand the corresponding laws and activate the corresponding 5 elements organs. But it doesn't matter. Xiaoxue has already planned it for you. Master, you first understand the laws of gold, wood, and water, and improve your spell cultivation to the late stage of the 5 elements level. Then, we consume the remaining divine power of the temple, directly understand the law of fire, improve the cultivation of spells, and reach the peak of the 5 elements level of spells. Then, use the power of the law of fire to give your physical body the characteristics of the law of fire, and reach the peak of the 5 elements level of martial arts. Then, continue to consume divine power, understand the law of earth, and break into the great perfection of the 5 elements level of curse. Next, we use the power of the law of earth to let the physical body open the spleen of earth and break into the great perfection of the 5 elements level of martial arts. At this time, Master, you are the master of spells and martial arts, and both have entered the great perfection realm of the 5 elements level. We can directly consume divine power to increase the spiritual strength and physical strength to the extreme of the current realm. Huh? Owner! Master, what's wrong with you? Buzz? Before Xiaoxue finished speaking, bursts of golden light began to erupt from Li Guanqi's body. The position of the golden lungs was constantly emitting the aura belonging to the golden law, echoing with the blood all over his body. In Li Guanqi's case, the magic organ was completely awakened. After the natural magic appeared, it first replaced the heart, and then merged into the blood of the whole body. So he seems to have no heart. But to a certain extent, the blood all over his body is like miniature hearts and miniature surgical organs. At this moment, the law power of the golden lung is resonating with these bloods. At the same time, a sense of the law of gold gradually came to his mind. I have no control. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth in embarrassment. I have now understood the 4 elephant laws of wind, thunder, light, and darkness. I have reached the 4 elephant level of great perfection. My magic organs have evolved, and I already have the ability to comprehend the laws of gold. The golden lungs in my body directly resonated with my magical organs, allowing me to begin to understand the laws of gold. This process is irreversible, cannot be stopped, and cannot be controlled. I will soon enter the state of enlightenment again. Alas! As he spoke, he sighed heavily. Is it a good thing to understand the law? Maybe, but it only took an hour to comprehend the law of darkness. That was because of the help of divine power. If he had no divine power and relied solely on himself, referring to the previous law of light, his state of enlightenment would probably last about a month. And judging from the current situation, due to the existence of the golden lung, he is completely unable to control his understanding of the law. Then the liver of wood and the kidney of water are the same. Wouldn't it take 3 months to understand these 3 rules? This time, he has stayed in the strange world for more than 7 months. If it takes another 3 months to understand the rules, it will be 10 months. In other words, the time left for him will be less than 2 months. And then he will return to reality. However, he hasn't found the simulator's charging item yet. After traveling through time and space in the last days, the simulator is now completely empty of energy. If no charging items are found to charge the simulator, then he will not be able to use the simulation ability, which will have a serious impact on next year's events. Next year, he will go to Jyogun level Shinji Tokugawa. It is estimated that not only did he complete the work of translating Greek, but he also had to accompany that person to the ancient ruins too. Download the copy. With Li Guanqi's current strength, playing a dungeon with someone who stands at the top of the world would be like walking on thin ice without the help of a simulator. And he would be doomed if he were not careful. What's more, Tokugawa Shinji's reputation is so great that he has tricked and killed many teammates who played the dungeon together. In Li Guanqi's vision, using the simulator's ability to simulate this process is a very important part. The problem is that he hasn't found the charging item yet. Xiaoxue, can you directly consume your divine power to help me speed up my understanding of the law? Li Guanqi thought of this, and quickly asked Xiaoxue in his mind. I don't want to waste so much time on the understanding of the law. It doesn't matter if I have to exhaust my divine power. We can think of ways to deal with things like spiritual strength, physical strength, etc. But I am most interested now. What is needed is time. Better not. However, Xiaoxua gave him an answer that disappointed him. Xiaoxua has now unlocked the 6th floor, restored a lot of memories, and recalled a lot of knowledge. According to Xiaoxua's knowledge, if you rashly consume your divine power to interfere with your master's understanding of the law now, it is likely to cause unpredictable serious consequences. Because, Master, you have now begun the process of understanding the law of gold with the help of the power of the Lung of Gold. It has already begun. If there is a progress bar for understanding the law of gold, Master, you are already at 1% and cannot stop it. There must be no external interference in this process. Master, can you understand what I say? Master? Owner? Xiaoxua was still shouting in Li Guanqi's mind. But at this time, Li Guanqi could no longer respond. Because now, with his eyes closed tightly, he has completely entered another state of enlightenment. But this time, what I realized was the law of gold. When he wakes up again, he is no longer a 4 elements level conjurer, but a 5 element gold level conjurer. Chapter 429 World Number 2. Lin Xiaobai and Annie. Transformed 10 times. 100 million strange worlds have gradually begun to merge, forming the current 1000 parallel time and spaces. Using the extraordinary rankings as rankings, the world where the first extraordinary person lives is called World Number 1. And the world where the second extraordinary person lives is naturally called World Number 2. This is the world that belongs to Lin Xiaobai, who follows nature. World Number 2. Southern Xinjiang. Qian Mountains. In this lush tropical rainforest, a white girl with white hair as white as snow walked slowly, shuttled through this area densely populated with insects and snakes, and made rustling sounds from time to time with large plants. She was wearing a flawless white dress. Her hair was frosty white, and her skin was so creamy that it was almost glowing. Not only her long hair, but her eyebrows and eyelashes were all beautiful white, and her pupils were dreamy, like pale pink. If this pure white girl is like an angel, then the black figure walking beside her is like a demon crawling out of the 9 nether hell. It was like a ball of black slime, covered with purple-black mucus, and had many tentacles. It was still twisting and looking weird and disgusting. The two figures looked like completely opposite things. But in fact, these two seemingly incompatible figures are actually close relatives who were born as one and have been together since childhood. A deaf-mute and blind girl with albinism, and her natural magic spell comes from the tentacle spirit of the underworld. Annie, I feel like the guy named Len has gone crazy. The low voice of the cursed spirit is not simulating human Eastern language, but directly speaking in the pronunciation and language of the cursed spirit. But there is no difference, because for this girl, if she wants to convey her meaning, she only needs to think about it. As for speaking out loud, it is just a matter of habit. I want to see him. Annie didn't stop. She just said in a soft voice. A while ago, she had just been transplanted with a special pronunciation curse insect, which gave her the ability to speak, and was no longer the mute she was before. Sigh. I don't know what's so good about that pretty boy. You're so obsessed with him. The cursed spirit complained all the way, but it never stopped talking and moving forward. It always stayed by the white-haired girl's side to protect her. If Li Guanqi could travel to World Number 2, he would definitely recognize this. Angel and devil. Brother-sister combination. Because this white-haired girl is Annie, the direct disciple of the principal of the Southern Xinjiang Main School of the Conjuring Academy. However, for Li Guanqi, this strange pair was just a passerby in his life. They had played against each other once, in the first-year competition at Nanjiang Main School. In fact, it was just this time, in World Number 1, the story of Li Guanqi and Annie, or in other words, Annie Number 1, ends here. In fact, there is no story at all, because later on, after Li Guanqi left the Southern Xinjiang headquarters, he never paid attention to this girl who was extremely talented in spells, nor did he hear about her deeds. But that was him, and from World Number 1. In World Number 2, the story belonging to Lin Xiaobai and Annie Number 2 is far from over. In this mountain range called Qian, which is actually a tropical rainforest, Annie took her cursed brother to find a man who had lost his mind. This search took several days, until one morning on the 7th day. Annie! Suddenly, the tentacle cursed spirit shouted loudly, and stood in front of the white-haired girl in a flash. Boom! But the next moment, it seemed to be hit hard by some invisible force, and its entire body was blasted hundreds of meters away, crushing large swaths of trees along the way, plowing out a long ravine, and sending up smoke and dust all over the sky. At the same time, a monster's figure appeared in front of Annie like a teleport. This monster looked like a black and ferocious werewolf, with blood-red vertical pupils that made people shudder. It stretched out its claws and hugged the beautiful white-haired girl in front of him into its arms. And then, blood spurts. The werewolf actually opened its huge mouth and bit down on Annie's white neck, sucking the blood from her body. Annie's face showed pain, but she didn't resist at all, allowing the blood full of spiritual power in her body to be continuously sucked away by the werewolf. Not only did she not resist, she even raised her hands and gently hugged the ferocious werewolf that was about to suck her into a mummy. But, as time went by, the werewolf's blood-sucking speed became slower and slower, and finally stopped, took a step back, and took its fangs away from the girl's neck. Roar! He just stood in front of the girl, staring at her with his scarlet vertical pupils, letting out deep roars from his throat, but making no other movements. Annie didn't make any other moves. She just looked at the ferocious werewolf in front of her and smiled happily. On the pale face, the smile was moving, just like a beautiful flower in bloom. I love you! Annie raised her right hand, gently stroked the werewolf's cheek, looked at his red vertical pupils, and smiled softly. Roar! The werewolf seemed to be stimulated all of a sudden. He shook off the girl's hand vigorously, turned around and ran out, getting down on all fours, and disappeared into the tropical rainforest in the blink of an eye. But Annie could feel that he had not gone far. Brother, are you okay? After Annie confirmed this, she did not rush to catch up. Instead, she turned her head and looked towards the place where the tentacle-cursed spirit was blown away. The trees in that area were crushed, the ground crumbled, and the smoke and dust had not dispersed yet. Can't die! Among the smoke and dust, the figure of the tentacle-cursed spirit slowly emerged. Then you wait here first, Annie said seriously. There's no way I'm going to let you take the risk. The tentacle-cursed spirit came to the girl, and every tentacle on her body was twisting wildly, as if shaking her head no. But you just discovered it. Annie spread her hands and said helplessly. Now you are in front of him, completely powerless to fight back. You are following me. It is useless at all, and it also affects me to awaken his intelligence. I almost succeeded just now. The tentacle-cursed spirit was completely silent, and the tentacles on its body could no longer twist. Brother, trust me. Okay. Annie touched its black body and said softly, I've never been able to defeat you. The tentacle-cursed spirit sighed. Go ahead. This is your choice. Life or death is your choice. If you want to die, we, brother and sister, will die together. Trust me. It won't. Annie smiled, turned and left, kneading with one hand, the breeze rising under her feet, carrying herself forward quickly, following the sense of breath, chasing the werewolf in the direction where he disappeared. This pursuit is not difficult. In other words, it shouldn't be called a chase, because the werewolf did not run far after leaving, but stopped on the shore of a nearby lake. The werewolf at this time is actually no longer a werewolf. On the shore of the sparkling lake, the rich and handsome young man, whose real name is Lin Xianbai, was naked, sitting on a giant leaf, looking at the clear lake, and not knowing what he was thinking. What? Seeing this scene, Annie put her little hands behind her back, with a cheerful smile on her face, and walked towards him step by step. Yeah. What's going on? That guy is always meticulous, even if he is sitting at home alone. His collar, how can Mr. Lin, who has to be neat and tidy, sit naked by the lake? Lin Xianbai tilted his head slightly, with a helpless smile on his face. My space ring has long disappeared, and there are no clothes in this forest. Huh? You're just being a hooligan. Annie walked over to him and sat down, looking at him with a smile. Although he said that the other party was acting like a hooligan, the joy in the girl's heart almost ran out of her beautiful pale pink eyes. Etc. Lin Xianbai looked at her beautiful face and seemed to finally notice something. He said in slight shock. From just now to now, you are not communicating with me with your soul and thoughts. You are talking. Can you talk now? Uh-huh. Annie smiled and nodded. I was transplanted with the speechworm, so I'm not mute. Why? Lin Xianbai was a little curious. In this way, your spelling technique will no longer be able to be used. Moreover, When I asked you before why you didn't transplant the speech insect, you said you didn't want to speak to the world. But now what? Why was it suddenly transplanted again? Because I think about it now. Annie looked into his eyes blankly and said softly, but I don't want to speak to the world. But I want to speak to you. I want to speak. I want to say it myself, CMI. I love you. Hearing this, Lin Xianbai's eyes showed extremely complicated emotions. But he is only the second extraordinary person. If nothing happens, all the weird worlds will eventually merge into the only world number 1 of the extraordinary first person. World number 2 will eventually disappear. And the N he loves so much, the N who loves him so much, will also disappear. He didn't know what to do. If it turns out to be a dream in vain, should he let go and love in the limited time? Or should he simply refuse to start in order to avoid the end? Annie! Lin Xianbai's eyes were complicated. He raised his right hand and gently stroked the girl's white and tender neck with 2 tooth holes. His voice was extremely hoarse. As he stroked it, dark green spiritual power gradually shone on his fingertips, causing the wound on Annie's neck to heal instantly. The wound is not important. However, Annie stared at him seriously. Response is what matters. I said I love you. Why didn't you respond at all? You talk? You had something to say the night you slept with me in the cave. Why don't you have anything to say now? Ah? As she talked, mist appeared in the eyes of the white-haired girl. Lin Xianbai wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he was speechless. What should he do? Kill Li Guanqi. Replace him? Sit on the throne of the extraordinary king. The extraordinary first person. Let his world become the world number 1. And let the N he is familiar with stay with him forever? In a head-to-head confrontation, he was certainly no match for Li Guanqi. Let alone one of him. Even 10 of him could not defeat Li Guanqi. He knows this very well. But he was also aware of another point. If you want to kill people, in addition to head-on confrontation, there are also many low-level conspiracies. Li Guanqi's biggest weakness in reality is his family. But can he do this? Just for your own selfish desires. Use conspiracy and tricks to kill such an extraordinary king who is of great significance to the extraordinary era? Lin Xianbai knew that it was impossible for him to do this. Because he is Lin Xianbai. And the person who can do such a thing is not Lin Xianbai. Okay. You don't have to be embarrassed. Seeing Lin Xianbai's delay in responding, Annie immediately turned her head, resisting the urge to cry, raised her hand to wipe the wet corners of her eyes, and said in a suppressed crying voice, So, what is your situation now? Why are you doing this? Becoming an irrational werewolf? Maybe girls are always more emotional. After asking about love, she finally asked about this objectively more important matter. I was chosen by an artifact from the old era. Lin Xianbai sighed when he heard this. After I killed the wind demon giant lizard, a ball of black light suddenly flew out of the monster's mouth and rushed directly into my body. It was an artifact. I still haven't figured out the specific origin of that artifact. But I just heard what it said to me while I was sleeping. Transforming into a monster and losing my mind are the tests this artifact has put to me. And the monster he turns into is different every time. This time it's a werewolf. And next time it's God knows what kind of messed up monster. Not only that, every time he transforms, the possibility of completely losing his mind increases. In other words, my transformations are becoming more dangerous each time. It is very likely that after a certain transformation, I will completely lose my mind and never be able to return to my human form, becoming a complete monster. According to what the artifact said, I must survive 10 transformations into a monster. If I can still maintain my sanity and transform back into a human form, I can gain his approval and become his master. Then let's go back to the teacher quickly. He must have a way to solve it. Hearing this, Annie suddenly became anxious. She completely ignored Lin Xianbai's lack of response to her just now and took the man's hand to pull him away. Who wouldn't be tempted by artifacts? However, Lin Xianbai still sat where he was, looking at Annie calmly, and said softly, The principal is not a good person. You should know very well that if he learns about the artifact, I will not have any way to survive. There will be only one result. The artifact was taken away, and people were killed. This, Annie's expression changed slightly, and she was obviously aware of this. I don't trust that old guy. Lin Xianbai shook his head. There is no one I trust in the academy, and there is no one I trust in the Penglai mercenary group I founded. That's why you hid in this forest alone. And looked at him. Blinked. then suddenly tilted her head and asked with a slight hesitation. But you told me about the artifact. Why? Because I am someone you trust? You are the most. You are the person I trust the most. Lin Xianbai rubbed the girl's white hair and said softly, and suddenly smiled. Annie, I love you too. I really do. Lin Xianbai had a complicated expression. It's not that I don't want to respond to you, nor that I don't want to be responsible. I just don't know if I can love you. Damn world fusion. If these weird worlds didn't merge, he wouldn't be in such a dilemma, bastard. What are you so troubled about? And looked at the handsome man in front of her, blinked her beautiful eyes, and finally lowered her head considerately and lay in his arms. It's okay. We can't talk about it now. We'll talk about it later. We won't talk about this anymore. Let's talk about you now. What's the situation? That artifact talks about the test of 10 transformations. How many times have you survived now? My third transformation into a werewolf just ended because of you. Lin Xianbai lowered his eyes and gently combed the white hair of the girl in his arms with his hands. You have to leave here. No one knows whether I will kill you when I lose my mind next time I transform. I don't want this to happen. Can you understand? But I want to stay with you. Annie whispered. Obedient. Lin Xianbai patted her head gently. Oh, and reluctantly agreed. Seeing this, Lin Xianbai withdrew his gaze, raised his head, and looked at the sparkling lake in front of him, his eyes twinkling. What he was worried about was that when he transformed into a monster, he would leave this uninhabited forest or be hunted by other mercenaries, just like the wind demon giant lizard he killed. In fact, there is still some doubt as to whether the wind demon giant lizard is a demon species. But Lin Xianbai was more inclined to believe that the so-called wind demon lizard was actually the last lucky person or unlucky person selected by the artifact. And he was killed on the way to his transformation for who knows how many times. Then he becomes the next unlucky guy. But compared to these, Lin Xianbai was more worried about another thing. What if he turns into a monster and loses his mind when he returns to reality? Will it cause casualties to actual innocent people? Well, thinking of this, Lin Xianbai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi. If that day comes, you don't need to be soft-hearted. Ding! Lin Xianbai couldn't help but cheer up when he heard the system prompt sound that suddenly sounded in his mind. Has anyone achieved another record? Congratulations to the extraordinary king of world number 1 for becoming the world's first 5-element level conjurer. World number 1. The half space of the ruins, the ice temple, and the artifact altar. Boom! Li Guanqi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. His blue eyes were as bright as sapphires, and his white hair was flying. The spiritual pressure in his body exploded, one level higher than the other. At the same time, in the corridor outside the hall, 3 completely different spiritual energy storms surged in at the same time, turning into a spiritual energy light pillar intertwined with gold, green, and blue light. This is the spiritual energy storm caused by the understanding of the 3 laws of gold, wood, and water. After Li Guanqi achieved the great perfection of the 4 symbols, since the lungs of metal, the liver of wood, and the kidneys of water had already been activated in his body, he was unable to stop his understanding of the laws of the 5 elements. Moreover, these 3 do not end with the first one, but begin with the next one. But simultaneously, after countless months of understanding the laws, finally today, Li Guanqi completed his understanding of the laws of gold, wood, and water at the same time. This means that at this time, he has changed from a 4 elements level conjurer to a 5-element level conjurer. Moreover, he jumped 3 levels in a row and understood the laws of the 3 elements of gold, wood, and water in the late stage of the 5 elements level. Chapter 430, The Truth About the Sankai Level. Boom! 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 Outside the ice temple, a 3-color light pillar condensed from 3 spiritual energy storms passed through the entire palace at an astonishing speed and slammed into Li Guanqi's body. After completely absorbing these 3 powerful spiritual energy storms, the spiritual energy intensity in Li Guanqi's body has increased several times compared to before. Spiritual power, LV 55 LV.58. 58.4, late stage of 5 elements level. Comprehensive level, LV 68 LV.69. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, suppressed the spiritual energy flowing in his blood, and gradually calmed down the pressure. Master, you are finally awake. At this time, Sophia, who was guarding the side of the hall, also smiled and cast her gaze. At this time, The lioness was wearing black long sleeves and black trousers. She changed back to her original appearance and also took on the form of a lion, revealing a pair of golden vertical pupils and lion ears. At this time, the lion's tail behind her buttocks was sweeping back and forth. She would always feel constrained by using transformation potion to disguise her appearance for a long time. And in this ice temple where there was no one else at all, she had no need to hide her identity. "How long has it been?" Li Guanqi asked her. 3 months and 5 days, Sophia replied. Li Guanqi looked helpless. There was not much difference from his initial estimate, and it indeed took 3 months. After all, he has been in the strange world for more than 10 months. And today is the 11th month. Calculating the date, the strange world outside now should be in January of 4872. It's already the year 4872. Li Guanqi frowned slightly and asked Xiushu in his mind. "Xiaoshu, it won't take too much time to spend your divine power to understand the laws." "Right. Certainly," Xiushu responded quickly. "Just like Master, when you understood the law of darkness 3 months ago, it only took a few hours at most." "Then let's get started." Li Guanqi nodded. 3 months have been used up, and these few hours are enough. Now use your divine power to help me understand the law of fire. In this ice temple, he wants to raise the realm of spells and martial arts to the peak of the 5 elements level, and then raise the strength of spiritual power and physical strength to the limit of the current realm. "Master, please be ready. Divine power is about to pour in. 3, 2, 1. Boom!" As soon as Xiushu finished speaking, the entire ice temple shook violently, and lines on the floor, walls, ceiling, etc. all lit up with dazzling blue light. These lines are like small spiritual snakes, winding and climbing, constantly swimming towards the center of the ceiling, until finally, they completely merge to form a strange ice blue rune. Boom! The next moment, an icy blue light beam as thick as a bucket suddenly descended from the runes and poured directly into Li Guanqi's body below. This is divine power. Time! In just a few seconds, these icy blue divine powers changed rapidly, from the original icy blue light pillar to a red pillar of fire. While the flames were blazing, an indescribable high temperature also appeared in the hall. Within, Li Guanqi, who was in the center of the fire pillar, sat cross-legged, slowly closed his eyes, and once again entered the state of enlightenment. This time, what I learned was the law of fire. Under normal circumstances, ordinary conjurers need to spend several years, 10 years, or even decades to travel through mountains and rivers, and search for special areas where the laws are clearly manifested, so as to understand the laws. Even so, when the opportunity comes and they successfully enter the state of enlightenment, they still have to spend several months to completely understand the law. As for talented spellcasters who come from wealthy families or are highly favored by the Spellcasting Academy, they will receive massive resources to help them. With a tilt of resources, they can reduce or even skip the traveling part, enter the state of enlightenment as quickly as possible, and start the final step of understanding the law. But even so, they still have to spend several months in the state of enlightenment. Li Guanqi possesses the talent of Tongyu. In the state of enlightenment, it only takes about a month to complete the understanding of the law. In comparison, the speed is already many times faster. However, compared with divine power, these are all scum. Even Li Guanqi, who has the talent of Tongyu, has to wait for a month in the state of enlightenment to complete the understanding of the law. But with the help of divine power, he only needs an hour at most to complete an element comprehension of the law. Like, right now. Boom! An hour after receiving the divine power, the pillar of flame exploded. Li Guanqi, who was sitting cross-legged in it, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a faint flame flickering in his blue eyes. The law of fire. Understand. The realm of magic. The realm of 5 elements of fire. Boom! Soon, his re-understanding of the law caused another fire attribute spiritual energy storm. The most intuitive manifestation of this was that a large sea of flame suddenly poured in from outside the temple and swept the entire palace. This time, it took Li Guanqi a few minutes to completely absorb the fire-attributed spiritual energy storm, allowing his spiritual power to reach another level. Spiritual power, LV58 LV.59. 59.5, peak of 5 elements level. The overall level has not changed. It is still stuck at LV69. It seems that I have to wait until I activate the power of fire in my physical body before I can reach LV70. Li Guanqi stood up slowly and with a wave of his hand, flames danced around him, turning into countless birds, beasts, insects, and fish, flying and circling in the hall. The feeling of controlling a law is completely different from the feeling of using an elemental power. If anything, Li Guanqi's use of fire attribute spells in the past was equivalent to holding a remote control and driving flames through the air. As for now that you have mastered the law of fire, the flame is another part of his limbs, which can be said to be commanded like an arm. Then now is the most critical step. Li Guanqi's mind moved slightly, and he dispersed the flaming animals in the hall. His expression gradually became serious, and he asked the artifacts in his mind. So, we have always said that after the spell understands the law of fire, we will use the law of fire to let the physical body possess the characteristics of the law of fire. But having said that, I have heard you say it for a long time. I always thought that after I understood the law of fire, this would be a natural thing. But that's not the case. I don't know how to operate it at all. So tell me. Huh? Of course. Shadkong couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Dual cultivation of alien blood and spiritual power. If the alien blood cultivation goes fast, it will easily lead to the cultivation of spiritual power. Because of the different blood cultivation, the 5 elements organs that evolve from the physical body exist directly inside your body in a physical state, and will automatically affect your spiritual power. Just like Master, you have been unable to control yourself in the past 3 months, and you immediately began to understand the law. But if spiritual power cultivation wants to drive the cultivation of different blood, there is no such thing as automatic. This is a very complex subject. The method of using laws to give the physical body the characteristics of the laws and cause the physical body to evolve again is called the Toby method. This is a method named after the creator. In the year 983 of the Old Era, a Westerner named Sean Toby was born. He was lucky enough to have the talent of cultivating both alien blood and spiritual power. The alien blood power and magical organs in his body reached a balance and did not interfere with each other. But in general, his spiritual power talent is much higher than his different blood talent. During the period when he lived, there were already several people in history who had both different blood and spiritual powers. Those people are basically cultivating with different blood, which is faster than cultivating spiritual power. Therefore, being in a state of cultivating with different blood for a long time and driving spiritual power cultivation is the kind of automatic driving, which is very convenient. But this Toby can't do it. His alien blood talent is very poor, but his spiritual power talent is relatively good, and his spiritual power cultivation has long been ahead of his alien blood cultivation. Even his spiritual power was at the Lyoha level, and his alien blood was only at the 4-elephant level. He was stuck and couldn't open the golden lung. So he was thinking at that time, if the 5 elements organ can drive the understanding of the laws, then can the already understood laws catalyze the opening of the 5 elements organs? Because of this, Toby began his research. 300 years later, he finally developed this method and made an indelible contribution to the world's cultivation system. Well, of course, he died not long after he developed it, because regarding this method, he was too proud to publicize it. But he kept it tight-lipped and never told anyone about it. He didn't even cooperate with any large forces. He kept his own method and didn't know what he was trying to do. The final outcome is to be assassinated. The method developed by Sean Toby gradually leaked out more than 10 years later, and eventually the whole world knew about it. In honor of him, this method was named Toby's method. After all, there is a historical gap between the old era and the new era. It is true that many things and knowledge from the old era have been inherited by the new era, but most of it is knowledge that has not been inherited. For example, in the new age, the Toby method has basically been lost and no one knows about it. But Master, you are lucky, because you got me, and the great me, Lord Shadkong, happened to remember this method. Ha 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 ha. As he said that, Shadkong laughed very proudly. Brother Shadkong, why are you talking so much nonsense? Suddenly, Shishua's soft voice sounded. Master, I will now pass on the operation process of Toby method to you. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Guanqi felt a piece of information suddenly pouring into his mind. After receiving it all the information about the Toby method was completely understood by him. The sky was silent for a moment. It turns out Shushua also knows. Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh. Shushua has now unlocked the 6th level. Not only has her strength been raised to the 6th level, but part of her memory has also been unlocked. Obviously, Shushua also knows about the Toby law. After Shang Kong talked a lot about history, Xiu Shui got tired of listening and directly passed the Toby method to Li Guanqi, which made Shang Kong very depressed. But Li Guanqi is actually very interested in these. When using methods developed by predecessors, you naturally need to know who the founder of this method is. This is out of respect for knowledge. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered something. Li Guanqi suddenly thought of something and asked curiously in his mind. As for the realm of cultivation, Shang Kong, you said that the new age actually completely inherited the cultivation system of the old age. And the names of the realms are also the same. So what exactly is the situation at the third level? 3 talents. 3 talents. Vitality and spirit. Refining is the body. Refining qi is spiritual power. Lianshan is the soul. In that case, neither a human of different blood nor a magician could complete the cultivation in these 3 places at the level of 3 talents. Humans of different blood can only cultivate their body and soul, and can only refine their essence and spirit. A conjurer can only cultivate spiritual power and soul, and can only refine qi and spirit. One of them will always be unable to practice. Only someone like me, who cultivates both alien blood and spiritual power, can become a truly perfect third-level talent and complete the cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. Because of this, I initially thought that in the old era, every human being had both different blood and spiritual powers. But according to what Shang Kong said before, even in the old era, people who could cultivate both different blood and spiritual power were only a handful. How could something like the name of a cultivation system be named according to the circumstances of a few people? The more Li Guanqi talked, the more strange he felt. Why is the third realm of cultivation called Sankai? To rhyme. Shankar replied. Li Guanqi was stunned. Hey, you're not serious. Are you? After a long while, Li Guanqi saw that Shang Kong had no follow-up words, so he continued to ask in disbelief. Are you serious? Are the names of all human realms in the East just a rhyme? So careless? Okay. Actually, this is only part of the reason. Shang Kong smiled and began to answer seriously. I'm not completely joking. The reason why the Sankai level is called the Sankai level is indeed partly for rhyming. After all, it was the 1 Yuan level and the Liangyi level before. Now it is the third realm. Naturally, you also have to bring a 3. Of course, the biggest reason lies in social issues. At the very beginning, the third level of Eastern human cultivation was not called the 3 talents level. The third realm of human beings with different blood is called the body refining realm. The third realm of the conjurer is called the spirit refining realm. As for refining the gods, cultivation of the soul, there was no such thing at that time. Master, when your wife was at the dreaming sanctuary and had a meeting to come up with a name, humans didn't yet have the concept of cultivating the soul. The contemplation methods used to cultivate the soul are all new technologies that were gradually developed later. In the early days of the apocalypse, different blood humans only cultivated their physical bodies, and spellcasters only cultivated their spiritual power. But at a joint meeting of major shelters, a man named Mo Anwei from Sapphire Shelter raised an objection. He said, there are big differences between alien blood warriors and magicians. If the names of each realm are independent of each other in the cultivation system, it is very likely that the 2 groups will become independent of each other, causing divisions within the human race, in the most serious case, or even cause the 2 groups to be hostile to each other, leading to war. According to historical records, no one paid any attention to Mo Anwei's objection at the joint meeting at that time. Yes, including the master your wife. Although she was wise and powerful in the early days of the end of the world, made many wise decisions, and led mankind to rebuild civilization, she was not omniscient and omnipotent after all, and could not predict everything. At that time, like everyone else, she didn't take Mo Anwei's words seriously. After all, 2 cultivation systems and 2 different realm names. Isn't this normal? Humanity is divided? Just because of this? So funny. But social issues related to this matter soon emerged. 20 years after that union meeting, a massive urban civil war broke out. A place called Sapphire Sanctuary, yes. It is the hometown of Mo Anwei, who raised the objection. I think the reason why he was able to raise this issue 20 years ago must be that he had found some signs in his hometown. But he was looking too far ahead. None of the major leaders at that time realized it. It wasn't until a war with heavy casualties that the major leaders were truly awakened and started to pay attention to this matter. At that time, the Jade Sanctuary was divided into 2 groups. One was all spellcasters, and the other was all alien blood warriors. The civil war between these 2 groups directly destroyed most of the city, and killed countless ordinary humans. Afterwards, Guoming Shelter sent people to investigate and finally concluded the cause of the civil war. Every war does not happen suddenly, but starts from small things and gradually accumulates. The same goes for the civil war at Jade Sanctuary. Ever since the emergence of the Spell Masters, the Spell Masters group in the Jade Sanctuary has been suppressed, despised, and reviled by the different Blood Warriors. They simply called them deformed, ugly, crippled, and so on. Reason? It's profit. Different Blood Warriors are a family inheritance. The different blood families in each shelter are basically fixed. But now a new extraordinary group of spellcasters suddenly appears, and they want to get a share of the power. But the cake is only so big. If I give you a little, I'll give you a little. The question is why? How could the established families agree? The suppression of spellcasters happened naturally. However, under oppression, there must be resistance. The accumulated suppression by the different Blood Warriors finally aroused the anger of the magician. In the Jade Sanctuary, all the spellcasters united and began to resist, preparing to use war to seize power, which eventually led to a civil war that hurt both sides. Then, after this civil war, the master your wife urgently initiated a joint meeting. The leaders of the major shelters all gathered at the Dreaming Sanctuary to discuss the situation of this social issue. As a result of this discussion, the result was very unexpected. It turns out that in our shelter, relevant signs have begun to appear more or less in recent years. The old different blood families in the shelter are all suppressing the magicians either openly or covertly. But this is actually reasonable. Again, the cake is only that big, and if the new extraordinary group of conjurers wants to share it, it will inevitably be rejected and hostile by the different blooded warriors. But things must not continue like this, because in the old era, the world was actually controlled by extraordinary humans. If two completely different groups of extraordinary people appeared in human beings, they would either cooperate and coexist, or they would have to kill each other until only one extraordinary group remained. However, civil war among their own people is something that every leader of Eastern Sanctuary does not want to see. After all, the Western forces at that time were also eyeing it. But at that time, the social situation of the Eastern world was already in front of us. The alien blood warriors are suppressing the spellcasters. In the long run, it will inevitably lead to serious rejection among the conjurer community. If this continues, the division of humanity and the beginning of civil war will not be a joke, but will become a reality.